In the 16th year of Konoha, a long queue formed outside a barbecue establishment known as Dwanmu Barbecue. The enticing aroma wafting from within ignited a fervent desire to indulge. Wow, the barbecue here is absolutely phenomenal. It's only been open for less than a week, and it's already this popular, exclaimed a delighted patron. It's so unique, far superior to the offerings at other establishments. Another customer chimed in. Inside a private room, a golden-haired girl, resembling a fairy, devoured her barbecue with astonishing speed, letting out a satisfied burp. Ugh, I'm stuffed. Tsunade, you've eaten far too much. Can't you leave some for me? Protested a boy around 5 or 6 years old, clad in a black training outfit, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Please, eating is akin to warfare. Speed is of the essence. It's your own fault for being so slow, Tsunade retorted playfully, her demeanor exuding cuteness. Zhengfeng sighed, reflecting on the perplexity of his father allowing this glutton to dine for free while he was burdened with the responsibility of her meals at school. Having been in this world for a month, Zhengfeng had assimilated the memories of this body and gained a certain understanding of his surroundings. The original owner of this body was named Duanmu Zhengfeng, born into an ordinary family. Zhengfeng felt a sense of familiarity with this world, yet a dense fog obscured specific memories that eluded him. The boy's father was named Duanmu Chunsui, and his mother was called Taokayuko. After Duanmu Chunsui's retirement, the couple decided to open a meatball shop. However, lacking experience, the venture resulted in financial ruin, leaving the family without an income. Drawing from his past life experiences, Zhengfeng encouraged his parents to open a barbecue restaurant, recognizing the broad appeal of such fare. Having been a fervent admirer of barbecue in his previous life, he was well-versed in its intricacies. After demonstrating the barbecue process, the couple quickly grasped the essential techniques that it was quite simple. Skewer meat and vegetables on a bamboo stick, grill them over charcoal for a few minutes, and then brush on Zhengfeng's secret sauce, resulting in a delectable barbecue. The operation was straightforward, the concept innovative, and the taste exquisite. Duanmu Chunsui promptly decided to establish the restaurant. On opening day, Zhengfeng worked diligently, while Tsunade stood at the entrance, her eyes wide with longing as she watched him wield the skewers. With a soft heart, he offered her a skewer. After savoring the barbecue, Tsunade, perhaps having developed a taste for it, requested more. Zhengfeng, however, could not acquiesce to such demands. Cuteness alone did not justify free meals. Tsunade, being quite obstinate, refused to leave the entrance, resulting in a standoff between the two. To ate tea that moment. Taokayuko emerged, and after learning the details, she handed over 10 skewers to the little girl. Receiving the barbecue, the girl expressed her gratitude and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Auntie, my name is Tsunade. I lost all my money today, but I promise to pay you back tomorrow." Zhengfeng could not help but inwardly scoff at her audacity to make such excuses for her free meal. His astonishment. The following day, Tsunade indeed returned with a thick wad of cash, likely amounting to 100,000 ryo. Tsunade confidently proclaimed that money was no object, encouraging them to serve her sumptuous delights daily, should they satisfy her taste. Upon hearing this, Zhengfeng became quite excited. It seemed the time had come to showcase his skills. For the sake of money, he decided to prepare a few more dishes for her, determined to win over this little girl, or rather, this little heiress. After indulging in a hearty meal, Tsunade expressed her satisfaction and promptly handed Zhengfeng the money, suggesting the excess be kept as credit at the establishment for her future visits. Zhengfeng could hardly refuse and readily agreed. In the following days, Tsunade indeed visited daily, and Zhengfeng made it a point to impress her with his culinary creativity. As time passed, the two gradually became friends. On this particular day, after her usual feast, Tsunade reminded Zhengfeng, "Tomorrow marks the first day of school, so be sure not to be late." The barbecue shop closed rather late, and upon returning home, Zhengfeng was just about to head to his bedroom for rest when his father called out to him, "Wait a moment, tomorrow you start school. Hey, raise your allowance." Zhengfeng opened his wallet, a wave of joy washing over him. "Wow, Dad, this is quite generous. Must be several thousand." "Not all of it is yours. It includes Tsunade's meal expenses," his father clarified. Zhang Feng's heart sank in an instant. Wait, if you deduct hers, I'm left with hardly anything. Despairing, he returned to his room, feeling like a deflated balloon, lying motionless on his bed, contemplating the excitement of starting ninja school the next day. The following morning, Zhang Feng hurriedly grabbed 2 lunchboxes and dashed toward the school. Oh no, I overslept. At that moment, a voice called from behind, "Hey, wait for me. Let's go together." Turning around, Zhang Feng saw a figure of similar stature rushing toward him, but he slowed his pace and greeted warmly, "Bro, are you a new student too?" Breathlessly, the newcomer replied, "I'm Jiraiya from Class 1 Year 1. Nice to meet you." Zhang Feng quickly responded, "What a coincidence. We're in the same class, let's go together." Jiraiya, pleasantly surprised, patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and exclaimed, "What luck! I was worried about being scolded for being late on the first day, but thankfully I have you for company." Zhang Feng suppressed the urge to retort, "Who wants to accompany you in receiving scoldings?" Instead, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Brother, since we're both late and you haven't had breakfast, allow me to treat you to ramen. Let's eat before heading to school." Jiraiya was taken aback by this gesture. This guy is even more outrageous than I am. What a good person. I, Jiraiya, have found a true friend. They arrived at the ramen shop and ordered 2 large bowls. Just as they were about to dig in, Zhang Feng suddenly clutched his stomach. "I can't hold it. Jiraiya, I need to use the restroom." With that, he pulled 2 bills from his wallet and placed them on the table, saying, "Don't worry about the bill, I'll settle it." This nearly brought tears to Jiraiya's eyes from the overwhelming gratitude. Zhang Feng took a few steps outside, glanced back to ensure Jiraiya hadn't noticed, and then sprinted toward the school. "My apologies, Jiraiya, I must leave you to bear this." When Zhang Feng finally arrived at school, over 10 minutes of class had already passed. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself for the impending reprimand and peeked into the classroom. To his astonishment, the teacher was facing the blackboard, writing diligently. While his mind raced with possibilities, he bent slightly, his footsteps silent, retreating towards the classroom. The entire class gazed at him with curiosity, none daring to speak. Unexpectedly, just as he reached halfway, the teacher finished writing and turned around, her gaze landing squarely on Zhang Feng with an amused yet piercing look. "What, pray tell, are you planning to do, young man?" she inquired. Zhang Feng slowly turned back, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. "Teacher, I'm rather hungry and wish to grab a bite. I was concerned it might disrupt the class, so I thought it best to step outside and return." He gestured towards the bento in his hand. "Absurd. How can you eat during class? Return to your seat immediately." The teacher reprimanded sternly. "Yes, ma'am," Zhang Feng replied shamelessly, taking a seat beside Tsunade. Tsunade stifled a laugh, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. "Clever." Zhang Feng tilted his head back, responding with pride indeed. The teacher's name is Senju Kosuka, a member of the Senju clan, proficient in both water and earth techniques, who has recently retired from the rank of Jonin, showcasing considerable strength. Subsequently, the teacher instructed the students to introduce themselves one by one. "Hello everyone, my name is Oya Akane. I am Narashikawa, fond of daydreaming and sleeping. Aikido Dingyuan, I enjoy eating. Yamashiro Nai, I have a passion for cultivating flowers. Uchiha Ryoji, my goal is to become a powerful ninja. Hyuga Izumi, I relish battle. Orochimaru, I appreciate tranquility and aspire to master all ninjutsu." As each student introduced themselves, it soon became Tsunade's turn. With vibrant energy, she approached the podium and declared, "Hello everyone, my name is Senju Tsunade. I adore the meals prepared by Matsubara and enjoy gambling. My dream is to be as formidable as my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Senju Kosuka was momentarily taken aback. What? Tsunade has someone she likes. His mind raced with countless thoughts. Next, Matsubara took the stage. "Hello everyone, my name is Matsubara Seihu, and my dream is to earn a fortune while being a ninja." Is this fellow Matsubara? Isn't that dream rather mundane? Instantly, Senju Kosuka's impression of Matsubara diminished. After the introductions, Senju Kosuka commenced the lesson. Although Matsubara possessed no prior knowledge of ninjutsu, he was quick to memorize whatever the teacher explained, and he grasped complex concepts with remarkable speed. This revelation thrilled him. Could it be that I am a genius? Might I have the opportunity to become Hokage? Matsubara found himself lost in delightful fantasies. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted him from his reverie as he turned towards the source of the sound. Jiraiya had rushed in too hastily and collided with the classroom door. Following this, Jiraiya scanned the classroom and their gazes met. You, this guy? Jiraiya realized he had been deceived by Matsubara and immediately rolled up his sleeves, furious and ready to confront him. However, before he could take 2 steps, Senju Kosuke lifted him off the ground. Kid, which class are you in? Class 1. Senju Kosuke's expression darkened further. What is your name? Jiraiya. Jiraiya, is it? Now go stand in the hallway as punishment. Jiraiya excitedly pointed at Matsubara, intending to explain to the teacher. But Senju Kosuke dismissed him. We will discuss other matters after class. For now, go to the hallway for punishment. The class passed swiftly, and the teacher concluded with a remark about the afternoon's practical combat session, urging everyone to be prepared before departing. Matsubara, you scoundrel! As soon as the teacher left, an enraged shout emerged from behind Matsubara. He turned to see a figure lunging at him, instinctively dodging. They narrowly missed each other, and Jiraiya flew past Matsubara, crashing directly into Orochimaru, causing both to tumble to the ground. The classroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on Jiraiya and Orochimaru. In the focal point of their gaze, their lips met, both staring at each other in astonishment. After a moment of bewilderment, the two suddenly pushed each other away, retching uncontrollably. Ugh, you scoundrel! Ugh! How detestable! Jiraiya clutched his throat, unable to cease his heaving. Orochimaru, with a pallid complexion, glared at Jiraiya before lunging at him. Instantly, they became entangled in a fierce struggle. What to do? Tsunade tugged at Zhongfeng's sleeve, her concern palpable, yet her face betrayed an excitement she could not conceal. Zhongfeng cast her a helpless glance, thinking, what now? Separate them. The crowd regained their senses and hurriedly intervened, pulling the two apart. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a cold look before silently departing. Jiraiya, upon spotting Zhongfeng, felt a surge of animosity, and had it not been for the several people restraining him, he would have lunged forward. You bastard, this is all your fault. I waited over an hour for you, and you sneak off to school, leading to my unblemished reputation being. Jiraiya trembled with rage. Zhongfeng promptly stepped forward, warmly draping an arm around Jiraiya's shoulders. My dear brother, you have gravely misjudged me. I intended to seek you out after using the restroom, but then I discovered Tsunade's been still with me. You know how it is with women's matters. I couldn't let that slide, so I had to inconvenience you. I feel quite remorseful. Tsunade? Zhongfeng raised an eyebrow, subtly gesturing in her direction. Jiraiya followed his gaze, and his body jolted. A beauty. Instantly, his anger dissipated. Oh, brother, why didn't you mention this sooner? A man must never betray a woman's trust. I, Jiraiya, am not one to be petty. Just clarify things next time. With that, he erupted into hearty laughter, his mood shifting faster than the turning of a page. Zhongfeng regarded Jiraiya as if they had just met. I never expected you to be such a little flirt. You'll be the one suffering in the future. Zhongfeng schemed inwardly while subtly pulling Jiraiya towards Tsunade. In the presence of the fair maiden, Jiraiya became quite the charmer, introducing himself without hesitation. Hello, beautiful, I am Jiraiya. Are you free later for a date? Zhongfeng stood in stunned silence, eyes wide. Goodness, brother, you are incredibly bold. You don't even know her background and are so direct? You might not know how you'll meet your end. Indeed, as soon as Tsunade heard this, her face turned ashen, her brows furrowing into a frown. Perverted fool. She swung her fist directly at Jiraiya's face. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya's head was embedded in the wall, his body dangling precariously. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped, silently resolving to never provoke this violent woman again. Jiraiya was taken to the hospital by Shinjikage, who had rushed over at the sound of the commotion. In the afternoon, at the school training grounds, Class 1 students stood in formation, attentively listening to their teacher explain the content of the combat class. In this practical course, everyone would engage in pairs, with the victors advancing to the next round until a final champion emerged. This session focused primarily on physical combat, forbidding the use of any weapons or ninjutsu. Each student selected their opponent, and the matches would commence after 10 minutes. As the teacher's voice faded, the students began to seek out their opponents. Being the first day of school, they were unfamiliar with one another and thus preferred to pair up with friends. Zhongfeng, let us form a team. Tsunade approached Zhongfeng, patting his shoulder and grinning widely. Zhongfeng's face contorted in disdain. No way. Battling with you holds no suspense whatsoever. Zhongfeng was acutely aware of this, since their acquaintance. He had never once triumphed over her. Despite her youthful appearance, Tsunade possessed an astonishing strength. No, you must team up with me, or else I shall make you regret it, she declared, raising her fist in mock threat. Tsunade, you aren't actually afraid of losing to anyone else, are you? Zheng Feng teased, striking at her vulnerability. What? Tsunade could hardly tolerate such a suggestion. Fine. Find someone to compete against me and see if I can't beat them. Deal. Zheng Feng exclaimed with delight, promptly leading Tsunade to the aloof Orochimaru. A smile gracing his face. I think Orochimaru is quite formidable. Why not challenge him? Is Orochimaru really that strong? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed in doubt. Absolutely. His ambition is to master every ninjutsu, and look, no one dares to challenge him, so he must be impressive. Zheng Feng replied before turning to Orochimaru, by the way. Tsunade is quite skilled, you see. Before he could finish, Orochimaru responded coolly, I have no objections. Elated, Zheng Feng turned to Tsunade, then give it your all. You must win. I need to find an opponent as well. Just as he turned, he spotted Jiraiya, bandaged and looking rather pitiful, who ambled over with a mischievous grin. Jiraiya, let us team up. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged incredulous glances at such shamelessness. Jiraiya, equally speechless, remarked, Zheng Feng, look at me like this. Zheng Feng pulled Jiraiya aside, whispering, let us form a team, and I'll gift you the latest photo book. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya perked up immediately, brother, these minor injuries are nothing. We'll be a team. Soon, the teams were established, and Senju Kajiki surveyed the list of opponents in his hands before announcing gravely, first match, Nara Shikaku vs. Ono Akane. Zheng Feng couldn't help but muse internally. Truly, the Nara clan is esteemed in the village. Shikaku's physical prowess and combat skills far surpassed those of Akane. And it was evident that the victor would soon be determined. Indeed, the battle concluded in less than 2 minutes. Nara Shikaku emerged victorious, lazily returning to the crowd and plopping down on the ground. So exhausting. What a hassle. The fights continued with students from the Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans, all exhibiting exceptional qualities. Aside from the clan members and Tsunade, most students hailed from common backgrounds, matching Zheng Feng's level. They not only lacked the physical capabilities of their clan counterparts but also struggled with basic techniques, rendering them entirely outmatched. As the competition neared its conclusion, only 2 groups of students remained. The next pair consisted of Tsunade Senju and Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was taken aback. She is actually from the Senju clan? No wonder she is so formidable. Hey, Zheng Feng, how could you not inform me of this? That's rather inconsiderate. Zheng Feng was speechless. How was I supposed to know what the Senju clan is? What? You don't even know? The Senju clan is the founder of Konoha. Jiraiya's face was etched with reverence. The Senju and Uchiha clans were the architects of Konoha, with Hashirama Senju revered as the god of shinobi. Several years ago, after a fierce battle at the Valley of the End between Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, he passed the title of Hokage to his younger brother, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama established the Ninja Academy, thereby granting commoners the opportunity to become ninjas, which earned him immense support from the populace. Zheng Feng was left in astonishment. No wonder Tsunade was so wealthy. Konoha was essentially her family's legacy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's gaze was fixed intently on Tsunade. Kakashi Senju observed the two with a barely perceptible smirk. Begin. At the command, Orochimaru attempted to create distance, seeking an opportunity, and leaped backward. Simultaneously, Tsunade instantly appeared where Orochimaru had just stood, her right fist crashing down, causing the ground to shatter. What terrifying power! What astonishing speed! Zheng Feng let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that Tsunade had shown restraint in their previous altercations. Otherwise, taking such a blow would surely have been more disastrous than Jiraiya's experience. Jiraiya shuddered, thinking it best to keep his distance from this violent woman. She was not to be trifled with. Realizing that his speed and strength paled in comparison to his opponents, Orochimaru immediately raised his hands in surrender. I concede. Tsunade, leaning slightly, nearly lost her balance as she looked at Orochimaru. What happened? I hadn't even warmed up, and you're already giving up? Orochimaru replied candidly. I am no match for you at this moment. Hearing Orochimaru's earnest concession, Tsunade could only walk over to Zheng Feng, angrily delivering a punch. This is all your fault. You robbed me of a proper fight. Zheng Feng rubbed his shoulder. Pain from her blow, chuckling wryly, sister, whose body can compete with yours. If you hadn't surrendered, you would have just taken a beating. The final pair consisted of Zheng Feng and Jiraiya. As they stepped onto the field, both lacked any foundational skills, rendering their battle quite simplistic. After a back-and-forth exchange of attacks and evasions for several minutes, they finally created some distance, gasping for breath while eyeing each other. Zheng Feng was surprised at Jiraiya's resilience, even while injured. Moreover, several other students from ninja clans awaited. Even if he won this match, arduous battles lay ahead. Perhaps, with this thought, Zheng Feng devised a plan. He ceased dodging and lunged directly at Jiraiya. Caught off guard by Zheng Feng's reckless assault, Jiraiya was knocked to the ground. The two rolled about, grappling fiercely, with Zheng Feng gripping Jiraiya's neck while Jiraiya attempted to spread Zheng Feng's legs apart. Jiraiya, deprived of oxygen and flushed in the face, was at the mercy of his opponent. Zheng Feng, with his legs painfully split, was brought to tears. Almost simultaneously, two voices rang out. I concede. The arena erupted in astonishment as all eyes turned to Senju Keisuke, awaiting her verdict. Senju Keisuke glanced between the panting Jiraiya and the embarrassed Zheng Feng, who was shielding his groin with his hands. After a moment of contemplation, she rendered her decision. Zheng Feng and Jiraiya, it's a draw. On the way home from school, Zheng Feng, Tsunade, and Jiraiya walked together. Tsunade planned to visit Zheng Feng's home for a meal, while Jiraiya still held on to the promise of a photo collection from Zheng Feng. Upon returning home, they found Damaku Jiwenzue still working at the shop, while Zheng Feng's mother, Takashi Yuko, was preparing dinner. Seeing Zheng Feng return with friends, she warmly invited them to sit down. Tsunade, being an old acquaintance, was entirely at ease, while Jiraiya, known for his affability, quickly struck up a lively conversation with Yuko, leaving Zheng Feng with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Zheng Feng, why are you just standing there? If your mother is chatting, who is going to cook? Takashi Yuko shot him a sideways glance, indicating that there were rice balls in the kitchen, suggesting he could help himself. All right, I understand. I'll go cook. Is that satisfactory? Zheng Feng replied, surrendering to the inevitable as he shuffled into the kitchen. Truth be told, this was entirely his own doing. After a previous mishap where he had tried his hand at cooking, his parents unanimously agreed that the responsibility of preparing meals would henceforth fall to him. After a hearty meal, Takashi Yuko went out for a stroll, leaving the three young ones sprawled on the sofa like limp fish. Burp Jiraiya, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, exclaimed, I didn't expect you to have such culinary skills, Zheng Feng. Delicious. Burp Zheng Feng waved dismissively. The barbecue at my family's shop is also quite good. If you wish to try, you're welcome. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. That popular barbecue place is owned by your family? Tsunade chimed in proudly, I am their super VIP. My meals are always complimentary. What? Jiraiya's expression brightened instantly. Zheng Feng. My good brother. Zheng Feng quickly interrupted, calm down, don't listen to Tsunade's nonsense. She has to pay for her meals too. By the way, Tsunade, considering how affluent your family is, shouldn't you contribute a bit more for groceries? Are you feeling cheeky again? Tsunade lunged at him. The outcome was predictable. She easily overpowered him. Ultimately, he was spared only after agreeing to prepare several dishes for her to take home. Watching Tsunade leave joyfully, Zheng Feng silently vowed to work twice as hard to regain his honor. As he turned to escort Tsunade out, he caught sight of Jiraiya leering at him, rubbing his hands together. Zheng Feng, about that promise you made. With tears welling in his eyes, Zheng Feng whispered, farewell, my treasured collection. After half a month of school, Zheng Feng had gained a general understanding of the ninja world and its various factions. Senju Keisuke had begun teaching the basics of kunai, shuriken, and chakra refinement, especially the latter, as it is fundamental to becoming a ninja. In the bedroom, Zheng Feng sat with his eyes tightly shut, relaxing his mind while recalling the essential concepts of chakra refinement. He absorbed every word spoken by his teacher with great attentiveness. Time slipped away unnoticed until a faint glimmer appeared in Zheng Feng's mental realm, gradually expanding until it filled his entire consciousness with a dazzling white light. Zheng Feng's spirit jolted, and he awoke. Closing his eyes once more, he sensed a small flame flickering in his lower abdomen, as the chakra refinement technique continuously channeled energy into the flame. This is chakra. Has it truly succeeded? Zheng Feng could hardly believe it, but after a careful examination, he confirmed his success. Ecstatic, he dashed to his parents' bedroom, exclaiming, Mom, Dad, I've successfully extracted chakra. The couple was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Really? ISNT today, just the first day of your training? Could it be that Zheng Feng is a genius? Indeed, Dad. You should feel it for yourself. Zheng Feng approached Chun Sui, who placed a hand on his son's abdomen. Instantly overjoyed, Chun Sui exclaimed, It's true. It's chakra. You have truly succeeded. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Sui opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a small piece of paper, handing it to Zheng Feng. Let us test your attributes. This is chakra test paper. If you input chakra into it, it will reveal your attributes. Fire will ignite, water will moisten, lightning will crinkle, earth will crumble, and wind will split in two. Zheng Feng nodded, taking a deep breath as he gently infused chakra into the test paper. As he did so, the paper began to transform, first wrinkling, then tearing, and finally igniting into flames. Overcome with excitement, Duanmu Chunsui embraced his son tightly. Incredible! You possess 3 attributes. My son, you are truly remarkable. Dad, are 3 attributes more powerful than 1? Zheng Feng inquired, delighted by his father's exhilaration. Not necessarily, Chunsui replied. While having multiple attributes broadens your options, for top-tier warriors, the number of attributes is inconsequential. It is the strength of one's power that truly matters. Dismissing Zheng Feng's notion, Chunsui continued, but let us set that aside for now. What ninjutsu do you wish to learn? Zheng Feng pondered for a moment before his eyes sparkled with realization. Dad, at the beginning of the school year, the teacher assigned a shadow clone to supervise our studies. What jutsu is that? Chunsui smiled slightly. That is the shadow clone technique. It involves splitting your body's chakra to create a clone. When the chakra of the clone is depleted or it is attacked, the clone will dissipate, and upon its disappearance, the memories and sensations will return to the original body. With a more serious demeanor, Chunsui added, this means that if a clone is attacked, the sensations will also be transmitted back to the original body. If multiple clones are attacked, without immense willpower, one may struggle to endure. After detailing the advantages and disadvantages of the shadow clone technique, Zheng Feng promptly decided that he wanted to learn it. He thought to himself, this technique is perfect for attending classes, training, and earning money. If I can train with my clones, my efficiency will soar, and soon I shall surpass Tsunade. Chunsui rose and shortly returned with a scroll. Handing it to Zheng Feng. All the information regarding shadow clone technique is contained within. Practice diligently, and feel free to inquire should you have any questions. Zheng Feng nodded eagerly, promptly unrolling the scroll and perusing its contents. After a thorough examination, he committed the information to memory. He then began to form the necessary hand seals, channeling chakra throughout his body. Suddenly, a puff of smoke enveloped him, only to dissipate, revealing nothing. Confounded, he pondered why the technique had failed despite adhering strictly to the scroll's instructions. As he contemplated, Zheng Feng realized that his chakra reserves had been depleted, leading him to the conclusion that insufficient chakra was the cause of his unsuccessful attempt at learning the shadow clone technique. Acknowledging the root of the issue, Zheng Feng resolved to focus on training to increase his chakra capacity. The following morning, Zheng Feng trudged to school. Lacking his usual vigor and feeling somewhat perplexed by his fatigue, it was the first day of school, and the instructor had mentioned that the battles of a genin primarily revolved around physical prowess, prompting him to engage in daily physical training. Zheng Feng indeed possessed a commendable aptitude for physical techniques, and after 2 weeks of rigorous training, he had distanced himself from his peers, even surpassing Jiraiya. In practical training with Tsunade, he had improved from being swiftly defeated to lasting 5 or 6 exchanges. Yet, in light of his current predicament, Zheng Feng found himself bewildered. He summoned his resolve and decided to invigorate himself with a run to school, aiming to complete it in 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Zheng Feng gasped for breath, slumped over his desk, appearing utterly drained. At that moment, Tsunade entered the classroom and, upon observing his state, approached with curiosity. What has happened? You look as though you just awoke from slumber. I don't know, I just feel so exhausted, Zheng Feng replied between breaths. After persistent questioning from Tsunade, he recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing this, she expressed surprise. Chakra on the very first day? That is impressive. Keep up the good work. Feeling a swell of pride at the acknowledgement from the princess of the Sinjar clan, Zheng Feng couldn't help but feel elated. Tsunade contemplated for a moment before inquiring. Did you spend a considerable amount of time refining your chakra yesterday? Zheng Feng nodded in affirmation. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah. You overexerted yourself in your training. It's no wonder you feel so fatigued. At this juncture, Zheng Feng grasped the essence of chakra as a fusion of physical and mental energy. His extensive engagement with the shadow clone technique had drained his bodily energy, resulting in today's exhaustion. However, he began to worry about the potential harm of extracting chakra from his cells. Could this practice jeopardize his health or even shorten his lifespan? Alarmed by his own thoughts, he expressed his concerns to Tsunade. She, too, was taken aback. Is it possible that refining chakra could lead to a shorter life? Zheng Feng remained uncertain, suggesting that Tsunade consult the Hokage for clarity. She promptly resolved to ask her grandfather upon returning home, not wishing to face an untimely demise at such a young age. Zhang Feng quietly resolved to prioritize physical techniques and to refrain from excessive chakra refinement. Soon, it was time for class, and Shinjutsu commenced the formal instruction in ninjutsu. Clearing his throat, he addressed the students. I trust that many of you have endeavored to refine your chakra. For those who have not yet succeeded, do not despair. Remember the key points and practice diligently. And success will merely be a matter of time. Today, the instructor would discuss the 3 fundamental ninjutsu techniques, the body replacement technique. This encompasses the transformation technique, the substitution technique, and the clone technique, all of which are essential for ninjas and pivotal for the upcoming graduation examination. The substitution technique allows the practitioner to replace their body with an object they carry, creating an illusion for their opponent. The transformation technique involves manipulating chakra to assume another form. The clone technique enables the creation of duplicates. Zhang Feng listened intently, his mind racing as he committed the information to memory. The clone technique? It seems less impressive than the shadow clone technique. The transformation and substitution techniques are quite intriguing. I shall practice them more in the future. Once the teacher concluded his lecture, he allowed the students to practice freely before leaving the classroom. Zhang Feng gathered with Tsunade and Jiraiya at the training ground to practice the body replacement technique together. Zhang Feng earnestly practiced with Tsunade, while Jiraiya yawned in boredom. Zhang Feng, we don't have any chakra right now, so there's no need to be so serious. Let us wait until we can refine chakra to practice. Jiraiya remarked. Tsunade shot him a glare. Do you think Zhang Feng is as foolish as you? He succeeded yesterday. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, looking at Zhang Feng in astonishment. With a smirk, Zhang Feng formed hand seals and declared, transformation technique. A puff of white smoke enveloped him, and when it dissipated, the figure of Shinjutsu emerged. You. Jiraiya stuttered, pointing at Shinjutsu. Zhang Feng? The Shinjutsu grinned menacingly and bellowed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what are you doing here during class time? Hurry back to your lesson. This outburst startled all the students present. Why is the teacher here? Wasn't it supposed to be free practice? Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng. You scared them to death. Tsunade laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. The students soon realized this was Zhang Feng's transformation. They were astounded, within just a day. Not only had he successfully refined chakra, but he had also mastered the body replacement technique. Could this individual truly be a genius? Not far away, perched atop a large tree, Narashikaku, Yamanaka now, and Akimichi Dingyuan sat munching on snacks. Yamanaka now expressed her surprise. Is this Zhang Feng's first encounter with ninjutsu? To learn so quickly is impressive. Dingyuan, with his mouth full of chips, mumbled in agreement, but Zhang Feng's culinary skills are even more remarkable. The taste of his barbecue is truly delightful. Suddenly, 3 swift whooshing sounds filled the air as 3 shurikens struck 3 wooden targets with pinpoint accuracy. Zhang Feng surveyed his results and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Among the crowd, Uchiha Ryoji revealed a faint smile. Zhang Feng. Quite interesting. On the other side of the training ground, Hinata Izumo heard a series of bangs behind him. Turning around, he saw Zhang Feng vigorously striking a wooden post, continuing for over 10 minutes before finally stopping. Listening to the cheers of his classmates, Hinata Izumo felt a flicker of fervor in his eyes. Zhang Feng. What a formidable opponent. 2 hours later, Suk forgot to take his textbooks and returned to the classroom. Peering through the window, he glanced at the training ground not far away. Ah, quite commendable. It seems everyone is diligently practicing. Huh? Could it be a mistake? Suddenly noticing something peculiar, he rubbed his eyes and looked again at the training field. There, Zhang Feng was surrounded by classmates. Hurry, Zhang Feng, show us your handsome transformation. No. Transform into a stunning beauty. Zhang Feng, hands on his hips, chuckled proudly. Transforming into a person is rather mundane. Let me show you something entertaining. The crowd erupted in applause. Zhang Feng directed his gaze towards Jiraiya, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, sending shivers down Jiraiya's spine. Hey, Zhang Feng. What are you up to? Don't worry, brother. I'll transform into something you adore, something you particularly cherish. With a wink directed at Jiraiya, the latter quickly understood. His eyes sparkling. Is it that kind? Zhang Feng nodded affirmatively, and Jiraiya became transfixed, his gaze locked onto Zhang Feng. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and as it dispersed, an alluring figure appeared before the crowd, completely unclad, with skin like jade, and enveloped in wisps of smoke around the head and vital areas. Gasp! The children present had never witnessed such a sight. They were utterly dumbfounded, some even losing control and bleeding from their noses without realizing it. Among them, Jiraiya reacted the most, blood streaming down to the ground as he appeared frozen, eyes wide open as if admiring an unparalleled treasure. As the smoke cleared entirely, a familiar face emerged. Thud. The crowd fell to the ground in despair, clutching their chests in anguish. My eyes are going blind. Nearby, Narashikaku and his companions tumbled from the tree in shock. What on earth is Zhang Feng doing? It's too much for the eyes. Yet, the most unfortunate was Jiraiya, filled with despair, lamenting, I actually believe this scoundrel's nonsense. It's over. I have lost all will to live. In the center of the crowd, Zhang Feng, adorned with the face of teacher Senju S. Suk, gazed with interest at his own artwork. How is it? This is the derivative of the transformation technique, the art of gender bending. Impressive, right? Ha ha. Indeed, it's truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Oh, teacher? As Zhang Feng turned around in triumph, another face of Senju S. Suk appeared before him, and he instantly sensed trouble, bolting away. Thud. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a heavy blow struck his head, causing the transformation technique to dissipate. Kancho Soke, with a dark expression, abruptly lifted Zhang Feng and bellowed, What kind of absurd transformation technique is this? You are forbidden from using it again. Write a 5,000-word reflection and submit it to me by tomorrow, understood? Zhang Feng, with a large bump on his head, repeatedly nodded in agreement. As soon as Kancho Soke departed, Zhang Feng felt a chill creep up his back. Turning around, he found himself encircled by dozens of fiery-eyed peers. Brothers, I was merely playing a little joke. Please, spare my face. On the way home from school, Zhang Feng, with his head swollen and covered in countless footprints, limped along, supported by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Deservedly so. Who told you to use such a ridiculous ninjutsu? Tsunade was evidently still irked by Zhang Feng's gender-bending technique. Alas, it's my fault. I just wanted to tease Jiraiya. I didn't expect the teacher to see it. What a miscalculation. Jiraiya recalled Zhang Feng's transformed appearance and felt a sense of nausea wash over him. Brother, you've won this round. Please, never employ that ninjutsu again. I implore you. Jiraiya resolved inwardly to refine his chakra soon and repay Zhang Feng for this debacle. Lost in thought, he emitted a peculiar, lecherous chuckle that made Zhang Feng shiver inexplicably. In the heart of Konoha, an opulent mansion stood proudly, where a man clad in a light blue robe and possessing dark hair sat in the living room, indulging in snacks with an extravagant demeanor. Beside him sat a graceful beauty with flowing red hair. Mito, where is little Tsunade? I feel as though I might starve. I believe you're merely eager for the meal she brings back, Mito replied knowingly, having been married for many years. She should be returning shortly. Indeed. Scarcely had she spoken when a commotion arose at the door. With a soft thud, Tsunade burst through, hurriedly placing the takeout on the table. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, Senja Hashirama perked up instantly. Delicious. Is this seafood fried rice? Is it all for me? Then I shan't hold back. Mito interjected, You ought to remind Tobarama that it's time for dinner. Hashirama, enlightened, slapped his forehead in realization. Moments later, a sound echoed within the house as Senju Tobarama appeared before the trio. Tsunade called out, Great uncle, come quickly. Otherwise, uncle will devour it all. As they dined, the three laughed heartily at Tsunade's tales of Zhang Feng's unique ninjutsu, erupting into even louder laughter upon hearing how Zhang Feng had been caught in the act by Kancho Soke. Ha ha. The gender-bending technique. That kid is truly imaginative. A slight smile crept across Tobarama's lips as he remarked, Little Tsunade, invite Zhang Feng over to our home someday. I would like to meet him. Hashirama eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes. Little Tsunade, bring him along. Let him prepare something delicious for Grandpa. And perhaps teach that lad a few techniques as well, huh? Tsunade promptly affirmed, I will definitely bring him tomorrow. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly recalled the question Zhang Feng had mentioned earlier and swiftly turned to inquire of Senju Tobarama. Konoha's sage, Senju Tobarama, pondered briefly before responding. Indeed, Kazekage is correct. The refinement of chakra can indeed lead to premature aging or even a shortened lifespan. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's heart raced with anxiety as she clutched Tobarama, pleading, does this mean I shall grow old at an accelerated pace? I do not want that, dear great-grandfather. You must think of a solution. With a sense of helplessness, Obito gazed at Tsunade, conveying his own inability to remedy the situation. He could only await the maturity of his body and appropriately manage the time spent refining chakra to delay aging. However, his limitations did not imply that others were devoid of solutions. You might inquire with your grandmother. She may possess a method. Mito, witnessing Tsunade's tearful expression, could not bring herself to tease her further. Your grandmother has a sealing technique. Once you master it, it will resolve the issue you mentioned. Before Tsunade could express her joy, Mito continued. Yet, this ninjutsu cannot be utilized until you reach adulthood, so your grandmother will teach it to you when you grow up. Tsunade pouted, reluctantly acquiescing. The following day, Tsunade recounted Obito's words to Kakashi. With his chin resting on his hands, Kakashi pondered for a moment before suggesting, Tsunade, why don't we learn medical ninjutsu? Perhaps a solution may be discovered. Zhang Feng had long harbored this idea, but it was essential to enlist Tsunade's assistance. With the background of the Senju clan, this issue should be easily resolved. To persuade Tsunade to join him, Zhang Feng employed a clever tactic. If you learn medical ninjutsu, you need not worry when you beat someone up. After you finish, you can heal them and continue the fun. It's perfect. Tsunade was utterly bewildered by this line of reasoning and unconsciously acquiesced. Slap. Then I must ask you to help us find a medical instructor, Tsunade. Zhang Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction, and thus their agreement was made. The mere thought of mastering medical ninjutsu without incurring any tuition fees filled Zhang Feng with admiration for his own cleverness. Tsunade also took the opportunity to convey the instructions given by Hashirama the previous night. Coincidentally, my great-grandfather and the others expressed a desire to meet you. So you shall accompany me back this evening? Uncle is quite fond of the meals you prepare. If you perform well, he may impart a few culinary secrets to you. Zhang Feng, feeling a rush of excitement and a bit dazed, eagerly exclaimed, Really? Which deity of ninjas shall impart the art of ninjutsu to me? At this moment, Zhang Feng's thoughts had long since drifted away from school, his mind filled with fantasies of preparing an extravagant Manchuan imperial feast. He envisioned the god of ninjas relishing the meal to the fullest, exclaiming in delight, and inevitably taking him as his disciple. Just the thought of it stirred a sense of excitement within him. Zhang Feng, stop grinning foolishly. The teacher is calling you. Just as Zhang Feng was roused by Tsunade's voice, he was summoned to the podium. Senju Kakashi certainly recalled yesterday's events. Although the ninjutsu had incited her ire, Zhang Feng's innate talent astonished her. To master chakra in such a brief span, to grasp the body flicker technique upon mere explanation, and to wield it with proficiency, this talent was indeed remarkable. Kakashi could not help but feel a sense of regret for such a gifted individual. In truth, as a genin, her presence in the classroom primarily served to discreetly oversee the direct heir of the Senju clan, the young princess. Observing Zhang Feng at the podium, Kakashi inquired, Zhang Feng, have you ever tested your chakra affinity? Teacher, I possess the attributes of earth, wind, and fire. Oh, Senju Kai expressed his surprise. 3 attributes are quite rare. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the lesson at hand, gesturing for Masafumi to demonstrate the body duplication technique for the class. As he observed Masafumi's adept performance, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Well done, your mastery of the body duplication technique is commendable. In the future, make sure to dedicate more effort to the throwing of ninja tools and physical techniques. Senju Kai glanced at the students below, aside from those with family legacies. He pondered how many commoners could truly become ninjas. Would Masafumi be the only one? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Senju Kai inquired, Are there any other students who have successfully refined chakra? If anyone can achieve this by tomorrow, I will teach them a C-rank ninjutsu. The C-rank ninjutsu was regarded as beneath those from family lineages, serving as motivation for the common students. As soon as Senju Kai finished speaking, Orochimaru slowly rose, calmly stating, Teacher, I have also succeeded. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of astonished chatter. Is that true? This guy succeeded too. They murmured. He hardly speaks. Yet it seems he is a genius. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru in frustration, disbelief washing over him, a wave of defeat swelling in his chest. It was one thing to lose to Masafumi. After all, they were good friends, but to be outdone by Orochimaru was unacceptable. No matter what, I must succeed tomorrow. I cannot be left behind. Senju Kai, taken aback by the revelation, beckoned Orochimaru to the front with an amiable expression, asking, How well have you grasped the body duplication technique? Orochimaru demonstrated through action, performing the seals, and Senju Kai was pleasantly surprised. Orochimaru's understanding of the technique was profound, rivaling that of Masafumi. Senju's Kai felt a flicker of hope for the common ninja. Later that evening, at Tsunade's residence, Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido, Tobarama, and Tsunade had finished every dish on the table. Hashirama laughed heartily. I'm so full. Masafumi, your culinary skills are indeed unparalleled. Mido rolled her eyes at her husband and gently addressed Masafumi. Child, you've worked hard today. Us adults can't help much. We can only wait to eat. Masafumi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble, Grandma. Once I master the shadow clone technique, I'll let my clones handle these tasks. Hashirama's eyes lit up. That's a splendid idea. Masafumi, I can teach you the wood clone technique. How about sending a clone to our home to cook? Before Masafumi could respond, Tobarama interjected, Brother, the wood clone can only be used by those who can perform wood release. Hashirama smacked his forehead in embarrassment. Ah, right. I nearly forgot. That one tea work then. Masafumi felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, mastering wood release was no simple feat, and he had other aspirations. Thus, he shared his desire to learn medical ninjutsu, with Tsunade enthusiastically supporting him. Hashirama immediately nodded in agreement and then stood up to leave. After a short while, he returned holding a massive scroll, addressing Masafumi and Tsunade. This is the foundational medical ninjutsu of the Senju clan. Once you have mastered it, I will teach you the next steps. Gazing upon the colossal scroll that towered over them, the two individuals found themselves momentarily speechless. This scroll is enormous. How long will it take to master it? One exclaimed. I took an entire year to learn it, and I was the fastest record holder. You two had better put in the effort. Let us make a wager. If you can complete it within a year, I shall grant you one request. However, if you lose, you must fulfill one of my demands. How does that sound? Quite fair, don't you think? It's a deal. Before Tsunade could voice her thoughts, Zhengfeng immediately agreed. With his remarkable photographic memory, he was confident he could grasp it in a month. Rendering the bet an assured victory for him, there was no reason to decline. Tsunade, however, hesitated, pondering the year of study that would consume her leisure time. Yet, recalling her commitment to learn medical ninjutsu alongside Zhengfeng, she steeled herself and acquiesced. The following day, a significant event unfolded in class. On the podium, Jiraiya was demonstrating his somewhat clumsy technique of the three-body technique. The expression on Senju Keiki's face was one of delight. Another one, although it appears a bit unpolished. It is nonetheless impressive. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at Jiraiya on stage, and then at Zhengfeng and Orochimaru in the audience, feeling an inkling of foresight. These three individuals were destined for great accomplishments. After class, Senju Keiki fulfilled her promise and taught each of the three a ninjutsu. Zhengfeng learned Earth Release, Earth Wall. Jiraiya acquired Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, and Orochimaru was instructed in Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. That day, the names of Zhengfeng, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya spread throughout the school, garnering admiration from many civilian students and inciting envy among some of the ninja clans. Zhengfeng paid no heed to the external commotion. He arrived at the training ground, recalling the ninjutsu taught by Senju Keiki, and instinctively formed hand seals. Tiger, tiger, dog, rat, ox, horse, tiger, boar, snake, he intoned, summoning the earth wall. He slapped his hands against the ground, and chakra swiftly converged into his palms, flowing outward. In an instant, a small mound of earth rose before him, halting at knee height. It seems the chakra is insufficient. Prolonged chakra training could adversely affect his physical growth, so Zhengfeng was cautious not to extend his practice too long. Estimating the time required to master the Earth Wall ninjutsu at his current chakra refinement pace, he concluded it would take approximately a year. While intensive training could significantly reduce this duration, it would pose considerable risks to his developing body. Thus, for the sake of a brighter future, he had to exercise patience. Resigned to this reality, he shifted his focus to theoretical study, planning to address the physical risks later. With this thought in mind, Zhengfeng did not press himself further and began practicing physical techniques instead. He had recently conceived an excellent method for training physical skills, which he was eager to test. In the back mountains of Konoha, Zhengfeng, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru gathered. Tsunade, expressing concern, asked, Zhengfeng, are you certain you want to do this? Zhengfeng nodded confidently. Trust me, this will surely yield results. Just focus on your strikes. After establishing the training regimen for physical techniques, Zhengfeng summoned Tsunade and Jiraiya to assist him in his practice. But Jiraiya, in turn, brought Orochimaru along. Observing Zhengfeng, Orochimaru expressed his intrigue, remarking, This is indeed an excellent method for enhancing reflexes. However, I fear you may not endure for more than a few minutes. Zhang Feng believed that to augment one's combat prowess, it was imperative to first enhance one's reaction time. In the skirmishes of lower-ranked ninjas, battles predominantly revolved around physical techniques, which invariably led to close-quarters combat. Thus, possessing swift reflexes would grant one an insurmountable advantage. Consequently, Zhang Feng devised a training approach where he would allow his opponents to strike, while he honed his evasive maneuvers to sharpen his reflexes. The group found this training plan feasible, yet they acknowledged that injuries were an unavoidable consequence. Zhang Feng retrieved a prepared medical kit, and, with a smile directed at the trio, proclaimed, to grow stronger, one must be willing to pay a price. I trust you are not afraid? No sooner had he spoken than Jiraiya leaped forward, exclaiming, afraid? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Bring it on. Tsunade, shaking her fist, grinned mischievously at Zhang Feng, saying, humph. Just wait until you receive a beating. Orochimaru, with a stoic expression, nodded at Zhang Feng. They then divided into pairs for training, Zhang Feng with Tsunade, and Jiraiya with Orochimaru. Bring it on. Zhang Feng and Jiraiya shouted in unison. However, mere bravado did not translate to strength, and soon they found themselves pummeled into a state resembling that of swollen pigs by Tsunade and Orochimaru. They were perplexed as to why their opponents consistently targeted their heads. Nevertheless, the tides of fortune would soon turn, and Zhang Feng envisioned the moment he would bring Tsunade down to his level, chuckling to himself. Hey Zhang Feng, stop laughing, it's quite unbecoming. Zhang Feng retorted, just you wait. I shall turn you into a pig-headed fool. What? One must be gentle with girls? Apologies, but such opportunities to strike Tsunade are rare. All right, let us switch positions. It is now my turn to attack, with Jiraiya. Tsunade finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru with gleaming eyes, both eagerly lunging at one another, interspersing their actions with peculiar chuckles. After the training concluded, Tsunade returned home, announcing, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Hashirama cast a surprised glance at Tsunade, inquiring, what happened to you? Why is your head so swollen? Mito, intrigued, turned her head to look. Tsunade then recounted the events of the training briefly. Upon hearing this, Mito chuckled resignedly. So, you were bested by Zhang Feng? Tsunade, with a proud smile, replied. That fellow's head is even more swollen than mine. I landed over 500 hits on him. Besides, Grandpa can use medical ninjutsu to heal me. I shall make him regret laying a hand on me tomorrow. Hashirama laughed heartily. Indeed, my granddaughter, I shall assist in your healing. And tomorrow you shall return the favor doubly. He added, this method should prove effective, and it will also enhance your medical knowledge, truly a twofold benefit. Meanwhile, Jiraiya returned home to an empty house. His parents passed away when he was merely 2 years old, and he has since relied on the village's pension for sustenance. He has navigated life in this manner from a young age. Casually switching on the light, he stumbled to the bedside and collapsed onto the bed, only to be met with a sudden jolt of pain. Ouch. That hurts. That rascal Orochimaru. Tomorrow, I shall defeat you so thoroughly that even the teacher will be unable to recognize you. Jiraiya lay on his bed, reminiscing about the start of the school year and his encounter with Zhang Feng, the irritable Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. Orochimaru, like Jiraiya, was an orphan, and his home was equally desolate. His condition appeared somewhat better than Jiraiya's, yet only marginally so. Although Jiraiya aimed to punch at his head, Orochimaru's reflexes were swift, allowing him to evade with considerable success, absorbing most of the blows. With an expressionless face, Orochimaru touched his swollen eye, a sharp pain coursing through him, edging things home. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dad, be gentler. Duanmu Chunsui helplessly applied medicine to Zhang Feng, who winced in pain. Just endure a little longer, it will soon be better. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, for after the application of the medicine, he still needed to study the contents of the medical scrolls. Are you out of your mind, you rascal? In such circumstances, is there still the energy to pursue learning? Duanmu Chunsui gazed at Zhang Feng in astonishment. Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, Dad, you don't understand. I assure you, Tsunade will undoubtedly return to have her grandfather treat her. Her injuries will heal swiftly. I must hasten to learn medical ninjutsu, or else I will find myself at a significant disadvantage. Zhang Feng possessed profound insights into Tsunade. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she never allowed herself to suffer losses. It was quite possible that by now, her injuries were already mended. If this situation continued, The gap between them would only widen, a notion that Zhang Feng found utterly unacceptable. Thus, he was determined to master medical ninjutsu at the earliest opportunity. The spirit of his Scroll King began to ignite fervently within him. The following day, as Zhang Feng stepped into the classroom, his strikingly cool appearance astonished everyone. Narashikawa curiously inquired, "Zhang Feng, what happened to you?" "Hello. You have been struck by Tsunade." "Oh?" Nara Shikamaru's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Aren't you good friends? Did you provoke her?" "Not quite." After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Feng deemed it not a secret and recounted the events in their entirety. Upon finishing, Narashikawa found it quite intriguing and suggested they should go see it together. Zhang Feng, indifferent to the idea, readily agreed. At this moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru entered, their distinctive appearances capturing the attention of their classmates. Lastly, Tsunade arrived, just as Zhang Feng had anticipated, fully restored to her former self, brimming with vitality. Approaching Zhang Feng with a cheerful smile, she inquired, "So, are you coming again today?" Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and nodded. "Proceed." This training was proposed by him. To pause after merely one day of practice would be quite embarrassing. In the morning, there is a cultural theory class. But Zhang Feng has already committed the theoretical knowledge to memory. After passing the teacher's assessment, he is no longer required to attend the theory classes. After greeting Tsunade, Zhang Feng proceeded to the training ground alone. Following the meticulously devised training regimen, he began with equipment practice, followed by physical conditioning, 500 squats, 1,000 sit-ups, 500 push-ups, 3,000 meters of frog jumps, and 4 sets of 100-meter sprints. Upon completion, Zhang Feng was drenched in sweat, and it was already noon. After a brief respite in the classroom and a meal of bento, he summoned Tsunade and the others for another round of training. As they set out, the entire class followed suit. Zhang Feng was taken aback. What is going on?" He noticed Lukawa awkwardly scratching his head, saying, I'm sorry, Zhang Feng. I mentioned this to Ding Yuan, and we spoke too loudly, so everyone overheard. Zhang Feng, let us go take a look." "Indeed, Zhang Feng, you prodigies work so hard. We wish to learn from you." With no choice but to acquiesce, Zhang Feng led the group to the training site from the previous day, where classmates had gathered to observe their training. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What kind of training is this? Just taking hits without retaliating? And only being allowed to dodge within a limited area? There is simply no way to evade. Moreover, it was evident that Tsunade and Orochimaru were using full force, showing no mercy. Sure enough, within a mere few minutes, the appearance of Zhang Feng and Jiraiya became increasingly pitiable. Among the crowd, Uchiha Ryoji scoffed disdainfully. "This training is utterly pointless." He turned on his heel and departed, as if glancing back would be a waste of time. Hyuga Izumi furrowed her brow, leaving silently as well. Nara Lukawa, however, watched with great interest. This training appears to enhance reflexes and speed. Sounds promising. Should we give it a try? Forget it. I'd rather find a sunny spot to take a nap. Honestly, I prefer eating, Yamashiro Nai remarked, exasperated. I truly can't deal with you too. After witnessing this training method, the enthusiasm of the other students gradually waned. Regardless of its efficacy, being beaten to a pulp would surely invite ridicule on the streets. However, this perception would undergo a complete transformation 2 weeks later. In the practical combat class 2 weeks later, Zhang Feng, Tsunade draw. Orochimaru, Yamashiro Nai, Orochimaru wins. Jiraiya, Akimichi Ding Yuan, Jiraiya wins. The crowd stood in stunned silence as the teacher announced the results, incredulously gazing at Zhang Feng and the others. After 2 weeks of training, the reactions and speeds of the four had significantly improved, particularly Zhang Feng, who, in addition to their training, undertook high-intensity workouts alone each day, had elevated his physical capabilities to match Tsunade, surpassing even Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Now facing Tsunade's attacks, he managed to evade successfully 70 of the time. Tsunade, already possessing high caliber, made substantial progress despite the marginal increase. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, two ninjas of humble origins, now overshadowed the scions of ninja clans, Yamashiro Nai and Ding Yuan. How is this possible? Could that foolish method truly be effective? Uchiha Ryoji had just been defeated by Tsunade, his face etched with frustration. Yet his heart was resolute. It was merely a matter of enduring punishment. If they could do it, so could he. At that moment, he was not alone in this sentiment. Hyuga Izumi, Shikawa, Nai, Ding Yuan, and other clan ninjas resolved to adopt the same training regimen. The common-born students gazed with fervent admiration at Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who stood as paragons of the underdog triumphing over noble lineage. Thus, from that day forth, Whenever training commenced, throngs of individuals gathered nearby, mimicking the training routines with fervor. The atmosphere was ablaze with enthusiasm. Tsunade and her companions were likewise inspired by this energy, committing themselves to their training with greater vigor. Jiraiya even became so engrossed that he carried his study notes on the great fireball technique wherever he went. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, the influence they wielded was beginning to cultivate a competitive spirit within the school. For Kakashi, progress was tangibly evident. Achieving parity with Tsunade in practical combat served as the finest testament to his growth. This sensation was simply addictive. Any lapse in diligence could result in Tsunade surpassing him, leaving him bruised and battered. Consequently, he too began to intensify his efforts. Regrettably, he was not the sole individual harboring such ambitions. After enduring the rigorous training methods introduced by Kakashi, Uchiha Ryoji, Hyuga Izumi, and Shikawa, sporting numerous bumps and bruises, vowed to reclaim their honor. With the momentum generated by these few, nearly all the students plunged into this fierce competition for supremacy in training. In no time, the entire first-year class was adorned with an array of injuries, causing their reputation to soar. As the pioneer of this training method, Kakashi's renown also spread far and wide. As the homeroom teacher, Senju S. Suk, the Hokage, specifically commended her efforts, encouraging her to continue her exemplary work. While Senju S. Suk reveled in her joy, Kakashi approached her with concern. "Teacher, if the students continue training like this, their health may suffer." Senju S. Suk, puzzled, inquired, what sort of problems might arise? As a ninja born into a prominent clan, she had always had access to ample training resources, and even injuries were promptly addressed. While the clan members had little to fear, the common-born ninjas lacked such privileges. Any injuries they sustained would go untreated, accumulating over time to inflict hidden harm upon their bodies. After each training session, it was Kakashi and Tsunade who tended to Jiraiya and Orochimaru's wounds before they could depart. Even so, both would invariably carry some lingering injuries. Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, Senju S. Suk began to grasp the gravity of the issue. However, she was well aware of Kakashi's capabilities. Having raised a concern, he likely possessed a solution. Is there any method to resolve this predicament? Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "We can only reduce their training. While the practical combat skills of ninjas are paramount, the students' bodies are still developing, and the hidden injuries from excessive training may lead to irreversible damage. Therefore, I propose we incorporate more theoretical lessons, allowing the students to acquire medical knowledge. Once they grasp a few basic medical ninjutsu techniques, they will be able to treat themselves promptly. Perhaps we could even cultivate some medical ninjas." Upon hearing this, Senju Keisuke felt a profound astonishment within. This young man had devised such a flawless approach, balancing the interests of both the individuals and the village. Should this plan prove viable, Konoha would surely boast a plethora of medical ninjas, whose worth is immeasurable. Yet, Senju Keisuke hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Zhang Feng. "The idea is commendable, but I lack medical knowledge, and there are few medical ninjas in the village. How can we conduct the lessons?" Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, thumped his chest confidently. "Is there any need to search for one? My medical knowledge has been imparted by the god of ninjas. I shall teach everyone without fail." "You." Senju Keisuke's eyes widened in disbelief. The following day, the classroom was bustling with an air of excitement, though every face except Zhang Feng and Tsunade bore signs of bruising. As the class bell rang, Senju Keisuke entered and announced a significant change. "From today onwards, we will have theoretical classes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, while practical sessions will be held on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons." A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Senju Keisuke raised a hand for silence and reiterated Zhang Feng's proposal. Gradually, the students quieted, recognizing the soundness of their teacher's reasoning. After several days of intense training, the students from civilian backgrounds had endured through sheer physical resilience, their struggles unknown to outsiders. With the teacher's willingness to invite medical ninjas to impart their knowledge, there was no basis for dissent. As for the students from prominent clans, such as Uchiha Ryoji, they understood even more acutely the importance of medical knowledge. Seeing the consensus among the students, Senju Keisuke beckoned Zhang Feng forward. "Very well, let us welcome Zhang Feng to address the class." Amidst the murmurs of surprise, Zhang Feng approached the podium, clutching his hastily compiled notes, and declared with solemnity, "Let us commence our lesson." "What?" The classroom erupted in disbelief, with every gaze filled with skepticism. After all, medical knowledge is a rigorous field. How could they trust the expertise of someone their own age? Tsunade looked at Zhang Feng, astonished. Zhang Feng, Have you mastered the contents of the scroll? Medical knowledge is quite complex. What if you teach it incorrectly? Tsunade was aware that Zhengfeng had only been studying medical knowledge for 2 weeks. Zhengfeng, however, remained composed. Thanks to his remarkable memory, he had already retained nearly half of the scroll's contents and had acquired a foundational understanding of medical principles. Most importantly, prior to the lesson, he had sought out Hashirama and Tobarama to assess his knowledge, both of whom concurred that Zhengfeng had attained a sufficient level of understanding to conduct experimental teaching in class. It can be said that Zhengfeng's medical knowledge has garnered the endorsement of both the god of ninjas and the contemporary Hokage. Standing at the podium, Zhengfeng cleared his throat, acknowledging the possible skepticism in the room. Rest assured, my medical expertise has been validated by 2 generations of Hokage. At the very least, allow me to deliver one lecture. If you find it unsatisfactory, you may dismiss me thereafter. The students, upon hearing his words, began to see the rationale. Since the Hokage himself had given his approval, it would be worthwhile to listen for a while. As silence enveloped the classroom, Zhengfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was time to execute his plan. His strategy was straightforward. He aimed to redirect the students' focus predominantly toward their studies, reducing the time spent on practical combat training, including that of Tsunade and her peers. Meanwhile, he would secretly hone his own skills, envisioning a future where, in 2 or 3 years, he could effortlessly outmatch Tsunade. Was this underhanded? Perhaps. But he justified it as being entirely in the students' best interests. At their current developmental stage, excessive training could be counterproductive, and thus, Zhengfeng felt no moral burden regarding his actions. However, he first needed to gain the students' acceptance as their instructor. With a stack of meticulously organized materials in hand, Zhengfeng lifted his gaze, addressing the audience earnestly. In our first lesson, I would like to discuss the significance of medical ninjutsu and its relevance in our daily lives. He began with a striking statistic. 10 years ago, like many other villages, Konoha suffered around 3,000 casualties among its combatants. However, since then, our death rate has been halved. Do you know why this is? A profound silence fell over the classroom. Zhengfeng's enthusiasm surged. 10 years ago, we officially established the ninja hospital. We trained numerous medical ninjas, ensuring that our frontline fighters received prompt medical attention when injured. This significantly increased their survival rates, which is the crucial mission of medical ninjas. He surveyed the students with a serious expression. While not everyone can become a true medical ninja, I assure you that everyone can master basic medical knowledge, allowing you to safeguard your own life and that of your comrades in critical moments. The students' expressions gradually shifted to one of seriousness, indicating a change in their mindset. Observing this, Zhengfeng relaxed his tone. Next, you might be curious about the practical applications of medical knowledge in everyday life. Have you all heard of Duanmu barbecue? Has anyone visited recently? Did you notice anything different? Akito Dingyuan quickly responded, the grilled meat has a delightful aroma. It tastes even better. Zhengfeng smiled and nodded. Exactly. During my studies in medical knowledge, I discovered several plants that enhance the tenderness of meat when consumed by animals. I formulated these plants into additives for animal feed, and as a result, the meat from these animals carries a hint of fragrance when grilled. As he spoke, Zhengfeng produced his wallet and waved it with a hint of pride. Thanks to the introduction of this new variety, the barbecue shop sales have multiplied several times, and my father rewards me with an allowance of 100,000 ryo each month. Upon uttering these words, the eyes of all the students in the room widened in astonishment, including Uchiha Ryoji, while the others were no exception. Zhengfeng's display of affluence ignited an unprecedented enthusiasm among the crowd for medical knowledge. After all, where could one find such a boon that not only preserves life but also offers financial gain? They eagerly urged teacher Zhengfeng to commence the lesson without delay. Sensing the fervor of his students, a subtle smile graced teacher Zhengfeng's lips. After meticulously explaining the principles of chakra and the dangers of excessive training, Zhengfeng advised his classmates to primarily focus on physical techniques before the age of 12, minimizing their chakra training frequency. He emphasized that this period is crucial for laying a solid foundation. It is essential not to rush the process. In addition to training, he encouraged everyone to engage in outings with friends, partake in games, and cultivate personal interests. Relentless practice could lead to physical harm, and he hoped no one would undertake endeavors that yield more harm than benefit. Concluding the lesson, he assigned a homework task. Each student was to write a reflection on medical knowledge due the following day. Zhengfeng's insights profoundly impacted his classmates, challenging their conventional beliefs, leading many to consider discussing these matters with their parents. Upon hearing about the homework, Senshu Tsongjie exclaimed, What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of this? Zhang Feng then signaled for Tsunade and Jiraiya to leave with him. Along the way, Jiraiya grumbled about the assignment, subtly hinting for Zhang Feng to ease the burden, but was met with a firm refusal. After bidding farewell to Tsunade and Jiraiya, Zhang Feng, finding himself alone, dashed towards the back mountain, determined to surpass them all. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ryoji was recounting recent events at school to his father, Uchiha Sho. After a moment's contemplation, Sho inquired, "Ryoji, what do you think of that child named Zhang Feng?" Ryoji replied, "Given that he is as strong as Tsunade now, his training methods must be effective." Sho sighed softly. "In that case, let us give it a try, but do not let me down." "Understood, father," Ryoji affirmed. The other clans were experiencing similar sentiments. While reducing chakra training was one matter, the allure of learning medical knowledge was undeniable. In the Senju clan, Tsunade was sharing the developments from school with Hashirama, Tobirama, and Mito. Hashirama remarked, "Zhang Feng is correct. In this peaceful era, physical development is paramount." Tobirama nodded in agreement. Indeed, the childhood stage is not suited for chakra training. At present, physical techniques and medical knowledge take precedence. However, Mito interjected, "You all underestimate this child, Zhang Feng. Do not forget, within just 2 weeks, he managed to match Tsunade. And he has made notable progress in medical studies. Tsunade, do you believe that after parting with you, Zhang Feng has been secretly training to surpass you?" Tsunade's mouth fell agape, her face gradually reddening, and she ultimately smashed her fist onto the table, exclaiming, "That insufferable Zhang Feng thinks he can secretly surpass me? In his dreams. I must train harder." With that, she dashed out, leaving the three in astonishment. Observing Tsunade's hasty retreat, they all sighed. Youth is truly wonderful. At that moment, Hashirama recalled something. "Tobirama, in a year, the 5 great shinobi villages will hold a student exchange meeting, correct? Do you have suitable candidates in mind?" Since the battle at the Valley of the End, there had been much speculation regarding the condition of Senju Hashirama's health. Some assert that after the Great War, Senju Hashirama sustained severe injuries and has little time left, while others contend that he remains unscathed and has grown even stronger over the years. The primary objective of this gathering among the 4 great ninja villages is to ascertain the current health of Senju Hashirama and, concurrently, to evaluate the capabilities of the new generation from Konohagakure. I propose to hold an assessment, with the top 3 participants representing Konoha. Is your intention to test Masuke's brother? Hashirama remained noncommittal. However, Tobirama expressed a differing opinion. This child, Masuke's, indeed possesses remarkable talent. If there were no restrictions on chakra refinement, his chances of success would be significantly high. Yet, as it stands, he can likely only engage in physical combat, which gives me cause for concern. Tobirama's perspective is quite reasonable. The strength of a ninja is primarily determined by the volume of chakra they possess. An abundance of chakra enables the use of a greater variety of jutsu, enhancing their potency, while a deficit restricts one to physical techniques, placing them at a disadvantage. Tsunade was initially a suitable candidate, but if she too were to limit chakra refinement, her chances would diminish as well. Senju Tobirama shook his head. Masuke's suggestion, aimed at safeguarding the children's health, was indeed well-intentioned, yet it rendered the selection of suitable candidates for the exchange rather challenging. Initially, consideration was given to Shikamaru Nara from the 2nd year and Masuke's and Tsunade from the 1st year. With the sudden loss of 2 candidates, uncertainty loomed. Hashirama chuckled heartily. You underestimate Masuke's too much. His physical aptitude is quite formidable. When I first conducted a physical examination, I found his condition to be on par with the Uzumaki clan. Even with restrictions on chakra training, within a year, he could achieve the chakra volume of a genin. Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement. That is indeed something to anticipate. However, there remains a year until then, at which time we shall see how he performs in the assessment. Ha ha ha. I wonder if I will even live to see that day. Brother, Hashirama, what nonsense are you spouting? Noticing the sudden change in their expressions, Hashirama hastily fell silent, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Ever since the battle at the Valley of the End, his health had deteriorated daily, and he could now distinctly sense that he might not last another year. Tobirama was acutely aware of his brother's condition, but felt powerless, consumed by silent anxiety. The enduring peace among the 5 great ninja villages for the past 16 years relied heavily on the prestige of Senju Hashirama. Once he is gone, the specter of war may become unavoidable. Just as the 3 fell into silence, Tsunade dashed back, drenched in sweat, and sat at the table. Retrieving paper and pen from her bag, I almost forgot about my homework. I must finish it before practicing. Biting the pin's tip. She sat in a daze for a while, unable to conjure any thoughts, before tossing the pin aside and leaping into Uzumaki Mito's embrace, whining, "Grandma, I don't want to do my homework." 2 weeks later, Masake set out early in the morning, filled with anticipation. Upon arriving at Tsunade's home, he greeted the 2 guards before stepping inside. The guards, familiar with Masake's, did not impede his entry. As he entered, he spotted Tsunade in the yard, diligently striking a wooden post, beads of sweat glistening on her brow, indicating she had been training for quite some time. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. This fellow is indeed a master of competition. Had he known, he would not have agreed to her request of skipping homework. Alas, this individual had even invited Zhang Feng's parents, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce to this self-imposed pressure. Yet, pondering the events about to unfold, a smile involuntarily crept across Zhang Feng's face. As soon as Zhang Feng spoke, Tsunade noticed him and, with a cheerful expression, asked, "Are you here to play with me? I heard a new gambling house has opened recently. Shall we go together?" Zhang Feng replied, "How can you say that? During training, one cannot simply go out and have fun. What would the first Hokage think? What about your own efforts?" He quickly added, Fine, I'll keep quiet." Suddenly, Tsunade clenched her fists, her small face flushing with anger. Just as she was about to explode, Zhang Feng wisely ceased his banter. "Enough chatter. What brings you here?" Rubbing his head, Zhang Feng feigned indifference. "It's nothing major. I've completed my basic medical ninjutsu training and wish to learn the next stage of medical ninjutsu." "What?" In the living room, Senja Hashirama was lost in thought, resting on the table. Zhang Feng's voice roused him, and he inquired about his purpose. Hashirama was astonished. "You've completed everything in the scroll?" Zhang Feng nodded confidently. Hashirama immediately set a test. "What are the main areas of the human nervous system? What joints are present in the human body? How do you prepare an antidote for a wound caused by poisonous plants?" Zhang Feng had memorized all the content from the scroll. No matter how challenging or tricky the questions, he responded with ease. Moments later, Hashirama exclaimed, "I never expected you to master everything in such a short time. That's impressive." Tsunade felt a pang of dissatisfaction. They had begun learning together, yet she had only grasped 10 of the material, while her granduncle praised her for that. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng had completed it all, which struck Tsunade hard. "Zhang Feng, I'm curious how you managed to learn all this. It's not merely a matter of good memory, is it?" Zhang Feng candidly replied, "The key is teaching my classmates. Before each class, I worried about being stumped by their questions, so I repeatedly reviewed the lesson content several times. This deepened my memory and honed my skills." Tsunade suddenly realized, "I see. In that case, I can give it a try too." She expressed her thoughts, and Zhang Feng immediately offered his support. Consequently, his primary focus shifted to learning medical ninjutsu, leaving the teaching duties to Tsunade. Hashirama then led Zhang Feng outside, deep into the forest by the riverbank beyond Konoha. He caught a fish and, using a small knife, inflicted a wound on it. Zhang Feng, watch closely. This is the foundational technique of a medical ninja, healing palm. A green glow appeared in Hashirama's hand, and as the light approached the fish's wound, the injury began to slowly shrink and eventually vanished. Afterward, Hashirama returned the small fish to the river and commenced an explanation of the principles behind the healing palm technique. The principle is, in essence, quite straightforward. By channeling chakra from the palm, one can enhance the healing capacity of wounds or afflicted areas. The crux lies in mastering the quantity of chakra. An excessive outpouring may yield counterproductive results. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Feng endeavored to replicate the technique. The entire process proceeded smoothly. However, the speed of healing was extraordinarily slow, taking a full 3 minutes to heal merely half of the wound. The injured fish remained untreated, on the brink of succumbing to its suffering. A competent medical ninja could achieve healing in under 30 seconds. This ignited Zhang Feng's competitive spirit, prompting him to try repeatedly until his chakra was completely depleted, unaware that Hashirama had long since departed. His best result was 2.5 minutes for wound closure, which fell significantly short of the standard. Upon returning home, Zhang Feng ruminated on the reasons for his failure, sensing a lingering deficiency. Despite the absence of errors in the process, why was his healing speed so sluggish? Could it be that his chakra reserves were insufficient to facilitate rapid healing? This seemed highly plausible. Considering the vast disparity between his chakra levels and those of his grandfather, Hashirama, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction to avoid hindering his physical development. Chakra had always been his Achilles heel. If only there were a method to cultivate chakra that would not harm his body. Wait, perhaps there is a possibility. A wild idea flitted through Zheng Feng's mind as he rushed back to Tsunade's residence. If this notion could be realized, then cultivating chakra would not only be harmless to the body but also yield remarkably efficient results. With ample chakra, what significance would senjutsu hold? Even S-rank ninjutsu would become trivial. Envisioning a splendid future, Zheng Feng was instantly filled with renewed confidence. He combined his knowledge from his previous life with a sudden inspiration. Could cells consume chakra to promote recovery or even enhancement? Since both chakra and bodily energy ultimately derive from cellular energy, it stands to reason that the body should be capable of absorbing chakra to nourish the cells. At the Senju household, Tobirama's eyes gleamed upon hearing Zheng Feng's idea. He had always been passionate about developing new jutsu. Zheng Feng's proposal represented a truly creative line of thinking. It is no exaggeration to assert that through this method, ninjas could maintain an extended period of peak performance. More importantly, Tobirama sensed that this approach might hold the key to healing Hashirama's injuries. With a serious expression, Tobirama regarded Zheng Feng. Your idea has a high feasibility. But everything remains uncertain at this stage. I will discuss it with my brother and provide you with answers afterward. Also, you must prepare yourself in advance. After hearing Tobirama's words, Zheng Feng understood that his immediate priority was to enhance his chakra control. The potency of ninjutsu relies not only on the volume of chakra, but also significantly on control. Whether it pertains to the transformation of ninjutsu forms or the alteration of their properties, formidable control is essential. Concurrently, Zheng Feng recognized that his failure in senjutsu was indeed a result of insufficient control. Medical ninjutsu demands an exceptionally high level of chakra control, requiring precision to an extraordinary degree. At last, after Tori mentioned several methods to enhance control, Zheng Feng hurriedly departed, eager to return and put them into practice. However, before he could exit the room, Tsunade abruptly pulled him back in, requesting his assistance in reviewing her prepared lesson materials. By the time Zheng Feng left, night had already fallen. As he wandered the streets, an unusual sense of relaxation enveloped him, prompting him to take a day off from training. The following day, Tsunade commenced her teaching duties, while Zheng Feng made his way to the back mountain, standing beneath a towering tree over 20 meters high, murmuring to himself, this should suffice in height. The previous day, Tori had shared various techniques for refining control, and for the foreseeable future, Zheng Feng resolved to focus predominantly on mastering chakra manipulation, reducing all other training regimens by half. Stepping back several paces, he took a deep breath and sprinted towards the tree. As he approached its trunk, he leapt forcefully, landing firmly on its bark, and began to ascend with agility. Success would only be deemed achieved when he could traverse the tree with the same ease as if upon solid ground. Initially, Zheng Feng maintained a steady pace. However, as he ascended higher, his mindset began to shift. The elevation intensified his anxiety, and he pondered the dire consequences of a potential fall. A sudden panic surged within me, causing my control to wane. My feet felt weightless, and I plummeted downwards. Splash! With a resounding thud, Zheng Feng fell heavily to the ground, exclaiming, ouch! That hurts. It seems I must create a cushion for protection. Casting my gaze around, an idea struck me. I began to gather a copious amount of leaves to fashion a makeshift mat. With the fear of falling now alleviated, within a mere 3 hours, I was able to ascend to a height of 18 meters, just 2 meters shy of completing my training. Standing before the grand tree, I prepared for my final charge. This endeavor unfolded smoothly, and upon reaching the pinnacle of the tree, I gazed into the distance, my heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. In the afternoon, after training, the four of us made our way home together. On the journey, Tsunade excitedly boasted about her performance on the first day of teaching. Zheng Feng, let me tell you, the students absolutely loved my lecture. They urged me to continue for an additional 2 hours after class. Beside her, Jiraiya listened with a pained expression. Goodness. If they don't listen to you, are they to be pummeled? Who would dare to ignore you? Time flies. 6 months later, in the back mountains of Konoha, by a small river, Zheng Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a smooth pebble in each hand, from which emanated a blue light. Gradually, the 2 pebbles began to levitate, guided by the currents of chakra. With a slight movement of his fingers, the pebbles followed suit. Observing this, Zheng Feng smiled with satisfaction, then ceased the flow of chakra, causing the pebbles to drop immediately. Is this the art of simultaneously controlling 2 streams of chakra? Quite fascinating. I have heard of ninjas capable of manipulating 10 puppets simultaneously. They are truly geniuses. After 6 months of training in chakra manipulation, Zhang Feng's progress has been nothing short of remarkable. His chakra levels have reached that of an ordinary genin. He can utilize the clone technique dozens of times without issue. And the defensive capabilities of the earth wall technique have significantly improved. Moreover, his mastery of sage arts has surpassed the threshold of proficiency. Everything has progressed even better than anticipated. Zhang Feng began to contemplate that it was time for his father to teach him some additional ninjutsu. He felt quite satisfied with his current achievements. During this period, Zhang Feng devoted himself entirely to training, even pausing his usual reflex training. It has been nearly 2 months since he last trained with his companions. Noticing that the sky was still early, Zhang Feng decided to head to the training ground to see his long-missed classmates. Thinking of Tsunade, he sparked a desire for a spar, feeling a newfound confidence that he could overcome her. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found his classmates engaged in practical combat drills. Tsunade faced off against Orochimaru, who appeared cautious, while Tsunade confidently crossed her arms. Orochimaru, we have fought 10 times this month, and you have not won once. Do you still want to lose again? Tsunade challenged. Orochimaru retorted, each time, I last longer, indicating that our gap is narrowing. Tsunade, incensed, shot back, you flit around so much. Why not face me head-on and take a few punches? To which Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, this is also a method of combat. The battle commenced, and it quickly became a one-sided pursuit. However, evasion was not a sustainable strategy, and Orochimaru soon found himself cornered. Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at him. With a resounding bang, a wooden post appeared in the place of her attack. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly materialized behind Tsunade, aiming a kunai at her back. In a split second, Tsunade bent low, narrowly avoiding the strike, and retaliated with a punch, prompting Orochimaru to leap back. Yet, as he soared through the air, Tsunade pushed off the ground with force, launching a kick towards him. Orochimaru could not evade in time, but once again, a cloud of white smoke erupted. Another clone? When did this happen? The spectators were left astonished. Even Uchiha Ryoji, with his keen eyesight, could not discern when Orochimaru had created the clone. Meanwhile, Orochimaru reappeared in the previously attacked corner, having completed his hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Tsunade was caught off guard and was struck by a powerful gust, crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers were in disbelief. Did he win? Hyuga Izumi observed Orochimaru with a grave expression. Realizing that he had devised a combat strategy from the outset, using provocation to lure Tsunade into a corner, then transforming himself into a wooden post to mislead her into thinking it was a clone. When she attacked the real clone, his true self emerged to seize control of the situation. Impressive. Everyone understood now. It was a case of the weak triumphing over the strong, shattering Tsunade's undefeated record. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru, oblivious to the scratches on her hands, and gritted her teeth, muttering, damn it, next time, I will definitely win back. Yes, yes. Just make sure to win next time. But first, you should treat those wounds, someone advised. A familiar voice reached her ears, and Tsunade turned in surprise. Zhang Feng, you have returned. In the next moment, Zhang Feng grasped Tsunade's hand, a sphere of green light enveloping her wound. Within mere seconds, the injury was healed. Tsunade gazed at Zhang Feng in astonishment. Have you succeeded in your training? As evening fell, the barbecue restaurant was filled with laughter. A group of children seated at various tables, each laden with an array of delectable skewers. Zhang Feng, just you wait. I will surpass you soon, Tsunade declared, munching on a skewer with a playful pout. Observing this, Senju Kgi swiftly changed the subject. Zhang Feng, how is your training progressing? A gentle smile graced Zhang Feng's face as he extended his right hand, palm upwards, allowing chakra to gradually coalesce within his palm. Before long, it formed a remarkably lifelike replica of Tsunade. The eyes of those at the table widened in astonishment, with Senju Kgi feeling an overwhelming sense of defeat. As a jonin, he found his chakra control lacking compared to that of his own student, and could not help but exclaim, you truly are a genius. With such control, you could utilize most ninjutsu. If your chakra were a bit more abundant, you could nearly rival many chunin. Zhang Feng, given your abilities, you should have met the graduation criteria. Why not graduate early and take on missions to gain experience? Zhang Feng shook his head. I am still far from my goal. I need to delve deeper into my studies. After months of learning, Zhang Feng had developed many intriguing ideas, but bringing them to fruition required extensive research. Once he began executing missions, such freedom would be lost, and increasing his chakra reserves would also demand time. The group indulged in their revelry until the late hours before dispersing. Upon arriving home, Zhang Feng found Orochimaru seemingly waiting for him. "Why haven't you returned home? Were you waiting for me?" Zhang Feng inquired with curiosity. Orochimaru replied calmly, "Zhang Feng, let us engage in a contest." "Huh? I wish to gauge the difference between us before deciding on early graduation. Even our teacher believes you could graduate early. If I defeat you, then I would have no reason to remain in school. I hope you will grant me this request." Zhang Feng paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Very well, after training for so long, this is the perfect opportunity to test my skills." Orochimaru chuckled at Zhang Feng's response. Having already triumphed over Tsunade, Zhang Feng was now his only rival. He felt confident that even if Zhang Feng surpassed Tsunade, he still had a chance to win. The outcome of their battle would hinge on their overall capabilities, much like his previous victory over Tsunade. According to his calculations, their odds of winning were evenly matched. At the ninja school's training ground, the two figures engaged in a fierce exchange, the sound of metal clashing incessant. Zhang Feng's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and Orochimaru sensed that his opponent's strength far exceeded his own, making it difficult to withstand. Thus, he began to nimbly evade the onslaught. In response, Zhang Feng recalled Orochimaru's match against Tsunade and decisively altered his strategy. Stepping back, I drew forth 10 shuriken and hurled them towards Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru likewise produced 10 shuriken, flicking his wrist with a swift motion. A cacophony of clinks and clatters ensued as all of my shuriken were deftly deflected. In the next instant, Orochimaru transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into thin air. A mere clone, indeed. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng subtly moved his fingers, manipulating 2 chakra threads that directed 2 shurikens to soar behind him, before leaping forward with agility. Clang! Clang! Behind Zhang Feng, Orochimaru deflected the shuriken with a kunai. Yet he missed the opportunity for a surprise attack. Zhang Feng steadied himself, swiftly forming hand seals, and with a forceful clap against the ground, he shouted, "Shadow Clone." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru instinctively leaped to evade, but suddenly pondered, does the Shadow Clone technique require a strike upon the ground? Before there was time for any contemplation, a wall of earth surged forward. This wall was unlike any seen before, its surface bristling with deadly spikes, exuding an alarming lethality. Orochimaru reacted with remarkable swiftness, his hands swiftly forming seals. As the earthen barrier approached, he completed his incantation just in time, unleashing a forceful gust of wind that surged toward the wall. The recoil propelled Orochimaru backward, allowing him to evade the impending assault. Zhang Feng's heart raced in surprise. Before he could react, a kunai was gently pressed against his neck, accompanied by a voice declaring, "Zhang Feng, it appears that I have emerged victorious." "Oh, is that so?" A voice emanated from behind Orochimaru, while the figure before him, Zhang Feng, dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Orochimaru contemplated briefly. Is this a clone released when deploying the earthen barrier? Zhang Feng chuckled softly. Haha, I merely wish for you, Ashi, to experience the sensation of being defeated by your own strategy. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Ashi? Haha, how do you find it? Isn't it quite endearing? In the future, please refrain from addressing me in that manner. Zhang Feng. After losing, Orochimaru resolved not to graduate early. Zhang Feng leisurely returned home, took a bath, and proceeded toward the master bedroom. Upon emerging once more, he held 2 scrolls in his hands. These contained the ninjutsu that Duanmu Chunsui intended to teach him. Earth Release, Earth Spear, Fire Release, Dust Concealment Technique. Zhang Feng devoted half an hour to memorizing the contents of the scrolls, planning to test the combined might of the 2 ninjutsu the following day. The next day, as Zhang Feng prepared to leave for school, a figure wearing an animal mask appeared. Zhang Feng, the Hokage requests your presence, stating that the items are ready. As soon as the words were spoken, the figure vanished. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement and hurried toward the Senju clan. Upon arriving at the Senju clan, he spotted the silhouettes of Hashirama and Tobirama. Unable to contain his eagerness, Zhang Feng approached them and inquired, Grandpa Hashirama, Grandpa Tobirama, did that ninjutsu truly succeed? Zhu Jian laughed heartily as he patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. You are truly remarkable. You have devised such an extraordinary ninjutsu. Zhang Feng smiled apologetically. At that moment, after hearing Zhang Feng's thoughts, Tobirama immediately engaged in a detailed discussion with Hashirama. The two had always found the idea feasible, so they promptly set to work on their research. Based on the interstitial cells, after countless experiments, A method has finally been developed to produce a special chakra that enhances cellular vitality and ameliorates the detrimental effects on the body caused by the cultivation of ordinary chakra. Although the experiment was deemed successful, it fell short of Tobarama's expectations. This chakra could indeed improve the physical condition, yet the effects were rather negligible. The sole consolation was that after utilizing this technique with his formidable chakra, Hashirama experienced a significant extension of his lifespan. Regrettably, it did not completely resolve the underlying health concerns. Subsequently, Tobarama shared the methodology with Masahiro, and under their watchful eyes, Masahiro commenced the experiment. This chakra involved the fusion of physical energy and mental energy in a specific ratio, demanding exceptional control. Masahiro meticulously managed the fusion, and after a brief moment, a glimmer of golden chakra began to manifest within him. As the energy continued to amalgamate, the golden chakra gradually coalesced into a luminous sphere. Masahiro guided the chakra sphere through his body, and wherever it traversed, the cells eagerly began to absorb the golden light, rejuvenating themselves. After completing a thorough circulation within his body, the previously damaged cells became remarkably revitalized. Masahiro slowly opened his eyes, sensing a transformation within. He seemed to possess greater strength than before. To his astonishment, his ordinary chakra levels had increased by 1. Should this trend persist, the amplification could be exponential. Overjoyed, he shared his newfound condition with the two elders, prompting Hashirama to examine Masahiro's body. Leading to his astonishment, could it be that this chakra's restorative effect on children surpasses that of adults? Observing Masahiro, Tobarama's interest in the research deepened. He resolved to monitor Masahiro's condition to ascertain the effects across different age demographics. At that moment, Hashirama slapped his forehead, exclaiming with a grin, "I almost forgot, Masahiro. Do you recall our wager? Speak your request." Masahiro waved his hands, insisting that the credit for this discovery belonged to the two elders, as he had merely contributed an idea. However, Hashirama disagreed, contemplating, "I've got it. Just a moment." With that, he bit into his thumb, formed hand seals, and struck the ground. A cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing an enormous slug. Hashirama chuckled as he patted the slug's body, saying, "Slug, please retrieve the summoning scroll." Yes. Immediately, a colossal scroll was expelled from the slug's mouth. Hashirama unfurled the scroll and beckoned Masahiro forward, indicating, "Write your name here, and you will be able to summon the slug in the future." Masahiro approached, following the instructions, biting his finger to inscribe his name on the scroll. The slug committed Masahiro's appearance to memory, declaring, "I look forward to serving you, Master Masahiro." Likewise, slug. After bidding farewell to the slug, the trio finished their lunch. And as Masahiro prepared to depart, Tobarama called out to him, "Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you." What Tobarama wished to convey was regarding the student exchange event among the 5 great villages scheduled for 5 months hence. Masahiro was one of the candidates for competition, and Tobarama decided to provide him with special guidance. When Zhengfeng heard Tobarama inquire about his need for assistance, he pondered briefly before articulating his thoughts. He wished to enhance his control, to allow the chakra within him to become chaotic, and then to stabilize that turmoil through his manipulation skills. This, he believed, would push his control to its limits. Upon hearing this, Tobarama fell into silence. The notion of intentionally inducing chaos within one's chakra transcended conventional understanding. Such disarray would render one incapable of utilizing ninjutsu and could potentially inflict harm on the body. Yet, Tobarama had an inkling that Zheng Feng's idea could indeed be feasible. Suddenly, a familiar jutsu flashed in his mind, the Might Guy clan's secret technique, the 8 gates. This technique permits the opening of the body's 8 gates. But with each gate that is opened, an overwhelming surge of chakra enters a state of complete disarray. Tobarama conveyed this secret technique to Zhengfeng, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. This was, quite simply, the ultimate method for training chakra control. However, the 8 gates were classified as forbidden techniques, prompting Tobarama to propose his conditions. Zhengfeng must secure a top 3 finish in the upcoming exchange event, after which he would develop a brand new A-rank ninjutsu to be inscribed in the sealing book. Without hesitation, Zhengfeng agreed, confident that he could meet these conditions as long as he improved his strength. With 5 months remaining until the exchange event, he was certain he could elevate his abilities to an impressive level. Tobarama brought forth the scroll of the 8 gates, and after an hour of diligent study, Zhengfeng memorized all its contents before bidding farewell and returning home. Upon arriving home, Zhengfeng once again refined the golden chakra, allowing it to circulate within him. The energy of his cells was continuously squeezed and subsequently replenished, a cycle repeated multiple times, steadily increasing his chakra reserves. Time slipped away, and eventually, fatigue washed over him, leading him to succumb to slumber. The following day, he awoke groggily in the afternoon, his mind still clouded. It seemed that his extended training had drained his spirit excessively, resulting in overwhelming fatigue. After splashing water on his face, he finally regained his composure. Today, he intended to seek out his father to learn additional ninjutsu. His pursuit of these techniques was not merely to bolster his combat prowess, but was also driven by a desire to delve into the profound essence of ninjutsu. He harbored a notion. Could he uncover the essence of ninjutsu to the extent that he could release it freely without hand signs? Perhaps even develop a unique bloodline limit tailored to his abilities. With these lofty aspirations, Zhang Feng arrived at his family's barbecue restaurant, only to find no trace of Duanmu Chunshui, neither at the main store nor at the branches. Disheartened, he approached his mother, Tao Xiang Yuko, and inquired, "Mother, where has father gone?" Tao Xiang Yuko smiled and explained, "Duanmu Chunshui has a passion, sake. Throughout his lengthy ninja career, he has tasted renowned wines from various regions. Yet none have truly satisfied him. As the barbecue business flourished and financial worries diminished, he conceived a new idea, to brew his own sake. Thus, he purchased a piece of wasteland on the outskirts of Konoha, and he visits there daily to brew." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was about to set off when he suddenly heard his father's voice calling, "Yuko, Yuko, look, I've brewed it." Zhang Feng's father then exclaimed, "Oh? Zhang Feng, what brings you here?" As Zhang Feng articulated his intentions, Duanmu Chuansui's expression shifted dramatically. "No, ninjutsu must be learned in a gradual manner. Your chakra levels do not yet permit the unfettered release of ninjutsu. Acquiring an excessive number of techniques at this stage would be futile." Duanmu Chunsui was unaware that his son had undergone a profound transformation. For him, B-rank ninjutsu posed no challenge whatsoever, as far as Zhang Feng was aware. Although Chunsui had once been a Nin, his humble origins allowed him only 2 or 3 B-rank techniques, one of which was the shadow clone, leaving him rather underwhelming. Conversely, Zhang Feng had yet to graduate but had already mastered sage techniques, cellular enhancement, and the 8 gates, truly embodying the pinnacle of potential. Duanmu Chunsui, upon grasping this situation, was rendered speechless. He found himself in awe of his son, who had far exceeded all his expectations. As a parent, he felt a sense of pride. After some contemplation, he divulged the location of the family scrolls to Zhang Feng, permitting him to retrieve them independently. Just as he sent Zhang Feng on his way, Chunsui began to boast to his wife about the exquisite wine he had recently brewed. Upon returning home, Zhang Feng swiftly located all the scrolls and spent over an hour memorizing their contents. Most pertained to earth release techniques, with only 2 or 3 fire techniques, totaling a little over a dozen ninjutsu. This would suffice for the time being. Zhang Feng quickly devised a plan. The foremost priority was cellular enhancement, which was of paramount importance. Elevating physical prowess and increasing chakra reserves were foundational to the cultivation of all ninjutsu. Following that was the practice of ninjutsu itself. To explore its essence, one must understand various techniques. Regrettably, wind release was not among them. Otherwise, the combination of fire and wind would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. As for medical ninjutsu, it was not included in his current plans. Time could not be allocated for it, and sage techniques were sufficient for present needs. Zhang Feng had initially intended for his clones to participate in training, doubling the speed and joy. Alas, reality proved harsh. Clones were not corporeal, lacked cells, could not extract chakra, nor could they practice the 8 gates. Reluctantly, he resolved to proceed at his own pace. At the back mountains of Konoha, fire release, great fireball technique. Jiraiya formed a circular shape with his right hand near his mouth and forcefully exhaled, unleashing a searing fireball. Opposite the fireball, Zhang Feng crossed his arms and casually remarked, "This flame is barely sufficient for boiling noodles, Jiraiya." With a thunderous roar, the ground where Zhang Feng stood erupted in an explosion. As the smoke cleared, a formidable earthen wall came into view. An earth formation? Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. "Jiraiya, continue the assault." To the right. Tsunade concentrated her chakra in her right fist and charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the earthen wall. Monster Strength Fist, a secret technique of the Center clan. It harnessed precise chakra control to amplify strength by hundreds of times, yielding devastating destructive power. Tsunade could barely manage this technique, which enhanced her power tenfold. And combined with her already significant strength, she shattered the earthen wall with a single punch. Tsunade then swiftly positioned herself before Zhang Feng, raising her fist to strike. Zhang Feng maintained his embrace of his arms and declared, Earth Spike. Instantly, rocks erupted from the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. At the moment when Tsunade found herself in a precarious predicament, a fierce gust of wind swept past her, allowing her to evade the assault of the Doton, Talon gun. Upon landing, Tsunade charged once more towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng shouted out Doton, Talon gun again, yet this time, no thrust materialized. A frown creased Zhang Feng's brow. Had the shadow clone been discovered? Orochimaru? Zhang Feng's suspicions were indeed correct. Orochimaru realized that Zhang Feng was not employing a simple ninjutsu devoid of hand seals, but rather, it was the effect of the shadow clone lying in wait to form seals in the shadows. Consequently, he summoned another clone to search the area. As expected, among the dense foliage of a large tree, Zhang Feng's clone was uncovered. Without hesitation, Orochimaru hurled a shuriken, which shattered Zhang Feng's seal-less ninjutsu effortlessly. At that moment, Tsunade had closed the distance, and Zhang Feng could not evade in time, resulting in a direct hit that transformed him into a puff of white smoke. This was troubling. It was a clone. Tsunade instantly realized, but it was already too late. Doton, art decapitation technique. A pair of hands erupted from the earth, firmly grasping Tsunade's ankles and violently dragging her downwards. Jiraiya, witnessing this, was startled and prepared to rush to her aid, but Zhang Feng had already materialized behind him. With arms crossed and fingers poised like a sword, he declared, Receive my technique, the ultimate secret, 1,000 years of pain. A piercing scream escaped Jiraiya as he shielded his most sensitive area. Zhang Feng clapped his hands, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. In a certain part of the forest, Orochimaru observed Zhang Feng emerging from the woods with a wry smile. It seems you have triumphed once again. After Orochimaru had attacked Zhang Feng as ceiling clone and let out a sigh of relief, Zhang Feng suddenly sprang forth from the underbrush, catching Orochimaru off guard and swiftly overwhelming him, leaving him no choice but to concede defeat. Zhang Feng smirked with satisfaction. Haha, I am honored, truly honored. At that moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya approached. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with barely contained fury. Zhang Feng immediately offered to impart the secret of the 1,000 years of pain technique to him, thus alleviating their previous grievances. Following some light-hearted banter, Zhang Feng spoke earnestly. As you have seen, I have practiced the cellular enhancement technique for just a week, and my chakra has multiplied severalfold. Once your chakra control reaches the required standard, I shall teach you this technique. It is most effective when one is younger, so make haste in honing your control. The three of them, upon hearing this, donned serious expressions. Tsunade replied, We have already begun training our control. It will not be long before we meet the standard. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Let us strive together. A month later, in the mountains behind Konoha, Zhang Feng's numerous clones were diligently practicing ninjutsu, while Zhang Feng himself sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, engaging in chakra refinement through the cellular enhancement technique. Soon, he reopened his eyes, determination gleaming within. Now, I should be able to successfully open the first gate of the 8 gates. After a month of training, Zhang Feng's chakra had increased dramatically, by more than 20 times, and his physical attributes had significantly improved. Zhang Feng recalled the contents of the 8 gates in his mind. Subsequently, he bit his finger, formed hand seals, and struck the ground. Summoning technique. A billow of white smoke erupted, revealing a slug. Lord Zhang Feng, is there something you need? Zhang Feng gazed at the slug and instructed, I am about to practice a forbidden technique, which may cause some harm. I would appreciate your assistance in my healing afterwards. The slug nodded in understanding. With everything in order, Zhang Feng commenced immediately. With a single thought, the chakra within him surged wildly towards a certain portal, relentlessly pounding against it. A wave of pain coursed through his body, yet Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a sound akin to shattering echoed from within him. Finally, the portal succumbed to his assault, releasing a torrent of chakra that merged with his internal reserves. Is this the effect of opening the gate? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng prepared to control the surging chakra within him. However, the chakra remained uncontrollable, rampaging chaotically throughout his body. It was no wonder that one could not execute ninjutsu in the 8 gates state. Such a tumultuous chakra was utterly unmanageable, forcing him to rely solely on taijutsu. Consequently, Zhang Feng released the 8 gate state and repeatedly utilized shadow clones to deplete his chakra. Once his chakra dipped below 1, he reopened the 8 gate state. Although the chakra within him was significantly reduced, it remained difficult to manipulate. Fortunately, it was slightly more manageable than before. With renewed confidence, Zheng Feng continued his training. After numerous attempts, his body ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The slug, upon witnessing this, rushed forward to commence healing. Lying on the ground, Zheng Feng was filled with frustration. He had not anticipated the difficulty of controlling chakra in the eight-gate state. After such a prolonged effort, he had made only minimal progress. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that any advancement was a sign of hope, indicating that his methods and direction were correct. Once the slug had healed him, the sky had darkened. After escorting the slug back, Zheng Feng wearily made his way home. What typically took him just over 10 minutes had taken him an entire hour today. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he overheard a familiar voice. "Aunt Yuko, let me tell you, on the first day of school, Jiraiya and Orochimaru kissed." "Oh, tell me more about what happened," Aunt Yuko urged. Actually, that day was about Zheng Feng. A sudden fit of coughing interrupted Tsunade, causing her to turn and see Zheng Feng glaring at her ominously. "Zheng Feng, when did you arrive?" Tsunade stammered. Zheng Feng sighed and glanced at her. "Did you come looking for me?" Tsunade finally recalled her purpose. Her control had reached the required standard, and she was there to learn the cellular enhancement technique. After hearing this, Zheng Feng led Tsunade to his bedroom. Following a detailed explanation of the cellular enhancement technique, he supervised her attempt. Tsunade's innate talent shone through, and before long, she successfully extracted golden chakra. Following Zheng Feng's guidance to circulate the golden chakra throughout her body, Tsunade opened her eyes, her face alight with excitement. "Zheng Feng, I did it." Zheng Feng smiled in response. "Of course you would succeed under my tutelage. From now on, you shall address me as teacher Zheng Feng." Tsunade immediately leapt forward, engaging in playful banter with Zheng Feng. The following day, before dawn had broken, Zheng Feng awoke. After completing his morning rituals and having a modest breakfast, he set off once more towards the back mountain. By the afternoon, Zheng Feng, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, concluded a day of rigorous training. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his progress. Yesterday, he could only control a single thread of chakra. Yet today, he had successfully managed to control around 20 threads, an impressive advancement indeed. At this rate, he anticipated being able to fully master the chakra required to open the gates within 2 months, enabling him to dominate the representatives of the 5 great villages. The thought made Zheng Feng chuckle with delight. "Zheng Feng, what brings such amusement?" Tsunade had appeared at the back mountain without his notice. Zheng Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly. "Tsunade, what brings you here?" Tsunade's cheeks turned a shade of pink as she lowered her head, speaking softly. "You've been training tirelessly these past few days. Don't overexert yourself. How about we go out and relax for a bit?" Zheng Feng realized that his continuous training had indeed left him somewhat fatigued, and he saw no reason to decline Tsunade's invitation. He nodded in agreement. However, Konoha was quite small, and they had exhausted all the local spots for leisure. He pondered where they could go to unwind. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Let us venture into the forest of death outside the village. I've heard there are wild beasts there. We could hunt for some game and enjoy a barbecue." Tsunade's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, resonating with her desires, and she promptly agreed. The two arranged to meet at Zheng Feng's home the following morning before setting off together. After parting ways with Tsunade, Zheng Feng wandered the streets, gazing at the myriad of shops, contemplating what to bring for their outing. Sticky rice balls. Tsunade quite enjoys those. I should get some. He then recalled that they might not return until late the next evening. I should bring a tent. While Zheng Feng was engrossed in his shopping, Orochimaru and Jiraiya happened to approach him. "You fool. You must observe the form of the simulation. Only then can you effectively enhance your control." Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. "I have been observing, but the simulation is nothing like I imagined. The chakra simply remains uncontrollable. Your control is lacking. You need to intensify your training." At that moment, Jiraiya spotted Zheng Feng carrying numerous bags and greeted him. "Zheng Feng, why are you buying so many things?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, Zheng Feng shared his plan to visit the forest of death the next day. Jiraiya's eyes lit up with excitement. "I want to go too." Zheng Feng hesitated, wanting to refuse. "Well, if you wish to join, you should first discuss it with Tsunade." The thought of Tsunade's notorious temper made Jiraiya hesitate momentarily, but he was reluctant to miss out on such an adventurous opportunity. His mind raced, and glancing at Orochimaru beside him, a plan formed. "Then I'll go to the forest of death with Orochimaru tomorrow, and we can coincidentally cross paths with you." Zheng Feng was left speechless. He turned to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, what are your thoughts on this?" Orochimaru glanced at Zheng Feng and then at Jiraiya, whose face was filled with desperation, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. Jinfeng-kun, I look forward to your guidance tomorrow. Jiraiya immediately leaped up in joy, wrapping his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder. Then it settled. Orochimaru and I will go buy some supplies. See you in the morning. With that, he dragged Orochimaru away at lightning speed. Jinfeng could only shake his head in resignation, silently mourning for Jiraiya's impending fate at the hands of Tsunade. The following morning, at Jinfeng's doorstep, Tsunade, her face dark with displeasure, confronted Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Why are you two here? Jiraiya, with a smug expression, rubbed his nose and replied, Tsunade, aren't we good friends? Why didn't you invite us to join you and Jinfeng on your outing? How inconsiderate. But for the sake of our friendship, I won't hold it against you. Tsunade clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in fury. Jiraiya, are you itching for trouble again? Jinfeng and Orochimaru watched indifferently as Jiraiya faced Tsunade's wrath. On the journey, Jinfeng noticed Tsunade's fiery glare and treated Jiraiya's injuries, harboring grave doubts that if he delayed any longer, Jiraiya might sustain life-threatening wounds before they even reached the forest. Consequently, time slipped away, and by the time they arrived at their destination, it was nearly noon. The Death Forest was home to a multitude of ferocious beasts, some possessing strength rivaling that of ninjas. For ordinary folks, the Death Forest was truly a place of doom. However, for Jinfeng and his companions, it merely represented an ordinary recreational spot. The four ambled leisurely into the depths of the forest, arriving at the bank of a small stream. Jinfeng nodded in satisfaction. This is perfect for camping. I'll catch a few fish for lunch. He set down his backpack, approached the stream, and extended his hand, sending 2 chakra threads swiftly into the water. Before long, 2 large fish broke the surface, ensnared by the chakra threads. Jinfeng continued his methodical fishing, ultimately capturing 6 fish in total. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Tsunade gathered firewood while Jiraiya set up a campfire. Jinfeng began grilling the fish, while the other 3 erected their tent. In no time, as the tent was completed, the fish were also ready. The group gathered around the fire, and Jinfeng produced a bottle of wine to indulge in their feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Jinfeng suddenly sensed something amiss and glanced around. The fish in the stream appeared startled, scattering in all directions. Soon after, the sound of heavy footsteps approached, causing the trees ahead to topple to the sides. Suddenly, a colossal bear, towering at 3 meters, emerged, its massive form striking terror into their hearts. The bear fixated on the 4, drool glistening at the corners of its mouth, evidently drawn in by the enticing aroma of grilled fish. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the bear. Jinfeng, I remember you saying that bear paws are quite delectable. Upon Jinfeng's nod, Jiraiya boisterously declared, then it settled. Tonight, we feast on bear paws. Stay out of my way, watch how it's done. With his strength at the level of a genin, the group felt that taking down a black bear would be a trivial task. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, exclaiming, great fireball technique. However, the subsequent scene left everyone astounded. The enormous bear nonchalantly swatted at a fireball, dispersing it effortlessly. Provoked, the bear lunged toward Jiraiya. Just as Jiraiya prepared to evade, his body uncontrollably toppled backward, and he unexpectedly fell to the ground, drifting off to sleep. Jinfeng and the others were left dumbfounded. What kind of maneuver was this? Pretending to be dead in the presence of a bear? At that moment, Jinfeng suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Turning to Tsunade and Orochimaru, he noticed their unsteady stance, their bodies swaying slightly. Jinfeng quickly deduced the after-effects of the wine were kicking in. In a moment of peril for Jiraiya, Orochimaru decisively threw a kunai at the massive bear. Although the alcohol impaired his aim, it successfully drew the bear's attention. All distracted, Jinfeng, think of a solution quickly, Orochimaru exclaimed while charging toward the bear. Seeing its prey willingly approach, the bear unceremoniously swatted down, catching Orochimaru directly, who instantly transformed into a puff of white smoke. At that moment, another kunai shot in from the right side of the bear. It was Orochimaru again. This maneuver sparked a glimmer of realization in Tsunade's eyes. Jinfeng, I'll assist. You need to think fast. Jinfeng suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, one could fight without forming seals. He could utilize the 8 gates. With this thought, he decisively opened the first gate and rushed toward the colossal bear, shouting, Tsunade, Orochimaru, cover me. He then leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the bear's neck. Roar! The bear cried out in pain, slamming its paws together. Jinfeng reacted swiftly, pushing off the bear's body, evading its counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade and Orochimaru unleashed a flurry of kunai and shurikens, striking the bear's eyes and plunging it into a berserk state. Now blind, the bear posed no further threat. The trio, having coordinated seamlessly, ultimately vanquished the beast and collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to utter a word. As night fell, Jiraiya finally roused from his stupor, blinking awake to find two enormous bear paws roasting over the fire, causing him to jump in shock. "What is this?" Zhang Feng, hearing the commotion, turned to Jiraiya with a look of pity. "You fell asleep during the fight, leaving us to clean up the mess. Just wait until I get my hands on you." "Wait, Tsunade, hold on. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't come any closer. Zhang Feng, come save me." After a while, Jiraiya, with a pig-like head, bowed to the trio in apology. After a hearty meal of bear paws, the three reclined contentedly on the ground. Zhang Feng reflected on the earlier battle with the bear, feeling somewhat contemplative. "I never expected the beasts in this forest to be so formidable. No wonder ordinary people don't venture here. Even for a lower-ranked ninja, this place is perilous." Conversely, Orochimaru had a different perspective. "I believe our lack of combat experience was to blame. Otherwise, even under the influence of alcohol, with 4 of us working together, we should have easily handled the beast. I wish to stay here a few more days to accumulate practical experience. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded, intending to remain and diligently hone his physical skills and combat techniques. Tsunade and Jiraiya naturally decided to stay as well. Over the course of the following week, the 4 began their individual training. Zhang Feng ventured into the forest in search of a suitable opponent and soon encountered a robust 2-meter-tall gorilla with a green visage and sharp fangs. The gorilla's physical structure bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, making it an ideal sparring partner. With unwavering confidence, Zhang Feng approached to provoke it, consciously restraining himself from utilizing any ninjutsu in order to refine his taijutsu. Consequently, the battle devolved into one of receiving blows. Had it not been for his formidable physique and the ability to use healing palm technique, he might have found himself unable to rise. This state of being on the receiving end persisted until the 4th day, when Zhang Feng could finally retaliate with a few strikes. By the 5th and 6th days, both combatants reached a state of equilibrium. On the 7th day, the tide turned as the gorilla began to take hits. Zhang Feng activated the opening of the gates and landed a precise punch to the gorilla's temple, causing it to collapse to the ground. Satisfied, Zhang Feng clapped his hands. After a week of training, his combat techniques had significantly improved. Concluding his training, Zhang Feng returned to the camp. Before long, Jiraiya arrived back at the campsite. His clothing tattered and his face covered in dirt, though fortunately uninjured. He plopped down beside Zhang Feng, panting heavily, and remarked, "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted." Despite his words, his expression revealed a sense of fulfillment. Over the course of several days of combat, Jiraiya had finally mastered the control of chakra within him. He silently resolved to return to this place for training regularly. Shortly after, Orochimaru also returned unscathed, his demeanor unchanged and showing no visible signs of battle, save for his snake-like eyes, which appeared even more menacing. Lastly came Tsunade. Upon seeing her, the other 3 were taken aback. Tsunade had dragged back a massive bear, which bore a striking resemblance to the one they had previously defeated together. This woman truly holds a grudge, Jiraiya inwardly mused. Tsunade presented the bear to Zhang Feng, requesting him to prepare another bear paw dish. After satisfying their appetites, the group officially concluded their expedition. Tsunade felt particularly vexed. She had hoped for an opportunity to spend time alone with Zhang Feng, only to be thwarted by the unexpected presence of 2 light bulbs. With this thought, she shot a glare at the 2 men, leaving Jiraiya and Orochimaru bewildered. The 4 began to walk out of the forest, but after a short distance, they all halted in unison. Before them stood a pure white giant wolf, howling to the heavens, its body stained with blood, seemingly protecting something beneath it. A pack of gray wolves surrounded it, both sides wary and unwilling to make the first move. Just as the 4 assumed the standoff would persist, the situation suddenly shifted. The injured white wolf staggered, barely able to stand. Seizing the opportunity, the pack of wolves launched their attack. "Stop, you scoundrels, taking advantage of the vulnerable." At that moment, Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions and rushed out, too late to prevent the impending disaster. Helplessly, Zhang Feng followed closely behind. Tsunade plunged into the throng of wolves, wreaking havoc. After slaying nearly 10 wolves, the pack finally felt fear, howling in unison as they retreated. With the wolves departing, the great white wolf felt a sense of relief but could no longer hold on and collapsed. Feng approached and employed his healing palm technique to mend its wounds. However, to his astonishment, the technique bore no fruit. After a careful assessment, he shook his head in dismay. The white wolf's life was ebbing away. Its cells had lost vitality. Feng conveyed the grim news to the three companions, and a profound silence enveloped them. The giant wolf seemed to sense its impending demise. Turning to its abdomen and gently retrieving a cub, presenting it to Feng with a beseeching gaze. Understanding its unspoken plea, Feng cradled the cub and vowed solemnly, "Rest assured. I shall care for it and ensure it grows up safely." The giant wolf appeared to comprehend, casting one last lingering glance at the young wolf before peacefully closing its eyes. Tsunade, with tears welling in her eyes, suggested, "Let us burn the giant wolf's body." The three nodded in solemn agreement. This was the final tribute they could offer, as humans, to a magnificent mother. Eventually, Feng and his companions emerged from the forest. Basking in the warmth of the sun, their bodies enveloped in comfort. Even the little wolf cub in Feng's arms reveled in the warmth. It was then that Feng took the opportunity to observe the little creature closely. The cub bore little resemblance to its mother. Its body was adorned with black and white hues, with black on the outer ears and pure white within, its azure eyes exuding an extraordinary cuteness. The more he gazed, the more familiar it appeared, leading him to exclaim in surprise, This resembles a Siberian husky." Considering the husky's notorious penchant for mischief, Feng felt a twinge of concern. Yet, he reassured himself, this little one is undoubtedly a genuine wolf cub. It cannot possibly share the same temperament. At that moment, he decided upon a name without hesitation. The grand title would be Husky, and the affectionate nickname would be Era, simple and easy to understand. Tsunade and the others concurred, finding the name quite fitting. Feng brought the husky home, and its adorably clumsy demeanor instantly captured his mother's heart. She promptly volunteered to take on the responsibility of caring for the little one. Feng felt at ease entrusting Husky to her care. With less than 4 months remaining until the exchange meeting, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Time flew by, and 2 months had swiftly passed. In the mountains behind Konoha, the area surrounding Feng was barren, devoid of any vegetation. Fire release, flame pillar. He swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as dozens of colossal fire pillars surged skyward within a 100-meter radius, the searing flames casting a crimson hue upon the sky. As the flames subsided, the earth lay scorched and desolate, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. In the center of this devastation stood Feng, clad in a suit of sleek, black armor. Gazing with satisfaction at his creation, at long last, he had succeeded. A month ago, Feng successfully opened the 8 gates, regaining control over his chakra, which had previously spiraled out of control. With his mastery over chakra now heightened, he embarked on the journey of devising his own ninjutsu after mastering the techniques bestowed upon him by Chunsui. His deliberations led him to focus on 2 elemental styles, Doton, primarily aimed at enhancing defensive capabilities, and Katan, which sought unparalleled offensive power. Thus, Feng made a calculated decision. He meticulously analyzed the properties of Doton's density, compressing it and transforming its form to create a defensive technique, rock armor. By condensing the density of rock, he forged a suit of impenetrable armor that clung closely to his body, allowing for ease of manipulation. Next, he turned his attention to offensive ninjutsu. While Katan is inherently aggressive, the conventional method of expelling flames from one's mouth leaves much to be desired. It is all too evident to opponents, who can readily prepare to defend or counterattack. Feng believed that an offensive technique should possess an element of stealth to catch adversaries off guard. Drawing inspiration from games he had played in his previous life, he finally conceived Katan, Flame Pillar. By channeling fire chakra into the ground, he distributed it within a designated area, allowing each flame to spiral and accumulate energy before erupting from the earth in a majestic display of towering fire pillars. However, both techniques demanded a significant amount of chakra and control, limiting Feng to 2 executions. Additionally, he had perfected his ability to manipulate chakra after opening the 8 gates, enabling him to perform ninjutsu while in this state, a groundbreaking advancement. It is noteworthy that since the inception of the 8 gates, no one had achieved such a feat. Feng felt confident that his prowess could rival that of a Chunin. Yet, there remained a pressing concern. The flame pillar stood at a mere 10 meters high, rendering him a target against airborne ninjas. Unable to fly himself, he realized he must restrict his opponents, keeping them within the height of his flames. A brilliant idea struck him: sealing techniques. He recalled that certain sealing techniques could confine an opponent within a specific space, Mastering such a technique would render his enemies unable to escape, placing the entire area within the reach of his flame pillars. Consequently, he resolved to rename his technique Flame Prison. To acquire the knowledge of sealing techniques, Zhang Feng had no alternative but to seek out Granny Mido from the Senju clan. Upon arriving at the Senju clan, he shared his aspirations with Mido. With a warm smile, she responded, "If you wish to learn sealing techniques, my dear, I would be delighted to teach you. Little K has little interest in studying, and I worry about the legacy of my sealing arts. You, Zhang Feng, possess a genuine enthusiasm for learning and exploration. I have longed for you to come and study sealing techniques with me." Noticing Zhang Feng's slightly bashful demeanor, Mido spoke kindly. "Zhang Feng, do not feel the need to be formal with us. Consider us your grandparents, just as you do with little K." Hearing her words, Zhang Feng felt a warmth in his heart and nodded silently in agreement. Subsequently, Mido elucidated some foundational sealing techniques to Masakase, then produced a scroll and handed it to him. "This is the basic sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Once you have mastered it, your grandmother will teach you more advanced techniques. By the time you have grasped the higher-level sealing arts, you will possess the means to protect yourself even against tailed beasts." Upon hearing this, Masakase felt a flicker of curiosity. "Grandmother, are tailed beasts truly that formidable? What is their situation? Please tell me more." Mido sighed and responded, to speak frankly, "These tailed beasts are quite wronged. They were simply residing peacefully in their own territories when Hashirama decided to seal each one, claiming it was for the sake of peace in the ninja world. But what does the quest for peace have to do with the tailed beasts? As long as human hearts are driven by desire, war becomes inevitable. Indeed, that scoundrel Senju Hashirama. Once I get out, I shall take my vengeance upon him." A strange voice echoed, startling Masakase. "Grandmother, did you hear that voice?" Noticing Masakase's anxious demeanor, Mido chuckled softly. "That was the voice of the Nine Tails. It is sealed within me." "What?" Masakase was taken aback. Mido then recounted the events of the past. Years ago, in pursuit of peace for the ninja world, Hashirama sealed away the nine-tailed beasts. He retained the strongest, the Nine Tails, in Konoha, selling the other 8 to various nations. While the Uzumaki clan was entrusted with the task of sealing the Nine Tails within their bodies, witnessing the immense power of the tailed beasts, people from other nations coveted such strength, leading to the emergence of those known as Jinchuriki, who could harbor tailed beasts. After listening to Mido's narrative, Masakase furrowed his brow. "Grandmother, does having the Nine Tails sealed inside you affect you in any way?" Mido shook her head with a smile. "Not at all. It even provides me with companionship during my moments of solitude." After hearing Mido's words, Masakase's curiosity deepened. "Grandmother, what do tailed beasts look like? May I see one?" Mido, both amused and exasperated, took Masakase's hand. "You are quite the curious child. Very well, I shall show you the Nine Tails. Close your eyes." Obediently, Masakase shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself before a massive iron door, surrounded by a dimly lit environment that exuded a profound sense of loneliness. Behind the iron door lay a gigantic, orange-red fox, its expression fierce and wild. Its 9 colossal tails were strikingly prominent, and its crimson eyes fixated intently on Masakase. Masakase felt his body stiffen, a chill running down his spine. Observing that the creature was firmly restrained, he regained his confidence and boldly locked eyes with the Nine Tails. "So, you are the Nine Tails. You are not as fearsome as I imagined. What did you say?" The Nine Tails widened its eyes in fury, its limbs thrashing as if attempting to break free from its chains. "If you possess the courage, step inside. I shall rend you to pieces." Rolling his eyes, Masakase confidently retorted, "Just you wait. In a few years, I will defeat you." The Nine Tails scoffed. "I shall await your arrival." Masakase opened his eyes once more, only to find Mido gazing at him with an expression of exasperation. However, a single phrase from Zhang Feng left her utterly petrified. "Grandma, do you think there are wild-tailed beasts? I feel that being a Jinchuriki would be quite fascinating." At that moment, even the Nine Tails was taken aback. After departing from the Senju clan, Zhang Feng calculated that there were less than 2 months until the exchange meeting, and he needed to dedicate himself to mastering sealing techniques. A month later, Zhang Feng had completed the fundamentals of sealing techniques. The Vortex Waterhouse then summoned him to learn the more advanced 6 Heavenly Array. This seal could create an exceptionally sturdy space, and it could only be undone in 2 ways. Either the enemy's power was overwhelmingly strong enough to shatter the seal, or the caster would have to release it themselves. This technique aligned perfectly with Zhang Feng's needs. However, the difficulty of mastering the 6 Heavenly Array was exceedingly high, making it impossible to learn in a short period. Additionally, he had reached the final gate of the 8 gates in the safe zone. the opening gate. Yet, aside from the opening gate, he could not utilize ninjutsu in the subsequent 2 gates, and his control still required further enhancement. In terms of ninjutsu, he had already become proficient in 2 self-created techniques, and his taijutsu had reached the level of a chunin. At this moment, Zheng Feng brimmed with confidence and felt an urgent need for a battle to test his strength. Soon, the opportunity presented itself. 2 weeks before the exchange meeting, the school issued an announcement regarding a comprehensive assessment lasting 3 days to determine the candidates for participation. In an instant, the entire school was abuzz with excitement. From 1st grade to 6th grade, all students were eager to showcase their talents and become representatives of Konoha at the exchange meeting. Zheng Feng, too, was filled with fighting spirit as he glanced at Tsunade and the others. It seems, we cannot avoid a competition among ourselves. The 3 of them were still haunted by the previous encounter where Zheng Feng had triumphed against all 3, and their spirits were now ablaze with determination. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Just wait until I turn you into a pig's head. With that, she smashed a nearby tree in half with a single punch. Jiraiya, brimming with confidence, declared, "Let me show you the fruits of my training." Orochimaru's eyes glinted with a hint of warmth as he slightly smiled. One among us will be eliminated, so everyone must strive hard. At this moment, in the Hatake clan, Hatake Tsukumo quietly polished a short dagger in the courtyard. The blade appeared like a white fang, sending chills down one's spine. Duanmu Zheng Feng, I hope you will be a worthy adversary. The next morning, the school entrance was already teeming with people. I'm here to send my son for the assessment. Can you clear the way? ISNT your son only in 1st grade? Aren't you afraid he'll be bullied by the upperclassmen? You jerk. You're just asking for a beating. Calm down. Today is a significant day for the village, so don't cause trouble. Exactly, everyone. Please don't block the school's entrance. We wouldn't want the students to be late. Gradually, the crowd parted, allowing a narrow path to the school. Thus, Zheng Feng strolled leisurely through the crowd towards the school. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found only 5 or 6 scattered individuals. Those absent were not participating in the assessment. After all, there are not many who possess the prowess to compete between lower and higher grades. Naturally, Tsunade and her companions are determined to participate in the assessment. Upon the arrival of Zheng Feng, Tsunade greeted him with immediate delight. At the podium, Senju Kakashi commenced his explanation of the assessment's details. The examination comprises 2 segments, a written test and a practical evaluation. The written portion takes place in the morning, lasting 90 minutes, with results announced at noon. Those scoring above 60 can proceed to the practical assessment. The afternoon's practical involves randomly assigned opponents, with no time limit, culminating in the selection of 50 individuals. The following day, from these 50, the top 10 will be determined. And the subsequent day will see the final selection of the top 3 from the elite 10. The rules are straightforward and clear. Senju Kakashi spoke gently. Although this assessment is of great significance, you are still quite young, and facing upperclassmen may lead to disadvantage. If you find yourselves unable to prevail, do not hesitate to concede. The journey ahead is long. Kakashi shared a sincere bond with the students and understood their temperaments well, fearing they might push themselves too hard and incur harm. Thus, he felt compelled to offer this counsel. Zheng Feng winked at Senju Kakashi, smiling confidently. Rest assured, teacher. We will certainly return with commendable results to bring you honor. Indeed, teacher, since you admire Teacher May, we shall ensure she regards you with newfound respect. Tsunade chimed in, adding to the jovial atmosphere. What? The teacher has someone he admires? Is that Teacher May beautiful? This light-hearted banter eased the mood significantly. Zheng Feng gathered with his 3 companions and turned to the other 2 students in the classroom. Ryoji and Izumi, are you also participating in this assessment? Zheng Feng expressed concern. Although Uchiha Ryoji and Hyuga Izumi were formidable, they might struggle against their upperclassmen peers. Ryoji maintained an air of arrogance. Humph. Zheng Feng, I have been training diligently during this period. Don't let me down. Zheng Feng waved dismissively. Thank you for the reminder, but that is simply impossible. You. Ryoji glared at Zheng Feng, gritting his teeth as he muttered, just you wait, before leaving the classroom. Hyuga Izumi looked at Zheng Feng with a fierce determination and stated, I look forward to our duel, before also exiting. Upon reaching the playground, they discovered that the bulletin board had posted the written test announcement along with the examination locations for participants. As the 4 approached, they were delighted to find they had all been assigned to the same class. Ha ha, what incredible luck. We are all in the same examination, Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully, seeing his 3 brilliant friends alongside him, and promptly led them toward the examination room. Soon, A bell rang, signaling the commencement of the assessment. Inside the classroom. After the test papers were distributed, the invigilating teacher solemnly announced, "The examination lasts for 90 minutes, no whispering, no sharing of answers, and no early exits from the examination room. Upon conclusion, all writing must cease immediately." Jifeng sat at his desk, casually reviewing the content of the test papers. Senju Kakashi was indeed correct. The examination covered material from higher grades and encompassed a vast array of knowledge. It is not merely the younger students who find it challenging. Even those in their graduating class encounter a certain level of difficulty. Fortunately, Zhang Feng has experienced education in 2 lifetimes and possesses an extraordinary memory, rendering these questions trivial for him. He picks up his pen and begins answering without a moment's hesitation. Within merely half an hour, he completes the examination paper. Unable to leave the examination hall prematurely, he can only idly glance around. Everywhere he looks, the other students are furrowing their brows, appearing utterly at a loss. They are all struggling learners. Yet, there are a few who are diligently engaged in their tasks. For instance, to his left sits a classmate clad in leather, with crimson eyeshadow and a small dog perched atop his head, exuding a wild aura. At the sight of this peculiar ensemble, Zhang Feng instantly recognizes him as a member of the Inuzuka clan. They are known for their partnership with ninja dogs, fighting alongside them, and even communicating with these loyal companions. The dog on his head is incessantly scanning the room, likely seeking answers for its master. As he observes this scene, an idea strikes Zhang Feng. Could he train his own husky to become a ninja beast? At that moment, the dog's gaze fortuitously shifts toward Zhang Feng. With the intention of making a new friend, he slightly turns his body to present his examination paper, inviting the dog to take a look. Remarkably, the dog displays a human-like expression of confusion, but upon receiving Zhang Feng's friendly nod, it conveys his answers and the situation to its owner. Upon hearing the dog's words, Inuzuka Nobunaga looks up at Zhang Feng, quickly recognizing him as the strongest first-year student, consistently ranking first in his class. Although he is uncertain as to why Zhang Feng is aiding him, the importance of the examination takes precedence, and he continues to copy the answers. As he writes, Inuzuka Nobunaga cannot help but break into a cold sweat. How could his answers differ so markedly from those of others? After all this time, he realizes he has been copying from the struggling students. Had it not been for Zhang Feng's assistance, he might not have even passed. With this thought, he casts a grateful glance toward Zhang Feng. It is then that Zhang Feng recalls his 3 close friends. They are seated together, although Jiraiya's performance is somewhat lacking. With Tsunade and Orochimaru's support, he should manage to pass the assessment. Zhang Feng glances to his right behind him and, as expected, sees Jiraiya fervently writing, shielded by Orochimaru and supported by Tsunade. Seeing this, Zhang Feng intuitively cooperates by observing the proctor's movements. If the instructor's gaze shifts toward Jiraiya, Zhang Feng discreetly coughs. Jiraiya understands the cue and feigns deep concentration on his work. Through the harmonious collaboration of the 4, Jiraiya ultimately completes the examination without incident. Just as the exam time concludes, the students cease writing and exit the classroom. The 4 friends make their way to the schoolyard, chatting while waiting for the results of their assessments. 2 hours later, the results are announced. The written examination has eliminated a significant portion of the candidates, with only a little over 100 advancing to the next round. Soon, the instructors for the second assessment approach, numbering 10, each holding a list. As the instructors call out names from the list, the candidates move toward their respective teachers. Thus, the second round of assessments commences. Shida Tanaka, Uchiyama Tsuya, step forward. 2 individuals ascended the makeshift arena, while a dozen spectators gathered below to witness the confrontation. Zhang Feng observed the duel, unable to suppress a shake of his head. The combatants on the stage possessed only basic skills in 3 body techniques and the art of shuriken throwing, lacking even a single ninjutsu. They were evidently ninjas of common origin. Indeed, within a mere 10 minutes, a victor emerged, determined by sheer physical strength as their chakra reserves were entirely depleted. Time flowed swiftly, and after more than an hour, only Zhang Feng and 1 other remained. The assessment instructor announced the names. Final match, Duanmu Zhang Feng versus Mukimura. As Zhang Feng stepped onto the platform, his opponent appeared to recognize him and remarked, "You seem to have quite the reputation, kid. But encountering me is your misfortune. I'm already in the 6th grade, a bona fide low-rank ninja. Prepare to taste defeat." Zhang Feng listened patiently to the boastful tirade and inquired, "Shall we begin?" Mukimura's face turned a shade of fury, and he swiftly drew a kunai, assuming a fighting stance. He was determined to teach this presumptuous child a lesson. Whoosh! Just as he prepared to launch his attack, a blur caught his eye, and Zheng Feng vanished from his sight. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his entire body was propelled off the stage. Duanmu Zheng Feng, victory, the instructor announced with an air of calm. He then advised, the victor shall participate in the next round tomorrow morning. As Zheng Feng gazed at Kimura's pallid visage, devoid of vitality, he felt no urge to mock. The disparity between them had become stark. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Feng had transcended the capabilities of his peers. He yearned for the commencement of the exchange meeting, eager to encounter skilled practitioners from distant lands. The mere thought of soon engaging in combat with formidable opponents stirred excitement within him. At that moment, Tsunade approached him. Having concluded her assessment, Zheng Feng, have you finished as well? Zheng Feng nodded and casually inquired, Tsunade, did your group have any exceptional talents? Tsunade shook her head, similar to Zheng Feng. Having triumphed without difficulty, Zheng Feng pondered deeply. It appeared that the groups had been arranged to prevent strong contenders from clashing prematurely. A sigh of relief escaped him, for he had previously worried about facing his friends too soon. Though he was confident in his own abilities, he did not wish for his friends to lose their chance to compete. With this realization, Zheng Feng and Tsunade sought out Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had also concluded their battles. As expected, they had encountered no worthy adversaries and emerged victorious with ease. Subsequently, Zheng Feng sought out Inuzuka Nobunaga, who had also successfully advanced. To celebrate, Zheng Feng decided to treat everyone to a barbecue. Inuzuka Nobunaga, a person of eclectic disposition, quickly bonded with the group, and they became quite familiar with one another. Zheng Feng, feeling comfortable, immediately requested Nobunaga's assistance in training his husky as a ninja beast. After hearing this, Nobunaga promised to consult his elders. The Inuzuka clan had a long-standing tradition of nurturing ninja dogs, and Zheng Feng's desire to transform a wolf into a ninja beast posed a considerable challenge. Zheng Feng expressed his gratitude promptly. Later that night, within the Hokage building, Tobirama addressed a young man before him. Hizashi, here is the list of tomorrow's matchups. Take a look. The young man, Saratobi Hizashi, received the list and, in disbelief, stared at Tobirama. Sensei, is this a mistake? How could Zheng Feng? Tobirama chuckled. Indeed. It is intentional. You and Kagami are my prized disciples, yet your responsibilities differ. Kagami, as a member of the Uchiha clan, will inevitably return to the guard, while you are to lead a team of Jonin. Zheng Feng is one of the team members I have designated for you. Do not underestimate this lad. He may possess the most extraordinary talent of the younger generation, and I can even discern the shadow of my elder brother in him. Hizashi, taken aback, exclaimed, Sensei, are you suggesting that Zheng Feng could be compared to Lord Hashirama? Tobirama smiled faintly. It is not merely his talent. He is willing to sacrifice for his comrades, a trait that mirrors your own. Hizashi nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Sensei, rest assured, I will guide him well. The following day, the school was once again besieged by parents, packed to capacity. As Zheng Feng navigated through the throng, he spotted Tsunade standing at the entrance. Without further ado, I took Tsunade by the hand and sat down on the nearby steps, exhaling deeply. I am utterly exhausted. It turns out that the chaos was all instigated by the mischievous husky. As the canine grew day by day, it had transformed into a large breed within just 3 months. Young and brimming with energy, it nearly dismantled the house, keeping Zheng Feng awake all night. Zheng Feng even began to suspect that this creature was not merely a dog, but a genuine wolf in disguise. Tsunade, reveling in his plight, mocked Zheng Feng's inability to train the dog, asserting that had she been in charge, the husky would have been obedient long ago. Enraged and embarrassed, Zheng Feng declared that he would make the husky accompany Tsunade for the night, so she could witness its true nature. Tsunade readily agreed. At that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived at the school, and the 4 of them gathered to await the commencement of the competition. At 9 o'clock, the supervising teachers gradually arrived at the playground to announce the rules. The elimination format remained, with 50 participants vying for 10 spots. After the first round, 25 contestants would remain, necessitating 5 additional matches to determine the top 20 before progressing to the next round. The additional matches would randomly select participants, meaning that one unfortunate soul could potentially face off in 5 consecutive bouts. As the teacher glanced in Zheng Feng's direction, he proclaimed the competition commenced. Today's scenario mirrored yesterday's, with formidable competitors carefully avoided. Zheng Feng effortlessly eliminated his opponent and returned to the steps to sit once more. Resting his chin on his hands and closing his eyes in contemplation, he subtly began to steal a nap, oblivious even to Tsunade's arrival. At that moment, Inuzuka Nobunaga approached, accompanied by a man in a trench coat, and addressed the group. Zhongfeng, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, have you all completed your matches? Noticing Zhongfeng in his thoughtful state, he inquired further, what occupies Zhongfeng's mind? Tsunade, showing no loyalty, exposed the truth. He is not thinking. He is actually asleep. She then elaborated on the reason for Zhongfeng's drowsiness, prompting a wave of laughter from the group. Curiously, Tsunade asked, Nobunaga, who is this beside you? Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend from the same class, Lion Hikaru. He is somewhat introverted, but a genuinely nice person. I brought him along to meet everyone. Aside from Orochimaru, who maintained his aloof demeanor, the others were quite extroverted, warmly welcoming him. Lion Hikaru merely uttered a polite, please take care of me before falling silent, listening to the lively conversation. As the competition concluded, the 5 supplementary matches commenced. The first match, Endo Zhongfeng versus Uchiyama Kaimaru. Tsunade quickly realized the moment and shook Zhongfeng awake. Zhongfeng, wake up. It's your turn to compete. Groggy and disoriented, Zhongfeng was pushed onto the arena by Tsunade, and only upon the teacher's command to start did he abruptly awaken. As he beheld his opponent charging towards him, Zhongfeng instinctively kicked out. Bang! Victory came effortlessly. With the battle concluded, Zhongfeng prepared to resume his slumber. The second match, Endo Zhongfeng versus Toriyama Kenichi. Zhongfeng. Following this, he seamlessly progressed through the subsequent 4 matches, one after another. The companions were left astonished, their mouths forming an A shape, marveling at such fortuitous luck. Yet the greater surprise lay ahead. In the final match, standing opposed were Duanmu Zhongfeng and Yun Guangyi. Zhongfeng gazed forlornly at his teacher in the audience, who, feeling a pang of guilt, hastily explained, Zhongfeng, this was determined by a random draw. As everyone has witnessed, it merely indicates your extraordinary luck. Zhongfeng merely smirked, refraining from retorting. Some truths are best left unspoken, and this matter was likely a decision made by the Hokage himself. Zhongfeng began to grasp the Hokage's intentions. The candidates for this exchange meeting would undoubtedly be himself, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. However, their youth might raise doubts among the villagers even if they emerged victorious, necessitating the demonstration of sufficient prowess to gain their trust. With this realization, a glimmer of fighting spirit ignited in Zhongfeng's eyes. The Yunf clan was an esteemed family within Konoha, and Yun Guangyi was no mere trivial adversary. Zhongfeng resolved to showcase his true abilities. Yun Guangyi, I must apologize, for I am determined to win this match. Yun Guangyi nodded slightly, assuming a stance. Duanmu Zhongfeng, I eagerly anticipate our duel. As the words left his lips, countless black insects surged forth from the sleeves of his garment, spreading ominously around them, sending chills down the spine. This was the Yunf clan's secret technique, parasitic insects. With a swift motion of his right hand, Guangyi commanded the swarm, which coalesced into a dark torrent, rushing toward Zhongfeng. In response, Zhongfeng rapidly formed hand seals. Inhaling deeply before exhaling forcefully. Fire release. Great Fireball. His Great Fireball was nearly 3 times larger than usual, boasting a wider area of effect. Upon collision, the insect swarm was instantly engulfed in flames, countless insects perishing amidst the inferno. The fireball surged forth relentlessly, striking Yun Guangyi with precision. Boom! The flames erupted, scattering embers across the arena, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. Zhongfeng did not entertain the notion of an easy victory. He promptly created over a dozen shadow clones, dispersing them across the stage, armed with kunai, fully alert. Secret technique, Insect Sphere. A voice resonated from below, and at each location of Zhongfeng's clones, swarms of insects erupted from the ground, enveloping him in an instant. Then, Yun Guangyi's figure began to rise slowly from the earth. Realizing Guangyi's position was now exposed, Zhongfeng formed hand seals once more, intending to unleash another great fireball. However, he was taken aback to discover that his chakra was rapidly depleting. Soon, all his clones were drained of chakra, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Yet, Zhongfeng's figure was nowhere to be seen. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. A pair of hands burst forth from the ground, grasping Yun Guangyi's ankle and yanking him violently, leaving only his head above the surface. Zhongfeng gradually revealed himself. Crouching with a smile, it appears that victory is mine. At that moment, Yun Guangyi revealed a hint of a smile, prompting Zhongfeng to sense something amiss. Secret technique, Insect Clone. A kunai silently pressed against Zhongfeng's neck. As he turned to look, half of Guang Yi's body, which had sunk into the ground, dissipated into countless insects. It seemed that I have emerged victorious. Oil Girl Guang Yi rarely revealed a hint of a smile. This battle had captivated the audience, leaving them wide-eyed. Even the teachers couldn't help but secretly admire the two young combatants for having already attained the strength of a lower ninja at such a tender age. Moreover, Zheng Feng was merely in his first year, and his talent evoked envy among the teachers. That fellow, Senju Sangjia, truly fortunate. On the arena, Zheng Feng remained unfazed. Guang Yi, your chakra is remarkably abundant. You have fought valiantly until now, but it must be nearly depleted, right? Guang Yi replied expressionlessly, indeed. But in the end, I will prevail. Zheng Feng revealed an enigmatic smile. Not necessarily. Guang Yi's eyes flickered, instinctively attempting to evade, but it was too late. Boom. In an instant, Zheng Feng's skin glowed a shade of crimson. The fire attribute chakra within him began to transform, and soon, Zheng Feng's body metamorphosed into a fireball. Charging towards Guang Yi. In a moment of crisis, Guang Yi squeezed the last vestiges of chakra from within, summoning insects to shield himself. At that moment, Zheng Feng's true form finally emerged from the corner of the arena, smiling as he addressed Guang Yi. How about that? In the end, I have won. Guang Yi half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. After a moment of silence, he admitted, you have won. Once off the stage, the two approached Tsunade and the others. Zheng Feng looked at Oil Girl Guang Yi, giving a thumbs up. Guang Yi, with such strength in the 3rd grade, you will undoubtedly reach the level of a middle ninja by graduation. Feel free to challenge me anytime. Guang Yi remained silent. The elders of his clan had already assessed his current strength as top tier among lower ninjas, and it was a certainty that he would reach the middle ninja level in 2 years. Based on past years' standards, such prowess was undeniably that of an extraordinary talent. Yet, within Zheng Feng's small group, he felt he might be the weakest. And indeed, Oil Girl Guang Yi's intuition was correct. Zheng Feng's current strength had already reached the pinnacle of middle ninja status, while Tsunade and the others had all attained middle ninja capabilities. Even Jiraiya, who tended to be playful and trained a bit later, was at least at the peak of lower ninja strength, far surpassing both Oil Girl Guang Yi and Inuzuka Nobunaga. Inuzuka Nobunaga also realized this fact and silently resolved to intensify his training. Oil Girl Guang Yi clenched his fists tightly, evidently determined to strive harder. Zheng Feng and his companions had inadvertently inspired the birth of 2 more prodigies. Next came the competition for the top 10 from the top 20. The restrictions of the arena were lifted, and the competition venue was moved to the training ground. Thus, Zheng Feng found himself in his 6th match. As the teacher announced Zheng Feng's name, the entire crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zheng Feng, with a dark expression, walked to the center of the training ground, while his opponent trembled slightly at the sight of him. After all, Zheng Feng had defeated Oil Girl Guang Yi solely with a shadow clone, a performance that would instill fear in anyone. As the battle commenced, the outcome was all too evident. Zheng Feng deftly maneuvered behind his opponent and executed a swift kick, decisively concluding the skirmish. Following this, the names announced by the instructor piqued Zheng Feng's interest. In the 2nd match, it was Orochimaru against Uchiha Ryoji. In the center of the training field, Orochimaru and Uchiha Ryoji faced each other, exchanging brief greetings before launching into combat. Orochimaru had only mastered the singular ninjutsu imparted by their teacher, Senju Kakashi, since his arrival. Zheng Feng had contemplated teaching them other techniques, but both had graciously declined his generous offer, each harboring their own sense of pride and a desire to attain their goals through personal effort. Zheng Feng respected their determination. Uchiha Ryoji, belonging to the esteemed Uchiha clan, undoubtedly possessed superior training resources compared to Orochimaru. Nevertheless, Zheng Feng believed Orochimaru would triumph, for he recognized that Orochimaru's talent was unparalleled. Though perhaps slightly inferior to his own, it was certainly on par with Tsunade's. While Uchiha Ryoji was indeed a prodigy, he was simply not in the same league as Orochimaru. As the battle unfolded, Zheng Feng's predictions proved accurate. Under Orochimaru's tactical acumen, Ryoji gradually fell prey to the traps laid out by Orochimaru, ultimately succumbing to defeat. The 3rd match was equally intriguing, featuring Hyuga Izumi against the 2nd-year genius, Hatake Tsukumo. In the center of the training ground, Hatake Tsukumo and Hyuga Izumi commenced their initial probes into one another's capabilities. Faced with Hyuga Izumi's gentle fist, Hatake Tsukumo deftly maneuvered with a few simple steps, preventing Izumi from closing the distance. Observing this, Izumi decisively activated his Byakugan, intensifying his offensive with chakra-encased strikes targeting Tsukumo's chakra points. Confronted with the formidable combination of Byakugan and Gentle Fist, Hatake Tsukumo slowly drew his short blade, White Fang. In an instant, his demeanor shifted, exuding a chilling aura. Under the weight of this presence, Hyuga Izumi's assault revealed a slight opening. Seizing the moment, Tsukumo swiftly appeared behind Izumi, the blade grazing Izumi's chest, drawing forth a trickle of blood. In that fleeting moment, victory was determined. Hyuga Izumi, glancing at his wound and then at Hatake Tsukumo, resignedly conceded defeat. With merely his footwork, Tsukumo had evaded all assaults, likely achieving the speed of a chunin, an ability that perhaps even Zhang Feng could not match. Upon witnessing Izumi's surrender, Tsukumo sheathed his blade and, noticing Izumi's injury, expressed his apologies. Izumi, I sincerely apologize. My swordsmanship is still lacking, and I have inadvertently harmed you. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Feng and his companions found their perception of Hatake Tsukumo transformed. He was not quite as they had imagined. Their understanding of Tsukumo had been shaped largely by hearsay, which suggested that he had not attended school after the first month, dedicating his time to practice at home. It was not until he secured first place in the practical exam that he earned the title of genius, leading Zhang Feng and his peers to believe he was an unapproachable individual. As they beheld the scene before them, a sense of admiration for Kakashi Hatake began to blossom within them. Zhang Feng stepped forward, saying, Kakashi, allow me to treat Hinata Izumi. With that, he employed his palm healing technique on Hinata's wound. In mere seconds, the injury was miraculously healed. Kakashi, witnessing this, was profoundly astonished. He gazed intently at Zhang Feng and remarked, Zhang Feng, you must not have exerted your full strength during the earlier battle. I hope you will offer me your guidance in tomorrow's fight. Zhang Feng, equally impressed by Kakashi's prowess, confidently replied, the same goes for you. I too eagerly anticipate our duel tomorrow. Subsequently, Kakashi departed alone, while Zhang Feng stayed to observe the battle between Tsunade and the others. As expected, with the exception of Oil Girl Mitsuyoshi, the remaining competitors advanced without incident. Once the match concluded, the teacher commenced explaining the arrangements for the following day as combat. Due to the finals, the competition would take place at the Chunin exam venue, spanning an impressive area of 5,000 square meters with seating for 10,000 spectators. A large number of villagers were expected to attend. Upon returning home, Zhang Feng was greeted by the exuberant charge of his husky, nearly toppling him over. He affectionately rubbed the dog's head, gazing into its wise eyes with a hint of exasperation. Did you manage to break more furniture and get Dad upset again? The husky's destructive capabilities were remarkable, having wreaked havoc on their household furnishings within just a month. Even the legs of Tsunade and Shizen's bed had been chewed through, resulting in a collapse during the night. Amused by the thought of sending the husky to Tsunade's residence, Zhang Feng could not help but chuckle. On the day of the finals, Zhang Feng arrived at the dueling arena early. Upon spotting him, Tsunade hastily approached, seizing him by the neck and shaking him. You rascal! You knew how rambunctious the husky was and still sent it to my house. I barely slept a wink last night. If I lose today, it's all your fault. Zhang Feng struggled to defend himself, saying, Hey, you agreed to let me send the husky over. Now you're blaming me? Can't you handle a loss? Tsunade, evidently unwilling to engage in reason, took matters into her own hands. Their commotion quickly attracted the attention of onlookers. Look, it's Tsunade. What are those two up to? Duh. Isn't it obvious? Just look at how they're playfully bickering. They must be in love. Oh, so that's how it is. The crowd murmured, leaving Zhang Feng and Tsunade feeling quite uneasy. Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Zhang Feng a glare, warning, just wait until the match. I'll flatten you. With that, she turned and hurried away. Observing her flustered retreat, Zhang Feng was left uncertain whether she was angry or merely shy. His own face reddened, leaving him feeling awkwardly out of sorts. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from behind. Haha, Zhang Feng, are you courting little Tsunade? Zhang Feng turned to see the legendary protector of Konoha, Hashirama Senju, alongside his wife, Mito Uzumaki. The couple was soon surrounded by enthusiastic villagers. Lord Hashirama, it's truly him. Lady Mito is here too. I adore you, Lady Mito. Faced with the enthusiastic villagers, Hashirama displayed no airs, joyfully greeting everyone. After the villagers dispersed, he and Tobarama approached Masahiro, curiosity evident on their faces. Masahiro, are you and Tsunade truly in a romantic relationship? Even Mito regarded Masahiro with a knowing look. Grandpa Hashirama, Grandma Mito, the view here is obstructed, and I cannot see the match clearly. Allow me to escort you to the contestants area. Masahiro attempted to divert the conversation, leading the way toward the participant zone. With smiles in their eyes, Hashirama and Mito followed closely behind him. Upon entering the contestants' area, Masahiro spotted Jiraiya and others. Just as Jiraiya was about to greet him, the sight of Hashirama and Tobirama behind Masahiro froze his hand midair. "H. Hokage-sama." This exclamation drew the attention of the entire arena. In an instant, Hashirama was surrounded once more, while Masahiro was pushed aside by the crowd. Not far from them, Tsunade blushed at the earlier speculation. After a brief moment, the crowd surrounding Hashirama finally settled down and began to focus on the matter at hand. We shall now announce the matchups. The first match is Jiraiya versus Kakashi Hatake. At the center of the arena, the examiner read out the match list. Jiraiya and Kakashi took their positions on either side of the examiner. Let the match begin. As Kakashi entered a combat stance, unsheathing his short blade, he fixed a cold gaze upon Jiraiya. Feeling the intensity of his opponent's aura, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. The atmosphere in the arena became increasingly tense. Ultimately, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself. He drew a kunai and charged at his opponent. In an instant, he was before Kakashi, swiftly and decisively swinging the kunai. Kakashi raised his blade to block and delivered a swift kick. Jiraiya narrowly evaded by leaning to the side. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of attacks, each testing the other, their speed creating faint afterimages. The spectators were enthralled by the spectacle. Masahiro observed their duel, a frown creasing his brow. At this rate, Jiraiya will lose. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, stating, in terms of speed and taijutsu, Kakashi surpasses Jiraiya. Tsunade chimed in, however. Jiraiya's ninjutsu has seen significantly greater improvement than his taijutsu. Upon hearing this, Masahiro focused intently on the battle, eager to witness the advancements in Jiraiya's ninjutsu. On the battlefield, Jiraiya was astonished by Kakashi's formidable taijutsu and gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. It seems I must rely on ninjutsu to claim victory. This was originally intended for Masahiro. Kakashi, also surprised, regarded Jiraiya with newfound respect. The Hatake clan prided itself on taijutsu, and Kakashi's prowess was already akin to that of a nin, although he had not exerted his full strength during their earlier skirmish. It was evident that Jiraiya was no ordinary genin, and he was a year younger. With this realization, Kakashi's expression grew more resolute. Acknowledging Jiraiya's strength, he prepared to engage with the respect befitting a worthy opponent. Kakashi, witness my newly devised ninjutsu, Jiraiya declared, his gaze unwavering and confidence unshaken. As these words echoed throughout the arena, shock rippled through the crowd. What? Did I hear that correctly? He claimed to have created a new ninjutsu. How could that be possible? Do you think inventing a ninjutsu is a simple feat? Perhaps he merely seeks to intimidate his opponent. Meanwhile, in the contestant area, Masaki's eyes widened. He understood that Jiraiya was not one to speak without substance. Within the arena, upon hearing this proclamation, Kakashi swiftly sprang into action. His strategy was straightforward. Regardless of the veracity of Jiraiya's claim, he aimed to strike first, denying his opponent the opportunity to execute any ninjutsu. His reasoning was sound, and his movements were agile, yet he was still a moment too late. Thud! The blade sliced through the air, and Jiraiya dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. A clone. Panic surged within Kakashi, and before he could react, a smoke bomb detonated beneath his feet, enveloping him in a veil of white mist. Kakashi leapt backward, escaping the haze. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. As Kakashi exited the smoke, Jiraiya had just completed his incantation. With his right hand forming a circle near his mouth, he forcefully exhaled. Fire-style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, 3 meters in diameter, surged toward Kakashi. Suspended in midair and unable to evade, Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Gripping his short blade tightly, he swung it forward with great force, cleaving the fireball in two, landing safely on the ground. Observing this, Jiraiya remained unfazed, even smiling. Kakashi's heart sank as he swiftly lunged toward Jiraiya with his weapon drawn. Boom! Just as Jiraiya's voice faded, the severed fireball behind Kakashi began to tremble violently before erupting into countless smaller flames, exploding outward. Kakashi was instantly engulfed by the inferno. Yet, before Jiraiya could revel in his triumph, he noticed Kakashi transform into a burning log. A substitute? Instinctively, Jiraiya scanned his surroundings. In a flash, with Kakashi's voice resonating, Jiraiya felt a blinding light before a blade was pressed against his neck, the blade's edge even grazing his chest. Jiraiya realized he had been bested. Yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. How did you evade my explosive fireball? Kakashi, regaining his serene demeanor, replied, I didn't evade it. I merely utilized the transformation technique and concealed myself behind the log created by the substitution technique. Jiraiya, enlightened, shook his head. Forget it. If I cannot defeat you, I would likely fare no better against Masaki. I concede. Thus, the first match concludes with Kakashi's victory. As Jiraiya stepped down from the arena, Masaki approached and playfully punched him. Impressive. You actually developed a new ninjutsu. Pray tell, what is its name? Hearing his companion's praise, Jiraiya brushed aside his earlier defeat, instantly adopting a boastful demeanor. Ha! I am a genius. This technique is called the exploding fireball technique. It allows for the control of the fireball's explosion, which then transforms into flames to assault the enemy. Teacher Shinjukage rated it as a B-class skill. Upon hearing this, his companions showered him with flattery. Jiraiya, in a fit of joy, momentarily lost himself in excitement and promptly took out a scroll to share with everyone. Zheng Feng, grinning from ear to ear as he received the scroll from Jiraiya, felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. His newly developed ninjutsu could indeed enhance this technique, thus amplifying its power significantly. Subsequently, Zheng Feng, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Inuzuka Nobunaga successfully advanced to the top 5. The proctor then initiated the next phase of the competition. Moving from 5 to 3 contestants, they faced a dilemma in evenly distributing the battles, resulting in only 2 groups competing, leaving 1 individual to receive a bye. The contestant granted the bye would face the winners of the 2 groups. Should they lose both matches, they would be eliminated, while the losing group would engage in a tiebreaker round. This arrangement maximized the fairness of the competition. The 5 contestants proceeded to draw lots. Drawing red indicated a bye, while drawing a number allowed one to select an opponent based on that number. Zheng Feng was the first to draw. He reached into the box and randomly grasped a stick. Upon revealing it, he found it was red. With a feigned sigh, he lamented, Alas, this luck. I actually yearn to compete with everyone, he boasted while flaunting the red slip in his hand. The others paid him no mind and focused on their own draws. Tsunade drew the number 1, pitted against the contestant who drew number 4. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade with a slight smile. It seems we are destined to clash once more. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with determination, just as I wished. This time, I shall emerge victorious. The remaining 3 quietly retreated, making way for Tsunade and Orochimaru. With the proctor's command, the match officially commenced. Tsunade was acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses in her dynamic with Orochimaru. She aimed to close the distance and settle the duel with her taijutsu. With a powerful push of her legs, she surged forward. Orochimaru, well acquainted with Tsunade's prowess, swiftly leaped backward while simultaneously hurling 2 shurikens. Unfazed, Tsunade gathered her chakra, swung her fists, and effortlessly knocked the shurikens from the air, pressing onward toward Orochimaru. Recognizing her intent for close combat, Orochimaru positioned a kunai defensively across his chest. Tsunade's formidable punch shattered the kunai, striking Orochimaru squarely. He was propelled backward nearly 10 meters, crashing into the wall behind him, which fractured in a spider web pattern. Struggling to stand, Orochimaru felt a sharp pain in his arms, realizing his bones were likely fractured. As Tsunade charged at him again, he gritted his teeth against the pain, throwing another shuriken while rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release. Gust. A small current of air enveloped the shuriken, dramatically increasing its speed as it whistled towards Tsunade. This was a technique Orochimaru had devised, capable of enhancing the velocity of moving objects. It consumed minimal chakra, yet its learning curve was steep, rated as a D-class technique by Shinjukage. As the shrieking shuriken approached, Tsunade instinctively dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru swiftly distanced himself, forming hand seals to create over a dozen shadow clones, encircling Tsunade. All clones simultaneously launched shurikens at her, again employing gust to accelerate their assault. The shurikens fell upon her like a tempest, with no avenue for escape. Tsunade concentrated her chakra into her fist and struck the ground with tremendous force. The impact shattered the earth into countless fragments, forming a natural barrier. The audience erupted in cheers, while Orochimaru merely smiled quietly. Determined not to grant Orochimaru another opportunity, Tsunade swiftly formed hand seals, creating dozens of shadow clones that surged towards Orochimaru's own duplicates. Outnumbered, Orochimaru's clones were swiftly overwhelmed. As Tsunade located Orochimaru's true form, her clones charged en masse. Just as victory seemed assured, Orochimaru stirred once more. When released, Gale Shuiken. The hand seals had long been prepared, awaiting Tsunade's advance. Instantly, a multitude of minute wind blades erupted from his mouth, aimed directly at Tsunade. Remaining calm under pressure, she prepared to evade. But a familiar voice echoed from behind her. Wind release, Gale Shuiken. Glancing back, she was taken aback to find another Orochimaru had appeared behind her. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Yet, Senju Hashirama observed with clarity, murmuring a soft praise. This fellow Orochimaru is quite impressive. What a clever tactic. As Orochimaru launched shurikens, his true form transformed into a shuriken that flew alongside, only to revert to its original state upon reaching Tsunade's flank, executing a pincer maneuver with his clones. The technique he employed, Wind Release Gale Shuriken, was a modified version of the original, enhancing the wind into a more lethal blade form, deemed B rank by Senju Kawurama. Facing a dual assault, Tsunade reacted decisively. With a powerful sideways kick, she swiftly exited the range of Orochimaru's technique, simultaneously dispelling all shadow clones. Just as she stabilized her stance, she noticed Orochimaru and his clones turning toward her, incessantly unleashing wind blades. They could even alter their trajectory. Alarmed, Tsunade began to evade. Countless wind blades pursued her, carving deep gashes into the walls and ground. Her garments were torn, and several cuts marred her skin. Tsunade's temper flared as she was relentlessly pursued. She abruptly halted her evasive maneuvers, lifting her right leg high, and then forcefully striking the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath her, and with a resounding crash, a fissure extended from her feet towards Orochimaru, causing the ground beneath him to collapse into a cloud of dust. Halting the wind blades. This revelation indicated that the other Orochimaru was indeed the true body. Without hesitation, Tsunade pivoted and charged towards the Orochimaru, still releasing wind blades. Awaken, Orochimaru, she silently urged. With a resounding impact, Tsunade's fist connected with Orochimaru, only for a cloud of white smoke to envelop her once more. Another clone. Alarmed, Tsunade quickly surveyed her surroundings, spotting Orochimaru forming hand seals. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted her leg again, intent on delivering another earth-shattering kick to interrupt his technique. Sensing her intent, Orochimaru immediately ceased the seals, dodging deftly before resuming his hand seal formation. Tsunade was compelled to unleash her devastating kick once more to thwart Orochimaru's actions. After several rounds of confrontation, Orochimaru observed Tsunade's labored breathing and halted his movements, unexpectedly drawing a kunai and charging towards her. This indicated an intention to engage in close combat. Although Tsunade felt a twinge of confusion, it was precisely what she desired. As soon as they clashed, Orochimaru found himself at a disadvantage. Outside the arena, Jiraiya watched in bewilderment. In close quarters, Orochimaru could never hope to best Tsunade. He should have maintained his distance. Fool. Jinfeng shot him a glance. Orochimaru's previous actions had but one aim, to deplete Tsunade's chakra. Each time he formed hand seals. It was merely for show, while Tsunade, in her attempts to interrupt him, had already expended a significant amount of chakra using her heavenly foot technique. That scoundrel had devised a strategy against Tsunade from the very beginning. Observe, if Tsunade were at full capacity, Orochimaru wouldn't withstand a single punch. Yet now he is able to hold his ground, indicating that Tsunade's strength has waned. In this contest, Orochimaru is poised to triumph. What? The crowd gasped in unison. The outcome unfolded just as Zheng Feng had predicted. Tsunade, burdened by her considerable chakra depletion, began to exhibit signs of fatigue as the battle prolonged. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had meticulously controlled his chakra usage from the onset of the match, and by the time he opted for close combat, their chakra levels were nearly equal. Now, the decisive factor lay in who could endure longer. In this regard, Orochimaru was agile, whereas Tsunade was reliant on brute strength. This disparity ensured that Orochimaru's stamina consumption was significantly lower than Tsunade's, allowing him to persist longer. This advantage was firmly grasped by Orochimaru, causing the scales of victory to tilt in his favor. Ultimately, Tsunade was rendered utterly exhausted, and Orochimaru seized the opportunity to secure his victory. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. How could this be? Tsunade is undeniably stronger. Alas, Tsunade's strategy fell short, and her defeat was not unfounded. I refuse to accept this. How can a stronger individual lose? Humph. In the world of ninjas, sometimes strategy outweighs sheer strength. The spectators buzzed with speculation. Yet, wisdom is indeed a facet of strength, and Tsunade understood this principle. Though reluctant, she found herself powerless to alter the course of events. The examiner announced Orochimaru as the victor. Seeing Tsunade incapacitated, Jinfeng instinctively moved to assist her, but suddenly reconsidered. Slowly turning, he met the knowing gazes of Hashirama and Mito, who bore expressions that were part smirk, part amusement. As Jinfeng began to explain, Hashirama nodded. Go ahead. Tsunade needs your help right now. Mito chimed in. Adding fuel to the fire. Go on. Only you can heal Tsunade's wounds. Suppressing his embarrassment, Jinfeng hurried into the arena. Upon seeing him, Tsunade's eyes brightened, and she pointed at Orochimaru, fuming. Jinfeng, this scoundrel is utterly despicable. You must help me exact revenge. Jinfeng gently nodded. All right, let's tend to your injuries first, and then you shall see how I deal with Orochimaru. Hey, Jinfeng-kun, I'm still here. Orochimaru interjected, unable to contain himself. Haha, it's settled then. Upon hearing Jinfeng's agreement, Tsunade's mood immediately brightened. Just as she attempted to rise, however, she found herself utterly devoid of strength. That Jinfeng, I lack the energy to get up, Tsunade exclaimed. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. What a bother. I must assist with such a trivial matter. Jinfeng feigned indifference as he effortlessly lifted Tsunade into his arms and swiftly departed. Upon reaching the arena, the air was thick with gossip, leaving Jinfeng feeling quite out of place. Ultimately, it was Mito who came to his rescue. Everyone, let us focus on the match. The crowd snapped to attention, turning their gaze toward the field where the duel between Kakashi Hatake and Nobunaga Inuzuka had commenced. The disparity in their abilities was evident, as Kakashi quickly secured victory with his lightning-fast movements. After Jinfeng tended to Tsunade's injuries, the trio returned to the participant area, engaging in light conversation with Nobunaga to alleviate his gloomy spirits. Soon after, the proctor summoned them to the center of the arena. Concurrently, 3 figures emerged from the elevated platform, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the venue. Look, it's the Hokage. The presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo alongside him heightened the atmosphere, indicating their earnestness regarding the competition. The Hokage is so handsome. I adore you. Tobirama Senja glanced at Danzo, who stepped forward and solemnly declared, Silence. His voice resonated throughout the arena. Incredible! Wind release can be utilized in such a manner. Jinfeng thought in astonishment. As the crowd settled, Danzo continued, the Hokage is already aware of the match results, and the selections for the exchange event have been determined. We now must select the final contender. Looking toward Jinfeng, he called out, Jinfeng? Jinfeng stepped forward, gazing at the platform. You will face Kakashi Hatake and Orochimaru in succession. If you win one match, you shall be the third candidate. Should you lose both, the third contender will be chosen between Tsunade and Nobunaga. Jinfeng nodded in understanding. And the proctor announced, Now, let us commence the first bout. Jinfeng versus Orochimaru. Wait. I have a request. I wish to challenge both Orochimaru and Kakashi simultaneously. This proclamation sent the audience into a frenzy. He wants to take on 2 opponents at once? Is he serious? Such audacity. Doesn't he fear defeat? Indeed. Both of them possess the strength of Nin. To triumph over them simultaneously would require Jonin-level prowess. The spectators buzzed with speculation. Danzo was taken aback by this statement, instinctively exclaiming, Impossible. He'll be defeated in less than 2 minutes. Hiruzen's expression reflected concern. Teacher, do you think Jinfeng's decision is a bit rash? Yet, Tobirama appeared intrigued. I believe it is worth a try. He nodded in agreement toward the arena below. The proctor, observing the scene, turned to Jinfeng and earnestly asked, Jinfeng, are you certain you wish to challenge both individuals at once? Jinfeng nodded resolutely, indeed. Well then, Orochimaru and Tsukumo Hatake, do you have any objections? The 2 exchanged glances, signaling their agreement. Very well, this match will be a 1-on-2, with Sifeng as the solo participant. Let the match commence. In Konoha, the 3 stood in a triangular formation, a fervent battle spirit illuminating Sifeng's face. At long last, an opportunity to engage in a thrilling fight had arrived. This moment had been long awaited. Let us raise the stakes, he proposed. During this match, I shall rely solely on taijutsu. Should I resort to any ninjutsu, consider it your victory. After all, my ninjutsu is exceedingly formidable, rendering the match rather dull. Tsukumo Hatake regarded Sifeng, whose demeanor was brimming with confidence, casting a questioning glance at Orochimaru. This individual exhibits an unwavering assurance of victory. It appears we have been underestimated. A chilling glint began to flicker in Orochimaru's eyes. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo slowly drew the short blade from his back. Sifeng is proficient in medical ninjutsu, isn't he? I suppose I can afford to be a tad more forceful. Tsukumo was evidently incensed by Sifeng's arrogance. From the spectators' seats, Tsunade smacked her forehead. That arrogant fellow. I truly wish to teach him a lesson. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Orochimaru began to recollect the prior skirmishes of the four, his expression turning grave. In stark contrast, Sifeng stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of assuredness. Without further ado, Orochimaru unleashed several shuriken, invoking wind release, gust of wind. The shuriken whistled through the air, each tracing a unique trajectory as they converged on Sifeng from all directions. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Sifeng reached out and grasped each shuriken with ease. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. However, Sifeng wasted no time. He hurled the shuriken back at Orochimaru. Just moments prior, Sifeng had opened the first gate, significantly enhancing his speed to intercept the shuriken. Now, having activated the second gate, he launched an offensive against Orochimaru. As Sifeng threw the shuriken, he deliberately moderated his strength, allowing Orochimaru a clear view. The moment the shuriken was released, Orochimaru instinctively dodged. The shuriken soared past, striking the wall behind Orochimaru with a resounding crash, leaving a deep dent. Fear coursed through Orochimaru's mind. Such power, he thought, apprehensive. This is becoming rather tedious. A contest of fists would be far more entertaining. Discarding the shuriken, Sifeng clenched his fists. If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you. Just don't lose too quickly. No sooner had he spoken than Sifeng vanished from sight. Tsukumo's gaze sharpened as he lunged forward with his blade. Swish. The blade sliced through the air. But Tsukumo remained calm, swinging again only to find nothing but emptiness. Seemingly, he began to grasp the situation, his form also dissipating into thin air. The air was filled with the sound of clashing metal as two indistinct figures gradually took shape. Orochimaru understood that with his current speed, joining the fray would only cause chaos. It was wiser to remain still and await an opportune moment. Before long, the two reappeared. Zhang Feng gazed at Chimu Tsukumo with a hint of surprise, saying, I never expected you to keep pace with my opening of the third gate. Impressive, Chimu Tsukumo. Looking back at Zhang Feng, replied nonchalantly, if this is all you can muster, then you were destined to lose. After speaking, Chimu Tsukumo exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, both instantly comprehending each other's intent. Chimu Tsukumo took the initiative to launch an attack. In a flash, the swift gleam of the blade seemed poised to cleave Zhang Feng in two. Zhang Feng immediately dodged backward, while simultaneously, Orochimaru targeted the space behind Zhang Feng. Wind release, wind blade stream. Countless tiny wind blades surged toward Zhang Feng, hampering his speed. The coordinated assault from Orochimaru and Chimu Tsukumo forced Zhang Feng into a direct confrontation. Faced with the dual onslaught of Orochimaru and Chimu Tsukumo, Zhang Feng resolutely activated the third gate, his speed surging once more to the pinnacle level of a ch-nin. In a moment of crisis, Zhang Feng executed a bridge-like maneuver to evade Chimu Tsukumo's blade. Boom! With astonishing speed, he appeared behind Orochimaru, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Orochimaru was sent flying. However, before Zhang Feng could revel in his success, Orochimaru's figure suddenly dissipated into white smoke mid-air, leaving only a wooden stump behind. Another substitution. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng charged toward Chimu Tsukumo. Unsure of Orochimaru's true location, he decided to deal with Chimu Tsukumo first, reasoning that it would be easier to handle Orochimaru alone later. Zhang Feng engaged Chimu Tsukumo in close combat, wielding a kunai. This encounter was drastically different from their previous one. After activating the third gate, Zhang Feng's speed surged again, thoroughly overpowering Chimu Tsukumo. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Orochimaru no longer concealed his intentions, producing several shuriken to hurl at Zhang Feng. The shuriken seemed to possess a life of their own, attacking from various angles. In response, Zhang Feng forcefully repelled Chimu Tsukumo and deftly dodged the shuriken. Aware of Orochimaru's tenacity, Zhang Feng shifted his focus to him. Chimu Tsukumo attempted to intervene, but the disparity in their speeds left him helpless as Zhang Feng vanished once more. Upon seeing Zhang Feng charge, Orochimaru threw more shuriken in an attempt to obstruct him. However, shuriken were not infinite, and soon they were entirely depleted. This is bad. With no shuriken left, Orochimaru quickly assumed a defensive stance, bracing himself. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Feng turned back, launching an assault on Chimu Tsukumo. Zhang Feng was acutely aware that Orochimaru was a master of evasion and would not engage him directly. It was likely that he was still facing a mere clone. The best course of action was to eliminate Chimu Tsukumo first and then deal with Orochimaru. Caught off guard by Zhang Feng's sudden ferocity, Chimu Tsukumo found himself once again on the defensive. With Orochimaru out of shuriken, his ninjutsu could not be wielded as freely, significantly diminishing the threat. Before long, Chimu Tsukumo exhausted his strength and was sent sprawling to the ground by Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng turned his attention toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru narrowly escaped 5 times, ultimately depleting his chakra. The outcome was evident, and Orochimaru decisively conceded defeat. Thus, this confrontation came to a formal conclusion. The proctor announced Zhang Feng as the victor, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the audience. Following this battle, the names of Zhang Feng and his companions gradually spread throughout the entire ninja world. At the Sand Ninja headquarters, the second Kazekage gazed at the recently delivered intelligence. A trace of admiration evident on his face. He had not anticipated that Konoha's new generation harbored so many prodigies. This Duanmu Zhang Feng had even achieved the rank of elite chunin. A member of the Elder Council remarked, Kazekage-sama, should this Zhang Feng continue to grow, he may pose a threat to us. Should we? And gestured ominously. The Sandman waved dismissively. There is no need to worry about such matters. The ninja world is currently in a state of peace. We ought not to provoke unnecessary troubles. At my age, I merely wish to cultivate the next generation for our village, and besides, Weimin may not necessarily be outmatched by this Zhang Feng. Within the confines of a Wagakure, Inoki declared, Inoki will lead the elite ninjas to Konoha for the upcoming exchange. Yes. After accepting his teacher's command, Inoki hesitantly inquired, Teacher, must we truly allow Kozi to participate in the exchange? He is but a child. Do not fret. Kozi is one of our IWA ninjas. Let us extend a measure of trust. Inoki nodded in resignation. By the way, pay attention to the intelligence regarding this Duanmu Zhang Feng to prepare for the future. Understood, teacher. In Kumogakure, a resounding crash echoed as the second Reikage smashed the table before him in two with a single fist, solemnly questioning, How prepared is that kid, Suki? A dark-skinned man responded, Reikage-sama, that ninjutsu has been learned by Suki, though he is not yet proficient and is currently intensifying his training. Hearing this, I nodded in satisfaction. Once he masters that ninjutsu, Suki's strength will not fall short of that Zhang Feng. Reikage-sama, is the information reliable? ISNT that Zhang Feng only 7 years old? I affirmed, the intelligence is accurate. This Zhang Feng indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Damn. If only Hashirama Senju were not still alive. Dadik, you will lead the mission. Be vigilant in gathering intelligence on the new generation from each village. Yes, understood. In Kirigakure. Oh, Kayamitsu, what do you think of this kid named Zhang Feng? He seems quite formidable. Teased the ghostly figure of H-Zuki Mangetsu as he observed the practicing silhouette in the training grounds of the H-Zuki clan. Humph, no matter who it is. I shall tear him apart. H-Zuki Kayamitsu retorted defiantly, then turned with dissatisfaction to his newly appointed teacher, saying, Hey, with my current strength, am I still incapable of wielding that blade? Do not rush. It will come soon, hopefully. Upon hearing the words, Guizhang Xianwei grew increasingly dissatisfied. When exactly will this take place? I believe it should be around the time you return from the exchange meeting. While various ninja villages were fervently preparing for battle, Konoha remained a scene of tranquility. Zhang Feng, are you ready? It's time to set off. Almost done. Just give me 2 more minutes. After responding to Tsunade's inquiry from outside the door, Zhang Feng turned to the husky before him. You wretched creature. This is the 32nd time you've pilfered my breakfast. Prepare to meet your demise. 2 minutes later, Tsunade finally waited for Zhang Feng to step out. You are quite the procrastinator. Huh, what happened to the husky? Don't mention it. This wretched dog stole my breakfast again, and I had to deal with the aftermath. Hey, Zhang Feng, do you think if the husky could speak, your home would be livelier? I suppose not. Zhang Feng gazed at the husky sprawled on the ground, uncertain. The trio arrived at the home of Hitaki Tsukumo. A dog adorned with a Konoha forehead protector stood before Tsukumo. Speaking in human language, Zhang Feng, Tsunade, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for nearly an hour. Hitaki Tsukumo, feeling a bit awkward, quickly shifted the subject. Zhang Feng, although Parker mentioned that the husky possesses the bloodline of a ninja dog, it is quite challenging to train it into one. Are you certain you want to take it to Narukami Mountain? Zhang Feng expressed his astonishment, realizing why the creature often behaved so dog-like. It was indeed of canine lineage. He nodded. Despite its frequent foolishness, it is still a member of the Endo family. I hope it can become a ninja beast and live a longer life. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded and said to Parker, who had been impatiently waiting. In that case, Parker, please take the husky with you. Parker nodded, stepped forward, and bit the husky's neck, transforming into a puff of white smoke. With the husky's disappearance, Zhengfeng felt a weight lifted from his heart. He playfully wrapped his arm around Hatake Tsukumo's neck and joyfully declared, "All right, to express my gratitude for everyone's assistance with the husky, I've decided to treat everyone to skewers at my shop. Let us invite Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The more, the merrier." Hatake Tsukumo could not help but smile. Was this what friendship felt like? Quite delightful. As time flowed by, only a week remained until the exchange meeting. One afternoon, Zhengfeng was still training alone in the back mountains. Outside the village, a group of 4 was slowly making their way toward Konoha. The leader, a short figure with a prominent garlic nose, stood out remarkably, seemingly floating as he walked. This individual was none other than Inoki, the leader of the Iwagakure. Following him were 3 figures, among whom a young man with purple hair was particularly striking. Upon reaching the village entrance, Inoki solemnly advised his companions, "We are nearing Konoha. Let me remind you once more, the god of ninja is still alive. Once you enter, behave yourselves and avoid causing any trouble. Understood? You're so tedious. After a week of travel, can we not enter the village sooner and rest?" The man with purple hair appeared visibly impatient as he strode towards Konoha. "You rascal." Inoki observed the figure of Shi, shaking his head while signaling the 2 individuals behind him to follow. Upon entering the village, Inoki and his entourage were soon joined by another group. Leading this new contingent was a strikingly beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure. Upon reaching the entrance of Konoha, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "Finally, Konoha. Once we enter the village, I must find a hot spring to bathe. Tsunade is severely lacking in water, and it's impossible to enjoy a proper wash." Noticing the woman's eager expression, her companion, Saito, helplessly interjected, "Chiyo-senpai, let us head into the village first. After such a long journey, everyone is exhausted." Chiyo snapped back to reality upon hearing his words. "You have a point. Once we enter, you all should find a place to rest. I am going to the hot springs." Following Chiyo's group, 2 teams arrived simultaneously at the village entrance. As the leaders of the 2 teams encountered one another, sparks flew in their eyes. "Hey, Dadik, is there no one left in Kimogakure? They sent you, of all people, to lead." The leader of the Mist Ninja, Kaido, ignited the tension immediately. "Humph, Kaido, don't get too cocky. If you have the guts, let us settle this with a proper fight." Dadik stood undaunted, his muscles rippling as arcs of lightning danced across his imposing frame, exuding an intimidating presence. In Konoha, neither party dared to engage. The god of ninjas presided over the village, and it was not to be trifled with. The 2 leaders fell silent. But the captain of a 3-man team was not inclined to remain quiet. A towering figure named Yaoshang gazed intently at a blue-haired individual within the Mist team, asking in a deep voice, "You are the so-called genius of the Mist, Kaido Tsukuyami, right? I've heard your talent rivals that of the second Mizukichi." Kaido Tsukuyami grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "Flattery will get you nowhere. How could I possibly compare to Lord Mizukichi? However, your reputation, Yaoshang, precedes you. Do remember to show mercy when we cross blades. Don't rush. There will be opportunities for combat." As Kaido Tsukuyami departed, Yaoshang's gaze deepened, with flickers of lightning subtly coursing through him. Inside the Hokage building in Konoha, a series of knocks echoed. "Come in," called Senju Tobarama, who was engrossed in reviewing documents. Not lifting his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, approaching Tobarama's side and presenting a scroll. "Master, we have received news at the gate. Representatives from the 4 major ninja villages and their participating teams have arrived." At this, Senju Tobarama finally raised his head. Unrolling the scroll, he scanned its contents before placing it back on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Hiruzen, it seems the other ninja villages are determined to seize this opportunity at the exchange conference, sending their aces from the new generation to compete. Master, I have heard of some names on this list. They all possess the strength of Chunin, especially the leaders, Yaoshang, Saito, Kaido Tsukuyami, and Ji. They are all the foremost figures in their respective villages. Moreover, they are all 12 years old, perfectly eligible to participate in the exchange conference. Is this not a tad unfair for the likes of Kazuki and the others?" Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Tobarama with a hint of concern. His apprehensions were not without merit. Each of the 4 competitors possessed strength comparable to that of Masaki, and their age presented a significant advantage over the trio from Konoha. Consider Masaki, Orochimaru, and Tsukumo. The eldest, Tsukumo, was merely 8 years old, marking a 4-year disparity. This gap not only indicated a considerable difference in physical prowess, but also suggested a greater chakra reserve due to their advanced physical development. Furthermore, the identities of the four competitors were intricately linked to the leaders of their respective villages, raising the possibility that they might wield formidable jutsu, which posed a considerable threat to Masaki and his companions. At that moment, Hiruzen was unaware of the cell enhancement technique, which contributed to his misconceptions about Masaki's current chakra capacity. Weighing all these factors, Hiruzen began to worry about the trio's chances of prevailing in the competition. Tobirama gestured reassuringly, conveying a confident look to Hiruzen. I have faith in those three children. They have emerged through rigorous selection, embodying the undeniable talent of Konoha. If they cannot secure victory, who else could we rely upon? Hiruzen comprehended Tobirama's sentiment, yet he could not suppress a sigh. If only Masaki and the others were 12 years old. Given their potential, if they were 12, they would likely already be jonin. Reflecting on the trio's talents, Hiruzen felt a sense of satisfaction and optimism for their future. However, the mere 4 to 5 years of age difference weighed heavily on him. This competition marked a historic gathering of ninja villages, and securing first place would carry profound significance. Consequently, Hiruzen placed exceptional importance on the outcome of this contest. Observing Hiruzen's troubled expression, Tobirama rose and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry, Hiruzen. I possess great confidence in Masaki. His abilities extend far beyond mere numbers, and a trivial age difference cannot hinder his radiant talent. Surprised by his mentor's words, Hiruzen inquired, Sensei, are you suggesting that Masaki possesses some undisclosed technique? Tobirama, rarely one to tease, responded enigmatically, that is something you shall witness for yourself in due time. By the way, have the rewards for Orochimaru and Tsukumo been distributed? Yes, Orochimaru requested all wind release techniques below B rank, while Tsukumo chose the 8 gates technique that Masaki had initially selected. Hiruzen found Tsukumo's choice reasonable, as the 8 gates could significantly enhance his physical combat abilities. However, he was taken aback by Orochimaru's selection of numerous C-rank wind techniques, questioning their utility. A B-rank technique far surpasses the efficacy of a C-rank, making such a choice seemingly ineffective for bolstering his combat prowess. Upon hearing Orochimaru's decision, Tobirama couldn't help but chuckle. That child may be harboring intentions akin to Masaki's. He aims to develop a wind-style ninjutsu that suits him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, you must be jesting. Developing one's own ninjutsu? How old is Orochimaru? And according to your assertion, could it be that Narukei's as well? Ha ha ha, that is for you to speculate. But do not forget the 2 ninjutsu that Orochimaru and Jiraiya showcased during the initial competition. Upon receiving Tobirama's hint, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly awakened to the realization. Could it be that those 2 ninjutsu were also conceived by them? Hiss, these 2 children, developing their own ninjutsu at such a tender age. And both are B-rank ninjutsu. This is simply astounding. As he pondered this, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to contemplate further, gazing incredulously at Tobirama's face. Since both Jiraiya and Orochimaru have developed B-rank ninjutsu, what about Narukei's, whose talents surpass those of the other 2? The ninjutsu he creates must surely be even more formidable. Could it be A rank? The mere thought of such a possibility ignited excitement within Sarutobi Hiruzen. If his conjecture were indeed true, Narukei's would not be a cause for concern. Rather, the apprehension would shift to the other major ninja villages. What are their talents compared to ours? We, Konoha, possess a genuine monster among us. Given Narukei's demonstrated talent, it was not inconceivable that his future could hold great promise. As he entertained this notion, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart danced with fervor. In the evening, Narukei's finally concluded a day of rigorous training. Slumping to the ground, he gasped for breath, relishing the fatigue coursing through his body. And a satisfied smile broke across his face. It seems today's practice was quite effective. The temperature of his fire-style techniques had indeed increased, and his chakra control had improved to some degree. Although he was still far from mastering the second technique, persistence would inevitably lead to success. It must be said that as long as he possessed a clear goal in mind, the monotonous training was, for Narukei's, a form of enjoyment. With his remarkable talent, the progress he made each day was palpably visible. This realization fueled Narukei's motivation, driving him to immerse himself even more passionately in his training, perhaps to some extent embodying the essence of his innate gift. Without effort, nothing is gained, yet with effort, one at least reaps rewards. Holding on to this belief, Narukei's embarked on an unwavering path toward becoming the ultimate master. As he walked through the bustling commercial streets of Konoha, He chanced upon the entrance of the most popular hot spring establishment in the village. Pausing at the door, he watched the white steam wafting from the entrance, then glanced down at his sweat-drenched body from training. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode toward the hot spring. Since I'm here, I might as well enjoy a soak before dining. With this thought, Naruto stepped through the threshold, paid the fee, and entered the male bathing area. Just as he entered, a familiar white-haired figure caught his eye. Jiraiya, is that you here? At the sound of Naruto's voice, Jiraiya jolted, nearly losing his balance in the hot spring. Hastily turning around, upon recognizing the owner of the voice as Zhang Feng, the previously tense expression on his face instantly relaxed. Ah, it is you, Zhang Feng. You startled me. What brings you here? Of course, I'm here to take a bath. What else could it be? As he approached Jiraiya, Zhang Feng noticed something amiss. Jiraiya, what on earth is going on? Why are you in such a peculiar posture? At that moment, Jiraiya appeared quite strange. He maintained a bent posture, tightly clutching the towel wrapped around his waist as if concealing something. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Oh dear, Zhang Feng. Weren't you about to bathe? I won't disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow. After hastily uttering this line, Jiraiya turned to leave with a guilty expression. However, Zhang Feng was no fool. Having known each other for 6 months, he was well aware of his friend's nature. Initially taken aback, a moment of contemplation led him to realize that Jiraiya always wore that expression when he was secretly hiding something valuable from him. Grasping Jiraiya's arm, he stealthily pulled him into a secluded corner. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, Zhang Feng whispered, "Stop hiding. Confess honestly, are you concealing something good from me?" How did you know? Jiraiya, ever candid, blurted out, only to realize too late the folly of his words. Spill it. We are brothers, after all. Witnessing the glimmer of excitement in Zhang Feng's eyes, he rubbed his hands together, eager to share in Jiraiya's secret. Yet Jiraiya showed no intention of confessing. His eyes darted around, and he stammered incoherently, a picture of reluctance. Zhang Feng, intrigued by Jiraiya's demeanor, began a moral interrogation. Jiraiya, have you forgotten who has always shared benefits with you? I've lent you my precious collection before, and I've gifted you so many special editions. How can you hoard good fortune without thinking of your brother? Isn't that a bit excessive? As Zhang Feng's excitement grew, fearing his voice would attract unwanted attention, Jiraiya quickly covered his mouth. Once Zhang Feng calmed down, Jiraiya cautiously removed his hand, repeatedly pleading, "Brother, please stop. I'll tell you. But you must promise me that what happens next is known only to us. Do not disclose it to anyone else. Otherwise, we shall be doomed." After much coaxing from Zhang Feng, Jiraiya finally resolved to share his secret, leading Zhang Feng to a corner by the hot spring. Crouching against the wall, Jiraiya furtively glanced around to ensure they were alone before letting out a sigh of relief. Pointing behind him, he spoke in a mysterious tone, "Zhang Feng, this is my greatest secret. As your good brother, you are the only one I can confide in. You must not share this with anyone. Look here." Following Jiraiya's gesture, Zhang Feng curiously leaned in to see what lay beyond. Before Jiraiya, a small transparent hole gradually materialized in the wall he pointed to. Zhang Feng immediately awakened to the realization, gazing at Jiraiya with astonishment, his voice tinged with excitement as he inquired, "Could this possibly be?" Upon uttering these words, Zhang Feng instinctively lowered his voice further, a flush of exhilaration gracing his cheeks. On the other side, receiving a confirming nod from Jiraiya, Zhang Feng's eyes widened in awe. He never anticipated that Jiraiya possessed such audacity. How could he dare to spy on a girl while she bathed at such a tender age? Even more infuriating was the fact that this rascal did not share such fortuitous news with him. Had he not come to bathe today, he would have remained blissfully unaware of Jiraiya's antics. Reflecting on Jiraiya's earlier posture, he surmised that perhaps he had witnessed something particularly titillating, hence the reaction. As Zhang Feng contemplated the delightful moments he had missed, a sense of irritation crept over him as he regarded Jiraiya. Sensing the intensity of Zhang Feng's gaze, Jiraiya quickly attempted to clarify. Wait. Don't misunderstand, Zhang Feng. I only just discovered this myself. Given the bond we share, how could I conceal such a joyous occurrence from you? I, Jiraiya, am not a petty man." Zhang Feng regarded Jiraiya's earnest expression with disdain but chose not to expose his falsehood. Seizing the moment was paramount. Moreover, engaging in such a thrilling act as spying on a women's bathhouse was a first for him in 2 lifetimes. The countless experiences he had accumulated in his previous existence seemed ineffective at this moment, and unable to contain himself, Zhang Feng leaned in for a better view. Suddenly, An idea struck Zhongfeng, prompting him to pause. Wait, Jiraiya, before we look, we should disguise ourselves. Otherwise, if we are discovered, it would be disastrous. Jiraiya slapped his forehead, exclaiming, right. How did I not think of that? Zhongfeng, let me explain. Zhongfeng merely chuckled, disregarding Jiraiya as he decisively formed hand seals. In less than a second, he transformed his visage before Jiraiya. The latter stared in disbelief. Zhongfeng, why do you look like Nobunaga? Clearing his throat, Zhongfeng calmly explained, it's because one takes on the appearance of someone familiar. If I were to transform into a stranger, the details would be lacking, significantly raising the chances of being discovered. In essence, Zhongfeng's sentiment was clear. A good brother is one to exploit. Jiraiya instantly comprehended, chuckling slyly as he performed the transformation technique. Soon, a Jiraiya version of Orochimaru stood before Zhongfeng. The two exchanged knowing smiles, bending down and widening their eyes in unison, peering through the small hole. Meanwhile, Chiyo, accompanied by the group led by women, found a lodging after which they eagerly ventured out to explore the streets. Upon reaching the bustling commercial district, Chiyo appeared somewhat astonished by the throngs of people filling the streets. Her previous visit to Konoha occurred over a decade ago when she accompanied her master, the current second Kazekage, Sabaku. At that time, Konoha's commercial district was merely in its infancy, far from the vibrant bustle it exhibits today. The development has indeed been remarkably swift. A favorable geographic location makes all the difference. Feeling a pang of bitterness, she muttered a few complaints. Upon reflecting on her own country, she let out a helpless sigh, resolving not to dwell on such thoughts. Chiyo decided to indulge herself and began a lavish spree of shopping on the streets. She acquired an abundance of cosmetics and indulged in delightful culinary experiences along the way, ultimately pausing in front of a bathhouse. That barbecue restaurant truly had an exquisite flavor. It is decided. Tomorrow I shall take Wei Min and a few youngsters on another excursion. However, the immediate priority, of course, is to indulge in a relaxing bath. With a joyful stride, she entered the bathhouse. Upon arriving at the women's exclusive hot spring, Chiyo, wrapped in a long towel, appeared even more alluring beneath its concealment. She gently dipped her toes into the water, finding the temperature to be just right, and confidently stepped in. Standing in the hot spring, Chiyo began to unravel the towel around her, and as the white fabric slipped away, her upper body, yet to be submerged, was suddenly unveiled to the air. How beautiful! Chiyo abruptly turned around, her gaze piercing as she focused intently on a certain spot behind her. Who could it be? Chiyo swiftly donned a towel and hurried to the wall behind her. Just as she was about to breach the barrier, she suddenly halted. This was Konoha. And should a commotion ensue, the consequences would be far beyond what she was willing to bear. However, if it were indeed as she suspected, that someone was lurking behind her, she would, even at the cost of facing Konoha's punishment, eliminate the audacious individual who dared to spy on her. Resolutely committing to her course of action, Chiyo extended her hand and retrieved a diminutive spider puppet from her dense tresses. With a subtle movement of her index finger, an almost imperceptible chakra thread connected the puppet to its master. Under her chakra's guidance, the spider puppet sprang to life, its body beginning to move with remarkable agility. A flick of her fingers sent the puppet scuttling up her palm and onto the wall, effortlessly scaling the towering 3-meter barrier within mere seconds. At the head of the spider, a puppet eye fashioned from an animal's orb darted about, relaying the visual feed through the chakra thread to Chiyo's optic nerve. Instantly, the scenes the puppet beheld were vividly projected into her mind's eye. As anticipated, just beyond the wall, 2 figures lingered less than a meter away. Apart from these 2, the nearest others were at least 4 or 5 meters distant. It appeared that these were indeed the individuals she sought, should she procure evidence of their clandestine observation. Then she would. A glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes as Chiyo maneuvered the puppet stealthily towards the duo. Orochimaru, are you all right? Wake up. Please don't frighten me. The puppet approached the 2 individuals, yet the scene before her eyes diverged somewhat from her expectations. There was a child, seemingly around 8 or 9 years of age, kneeling nearby, clutching a pebble in his hand while weeping uncontrollably. Had I known of your fondness for collecting beautiful stones, I would not have contested you for this insignificant rock, which led to your unfortunate fall, causing you to lose consciousness from the blow of the stone beneath your feet. It is entirely my fault. Inuzuka Nobunaga. Observing the child's demeanor, with those pronounced canine teeth, I wondered if he belonged to the Inuzuka clan of Konoha. It seems that this incident was triggered by a child named Orochimaru, who, in his eagerness for the stone, accidentally tumbled and fainted. Orochimaru. Isn't he one of the representatives from Konoha attending the exchange event? The spider cautiously approached Masayuki and beheld the figure sprawled on the ground. Upon recognizing the individual's face, Chiyo confirmed it was indeed Orochimaru. With this revelation, Chiyo's mind began to reconstruct the events that transpired between the two. It was merely that Orochimaru, captivated by the stone in Inuzuka Nobunaga's possession, had offered a complimentary remark. In the ensuing struggle for the stone, Orochimaru had inadvertently fallen and lost consciousness, which left Nobunaga feeling quite remorseful. With the situation becoming clearer, one would assume Chiyo could now safely withdraw. However, the cautious nature ingrained in a ninja prevented her from retracting her puppet. Instead, she continued to observe. What unfolded next sent a shiver down Chiyo's spine. Nobunaga casually discarded the pebble and leaned down towards Orochimaru. I recall being taught in school that administering artificial respiration can swiftly revive someone who has succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, how could Inuzuka Nobunaga, a man of stature, resort to such actions? Sigh, well, you're my friend, so I suppose I shall begrudgingly assist you this once. Resolute, Nobunaga lowered his head, drawing closer to the earthbound Orochimaru. Suddenly, a thunderous jolt surged through Chiyo, leaving her profoundly shaken. What was happening? Are the youth of today truly so audacious? Two grown men engaging in such behavior. How scandalous. It was utterly blinding to witness. With her vision seemingly tainted, Chiyo swiftly retracted her puppet. Taking a few deep breaths to regain her composure, she turned and departed the scene. The day's stimuli had been overwhelming, prompting her to seek solace in the hot springs for a couple of hours. Meanwhile, Masayuki sensed the tension dissipating behind him and finally felt at ease, gently nudging Jiraiya, who lay on the ground. Hey, wake up, that person should have left by now. The fainting Jiraiya immediately opened his eyes, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and, filled with trepidation, exclaimed to Masayuki, Phew, you nearly scared me to death. I never imagined the one spying on us would be a female ninja. Her aura was so menacing it felt like she could dismember us. Truly terrifying. But you were quite clever, Masayuki. In such a brief span of time. A method was devised to conceal the blood we had shed by lying on the ground, followed by a fabricated tail spun with a jagged stone. Wasn't that final flourish rather? Jinfeng maintained a stoic expression as he calmly explained, What do you know? This is our talisman to ultimately evade the relentless pursuit of that female ninja. Consider it carefully. Was it my final gesture that dissipated that murderous intent? Jiraiya, reflecting on this, realized that Zhang Feng was indeed correct and immediately began to sing his praises. As for the earlier incident between them, Jiraiya had evidently developed a degree of immunity after having experienced it once and had long since chosen to forget it selectively. However, Zhang Feng thought otherwise. Had it not been for the lingering murderous aura behind him, he would never have resorted to such a desperate escape. After several fierce warnings from Zhang Feng, Jiraiya swore an oath to never speak of today's events, after which Zhang Feng finally relented. Let us depart swiftly. This place is no longer safe. If that female ninja returns, we are doomed. Jiraiya found this reasoning sound, and thus the two hastily donned their garments and left the bathing area in a hurry. To ensure their absolute safety, they refrained from lifting the transformation technique, sprinting home with the visages of Inuzuka Nobunaga and Orochimaru. More than 2 hours later, Chiyo finally emerged from the hot springs, contently stretching her arms and gazing vacantly around. The ambience of Konoha was indeed pleasant, and this hot spring truly delightful. With a sigh of appreciation, she inadvertently recalled the rather eye-watering scene from earlier, letting out a soft chuckle. Those two children were quite amusing. Artificial respiration? I had never heard of such a method of resuscitation. Could it be that Konoha excels in medical practices over Tsunade? Contemplating Zhang Feng and his companion, Chiyo's gaze instinctively drifted towards their direction. What is this? Sensing something amiss ahead, Chiyo approached that wall, following her line of sight to discover a narrow hole, scarcely a finger's width, glaringly evident at her eye level. This is. A sense of foreboding washed over Chiyo as she peered through the small opening. A familiar scene immediately unfolded before her. But the two figures she had known were conspicuously absent, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground where Jiraiya had lain, hastily concealing his nosebleed. With a sudden realization, Chiyo understood she had been deceived. Reflecting on the small hole, she recognized she had failed to notice it earlier due to her standing posture. And the earlier scene of her in the hot springs must have been those two damn little imps. Clenching her fists tightly, a fierce glint sparkled in her eyes. Inuzuka Nobunaga and Orochimaru, I shall remember you. You shall wait for me. At that moment, Both Inuzuka Nobunaga and Orochimaru, diligently training at home, felt a chill run down their spines, glancing around in confusion. The following morning, Zhengfeng awoke early, as was his custom. Amidst the bustling activities of their parents, who had long since departed for their respective endeavors, only a solitary bowl of breakfast remained on the dining table. Zhengfeng had grown accustomed to this solitary routine. He took his seat and eagerly indulged in the generous serving of egg-fried rice. After finishing, he let out a contented burp and patted his belly in satisfaction. Indeed, nothing compared to the delectable taste of egg-fried rice. He was grateful to have taught his mother how to cook. Otherwise, he would have been relegated to a monotonous diet of rice balls, a life hardly worth living. The mere recollection of those days filled with seaweed rice balls sent a shiver down his spine. Once satiated, Zhengfeng stood up and opened the door, only to be greeted by a gust of chilly wind that swept over him. Achoo! Why is it so cold today? He instinctively tightened his clothing against the biting cold. The thought of retreating home for another nap crossed his mind, but remembering his promise to Fei Jian, he gritted his teeth and braved the harsh wind. He had vowed to secure first place, yet his current abilities felt somewhat precarious. There was no time to waste in honing his skills. Once he achieved victory in the competition, he would certainly reduce his training regimen. Practicing so rigorously every day was truly exhausting. With a stream of complaints escaping his lips, Zhengfeng gradually vanished into the frigid air. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, 3 tall youths with dark skin made their way towards the school gates. Upon arrival, the leader of the trio lifted his head to survey the interior of the institution. A grand and luminous teaching building came into view, accompanied by a vast playground for students' extracurricular activities. On either side lay 2 training grounds of equal size, where rows of wooden posts stood erect. Though the towering trees had shed their green buds for the winter, their sturdy trunks hinted at their robust nature. This environment indeed exuded an impressive aura. It was no wonder it was the school of the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. A stout man with brown hair, filled with envy, remarked, "You, what brings us here? Are we looking to pick fights with the students inside?" The leader, Yu Wushang, shook his head. "No, we are merely here to observe, to see what the students of Konoha are studying." However, a cryptic smile crept onto his lips. "But if they do seek trouble with us, you are welcome to teach them a lesson." A hearty laughter erupted from the 2 companions behind him, sharing a knowing glance. The trio stepped through the school gates, making their way towards the central teaching building. In class 1 of the first year, Tsunade was delivering a lecture at the front of the classroom. The human body comprises a total of 206 bones, which are vital components that support bodily movement. All the bones in our body are enveloped by muscles, enabling motion through the articulation of various joints, thus resulting in visible actions. The muscles, covered by skin, often suffer injuries primarily from skin lacerations that damage the underlying muscle tissue, ultimately affecting the body's mobility. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in the ability to mend wounds on the muscles and skin through the application of medical chakra. This restoration fundamentally catalyzes the division of cells that constitute both tissues, effectively replacing the necrotic cells. The audience below was captivated, with Orochimaru paying particularly close attention. His notebook was already filled with notes, and he frequently furrowed his brow at Tsunade's lecture, as if pondering a complex dilemma. How absurd! To think that peers would be instructing them in this class. Is there truly nothing of value to be learned from Konoha? A child teaching them is merely akin to a game of house. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted from outside. Orochimaru's train of thought was interrupted, and he scowled at the classroom door. Who are these 3? Outside, 3 tall youths stood in a row, their broad frames completely obstructing the entrance, with taunting remarks emanating from the lips of the one on the left. Tsunade was not one to tolerate such provocations. Upon hearing the jeers, she set aside her book and strode towards the trio with an assertive demeanor. Fortunately, after extensive practice of the cell enhancement technique, Tsunade had developed considerably in height. Coupled with the elevation of the podium, she maintained her imposing presence before the 3 men, each approximately 6 feet tall. "You all appear unfamiliar. Are you not students from our school?" The man who had spoken first sneered contemptuously and was about to respond when the stoutest of the trio raised his right hand, causing him to fall silent. However, Yorino was not as uninformed as his companions. Having listened for a while from outside, he understood that this woman was imparting knowledge on exceedingly rare medical ninjutsu, vital information within the ninja world. "What you just discussed pertains to the study of medical ninjutsu?" Though he had his suspicions, Yorino inquired. Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I must admit, You seem quite formidable for your size and possess a fair amount of knowledge, far more than this fool beside you. What? You insolent. The man's face flushed crimson at Tsunade's taunt, and he swung his fist forward, disregarding any customary respect for women that might be expected in other villages. Yorino-sho furrowed his brow and firmly grasped his teammate's fist, speaking sternly. Halt. RG. This young lady is correct. You were at fault first. Apologize to her. To Tsunade's surprise, the individual named RG, after receiving a reprimand from the leader, did not retort, but instead lowered his head in reluctant apology. I am sorry. Allow me to introduce myself. I am YSH, and these are my companions, RG and SH. We have come from the Hidden Cloud Village to participate in the exchange event, and our presence at the school is solely to familiarize ourselves with your village's curriculum, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Tsunade regarded the three before her with a sense of curiosity. So, these are the students from other villages who have come to compete? They certainly do not appear as such. They are all remarkably tall. Intrigued yet composed, she proceeded with her introduction. I am Tsunade, a first-year student in Class 1. You are here for the exchange event, correct? Coincidentally, our class has 2 participants as well. SHF is training elsewhere, but Orochimaru is still here. YSH was quite taken aback by Tsunade's words. They had not anticipated encountering the very individuals they had heard so much about upon entering the first classroom. The names SHF and Orochimaru were already familiar to them. They were well aware of the top 10 competitors from the last tournament in Konoha. And Tsunade was certainly no stranger to them. After all, she is the granddaughter of the legendary ninja. Her performance in the last competition showcased her CH9 level prowess. And even Orochimaru, who was participating in the exchange event, was said to be slightly inferior in strength. Moreover, Tsunade's expertise in the art of the monstrous strength technique was a legitimate form of taijutsu, which was undoubtedly YSH's preferred style of combat as a representative of the Hidden Cloud Village. A burning desire for battle ignited in his eyes. Gazing at Tsunade, YSH could no longer contain himself and inquired earnestly, Tsunade, our primary purpose for visiting your school is to witness the prowess of Konoha's ninjas. If you don't mind, shall we engage in a sparring match? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, unyielding as she replied, Perfect. I, too, wish to test the caliber of your Hidden Cloud ninjas. The news of Tsunade's agreement to spar with YSH spread like wildfire throughout the school. Students from various grades, eager to witness the showdown, abandoned their classes and rushed outside to prepare for the spectacle. Even the teachers, intrigued, gathered together. Teacher Shinjuke Suk, is it true that Tsunade is going to fight those individuals from the Hidden Cloud? Who do you think will emerge victorious? Do you have confidence in Tsunade and her companions? Upon hearing this, Shinjuke Suk proudly lifted his chin. Of course. You know as well as I do that Tsunade and her team possess CH9 level abilities. They are among the finest in the school. How could they possibly lose? But I recall that everyone from the Hidden Cloud Village is also of CH9 strength, as they have come to Konoha as a competing team. Someone in the crowd expressed concern. What of it? Shinjuke Suk said, casting a disapproving glance at the speaker. We are Konoha. I have faith in my students. Even without SHF's participation, Tsunade and her 2 companions will undoubtedly prevail. After some debate, Shinjuke Suk and the other teachers made their way to the training ground, eager to witness the impending clash up close. At this moment, the training ground was surrounded by a throng of students eagerly cheering for Tsunade and her companions. Tsunade, you must defeat them. Our Konoha is the strongest. Jiraiya, we are relying on you this time. Orochimaru, you are the most handsome. I admire you. Encouraged by the enthusiastic support, Tsunade felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Glancing at Orochimaru and Jiraiya beside her, she boldly declared, Rest assured, everyone. Even in the absence of Shumao and Zhanfeng, we will triumph in this competition. Yu Wushang, upon hearing her words, cast a discerning gaze upon Tsunade. He understood her implication. Should they emerge victorious, Konoha would still have the excuse of their 2 strongest fighters not having participated. Conversely, if they were to fail, there would be no justification for it. After all, losing without the opponent's best 2 warriors on the field would leave Yunin Village with little dignity to uphold in the forthcoming exchange meeting. Having grasped this, Yu Wushang couldn't help but admire Tsunade's quick-wittedness. Truly, she is the granddaughter of the god of ninja, displaying remarkable acuity. However, regardless of this, should Tsunade lose this match, it would severely tarnish Konoha's reputation, which was precisely the intent behind his desire for this confrontation. As for the possibility of defeat on his side, unthinkable. Yu Wushang was brimming with confidence in his own prowess. Without further ado, Yu Wushang gestured to his companion, RG, who immediately stepped forward. He approached the center of the arena, arms crossed, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. I am RG from Culinary no Kuni, a 6th grade student adept in lightning release and taijutsu. You must be Tsunade. I've heard of your renown, and am quite curious about the granddaughter of the god of ninja. What do you say? Care for a match? With that, he provocatively beckoned her with his pinky finger. Tsunade's fiery temper flared at the challenge, and she moved to confront him directly. However, Jiraiya, quick to react, seized her arm. Tsunade, hold on. Yu Wushang has yet entered the fray, and you are our strongest asset. Don't squander your energy recklessly. Let me handle this one. With that, Jiraiya stepped forward to face RG. So it's you, RG? Allow me to be your opponent in this battle. Humph. You white-haired brat. If you lack the strength, do not foolishly attempt to show off. You might end up going home to find your mother. RG's taunt struck a nerve with Jiraiya, who, as an orphan, was particularly sensitive to any mention of parental figures. Upon hearing RG's words, Jiraiya's eyes turned crimson with fury as he glared at his opponent. You insolent wretch. Enough of your prattle. Watch how Jiraiya handles you. With that, Jiraiya wasted no time and launched his assault. His hands moved swiftly through seals, and the fireball technique he had practiced countless times was unleashed in an instant. What astonishing speed in forming the seals. With a silent admiration, RG reacted swiftly, his thoughts focusing as chakra coalesced beneath his feet. A flash of lightning illuminated the ground, and in an instant, RG vanished from his position. He reappeared beside Jiraiya, raising his right hand high, transforming it into a blade of lightning. The edges of his palm began to gather electric energy, which he then violently swung toward Jiraiya. Lightning slash. Jiraiya, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely by the attack. With a resounding thud, RG felt a sudden lightness in his hand, and before him, Jiraiya transformed into a wooden dummy, collapsing to the ground. Substitution technique. Behind RG, Jiraiya re-emerged silently, forming seals with his hands before slamming them onto the ground. Earth release, earth spike. Numerous spikes erupted from the earth beneath RG, surging upward in a chaotic frenzy. Seeing this, RG smirked derisively. You dare to use earth release in my presence, little brat? Do you not realize that lightning release counters earth? With that, he gathered lightning once more in his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, unleashed another lightning slash. Swish. Under Jiraiya's astonished gaze, countless spikes were cleaved in two, revealing a smooth surface in between. Stepping onto the flat expanse, RG propelled himself toward Jiraiya at an astonishing speed. Just as he approached Jiraiya, poised to deliver a lethal strike, he noticed a triumphant smile flicker across Jiraiya's face. I've got you. Fire release, fireball clone. Alarm bells rang in RG's mind, but it was too late to retreat. He could only watch as Jiraiya's form ignited with a crimson glow, followed by a thunderous explosion. A colossal fireball enveloped both combatants, a searing wave of heat radiating outward, causing those nearby to struggle for breath. Amidst the remnants of the spikes, Jiraiya slowly emerged from the ground, having absorbed the essence of Zhang Feng's fighting style after enduring numerous beatings. In simpler terms, Jiraiya had evolved from a mere brute into a cunning strategist. Standing on the scorched earth, he gazed at the explosion with a triumphant grin. Ha! It seems your Lightning Village ninjas are not so formidable after all. Now that you've conceded, send the next challenger. I'm just getting warmed up. Yu Wushang regarded Jiraiya with an unhurried smile. Conceded? That is yet to be determined. As the last syllable left his lips, a flicker of blue began to rise from within the inferno of the fireball. Lightning release, lightning barrier. As the flames dissipated, RG emerged unscathed, surrounded by a protective barrier of lightning, as if the earlier explosion had been of no consequence to him. Jiraiya's expression stiffened, unease creeping into his heart. Since his last match, he, like Orochimaru, had requested several C-rank earth release techniques as rewards. His actions were driven by the ambition to develop new ninjutsu, resulting in his current repertoire of B-rank techniques, which includes only the self-invented explosive fireball and the explosive clone taught to him by Saika. Among these, the explosive clone possesses the greatest might, as it can control its power based on the compression of his fire release. The explosion just witnessed was the pinnacle of Jiraiya's current capabilities. However, constrained by the limitations of his chakra, its power barely reached the B-rank threshold. The explosive fireball attained B-rank due to its unexpected attack method and extensive area of effect, while its raw power is merely at the level of C-rank ninjutsu. Despite being Jiraiya's most formidable offensive technique, it failed to inflict harm upon his adversary, primarily due to the significant disparity in chakra levels. With ample chakra sustaining the enemy's defenses, they withstood the explosion unscathed. How infuriating! If only I had trained in cellular enhancement for a longer duration. Jiraiya, having practiced this technique for the least amount of time among the four, now possesses less than half the chakra of Orochimaru. Although his combat prowess barely reaches the level of a Ch-nin, overcoming the already established Ch-nin, RG, seems an arduous task. The thought of potentially losing to him stirs a deep sense of resentment within Jiraiya. The outcome is often harsh when faced with an opponent whose chakra and physical prowess surpasses his own. Despite Jiraiya's relentless effort for nearly half an hour, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Observing Jiraiya, who had been defeated and collapsed from fatigue, RG crossed his arms, wearing a smug expression. Humph. Is this the strength of the Leaf Ninjas? It appears rather unimpressive. Although he spoke with bravado, RG's inner thoughts were quite the opposite. In his view, with an advantage in both chakra and physical skills, he should swiftly triumph over his opponent. Yet, he had not anticipated Jiraiya's remarkable resilience, managing to endure for nearly half an hour. Ultimately, it was his lack of chakra that led to RG exploiting a weakness. Had Jiraiya possessed sufficient chakra, the outcome would have been uncertain. Moreover, considering that Jiraiya was 5 years younger than him, if given more time to develop his strength. With this thought, RG felt a surge of wariness towards the leaf. Simultaneously, Yoru no Ushin seemed to share this realization, experiencing genuine admiration for the talent pool within the leaf. Saika, Hatake Tsukumo, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Such an abundance of gifted individuals emerging in the same era. If they were to reach their full potential, the leaf could easily possess at least 5 elite J-nin level warriors, and it would not surprise him if they even reached the level of Kage. The prospect of having 5 or even more Kage-level powerhouses emerging from the leaf in the future filled Yoru no Ushin with escalating urgency. As the heir to the will of Kumogakure, his lifelong ambition was to elevate Kumogakure to the strongest ninja village in the world, and at this moment, the leaf had undeniably become the greatest threat in his mind. Upon returning, I shall suggest to the teacher the necessity of opening the village's ninjutsu to ensure that we wholeheartedly nurture the next generation. Our Yunin village must not fall behind Konoha in terms of talent reserves. As Yi Wushang pondered, the crowd that had gathered began to grow restless. It was inconceivable that Jiraiya had been defeated. How infuriating. Was that fellow, Ryoji, truly so formidable? Perhaps not. Did you not see? Jiraiya held his ground for a considerable time. Had it not been for his eventual depletion of chakra, he might not have succumbed to that individual. Alas, the age gap was indeed significant. If only Jiraiya were also 12 years old, his strength would surely surpass what it is now. The spectators murmured amongst themselves. Jiraiya, struggling to rise, cast a reluctant glance back at Ryoji before bowing his head and returning to his team. I apologize, everyone. I have failed. Do not feel remorse, Jiraiya. You have given your all. The opponent's strength is indeed superior. Orochimaru consoled him. If you are not satisfied, then train diligently. With your talent, you should soon surpass him. Tsunade, remaining silent, stepped forward. Approaching Ryoji, she cracked her knuckles and flashed him a grin. To have bested Jiraiya, it seems your strength is commendable. What do you say? Shall we have a match? Ryoji felt a surge of unease. He had already expended more than half of his chakra in the previous bout. Facing Tsunade, who was even stronger than Jiraiya, his chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, despite the odds, he defiantly replied, "Bring it on. Am I to fear you?" Upon hearing his affirmation, Tsunade's smile transformed into a fierce grin. With a powerful push, the ground beneath her shattered, and as a deep fissure emerged, she vanished from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she materialized before Ryoji, raising her right fist, enveloped in azure chakra, and unleashed a formidable strike towards him. Then brace yourself for this punch, she declared. Tsunade's immense strength barreled toward him, and Ryoji instinctively raised his hand to defend. The moment their forces collided, a searing pain shot through Ryoji's arm, and his body was propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing into a tree several dozen meters away, which splintered and collapsed under the impact. As the dust settled, revealing Ryoji's battered form, the arena fell into a profound silence. Ryoji coughed blood. His right arm contorted at an unnatural angle, while his other hand clutched his injury, his chest visibly caving in as he emitted anguished cries. His gaze remained fixated on Tsunade, disbelief etched across his features. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of her strike. A single blow had rendered his years of rigorous training futile. His previously defensive right arm lay shattered, and he exhibited clear signs of severe internal bleeding, indicating he was gravely injured. Witnessing Ryoji's wretched state, the atmosphere shifted from silence to an uproar of excitement as cheers erupted throughout the training ground. Konoha Tsunade delivered a striking blow. Haha, now the hidden cloud village has witnessed our prowess. Tsunade gazed at the fallen Urgi with a hint of astonishment. It was her first time striking a target since mastering her monstrous strength. In previous sparring sessions with Kakashi and others, they had always evaded her punches. Yet, this Urgi dared to take it head-on, and such audacity earned Tsunade's admiration. This fellow possesses quite the spirit. However, Tsunade remained oblivious to Urgi's inner turmoil. He lamented his negligence, wishing he had chosen to dodge instead, despite being well aware of Tsunade's formidable strength through intelligence reports. His pride in his own martial prowess led him to forego retreat. As her fist approached, he even entertained the notion of experiencing her strength firsthand, testing the might of her extraordinary punch. He believed that even if Tsunade's blow was powerful, it would only result in minor injuries. After all, his body had been honed through years of rigorous training, rendering him as tough as iron. Among his peers, he could confidently assert that his physical resilience ranked within the top 3 of the hidden cloud, only slightly inferior to Yoru's. Little did he anticipate that he would falter under Tsunade's might, suffering grievous injuries from a single punch. Given his current condition, losing this match seemed trivial compared to the likelihood of being unable to participate in the upcoming exchange event a week later. With this thought, despair engulfed Urgi. Beside him, Yoru also grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression turning somber. Tsunade, let us pause the contest. We concede. However, Urgi's injuries are severe. Can you assist in his recovery? He is due to compete next week. Tsunade, upon hearing this, found herself in a dilemma. I can perform medical jutsu, but given the severity of his injuries, it would require multiple medical ninjas working in concert to heal him effectively. Yoru's eyes brightened at this prospect, eager to respond, but Tsunade's subsequent words plunged him into despair. However, these medical ninjas must possess a high level of synergy. To employ such a method, we would need a medical ninja with an immense chakra reserved to use shadow clones for treatment. Without that, recovery would be prolonged, taking at least a month. While Tsunade's words seemed straightforward, the rarity of individuals meeting both criteria was staggering. Yoru had never heard of such a medical ninja existing. Were they to endure a month-long wait? If so, Urgi would undoubtedly miss the forthcoming competition. With only 2 representatives from the hidden cloud, they would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the other great ninja villages, which boasted an abundance of skilled fighters. In a situation where they were outnumbered, Yoru lacked any assurance of victory. At this moment, Yi Wuxiang began to regret proposing the match, yet it was he who had initiated it. Even in his frustration, he deemed it inappropriate to lash out indiscriminately and could only silently grit his teeth and accept the outcome. Just as he intended to escort Urgi to the hospital for treatment, a curious voice rang out from the crowd. Hey, what is everyone looking at? Could you make way? I want to see too. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tsunade turned to look. A smile of surprise instantly graced her face. Zheng Feng, what brings you here? Oh, I just finished training and came down for lunch, Zheng Feng replied, before noticing the grievously injured Urgi on the ground. Curiously pointing at him, he asked, and who might you be? I haven't seen you before. Tsunade then explained the current situation to Zheng Feng. After listening, he began to grasp the circumstances, and his gaze toward Urgi turned menacing. So you're here looking for trouble? I thought you were supposed to spar? Well, I happen to have some free time. Why don't we have a go? Zheng Feng felt quite displeased with Yi Wuxiang's unwarranted provocation, especially since his good friend had been bested by them. Although Tsunade had avenged Jiraiya, Zheng Feng was unwilling to let the matter rest. Yi Wuxiang furrowed his brow and spoke. Zheng Feng, I have heard much about your esteemed reputation as the top participant from Konoha in the competition. Surely you wouldn't disregard your village's honor by attacking an injured opponent? Zheng Feng cast a sidelong glance at Yi Wuxiang. Though he recognized the attempt to coerce him into submission, he had to weigh the consequences of engaging in battle. How about this? I'll heal him, and then we can fight. Does that sound acceptable? Or I could heal him, and you all could apologize to the faculty and students for your actions today. Which would you prefer? You. Urgi's eyes widened in outrage, and he felt an impulse to rise and challenge Zheng Feng to a fierce battle, his gaze filled with fury, wishing to tear him apart. As ninjas from the Cloud Village, they reveled in combat, and the notion of apologizing was utterly unacceptable to them. To apologize to others was a fate worse than death. In summary, the Cloud Ninjas were a group of brawny warriors who had trained their muscles into their minds, with little that could sway them beyond the thrill of battle. Just as Erji prepared to charge at Zheng Feng, Yu Wushang's voice halted him in his tracks. We will choose the second option. If you can heal Erji, then we will apologize to everyone. Turning around, Erji stared at Yi Wushang in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment on Sheng's face beside him. Both wore expressions of incredulity, and Erji, rarely losing his temper, erupted at Yi Wushang. Idiot! Moon, do you even realize what you're saying? We Cloud Ninjas only die in battle and never yield to our enemies. If it comes to it, I would rather perish here than apologize to them. So take back those words. Knight Wushang approached Longji in silence, crouching beside him and observing him for a while. Then, he raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap. Longji, clutching his cheek, looked at Knight Wushang with a mixture of anger and confusion. Fool! Did you think you came to Konoha merely as an individual? Remember, you now bear the weight of the entire Cloud Village. Therefore, we must seize any opportunity to enhance our chances of victory in this competition, regardless of the cost. This is not only for us, but for everyone who stands behind us. Longji, do you understand? Longji stared blankly at Knight Wushang, and after a prolonged silence, a hint of shame crossed his face. Bowing his head, he expressed deep regret. I understand. Thank you, Yu. I should not abandon the future victory of Cloud Village for a moment of pride. Rest assured, as a member of Cloud Village, I will not let the village down. Turning to Zheng Feng, Longji's tone had entirely shifted. I will fulfill my promise. If you can heal my injuries, I will apologize for my recklessness. Upon hearing this, Zheng Feng felt no joy. Instead, he gazed solemnly at Knight Wushang in the distance. This individual seemed distinctly different from the others in Cloud Village, exuding an unsettling aura. After listening to Knight Wushang's words, Zheng Feng felt an unusual sense of wariness, something he had never experienced with his peers. While he was confident in his own strength, Knight Wushang's presence left a profound impression on him. Gradually setting aside his thoughts, Zheng Feng focused on Longji and reassured him, "Don't worry, your injuries will be healed momentarily." With that, Zheng Feng formed hand seals, and in an instant, 5 shadow clones appeared, surrounding Longji along with his original self. Utilizing the palm sage technique, he directed his energy toward Longji's wounds. Under the astonished gaze of Knight Wushang, Longji closed his eyes and began to tremble slightly. His previously sunken chest gradually returned to its normal state, while the right arm, which had been shattered by Tsunade, was tended to meticulously by several of Zhengfeng's clones. The once twisted arm visibly healed at an astonishing rate. After a brief period, Longji ceased to cough up blood, his complexion becoming increasingly vibrant, and the agonized expression on his face transformed into one of tranquility. In less than 10 minutes, the wounds on Longji's body healed rapidly. As Zheng Feng withdrew the palm sage technique and conducted a careful examination, he dismissed the clones and stood up. All right, rise and see for yourself. You should be fine now. Hearing Zheng Feng's words, Longji slowly opened his eyes, pushed himself up from the ground, and easily stood up. Testing his right arm, he was filled with astonishment. The arm, which had been plagued by excruciating pain from the fracture, was now fully restored. After moving around for a while, he felt no discomfort in his right hand, and the sensation of impending coughing up blood had vanished entirely. He was once again brimming with vitality. It truly seemed that he was unscathed. Observing Longji's current vitality, Yu Wushang first let out a sigh of relief, then turned to gaze at Zheng Feng with utmost seriousness. This fellow's medical ninjutsu is astonishingly formidable. Such information was not mentioned in previous intelligence reports. Indeed, it is likely that the preceding battles were insufficient to compel him to employ his medical techniques. Furthermore, as Tsunade mentioned, healing Longji requires a substantial amount of chakra. Thus, it appears that Zhengfeng's chakra reserves are equally impressive, making him a formidable adversary. Silently elevating Zhengfeng's significance in his mind, Yu Wushang suppressed his thoughts and addressed his comrades. In the spirit of fair play, Longji, having won, reveal your intentions. And do not let the ninjas of Konoha witness our disgrace. The expressions of the two men instantly grew solemn as they nodded in agreement with Yu Wushang. Subsequently, the three of them approached Zheng Feng and the others, bowing deeply in unison. We apologize, esteemed ones. Our actions today were reckless. We seek your understanding for the inconveniences caused. Although their posture was one of contrition, the trio's voices resonated like thunder, echoing with an ear-splitting intensity. What was intended as an apology took on the air of a declaration of war, imbued with the unmistakable oppressive aura characteristic of Yunin. Even an apology. We shall not diminish the might of Yunin. Zheng Feng squinted at Yu Wushang for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Since the esteemed members of Yunin have offered their apologies, I too must uphold proper etiquette. Your audacity is commendable. How about this? Considering we have met under such circumstances, and with noon upon us, I shall treat you all to a meal. Surely, you have yet to savor the delicacies of Konoha? Having come this far, you must indulge in them. Rest assured. Do not hesitate. I have ample means. Jiraiya, standing nearby, immediately grasped the unspoken intent, and although uncertain of Zheng Feng's true motives, he enthusiastically chimed in. Thus, the three from Yunin found themselves half-pushed, half-led by Zheng Feng and his companions toward the renowned Dama barbecue. Come, brother Yu, I raise this cup to you. I drink to your health. You may partake as you wish. With that, Zheng Feng lifted his cup and downed its contents in one go. Tsunade and the others followed suit, offering toasts to Yu Wushang and his companions, albeit with a slight variation in the drink. The fine wine produced by Zheng Feng's father was potent and robust, likely to incapacitate the uninitiated after just a few sips. Yet, this particular flavor was precisely to the liking of the Yunin members. With the intoxicating effects beginning to take hold, Longji had already forgotten his earlier displeasure. Raised within Yunin, he had been accustomed to drinking since childhood, but he had never encountered a wine of such exquisite quality until now, leaving him somewhat dazed. Trembling, he draped an arm over Jiraiya's shoulder and slurred. My apologies, brother Jiraiya. I previously acted in a manner most ungracious. Let us disregard the earlier skirmish. When you mature a few more years, we shall have another match. The ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village are all men of their word, true gentlemen, if I may say so. We engage in fair competition, my friend. And I assure you, I shall not take advantage of you. Although Jiraiya had not indulged in any alcohol, he felt a surge of camaraderie upon hearing these words, developing a considerable fondness for this man from the cloud. You are being too formal, my friend. As Zheng Feng said, we are not acquainted without a bit of a scuffle. Though I may not yet match your prowess in combat, there are certainly areas in which I excel beyond you. Oh, in what areas might that be? Let us discuss this in detail over here. Observing Longji following Jiraiya into a secluded corner, Yi Wushang felt a pang of exasperation. He glanced at Shang, who was now utterly inebriated, and sighed in resignation. Longji, this drunken fool, becomes giddy at the mere mention of good wine, yet Zheng Feng and his companions are our future adversaries. How can he so readily forge friendships with them? What a single-minded fellow he is. And as for Shang, despite our Cloud-Hidden Village's reputation for drinking prowess, it was shocking to find that he had never tasted alcohol before. One cup from Zheng Feng, and he toppled over. What a disgrace for our village. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he absent-mindedly lifted a wine glass from the table, downing a generous gulp of the exquisite wine, and then seized a hefty 2-pound skewer of grilled meat, savoring its flavor with evident satisfaction. Ah, this wine is splendid. And the barbecue fits perfectly with our Cloud-Hidden style. He recalled Zheng Feng mentioning that this establishment was family-owned and resolved to inquire if they might open a branch in the cloud, so he could frequently enjoy such delights. Having tasted this unique barbecue just once, Yi Wushang found himself irresistibly drawn to its flavor, especially with Zheng Feng and the others continuously toasting him. He began to feel somewhat lightheaded. Raising his glass, he bellowed with laughter. Hey, Zheng Feng, how can you be so unfair? Why are we the only ones drinking while you all sip on soft drinks? Come on, let us share a toast. No, we are too young for that. We cannot drink yet, unlike you who are nearing graduation. How about this? Once we graduate, we will seek you out to drink or fill. That is your promise. I will hold you to it. As the fog of intoxication clouded his mind, Yi Wushang finally succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness, drifting into unconsciousness. The following day, when Yi Wushang regained consciousness, he found the sun high in the sky, indicating it was already noon. Covering his throbbing head, he slowly rose and opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a sense of relief. Oh, my head aches terribly. What transpired yesterday? I recall being dragged by Zheng Feng and his crew to drink, and then you three got utterly drunk, and in the end, Zheng Feng and his companions brought you to the inn. Just as Yi Wushang was attempting to piece together the events of the previous night, a deep voice resonated beside him. He turned to see Dadik with a grave expression, instinctively shivering at the sight. Lord Dadik. Waving his hand dismissively, Dadik appeared somewhat perturbed as he settled beside Yi Wushang, lost in thought for a moment. You interacted with that Zheng Feng fellow last night. What impression did you glean of him? Upon hearing Dardic's inquiry, Yi Wuxiang pondered for a moment before responding. When I first encountered him, Zhang Feng exhibited extraordinary medical prowess. His medical ninjutsu is remarkably formidable, and he possesses a considerable amount of chakra. Based on the intelligence previously gathered, Zhang Feng appears to be a versatile ninja, proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and medical ninjutsu, truly a polymath among ninjas. Dardic, evidently unsatisfied with Yi Wuxiang's assessment, pressed further. I seek more than just his capabilities. Did you not share drinks together last night? What impression did you glean about his character during your conversation? He seems to be a warm-hearted individual, and he places great value on relationships. He is quite sincere. As Yi Wuxiang recalled Zhang Feng's anger over Jiraiya, his tone inadvertently bore a hint of admiration. For someone as direct as Yi Wuxiang, Zhang Feng's emotionally driven nature, while not particularly advantageous for a ninja, was undeniably appealing to him. Sincere? He is merely a clever trickster. Dardic could not suppress a scoff at Yi Wuxiang's remarks. After Dardic recounted the events of the day, Yi Wuxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that after Zhang Feng and his companions escorted them home, he began to spread rumors throughout the village early the next morning. Zhang Feng claimed that he and Yi Wuxiang had struck up an immediate rapport, privately declaring themselves as inseparable friends, and even arranged to form an alliance at the upcoming exchange meeting in a week, intending to defeat the other 3 great ninja villages before engaging in fair competition. With Zhang Feng's deliberate efforts, the news swiftly circulated through the ears of various clans' youths, such as Tsunade and Kakashi, and within mere hours, it had permeated all of Konoha. Dardic learned of this while enjoying breakfast on the street, overhearing others discuss the matter. Yi Wuxiang stood in stunned silence for a moment before realizing the gravity of the situation. His expression shifted several times as he clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. However, after a brief pause, he suddenly relaxed his grip, his countenance turning resigned. What difference did it make now that he was aware? Zhang Feng's maneuver was glaringly overt. After all, they had indeed shared drinks with Zhang Feng the previous night, and the 3 of them, thoroughly inebriated, had been kindly escorted home by him. Who would believe there was no ulterior motive behind it? It seemed that their Yunin village would be left speechless, regardless of how they argued. It appeared they had no choice but to acquiesce to the situation. Realizing this, a dejected Yi Wuxiang looked up and noticed Dardic wearing a similar expression, instantly comprehending the latter's thoughts. There was no alternative. They would have to temporarily align with Konoha. What a pity, he lamented. I had intended to unite with the other 3 great ninja villages to eliminate Konoha first, but now it seems that plan is unattainable. Konoha's strength was currently recognized as the foremost in the ninja world, and it was the primary target that all major ninja villages sought to confront collectively. They had all tacitly agreed to focus their efforts on the Konoha ninjas at the outset, aiming to eliminate them early on, leaving the remaining teams to contend for ultimate victory. Originally, this was a rather secure approach, yet it has now been undermined by Zhang Feng's seemingly inadvertent actions, causing much vexation for Dardic upon receiving this news. Yi Wuxiang nodded in agreement. Despite having been outmaneuvered by Zhang Feng, he found himself harboring a flicker of joy within. Had Dardic's suggestion been followed from the outset, to unite with other ninja villages to eliminate Konoha, he would have missed the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation with Zhang Feng. For Yi Wuxiang, who had glimpsed a fraction of Zhang Feng's prowess, this would have been a lamentable loss. However, with this obstacle now removed, perhaps he could genuinely ally with Zhang Feng, first eliminating the others, and ultimately engage in a climactic showdown. Such a scenario was, in the fundamentally combative nature of Yi Wuxiang, nothing short of exquisite. Perhaps this is fate. Zhang Feng, it seems, the outcome of this competition rests solely in our hands. Yi Wuxiang's heart began to brim with anticipation. Simultaneously, as Yi Wuxiang absorbed this news, other ninja village teams were also inquiring about the developments within the Indong barbecue shop. The conversations of patrons at a nearby table elicited varied expressions from Chio and her companions, who were dining there. Wyman Juanxio's brow furrowed as he glanced at Chio, who remained silent and equally troubled. Chio, what are your thoughts on the alliance between Konoha and Yunin? He inquired. Chio, downing a drink in frustration, replied with a grave tone, this matter is most likely true. Otherwise, so many would not be discussing it. If the 2 teams fail to forge an alliance in the end, Konoha would find itself in quite the predicament. With that, Chio angrily drained another glass, slamming it down on the table with a resounding thud. What on earth are those brutes from Yunin thinking? Why ally with Konoha of all choices? Have they misplaced their wits amidst their brawn? This exchange meeting is a rare opportunity for us to vanquish Konoha. The new generation of Konoha has only just begun to flourish, and Zhengfeng and his companions are merely in their first or second year, while the other participants are nearing graduation. We had a rare chance to gain the upper hand against Konoha. Now, all of that has been muddled by those fools from Yunin. Chiyo's anger was not without justification. Although the Sand Ninja had seen several new talents emerge in recent years, truly exceptional individuals remained exceedingly scarce. Among the three currently participating, only Wyman had reached the level of Chunin, while the other two, though competent, were merely Jinin in strength. In stark contrast, the trio from Konoha were all of Chunin caliber, not to mention the formidable Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were of the same level but not competing. The number of Jinin with potential was simply staggering, leaving Chiyo astounded. Considering the ages of Zhengfeng and his peers, Chiyo gained a clearer insight into the potential of Konoha's next generation. A Chunin merely 7 or 8 years old possesses the potential to ascend to the rank of Hokage. Presently, Konoha stands as the foremost ninja village in the world, largely due to the formidable presence of the legendary Senju Hashirama. When it comes to strength, although the other 4 great ninja villages may not be direct opponents, their alliance could certainly overthrow Konohagakure. However, with the prospect of their next generation maturing, the thought of Konoha possibly boasting more than 5 Hokage-level shinobi in the future filled Chiyo with a sense of despair. Normally, it is expected that each ninja village would produce 1 or 2 Hokage-level shinobi in a given era, allowing for a natural succession as the current leaders age and their successors take the mantle, thus creating a cycle. Yet, Konoha's situation was beyond Chiyo's expectations. The emergence of 5 talented individuals with Hokage-level potential within the same era of a single village was unprecedented in her experience. Even the currently flourishing 4 great ninja villages have only a handful of participants in the competition with Hokage-level potential. The Cloud Village boasts 3 Nin-level shinobi. But aside from Shinji, the other 2 only reached Nin status at the age of 12, clearly lacking Hokage-level potential. The Mist Village has only the lone figure of Suigetsu with such potential, while the Rock Village's Zetsu, though unknown to her, was evidently sent to compete with confidence in his abilities. Alongside her own ally, the 4 great ninja villages combined only possess 4 individuals with Hokage-level potential, whereas Konoha has as many as 5. Could it be that the future still belongs to Konoha? Chiyo was unwilling to accept this reality. Currently, with Senju Hashirama guarding Konoha, she could not act against their budding talents. It seems she would have to bide her time for future opportunities. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chiyo's eyes. Waimon, seek out the representatives of the Mist and Rock villages and propose an alliance. Although we have allied with the Cloud Village, we must not miss the opportunity to eliminate Konoha. Additionally, I have some matters to discuss with you privately. After speaking, she calmly surveyed her surroundings, settled the bill, and swiftly made her way back to her lodging. Inside the inn where the Mist Squad was staying, Suigetsu Getsu looked at the 3 individuals in the room and said solemnly, "The 3 from Konoha must be eliminated. Since the Cloud Village has allied with them, we must take them all down together." Hey, brother, while I'm not afraid of Shinji, just the 3 of us can't possibly stand against the united forces of Konoha and the Cloud Village. At that moment, Suigetsu Getsu, who had been resting on the sofa, opened his eyes, somewhat astonished at his brother's proposal. He questioned his brother's judgment, wondering how he could push his own sibling into such peril. Just facing Shinji alone was already challenging, and with the 3 from Konoha added to the mix, the combined strength would amount to 6 Nin-level shinobi, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Besides Suigetsu Getsu, a handsome young man spoke up, Lord Getsu. Taking on both Konoha and the Cloud Village simultaneously, we may not stand a chance. They were acutely aware of their own capabilities. While they were commendable among their peers, this competition was teeming with formidable opponents. The lower ninjas are merely the foundation. Only the strength of the Nin can wield decisive influence. Indeed, the teams from Konoha and Kumogakure are composed entirely of Nin. Although Kirigakure boasts 3 Nin as well, facing 6 Nin, 2 of whom are elite, would be tantamount to delivering oneself to slaughter. Upon hearing his words, Atsuki Koyuki narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing through them. Yet, her expression remained unchanged as she replied with a smile, "Certainly. We are not alone in this. I believe the Sand and Rock ninjas have also received the news, and their thoughts likely mirror mine. They will not allow Konoha to pass through unscathed. I suspect someone will be reaching out to us shortly." Naka's face was ashen as he gazed at the battle-ready Z Purple, suppressing his anger as he said, Z, do not act impulsively. We should unite with the Mist and Sand Ninjas to confront the Konoha Alliance. If we can eliminate Zhang Feng's team first, I will leave the rest to your discretion. With her hands on her hips, Z responded with unbridled arrogance. Captain Noki, rest assured, a mere handful of 7 or 8-year-olds is no match for me. I can handle them alone without assistance. Watching this stubborn mule, Noki was tempted to send her straight to meet the first Tsuchikage with a swift dust release. However, considering her identity, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. I recognize your strength, but to ensure absolute success, we require the aid of others. Thus, you should take the lead in the attack, while others support you. If you find yourself overwhelmed, let them step in. Despite casting a discontented glance at Noki, Z ultimately acquiesced, albeit begrudgingly. What a stubborn person. Very well, I shall demonstrate my prowess. They are but a few insignificant children. Why should I be constantly on edge? I will eliminate them all and show Lord Tsuchikage who truly embodies the will of the stone. Fortunately, she refrained from voicing this to Noki, or he might have immediately rewarded her with a dust release. To think of eliminating Zhang Feng in Konoha? No one would dare entertain such a notion. The god of ninjas is still alive and well. Such actions would only invite trouble for a Wagakure. If Senju Hashirama intervenes, the entire village would face obliteration. Upon seeing Z finally nod in agreement, Noki let out a sigh of relief. As for Z's true inner thoughts, it can only be said that Noki remains blissfully unaware of her delusions. For days swiftly passed. On this day, the sun hung high in the sky, warming what had been a frigid winter. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy in the heart of Konoha, countless individuals rose early to await the arrival of something significant. Whispers filled the crowd, with heads frequently turning towards the front, as if anticipating someone's arrival. The competition is set to commence today. Why has no one shown up yet? Do not fret, just wait a little longer. Look, someone is coming. The crowd collectively turned towards the direction indicated. For figures approached, each clad in armor and wearing form-fitting black combat attire beneath. The most striking among them was a tall man at the forefront. He bore a scythe on his back. Its end connected to a chain, and donned a breathing mask that obscured his features, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes that emanated an imposing aura. I had heard of this individual. He was Hanzo, a formidable ninja from the village hidden in the rain. It was said that both he and his summoning creature, the salamander, were venomous, which compelled him to wear a breathing mask at all times. He was one of the elite ninja in his village. As someone in the crowd explained, "Oh, right. I've heard of him too. A couple of years ago, one of our elite ninja from the Leaf Village had a confrontation with him during a mission and was defeated." Someone chimed in. Word has it that their skirmish lasted less than a minute. Defeated in under a minute? Surely, you jest. Not at all. That elite ninja was none other than the direct disciple of the Hokage, Shinobu Danzo. And this information was relayed directly by another esteemed pupil of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to believe, for the names Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinobu Danzo held significant weight in the Leaf Village. A simple inquiry would confirm the truth of the matter. Thus the speaker would not be inclined to fabricate such a story. The eyes of the onlookers turned towards Hanzo, filled with newfound respect and astonishment. After all, this masked man had vanquished Danzo in mere moments, a feat that suggested a vast disparity in strength. Such an achievement implied that Hanzo had likely attained a level akin to that of Akage, if not closer, marking him as a genuine powerhouse in the current world of ninjas. Unfazed by the admiration and curiosity in the gazes directed at him, Hanzo maintained his composure and led his team through the gates. As a recognized strength in the ninja realm, he was accustomed to such attention and remained emotionally undisturbed. Though he was of the same age as Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just surpassed 20, his prowess had already eclipsed that of his contemporary, placing him just a step away from the Kage level and ranking him among the elite of the ninja villages. The significance of being sent as a representative from the village hidden in the rain was evident. If Hanzo led the team, their strength could not be underestimated. While Hanzo displayed calm indifference, his companions lacked his composure. Hearing the external discussions, they instinctively puffed out their chests, their faces betraying an almost uncontrollable pride. Catching sight of this, Hanzo felt a twinge of disappointment for the trio, realizing they likely remained unaware of why the village had chosen them for this competition. How lamentable. Reflecting on the words spoken to him before leaving the village, Hanzo silently expressed his apologies to his teammates and proceeded onward with them. Hans, the strength of the Rain Village has waned compared to the other 5 great ninja villages. Thus, I shall not send our most gifted student to face certain death during this exchange meeting. As the leader of this delegation to Konoha, I have but one request of you. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, your sole responsibility is to ensure your safe departure from Konoha. As for your team, after the Rain Village's representatives departed, teams from various ninja villages arrived in succession. The teams from the Hot Water Village, Snow Village, Sky Village, Sound Village, and Waterfall Village, some familiar, others scarcely heard of, gathered, totaling nearly 100 individuals, prompting the onlookers to marvel at the vastness of the ninja realm. As the various small ninja villages entered the gates, the first prominent guest made his entrance. Noki floated gracefully through the air, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming presence. Despite his diminutive stature, he commanded an aura befitting a formidable leader. In the prime of his life, Noki stood at the zenith of his power. A genuine Kaga-level strongman and undoubtedly the most formidable among the leaders of the great ninja villages. Among the elite few at the pinnacle of the ninja world, Naka's name was widely recognized. Upon his arrival, the crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. Goodness, I never expected a Wagakure would send Noki. They must truly regard this competition with utmost seriousness. A Kaga-level leader at the helm. What an impressive display. Even Konoha cannot rival such prestige. Fool. The competition is being held right in our backyard. What need is there for a leader? Surely, you realize Konoha has no such figure. Oh, is that so? With an unperturbed demeanor, Noki calmly led his entourage, including the eager and curious Ji, who couldn't suppress her excitement, her pace quickening as she absorbed the sights around her. What an impetuous child, Noki thought to himself, mildly shaking his head at her exuberance. Next, the Mist Village's ninja made their entrance. Kaguya Mizuki greeted the crowd with a cheerful smile, engaging in light-hearted interactions, presenting a facade of approachability. Yet, the characteristic sharp fangs of the Kirigakure clan and his chilling smile made the crowd instinctively take a few steps back. Behind him, the reserved Kaguya Tsukuyami quickened his pace, keeping his head down. Then came the Sand Village's turn. The moment Chiyo appeared, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The crowd instinctively gravitated towards their leader. My goodness, is this the Sand Village's leader? She is stunning. Chiyo was not only known for her striking beauty. She was also the disciple of the current Kazekage and one of the most formidable puppeteers in Tsunade. It was said that she possessed masterful skills in poison crafting as well. The once boisterous gathering fell into an abrupt silence. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated and gradually retreated. Humph, a bunch of cowardly men. Casting a disdainful glance at the crowd, Chiyo strode forward with purpose. Then, the Yunin ninjas made their entrance. However, unlike the previous ninja villages, as Yunin appeared, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. Countless flowers and accolades were thrown towards the Yunin contingent, and the faces of the people were adorned with joyous smiles, offering heartfelt blessings to Yi Wuxiang and his companions. As if Yunin were indeed their favorite team. Yi Wuxiang understood the underlying reason all too well. After all, he had been ensnared by Zhang Feng, unwittingly forging an alliance with Konoha, which, consequently, led Konoha to regard him as one of their own. Thus, receiving such treatment was entirely justified. Finally managing to extricate themselves from the enthusiastic populace, Yi Wuxiang and his companions entered through the grand gates. At that moment, the final team made its slow and steady debut. Zhang Feng donned a sleek black ninja attire, his long hair styled in a samurai topknot cascading freely, and his eyes radiated a brilliant gleam, rendering him extraordinarily handsome. He walked at the forefront of the group, flanked by Kitamaki Tsukumo and Orochimaru, their striking features and unique aura setting them apart from the crowd. To the onlookers, the trio epitomized confidence, exuding an unmistakable champion's charisma. Oh, Zhang Feng, you must do your utmost. Bring home the first place for Konoha, exclaimed one voice. Don't say such things. How old are they? Don't burden them. Another interjected. Right. Zhang Feng, just do your best, but don't overexert yourselves. You're still young, with ample room for growth ahead. No pressure. Konoha remains the strongest. The eyes of the crowd were fixed upon Zhang Feng and his companions, their concern and hope palpable, as if capable of materializing. The warmth surged within Zhang Feng, prompting him to respond enthusiastically to the throng. Yet, he chose to disregard their comforting words. What did age matter? The chasm of power between them could not be bridged merely by age. This championship was theirs for the taking, and they held unwavering confidence in that belief. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Zhang Feng finally arrived at the competition venue. The schoolyard was already a hub of activity, with over 100 individuals scattered around, maintaining several meters of distance between one another. Upon their entrance, all eyes turned to Zheng Feng and his companions, scrutinizing them with a mix of assessment and intrigue. This is Zheng Feng. He really only 7? He doesn't look it. To them, Zheng Feng, now towering over 1.60 meters, bore no resemblance to a child of 7 or 8, though a hint of youth remained on his face. The maturity he exuded from having lived 2 lives belied his actual age. Zheng Feng remained unfazed by the gazes upon him, instead casting curious glances around. As it was his first encounter with ninjas from other villages, and the variety was quite refreshing. Oh, that masked one looks fierce. He seems quite formidable. That guy over there with the large scythe seems rather peculiar. His forehead protector. I recall reading about it. He appears to be from the Hot Springs village. Hey, who are those 2 short individuals over there? Why do they keep staring at us? From the rock village? Noticing the attention from the rock village, Zheng Feng too scrutinized them. The leader, a tall figure with an oversized nose, cast a particularly unfriendly gaze in Zheng Feng's direction, rife with both hostility and caution. Behind him, a figure with crimson hair looked at Zheng Feng with a fierce determination, as if eager to step forward and engage him in battle. Regarding the other 2 individuals, although they were slightly taller than Ohyuki, they appeared rather foolish, instilling no sense of danger in Zheng Feng. Thus, he merely cast a cursory glance at them before shifting his gaze elsewhere. The diminutive figure with purple hair seemed intent on provoking a confrontation. It appeared that some amusement awaited him. With a soft chuckle in his heart, Zheng Feng redirected his attention. How curious to encounter someone with such an appearance. Those teeth. They resembled those of a shark. Could they be a member of the Mist Village? If memory serves, only the Kirigakura's Hozuki clan possesses such distinguishing features, indicating a formidable adversary. Zheng Feng was acutely aware that the current second Mizukage hailed from the Hozuki clan, the undisputed foremost clan of the Mist. The prowess of this family was indeed formidable. Furthermore, the gaze directed at him seemed rather unsettling, prompting Zheng Feng to place this individual under close observation. Soon after, Zheng Feng's eyes fell upon the last of the 5 great shinobi villages, a sand ninja. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out upon him. How could it be this woman? Upon recognizing Chiyo, Zheng Feng's heart seized with trepidation. Memories of the incident while spying alongside Jiraiya flooded back. Anxious thoughts raced through his mind. What if she discovered the truth and decided to eliminate him on the spot? The intensity of Chiyo's gaze nearly compelled him to flee. When Chiyo's eyes fell upon Zheng Feng, they brimmed with an unmistakable murderous intent. Her previously gentle demeanor shifted abruptly, as if the very temperature around her had plummeted, sending chills down the spines of the 3 individuals beside her, who shivered in unison. Instinctively, they stepped back, exchanging puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Chiyo fixed her steely gaze on Orochimaru, her voice dripping with venom as she enunciated his name slowly. Orochi. Maru. Orochimaru, positioned behind Zheng Feng, appeared taken aback, staring incredulously at the furious Chiyo. Who are you? He queried. Forgotten so soon? It seems your memory is rather poor, but fear not, I shall assist you. We shall have ample opportunities in the future. Although her eyes were filled with murderous intent directed at Orochimaru, the weight of Senja Hashirama's name restrained her from acting publicly. Nevertheless, given Orochimaru's prodigious talent, early graduation was an inevitable prospect, and when that day came, she would seize her opportunity. As she plotted in silence, Chiyo gradually withdrew her murderous aura, letting out a disdainful huff before turning away from Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Noticing Orochimaru's confusion, he stepped forward to offer solace. Do not be troubled, Orochimaru. That elder sister is not a participant in the competition, and she wouldn't dare act in Konoha. Let us develop ourselves for a few years. And when we graduate together, should she still seek trouble, I shall assist you in confronting her. Upon hearing Zheng Feng's words, Orochimaru felt a wave of gratitude, yet could not suppress a roll of his eyes. While I am immensely grateful for Zheng Feng's assistance, could you kindly refrain from addressing me by that name? Haha, Kiki Sakumo, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Oh, by the way, I just spotted a few individuals who might pose a challenge. With that, Zheng Feng pointed out those whom he perceived as somewhat threatening to the 2. Kiki Sakumo and Orochimaru nodded in unison after assessing the situation, indicating they had taken note. Before long, the playground began to undergo a transformation. The ground before the numerous teams trembled, and soon, a vibrant green burst forth from the earth, soaring into the sky. Countless verdant branches danced in the air, momentarily obscuring the heavens, reminiscent of dark storm clouds. The myriad branches intertwined, gradually forming a towering platform that loomed before the crowd. Upon this elevated stage stood two figures resolutely. "Hello, everyone. Good morning." The familiar voice of Hashirama Senju resonated from the platform. Upon glancing up, it was indeed Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Tobirama coughed lightly, signaling his elder brother to adopt a more serious demeanor. "Esteemed guests, welcome to Konoha for this exchange conference. I am Hashirama Senju, the chief examiner for this event. I look forward to your guidance." As his words fell, the venue was engulfed in silence. Hundreds of eyes instinctively fixated on the platform, captivated by the sunny disposition of the man before them, filled with astonishment and excitement. What did he just say? He is Hashirama Senju, the man who pacified the tumultuous era, revered as the god of shinobi. The assembly consisted of young ninjas, all of whom had grown up hearing tales of the legendary figure on the platform. Now, seeing him in person, they found their emotions hard to contain. And a wave of commotion erupted among the crowd. Is this truly the god of shinobi? He doesn't seem to fit that description. He appears quite naive. What do you expect the god of shinobi to look like? If you doubt his identity, surely you recognize the jutsu he just employed? Could it be? This is the exclusive wood-release technique, Mokutan, the only one of its kind in the current shinobi world. If he hadn't come in person, how could this wood-release have manifested? I've heard the elders speak of his legendary prowess. They say that despite his immense strength, he possesses an unexpectedly approachable demeanor, a stark contrast to the ferocity of the past. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of realization, though only Anoki wore a grim countenance, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories. Once the audience settled, Hashirama Senju resumed his address. This conference will consist of 4 rounds, each round eliminating an unspecified number of participants, culminating in the final round where the ultimate victor will be determined. Upon hearing this, various teams readied themselves, excitement flashing in their eyes. The representatives from the 5 great ninja villages eagerly prepared, their spirits ignited as they surveyed their surroundings. "Zhongfeng, we shall meet in the finals. The champion of this conference shall belong to us, the hidden cloud." As he gazed at the distant figure of Zhongfeng, Yu Wushang clenched his fists, his golden hair standing on end, crackling with electrical energy, exuding an impressive aura. Sensing something amiss, Zhongfeng turned around and met Yu Wushang's penetrating gaze, offering him a brief smile before turning back. This championship undoubtedly belongs to our Konoha. As the spectators' thoughts swirled, Senju Hashirama commenced the introduction to the first round of the competition. We are about to begin the first round. This assessment is titled Information Relay, with the following specific rules. Each team must select one member to receive the information, who must then memorize the relevant details within a stipulated time. This individual will then endeavor to relay the information to the second member of their team, all while navigating through the interference of illusions, continuing this process until the final member receives the information. Ultimately, the last team member must recount the information to the examiner amidst the hindrance of illusions, who will then assign scores. A complete error in the information will result in immediate disqualification, while the remaining members will proceed to the second round. Additionally, it is a friendly reminder that the difficulty of the illusions faced by each team member will progressively increase, so careful consideration must be given in the selection process. With the rules thoroughly explained, let the assessment commence. Upon concluding his speech, Hashirama clapped his hands, channeling chakra through his being. Subsequently, the ground beneath Zhongfeng began to tremble as countless branches erupted from the earth, intertwining to form a formidable wooden wall that surrounded them. This wall was immensely thick, with a height of 3 meters at the top, sturdy enough to support someone standing atop it. Now, everyone shall draw lots to determine the order of participation. Once the assessment begins, the remaining individuals should await above. Following this, a ninja clad in dark attire approached the crowd, carrying a box. The participants eagerly drew their lots, revealing their numbers. "Haha, we are indeed fortunate. We drew number 15. It seems we shall have to wait quite a while. I drew number 20. I am number 5. Which is relatively early. Thankfully, I am not first. Let us observe how the teams ahead proceed. It will serve as a helpful reference for us." Wyman opened his palm, revealing the number 27 inscribed on his slip. "Excellent. Wyman, your luck is commendable. You have drawn a later position. This will aid us in gathering intelligence for this assessment," Chio exclaimed, patting Wyman on the shoulder with a satisfied smile. Wyman's 2 other teammates shared in his joy. As soon-to-be graduates, they were well aware of their abilities. While they were considered competent among the lower ninjas, they lacked experience in dealing with illusions. Thus, this assessment devised by Konoha precisely targeted their weaknesses, leading to understandable concerns. Observing the contented expressions of the trio, Wyman felt a tinge of disappointment. Drawing a position so far back might not necessarily be advantageous. What if, contemplating this possibility, Wyman could only hope that events would not unfold as he feared? Looking at the number 13 slip in his hand, Ghost Lantern Xianyue smiled nonchalantly. It appears that the ranking is somewhat favorable. However, as long as we are not in the first position, the rest is of little consequence. Guizhong Xiaoya nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as we progress to the next round, the information regarding this assessment will become clearer. As for the illusionary arts, I dare say they should pose no challenge for you, correct? Upon hearing this, Guizhong Xianyue curved his lips into a slight smile, glancing at his two teammates behind him, and remarked, "I have no issues." "Neither do I," replied a strikingly handsome man with a cool demeanor, who spoke tersely before closing his eyes once more. "What a bother. This ridiculous assessment. I would prefer a straightforward battle any day," grumbled a man with silvery hair and a fierce countenance. Observing these two, Guizhong Xiaoya felt his worries dissipate, replaced by a confident smile. After all, it was merely the first round of the assessment. Could it truly challenge us, the Miss Shinobi? Moreover, their true strengths lay not in this phase. The subsequent combat segment would undoubtedly be the moment for Xianyue and the others to shine. Daemu's expression turned grim as he regarded the second-place draw in Ji's hand, unable to contain his words. "Ji, how can you be so unfortunate? This position is far too advanced." Ji waved his hand dismissively. "Do not fret, Daemu-senpai. It is merely the first round of the assessment. We shall surely pass it with ease." Even Ji's nearby teammates nodded in agreement. What else could they do? To defy Ji's sentiments would be unwise. While Daemu was indeed formidable, they lacked his prowess and would inevitably face repercussions. It was far more prudent to comply. Having endured Ji's reprimands numerous times, the two had long since developed a conditioned response. Thus, despite Daemu's lingering unease, he could only let the matter rest. Yi Wuxiang gazed at the 14th draw in his hand, feeling slightly relieved. As a ninja adept in lightning release, the chakra attributes of the Cloud Shinobi endowed them with a certain resistance to illusions, rendering them largely unconcerned about such disturbances. However, what troubled Yi Wuxiang was that, aside from his own aptitude for reading, his two teammates were decidedly lackluster scholars who struggled with books. And this assessment would test their memory retention, an undeniable challenge for the Cloud Shinobi. Observing Longji and Sheng, who were flustered and overwhelmed due to the assessment, Yi Wuxiang let out a resigned sigh. "How about you, Zhangfeng? What number did you draw?" asked Chimu Sakumo, curiosity evident on his face as he approached Zhangfeng. Though Orochimaru maintained his distance, he cast a curious glance in Zhangfeng's direction. "Aha, well, this draw is not particularly favorable." Zhangfeng awkwardly laughed, instinctively concealing his draw behind his back. Observing Zhangfeng's demeanor, Chimu Sakumo paused for a moment, then jested. "How much worse could it be? Surely you did not draw the first position, did you?" "Aha." With a smile, Hatake Sakumo gazed at the increasingly stiff expression of Zhangfeng, momentarily left in a daze. "Ah, Zhangfeng, you wouldn't have drawn the number 1, would you?" Orochimaru observed the cold sweat beading on Zhangfeng's forehead and instantly deduced the number he held. Hatake Sakumo. Orochimaru. Clearly. Zhangfeng's luck left both of them speechless. "Haha. Well, it seems so." Zhangfeng awkwardly scratched his head, adopting an innocently bewildered demeanor. The two exchanged looks of exasperation. What kind of luck is this? To have drawn the number 1, his fortune is truly abysmal. Had we known, we wouldn't have let him draw. Zhangfeng, your luck is indeed. Hatake Sakumo began, his expression a mixture of hesitation and concern. Noticing their reactions, Zhangfeng quickly patted his chest, assuring them, "Even though we are the first, this assessment is not insurmountable for us, right? How about this? I'll be the last one to receive the information, and you two decide on the first two." Moreover, didn't Grandpa Hashirama say that one would only be eliminated if the information was completely erroneous? As long as you can provide me with a shred of accurate information, I am confident we can pass this assessment. Zhangfeng was quite self-assured regarding this matter. Although he had yet to learn any illusion techniques, he understood the principles behind them. By manipulating the target's chakra flow to disrupt their senses, one could create illusions. That is the essence of Jinjutsu. Furthermore, breaking free from such techniques is quite simple. As long as one's chakra control exceeds that of the caster, one can disrupt their own chakra's normal flow, rendering the opponent's Genjutsu ineffective. Chakra control had always been Zhang Feng's forte, and he had honed his skills to be among the elite in the ninja world. Thus, theoretically, there should be very few capable of casting illusions on him. In Zhang Feng's team, Orochimaru had also trained in his chakra control methods, and now his proficiency had reached a formidable level. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo, having practiced swordsmanship for many years, undoubtedly possessed significant control to channel chakra onto his blade. Additionally, all three were academically inclined ninjas, making the memorization of information a trivial task for them. Therefore, it seemed that the first round of assessment posed little challenge for them. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru felt considerably reassured. After some discussion, they ultimately decided that Hatake Tsukumo would take the first turn, Orochimaru second, and Zhang Feng last. Once the order was established, the voice of Hashirama echoed from the platform. I believe everyone now knows their sequence. So please allow the other participants to depart, and let the contestant holding the number 1 draw proceed with the assessment. At this announcement, everyone began to leave in succession, their eyes occasionally darting around, curious about who the fortunate one with the number 1 draw might be. As the crowd gathered at the top of the surrounding walls, only Zhang Feng and his 2 companions remained standing alone in the arena. The onlookers were left in astonishment at the sight before them. They had not anticipated that the first team to undergo assessment would be from Konohagakure. It is worth noting that the Zhang Feng team serves as a representative of the village, and as the host of the competition, it would have been expected that they would not be the first to take the stage. A prudent approach would have been to gather intelligence before conducting any evaluations. The current turn of events had clearly taken everyone by surprise. Although some were astonished, they could not help but admire Konohagakure's decision. Had it been their own village, it would undoubtedly have engaged in underhanded tactics to position its team favorably. However, Konohagakure had maintained an unwavering commitment to fairness and impartiality throughout, instilling a sense of confidence in the competition among the onlookers. Regardless of their thoughts, the priority was to observe the assessment of the 3 from Zhang Feng, as it presented an excellent opportunity for intelligence gathering. They were determined not to miss it and focused intently on the proceedings. Tsukumo Hatake stepped forward to receive the intelligence scroll from the examiner. You have 10 minutes to memorize the information. At the end of this period, the scroll will automatically disintegrate. I will then cast a genjutsu upon you, and you must relay the memorized details to Orochimaru, the examiner instructed. Tsukumo nodded in understanding and unfurled the scroll, immediately beginning to commit its contents to memory. 10 minutes later, flames unexpectedly erupted from the center of the scroll, engulfing it rapidly until it was consumed entirely. Just as Tsukumo lifted his gaze, he was met with the sudden onset of a genjutsu from the examiner. Witnessing this, the audience furrowed their brows in concern. Even their own team was subjected to such rigorous standards. They were given no time to react before the genjutsu was unleashed. This was a reminder not to be complacent. As this was the first instance of genjutsu interference, the difficulty was manageable, and Tsukumo quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of confusion. Without further ado, he approached Orochimaru and began to relay the intelligence. Tsukumo possessed a commendable memory. Though he had only 10 minutes, he had retained approximately 85% of the scroll's contents. Just as he was about to articulate the details, the examiner interjected once more. Tsukumo, you only have 10 minutes to convey the information. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately grasped the implication. This was designed to preclude Tsukumo from having time to reflect, compelling him to relay the information swiftly. This challenge tested not only the participants' memory but also their psychological fortitude. Those lacking mental resilience might find it impossible to recall all the information within such a brief period, potentially rendering them speechless due to anxiety, significantly increasing the difficulty. With this realization, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they were not the first to face such a challenge. Had they encountered this situation unexpectedly, they could not have guaranteed the accuracy of the information. Now, with some preparation, they felt a bit more at ease. Tsukumo, having absorbed the instructions, wasted no time and commenced relaying the intelligence. Orochimaru maintained a stoic expression, attentively listening to Tsukumo's account. As the final word fell from the lips of Kakashi Hatake, the illusionary assault arrived once more, precisely as anticipated. This time, the complexity of the genjutsu had escalated to a new tier, yet it was evident that it posed no challenge to Orochimaru. Presently, Orochimaru's mastery over chakra manipulation had reached a genuine Genin level, rendering B-rank illusions a trivial matter for him. The genjutsu had no effect on him. He promptly approached Sifeng to begin recounting the events. Witnessing this, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Was it not said that the difficulty of the illusions would increase progressively? How was it that Orochimaru appeared to handle the situation with even greater ease than Kakashi? Was it due to his astonishing control over chakra, or was it that the difficulty of the Jinjutsu was not as formidable as they had initially perceived? Reflecting on this, many found themselves unconsciously relaxing a bit. Sifeng listened intently to Orochimaru's information. After 10 minutes, he turned to face the examiner. Sifeng, now, inscribe the information you possess onto this blank scroll. You will have only 10 minutes. Throughout your writing, I shall continuously unleash illusions upon you, until you either complete your task or surrender. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again engulfed in shock. The difficulty of this final challenge had skyrocketed compared to the previous ones. According to the examiner, Sifeng would be subjected to constant Jinjutsu interference while writing. And even if Sifeng was formidable, it was implausible for him to remain unaffected by the illusions indefinitely. Once he was affected, his memory could falter, potentially leading to the loss of several fragments. Moreover, with a mere 10-minute time limit, the duration required for writing the information would undoubtedly consume a significant portion of that time, making it a remarkable feat to retain even 30 to 40% of the memory content, let alone achieve a complete replication. After acknowledging his understanding, Sifeng immediately unfurled the scroll and began to write. The examiner wasted no time and commenced his assault with the Jinjutsu. After a while, the examiner's expression began to shift. With only moments left in the 10-minute time frame, he had cast illusions on Sifeng 9 times, maintaining the frequency of 1 every minute. Yet, Sifeng seemed unperturbed, fully engrossed in his writing on the scroll. This led the examiner to question whether his own proficiency in Jinjutsu was insufficient, causing Sifeng's apparent lack of reaction. Just as the examiner found himself in doubt, Sifeng finally set down his pen with 5 seconds remaining, letting out a gentle sigh. He closed the scroll and handed it to the examiner. I have completed my task. The examiner, casting a deep glance at Sifeng, accepted the scroll and passed it to 2 staff members behind him for inspection. Meanwhile, Sifeng's performance had not gone unnoticed by the audience present. Some were incredulous. How could Sifeng be entirely unaffected by the Jinjutsu? Could it be that the examiner was deliberately lenient? Impossible. I sensed the chakra fluctuations during his casting, confirming it was indeed a Jinjutsu. Furthermore, based on the chakra fluctuations, the level of the Jinjutsu he employed appeared to be higher than in the previous 2 rounds. Thus, it seems to pertain to the matter of Zhang Feng. How did he manage to remain utterly unscathed? One can only surmise that his chakra manipulation has surpassed that of the examiner. It is truly astonishing that at the tender age of 7, his chakra control already exhibits the prowess of a jonin. Chiyo, observing Xingfeng's performance, was utterly captivated as a master of puppetry. She recognized that his chakra manipulation had reached a level that even left her in awe. Such mastery is not easily attained. Every individual possesses an inherent limit to their chakra control. Some may toil for decades without a hint of progress, while others, with mere months of casual practice, may achieve advancements that provoke existential doubt. Zhang Feng undoubtedly embodies such innate talent. To Chiyo, if Zhang Feng were to apply his chakra control to puppetry, his potential would surely elevate him to a status equal to her own as a puppeteer. It is worth noting that Zhang Feng is merely 7 years old, and even she, at that age, would not dare claim superiority in manipulation over him. A glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Xingfen's silhouette, lost in thought. How fortunate it would be if such a prodigy belonged to the Sand Shinobi. At that moment, Chiyo was once again consumed by an uncontrollable jealousy towards Konoha. Upon hearing her words, the others began to comprehend the extent of Xingfeng's strength. Although he had exhibited no overt signs earlier, his ability to withstand 10 minutes of illusionary assault and scathe had already hinted at his formidable prowess. In an instant, many felt a surge of trepidation towards him. When the examiner announced the results for Xingfeng's team, this trepidation reached its zenith. Xingfeng's team achieved an information accuracy rate of 85, a passing mark. Upon hearing this news, Xingfeng was unfazed. He was well aware of his own performance. He had meticulously inscribed all the information provided by Orochimaru, and if Orochimaru had made no errors, it could only mean that Hatake Tsukumo had not completely recalled the details. Nevertheless, Xingfeng believed that achieving an 85 accuracy rate was already an impressive feat, especially given that the final submission required writing. Even if one memorized all the information, transcribing it within 10 minutes was no small feat unless one possessed hand speed surpassing his own. Yet, such a notion seemed implausible. After all, Zheng Feng had specifically trained his hand speed for seal formation, and after nearly a year of effort, he had reached the remarkable speed of 10 seals per second. Even Senju Tobarama remarked that his own seal speed at that age was inferior to Zheng Feng's. One can only imagine how others fared. As for why he did not compare himself to Senju Hashirama, the latter merely needed to clasp his hands to perform ninjutsu, rendering the seal process superfluous. Each time he contemplated this, Zheng Feng felt a twinge of envy. According to Senju Tobarama, such mastery over one's internal chakra is a realm he has yet to attain. With this in mind, Zheng Feng felt increasingly confident that no one could surpass his achievements. And indeed, the reality aligned perfectly with his expectations. Next, the Iwagakure team with the second draw took the stage. Zheng Feng discerned that 2 of its members were merely of the lower ninja rank, significantly affected by the interference of genjutsu. Even though the last ninja, named Z, performed commendably, he too was unperturbed by the illusions, much like Zheng Feng. However, constrained by his hand speed, he ultimately achieved a mere 40% accuracy. Many had gathered to witness the anticipated embarrassment of Iwagakure, only to have their expectations surpassed by the subsequent teams, which displayed even lower capabilities. These teams generally boasted an accuracy of around 20%, with one team exhibiting no resilience to genjutsu whatsoever. During the first round of memory retention, they became entirely ensnared by illusions, ultimately failing to recall a single piece of information and consequently facing immediate elimination. As time progressed toward evening, this round of assessments finally concluded. A total of 26 teams emerged victorious, while 9 suffered elimination, accounting for a staggering 40% of the participants, a disheartening statistic that left many astonished. Among the successful teams, only the 5 great ninja villages achieved an accuracy exceeding 40%, with Iwagakure at the bottom, barely reaching that threshold. Following closely was Kumogakure, just 1 percentage point above Iwagakure at 41%. Tsunade achieved a commendable 50%. Weiman's concerns were realized. Should the performance of the first draw exceed expectations, it would impose considerable psychological pressure on subsequent participants who might unconsciously compare themselves to Zheng Feng's team during the assessments, leading to further underperformance. Tsunade exemplified this, as the haunting memory of Zheng Feng's formidable performance clouded their minds during their final round, adversely affecting their execution. Without Zheng Feng's influence, Weiman believed he could have achieved a score of 60%. Following Tsunade was Kirigakure, which unexpectedly attained an impressive 65%, the highest score achievable among the 4 great ninja villages. Ultimately, Zheng Feng's team secured an astounding 85%. Since Zheng Feng and his companions first graced the stage with this score, no subsequent participant managed to surpass it. Countless teams, initially brimming with confidence, now grasped the true difficulty of the assessments, appreciating the rarity of Zheng Feng's achievement. The teams from the 4 great ninja villages felt this keenly. As they cast their gaze toward Zheng Feng at the center of the crowd, they clenched their fists, eager to reclaim their honor in the next round of assessments. Undoubtedly, as the top performers of this round, Zheng Feng and his companions attracted considerable attention. Those who had previously underestimated them due to their youth had altered their perceptions. The glances directed at Zheng Feng and his team were now rife with unmasked respect and trepidation. Clearly, they had come to regard them as formidable adversaries in this grand tournament. All right, the first round of assessments concludes here. Everyone, please return. Tomorrow, we will gather here, and someone will lead you to the location for the second round of assessments. With that, the crowd began to disperse gradually, observing the figures of Zheng Feng and his companions departing one after another. Hashirama on the high platform couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, their performance was quite commendable. Tobarama, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, remarking, "They are the most gifted children of Konoha, and as the future of the village, they ought to possess such potential." At these words, Hashirama smiled with a sense of comfort. "Yes, I hope they can mature swiftly. My time is limited." Tobarama's gaze towards Hashirama was tinged with sorrow. During this period, Hashirama had ventured outside less frequently. Although he maintained his usual demeanor, Tobarama, having grown up alongside him, had long noticed the unusual signs. After conducting a meticulous examination of Hashirama's health, the results left Tobarama speechless. Now, Hashirama had only 2 months of life remaining, and the previously developed cellular enhancement technique had utterly lost its efficacy, unable to impede the flow of Hashirama's life any longer. Upon learning of his remaining lifespan, Hashirama fell silent for a moment before expressing his desire to serve as the chief examiner for the upcoming exchange meeting. Although Tobarama felt perplexed by this request, he acquiesced. Lifting his head to gaze quietly at the moonlight, Hashirama chuckled lightly. Since my departure is inevitable, let me accomplish one final task for the village. Early the next morning, Jinfeng set out promptly and arrived at the school entrance. At that moment, Tsukumo and Orochimaru had also arrived early, making their way toward Jinfeng upon spotting him. Tsukumo, Orochimaru. You both are here so early. Jinfeng greeted them. After exchanging pleasantries, a familiar voice emerged from behind. Jinfeng, turning around. He found Yi Wuxiang and his companions had appeared without him noticing. Oh, you all are here so early? There is still an hour until the assessment begins. Why not get a bit more sleep? Hearing this, a hint of a smile crossed Yi Wuxiang's rugged face. Aren't we allies? Of course. We arrived early to discuss strategies with our comrades. What do you think about teaming up for this round of assessments? With this proposal, Yi Wuxiang had his own considerations. If this round of assessments proceeded as before, with each team undergoing individual tests, then the suggestion would be of little utility. However, if they were to engage in a collective operation, the collaboration between the two teams would become imperative. Although Yi Wuxiang was uncertain whether the absence of Kumogakure would lead the other three great shinobi villages to prioritize attacking Konoha. He surmised that should Konoha be eliminated due to its isolation, Kumogakure, as an ally of Konoha, would likely share the same fate of being targeted. This was a foreseeable outcome ever since their alliance was formed. Thus, it would be prudent for Kumogakure and Konoha to take the initiative, jointly eliminating the teams that posed a threat to them. This strategy would not only avert the risk of both teams being overwhelmed, but also maximize their chances of advancement, which, in Yi Wuxiang's view, was a win-win solution. With Zheng Feng's intellect, he believed he would undoubtedly embrace this proposal. Yi Wuxiang held a profound confidence in this regard. I apologize, but I must respectfully decline. However, Zheng Feng's response took Yi Wuxiang by surprise. Decline? Why? Zheng Feng, you should understand the benefits of joining forces. Zheng Feng nodded. He comprehended Yi Wuxiang's intent, yet he also had his own considerations. Although he had previously employed a subtle tactic while Yi Wuxiang was intoxicated to create the illusion that Konoha had allied with Yunin, this stratagem was devised by Zheng Feng to prevent the other four great ninja villages from uniting against Konoha. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, he remained cautious about facing all four villages simultaneously. Now, however, Zheng Feng believed that with Yunin having withdrawn, it would only be necessary to contend with the three teams from IWA, Suna, and Kiri, which instilled him with a measure of confidence. Yet, given Zheng Feng's character, allying with Yunin against the other three teams would indeed be the wisest course of action. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one must remain vigilant against betrayal. Should they unite against a common foe, a sudden ambush from Yunin could result in dire consequences for Zheng Feng, including the risk of immediate elimination or even assassination. Zheng Feng had witnessed such scenarios many times in dramas from his previous life, thus even if Yi Wuxiang and his companions appeared sincere, he could not fully place his trust in them. Of course, he would not express this sentiment openly. Standing tall, Zheng Feng looked at Yi Wuxiang with an air of pride and declared, "It is merely a trifling matter of three small teams joining forces. Does Konoha truly fear them? There is no need to consider an alliance, simply watch how I deal with them." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless by Zheng Feng's audacity. He never anticipated such arrogance from Zheng Feng. After all, this was a coalition of the elite from three great ninja villages. Not to mention, there were at least 3 elite shinobi among them, along with other exceptionally talented individuals. Facing such a formidable lineup alone was nothing short of folly. At that moment, even though Yi Wuxiang had some confidence in Zheng Feng's abilities, he believed they were at best evenly matched, and he himself could never hope to confront the combined might of 3 elite shinobi. Zheng Feng likely shared this sentiment. Although Yi Wuxiang felt a mixture of confusion and disappointment regarding Zheng Feng's choice, he chose not to press the matter further. After exchanging farewells, he departed. Once Yi Wuxiang and his companions had left, the previously silent Shumo gazed at Zheng Feng, puzzled, and inquired, "Zheng Feng, do you have a specific rationale behind this? If Konoha allied with Yunin, the probability of passing the examination together would surely increase, wouldn't it?" Orochimaru remained silent, merely turning to look at Zheng Feng, awaiting his explanation. In response to his two friends, Zheng Feng did not conceal his thoughts, candidly sharing his perspective. After listening, Orochimaru displayed a contemplative expression and nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, there is a possibility." Meanwhile, Shumo appeared somewhat conflicted. Zheng Feng, this seems implausible, does it not? After all, we are allies. How could you betray us? Zheng Feng, who had some understanding of Su Mao's character, was not surprised by his doubts. In Zheng Feng's view, although Chimu Su Mao was exceptionally powerful, his tendency to trust others, especially those he considered comrades, was rather pronounced. While this trait was admirable to Zheng Feng, it could prove detrimental in the eyes of others. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zheng Feng refrained from answering Su Mao's question, instead fixing him with a serious gaze. Su Mao, you may not grasp these issues right now, but it is unnecessary for you to ponder them. All you need to do is trust me. We are friends, and I would never harm you. Do you understand? Meeting Zheng Feng's earnest eyes, Su Mao slowly nodded in acknowledgement, though he had some reservations about Zheng Feng's perspective. As a friend, he unconditionally chose to believe him. As time passed, various teams began to appear, and the entrance grew increasingly crowded. Finally, when all the small teams had gathered, Hashirama's figure re-emerged. With his hands on his hips and a broad smile, he addressed the crowd. Everyone, it is time for the second round of assessments. Follow me as I lead you to the evaluation site. Oh, and team leaders need not accompany us. Tobarama will come to escort you to the third round later. The crowd exchanged glances but uttered not a word, silently trailing behind him. Only the leaders of the various ninja villages remained, watching the departing teams in silence. Hashirama guided the group until they reached their destination, stopping outside a fence. He turned to face the crowd. Everyone, we have arrived at the venue for the second round of assessments. Now, let me explain the rules. The participants held their breath, attentively listening. This round will take place in the Forest of Death. You must gather the 3 scrolls of heaven, earth, and man and proceed to the Tower of Death at the center of the forest for examiner verification in order to pass. Each team will randomly receive 1 scroll, which will be exclusive to that team. Thus, to succeed in this round, I trust you understand what must be done. Additionally, I must mention that there will be no external interference during this round. Should any combat or casualties occur among the participants, there will be no repercussions. Each team is equipped with a distress signal. Upon activation, a leaf ninja will come to your aid, but be aware that this will disqualify you from the next round. Furthermore, the Forest of Death is home to many ferocious beasts, so exercise caution. That concludes the rules. Are there any questions? As Hashirama finished speaking, chaos erupted in the arena. The competitors present were merely children who had yet to graduate from school. How many had ever engaged in real combat at such a young age? Upon hearing that this assessment would impose no restrictions on killing, fear began to spread among them. No, I don't want to die. I refuse to participate in this assessment. Upon hearing these words, Hashirama displayed no surprise on his countenance, calmly nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, those who wish to withdraw from this assessment may do so now. However, it is imperative that your teammates accompany you in this decision. Hashirama's statement incited immediate contention among the various teams. I no longer wish to participate. I want to withdraw. We are merely students who have yet to graduate. We are not even true ninjas, and to risk our lives in such a manner is simply not worth it. One member of a team cried out in distress. On the contrary, his teammate exhibited dissatisfaction, seizing the collar of his companion and vehemently retorting, "Fool, what nonsense are you spouting? The village chose us for this competition to bring honor to our home. How can we abandon it midway when the contest has not even reached its halfway point?" However, as the other attempted to voice further objections, his teammate interrupted once more. "Silence. I am the captain of this team, and I shall decide. We must participate in this assessment, even if it means sacrificing our lives for the village." Glancing at the team that had just expressed their desire to withdraw, Hashirama felt a twinge of regret. In his perspective, this assessment clearly favored the stronger teams, and the rules had been articulated plainly, permitting combat among opponents. This stipulation evidently served as a warning to the weaker teams, suggesting that if they lacked the strength, they should refrain from participating. Sometimes choosing to withdraw is indeed a prudent decision. Yet, Hashirama's well-meaning advice appeared to go unheeded by most. After a period of deliberation, only 3 teams opted to withdraw, while the remainder chose to accept the challenge. Alas, I hope you all managed to survive in the end, he silently prayed for them, nodding in acknowledgement before signaling behind him. The Umbu, who had been prepared, promptly began distributing the scrolls. As the scrolls were handed out, the participants exhibited a heightened sense of caution, swiftly securing their scrolls to prevent prying eyes from other teams. Once all the scrolls had been allocated, Hashirama waved his hand decisively. "Well then, I invite you all to commence the assessment. I shall await you at the Tower of Death." Having delivered this proclamation, Hashirama cast a fleeting glance towards Masaki's direction before vanishing from sight. With the assessment underway, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Each team subtly shifted their positions, eyes serious and vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Confirming that no immediate danger loomed, they leapt into action, swiftly disappearing deep into the forest. As YSH prepared to enter the woods, a fleeting glance revealed the other three major ninja village teams standing motionless, seemingly waiting for something. Realizing their intentions, YSH turned to look back, only to find Masaki standing steadfast, his expression unchanged, and even waving with apparent curiosity upon catching YSH's gaze. Contemplating the situation, YSH ultimately halted his steps and moved to join Masaki. Observing YSH's action, both Kirigakure's Kanketsu and Waimon silently turned away and departed. Only Z fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng, seemingly eager to engage him in a fervent battle. Observing this, his two companions were taken aback and hurriedly reached out to dissuade him. It was no joke, with both the mist and sand villages having retreated. They were left alone to contend with the formidable ninjas of Leaf and Cloud. These two teams were renowned for their exceptional prowess, each member wielding the strength of a Nin, and the two genin had no intention of charging into certain demise. Despite their earnest entreaties, Z was ultimately dragged away, still wearing a disgruntled expression. Thus, only Zhang Feng and Yi Wushang's teams remained, exchanging wary glances. Zhang Feng's expression was stiff as he forced a smile, addressing Yi Wushang. Moon, what brings this about? Before Yi Wushang could respond, Longji interjected, Zhang Feng, have you lost your senses? Did you not notice that the squads from the three major ninja villages were intent on targeting you? Thankfully, we stayed to assist, which prevented them from acting recklessly. Otherwise, your Leaf would have faced elimination. Taken aback by Longji's concerned demeanor, Zhang Feng paused, then replied with a chuckle, haha, well, I am grateful for your help. We might not be entirely outmatched, you know. The outcome will reveal itself in the clash. Zhang Feng's words were not mere jest. At the moment they were encircled, he had devised a plan. If all opponents gathered, unleashing a powerful technique could potentially annihilate them in one swift action. The sealing scroll he carried was already prepared, awaiting the moment to unleash a conflagration to send them packing. As for the safety of the trio, the ever-cautious Zhang Feng would never recklessly enter the fray himself. Naturally, Yi Wushang and the others were unaware of Zhang Feng's intentions. Seeing Zhang Feng's confidence, Yi Wushang refrained from further protest. In that case, we shall part ways and wish you good fortune, he declared, leading his companions away. Watching Yi Wushang's retreating figure, Zhang Feng and his companions exchanged glances. Now it's just the three of us left, Zhang Feng. What shall we do next? Zhang Feng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before breaking into a sly grin. What else can we do? We shall venture forth. I am eager to see which fortunate soul will trigger the grand gift we have prepared. Kiki Matsushige and Orochimaru exchanged knowing looks, unwitting smiles gracing their faces. The three advanced deeper into the forest. As Zhang Feng approached a towering tree, an unexpected event transpired. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. Engulfing the very tree Zhang Feng stood beneath in flames, consuming him and his companions in a violent blaze. But that was not the end. At the moment of the explosion, it seemed a mechanism had been triggered, leading to a series of cascading detonations. One after another, explosions resounded through the forest, igniting the sky with flames. Finally, the cacophony subsided, and as the thick smoke dissipated, the once lush forest lay in ruins, transformed into a desolate wasteland. The ground within a 100-meter radius had turned to charred earth, exposing a bleak ochre surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures successively emerged, alighting upon a nearby grand tree. Observing the epicenter of the explosion, one among them wore an expression of excitement and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the ones ensnared in the trap would be from Konoha? What incredible fortune. Another chimed in, indeed. I had heard that the Psycha team comprised entirely of Chunin-level shinobi. It appears they are not as formidable as rumored. They couldn't even see through such a trivial trap. While the leader in the center shared their exhilaration, he stifled his excitement and instructed the other two. Enough revelry for now. Go over there and ascertain whether Psycha and the others have perished, then retrieve their scrolls. The two nodded in compliance and dashed toward the explosion's center. However, to their astonishment, no matter how diligently they searched, they could not find the remains of Psycha and his companions, not even a shred of clothing. Perplexed, they returned to report their findings to the leader. Quick to react, their captain's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively shouted, "This is bad. They are still alive. We must flee." But it was too late. A rustling sound emanated from the leaves above them. In an instant, Saika parted the foliage and revealed a warm smile directed at the trio below. Yet, this smile was tinged with a hint of malevolence. Zhang Feng walked ahead with a glum expression, the newly acquired scroll in his hand bobbing up and down. Observing Zhang Feng's demeanor, Kiki Sakomo beside him couldn't help but offer some words of comfort. Come on, Zhang Feng. Although your strategy didn't come into play this time, wasn't it unexpected? Who could have anticipated they would resort to explosive tags? Sighing, Zhang Feng felt quite helpless. He had intended to use his explosive clones to set a trap for others. Unfortunately, right at the outset, he faced an unforeseen turn of events. After being bombarded by a series of explosive tags, Zhang Feng's 3 clones were swiftly obliterated amidst the chaos of explosions. Nevertheless, although his plan to deceive did not succeed, the scrolls obtained from the 3 individuals ensured that Zhang Feng's efforts were not in vain. With the heavenly scroll he had initially received in hand, only the earthly scroll remained for him to advance to the Death Tower and undertake the assessment. Reflecting on this, Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought our luck would be so fortuitous? On the very first day, we managed to acquire a scroll, if all goes well. It won't be long before we gather all the scrolls and head to the Death Tower. It seems we have ample time. So why don't we take a few days to rest? It's been quite a while since I visited the Death Forest. I do miss it. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's suggestion, Sakomo and Orochimaru halted in their tracks, gazing at him in astonishment. Zhang Feng, are you certain you want to wait a few days before beginning to gather scrolls? By then, the remaining teams won't be easy opponents. The difficulty in obtaining scrolls will greatly increase. Zhang Feng certainly understood the rationale behind their concerns. However, his perspective differed somewhat from Sakomo and Orochimaru. In his view, this assessment presented a rare opportunity to actively eliminate others. The hostility from the hidden mist, hidden sand, and hidden rock had become overt. And Zhang Feng had no intention of being courteous. He surmised that after a few days, the weaker teams would likely have been eliminated en masse, leaving only a handful of formidable teams. Excluding the hidden cloud, which he could not engage due to their alliance, the rest were adversaries. If Zhang Feng could seize an opportunity to unleash a powerful strike and eliminate these foes, the subsequent 2 rounds of assessments would undoubtedly proceed with much greater ease. Currently, with so many teams present in the forest, Zhang Feng was not inclined to seek out weaker teams to bully. It would be wiser to wait a few days until the strong teams had gathered their 3 scrolls before making his move to snatch their scrolls away. When Zhang Feng shared his thoughts with Sakomo and Orochimaru, both expressed their agreement. Like Zhang Feng, they too disdained preying on the weak, thus wholeheartedly supporting his idea of confronting the stronger teams. With their goals firmly established, Zhang Feng led the 2 on a leisurely stroll. As the trio deliberately slowed their pace, the people ahead had long since distanced themselves, vanishing deep into the forest, enjoying the tranquility. The 3 eventually arrived at the small river where they had once trained together. The river remained unchanged, its crystal-clear waters flowing gently, with fish visible beneath the surface. In the middle reaches of the river, the remnants of the great tree that Tsunade had previously smashed still lay across the water, its trunk adorned with vibrant green algae, creating a scene teeming with life. Arriving at the familiar pile of stones, Orochimaru appeared somewhat nostalgic. Zhang Feng took a seat beside the original stone heap and retrieved a small scroll from his bosom. Holding the scroll aloft, he exclaimed joyfully, "Let us set up camp here for the next few days. I've prepared my tent." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the 2 turned their curious gazes toward him. A tent? Without elaborating, Zhang Feng unfurled the scroll, placing his right hand upon the seal at its center, and shouted, "Release." Instantly, the seal began to dissipate, and a massive backpack materialized in Zhang Feng's hand. Kikuki Sakomo gazed at Zhang Feng in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's a sealing technique. Zhang Feng, you can do this too? I've heard that mastering sealing techniques is quite challenging. How did you come to learn it?" Zhang Feng chuckled with pride, feigning nonchalance as he waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I merely consulted with Granny Mido for a few days, and it came to me naturally. In truth, sealing techniques aren't all that difficult." The 2 rolled their eyes in unison, choosing to ignore Zhang Feng's boast. Not receiving any acknowledgement, Zhang Feng, feeling somewhat dejected, opened the backpack and extracted a large tent. The trio worked together, and after half an hour, they successfully erected the tent. They then kindled a fire atop the stone pile and began preparing their lunch. With skewered fish in hand and refreshments that Zhang Feng had brought nearby, they indulged in their meal. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Zhang Feng reclined contentedly against a large stone. and the three began to engage in casual conversation. When Kikuki Tsukumo broached the topic of their previous competition, curiosity got the better of him, and he posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. Zhengfeng, during our match, I was quite puzzled. Why was your chakra level so much higher than mine? It seemed the same when we faced Jiraiya. Are you all naturally gifted? This question had been pent up within Tsukumo for quite some time. He hailed from a ninja clan, and even if his chakra was on the lower end, he still held an advantage over other common ninja. However, in contrast, it appeared that Zhengfeng and his companions, all of whom were commoners, possessed significantly higher chakra levels, leaving him bewildered. Zhengfeng exchanged glances with Orochimaru before explaining with a light chuckle, in truth, our chakra levels are not innate but have increased through a unique form of training. He then divulged the secret of the cellular enhancement technique to Tsukumo. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Tsukumo's face before quickly retreating. After absorbing Zhengfeng's words, he grasped the efficacy and value of the cellular enhancement technique. It was no exaggeration to say that this secret art, which could enhance chakra and physical prowess without side effects, was indeed comparable to the wood release of the hidden leaf. Although the power of this secret technique is not as immediately apparent as that of wood release, its potential for growth is remarkably high. This is especially true for Hatake Tsukumo, who specializes in physical arts. The benefits this technique offers him are undoubtedly immense. If he can overcome the inherent flaw of the Hatake clan's low chakra reserves, his future will indeed be boundless. Zhengfeng noticed a fleeting spark of interest on Tsukumo's face and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Are you intrigued? Do you wish to learn?" Tsukumo responded with a wry smile, "Of course I want to, but the value of this technique is too great. I have nothing to offer in exchange." Zhengfeng chuckled and turned to Orochimaru. "Orochi, tell Tsukumo, when I first taught you, did I ever ask for anything in return?" Orochimaru remained silent, gazing at Tsukumo before slowly shaking his head. Tsukumo's expression was one of disbelief. "You taught it without any exchange? Just like that? Not just me, but also Tsunade and Jiraiya," Zhengfeng added. Tsukumo's face was filled with astonishment, as if he were questioning his very existence. Zhengfeng approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "There's no need to be surprised. We are all friends. Isn't it natural to share with one another? I teach my ninjutsu to everyone, and in return, I can learn from others. This mutual exchange allows us to grow together. Besides, wouldn't the path to becoming stronger be rather dull without companions?" Tsukumo was profoundly affected by Zhengfeng's words. Since he could remember, his family had taught him how to become stronger, how to surpass others, and claim the title of the best. He had always adhered to his family's expectations, and thus, throughout his life, he had remained the most exceptional one, with no one ever surpassing him in strength. People feared him for his prowess, and from a young age, he had no peers. This led to his infrequent appearances at school. He preferred to hone his swordsmanship in the family grounds, until Zhengfeng's arrival changed everything. Reflecting on his time spent with Zhengfeng, Tsukumo gradually began to forge friendships, and his once closed heart began to open. At that moment, he finally discovered his path forward, to protect the village and safeguard his comrades. This would be the essence of Hatake Tsukumo's ninja way. Lifting his head, Tsukumo looked at Zhengfeng with newfound clarity and determination, stating, "Zhengfeng, please teach me the cell enhancement technique." Zhengfeng nodded with a smile, "Absolutely. We are friends." After all, 3 days later, Zhengfeng packed his belongings and turned to his companions. "Are we all ready? Then let us embark." During these 3 days, Zhengfeng and Orochimaru accompanied Tsukumo in practicing chakra control, sharing all the tips they had acquired during their own training. Tsukumo, regarded as a genius since childhood, possessed an exceptional understanding among his peers. Coupled with his early training in swordsmanship and chakra integration, he had developed a solid foundation in control. After receiving guidance from Zhengfeng and his companion, Shu Mao's control significantly improved within just 3 days. According to Zhengfeng's estimation, Shu Mao would only require approximately half a month to meet the standards for cultivating the cell enhancement technique, a pace far swifter than Zhengfeng had anticipated. While Shu Mao's progress was indeed promising, they had to depart today. In the eyes of Zhengfeng and his companions, these 3 days had sufficed for other teams to eliminate the weaker ones, leading to the assumption that the scrolls had likely fallen into the hands of more formidable squads. This aligned perfectly with Zhengfeng's intentions. Consequently, after deliberation, the trio resolved to officially commence their raid. Amidst the towering trees, the three moved with remarkable speed. Rock Village. Mist Village, Sand Village, wait for me. Let me experience your strength. Zhang Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. In a certain part of the Death Forest, countless trees splintered into halves, their ends appearing as if severed by a razor's edge. In the heart of this land, a fierce battle unfolded among 6 individuals. Swish, swish. Countless shurikens clashed violently in midair, with shadows darting in and out. Stop. We are willing to surrender our scrolls. Just let us go. Ha ha. What are you thinking? Release you? Absolutely not. Rest assured, we shall kill you gently. As offerings to the Dark God, you should feel honored. Damn it. If that's the case, we can only fight with all our might. The one pleading for mercy, seeing his adversaries unmoved, gritted his teeth and resolved to fight desperately. Xiao wore the headband of the Hidden Soup Village, wielding a massive scythe. As the opposing trio brandished their kunai, he looked at them with despair, bursting into laughter. Haha, what a delightful smile. I can't wait to bring everyone to meet the Dark God. Upon hearing Xiao's maniacal laughter, the trio involuntarily shuddered. And even Xiao's 2 teammates instinctively stepped back. Their eyes filled with fear as they gazed at the scythe-wielding man, memories of a recent encounter flooding their minds. Just 10 minutes prior, as they had sighed in relief for evading attacks from other teams over the past 3 days, Xiao appeared. The moment he emerged, he launched an assault. The scythe in his hand danced as if alive, and upon contact, its force sent the 3 flying several meters away. Realizing they were outmatched, they decisively attempted to flee. At that moment, the scythe broke free from its constraints, slicing through the air towards the trio. The end of the scythe was entwined with a long chain. Xiao gripped the chain tightly, grinning wickedly as he swung the scythe. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the scythe passed, trees within a radius of several dozen meters were severed at the waist. In less than a minute, the area where they stood was reduced to ruins. After enduring for several minutes, the trio finally found an opportunity. Just as Xiao exposed a gap in his defense, they broke free from his attack range and dashed forward without looking back. As the 3 individuals rejoiced in their narrow escape from peril, the timely arrival of their adversaries' comrades disrupted their relief. Several shurikens sliced through the air, forcing the trio to momentarily defend themselves, only to find themselves once again pursued by the relentless Xiao. Was it truly the fate of Maegishi Kyuji to perish here today? He had harbored dreams of ascending to the position of Hokage in Yukinin village. How could he possibly succumb in such a manner? A wave of bitterness washed over him as he witnessed Shi's scythe begin its ominous arc, despair gripping his heart. Just as the Yukinin team faced imminent annihilation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The scythe, once poised in the air, abruptly veered off course, swiftly reversing direction and targeting the 2 comrades who had been waiting to observe the spectacle. One of them, caught off guard by the sudden shift, failed to evade in time and was struck directly in the abdomen by the scythe. A sharp pain surged through him, and soon, his lower body succumbed to numbness. In an instant, his upper body was propelled backward, soaring through the air. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, he had been cleaved in 2 by Xiao. There was no time for words, as his comrade, left with a perplexed expression, swiftly succumbed to death. The other teammate, reacting a moment quicker, managed to dodge slightly but was still grazed by the scythe's edge. Clutching his wound, he glared fiercely at Shu and demanded, "Why? Shu? Why turn against us?" Shu remained silent, resolutely embedding the tip of his scythe into the ground as he slowly removed his shirt. From within his clothing, he withdrew a sharp knife, his smile growing increasingly maniacal. "Do you not understand? To me, all present are mere offerings to the Dark God. Surely, after I slay you all and present your lives as tribute, that deity shall be most pleased." "Damn it, Shu, you fiend. Have you truly joined the cult of the Dark God?" Upon hearing Shu's revelations, Yashihira felt a sense of dread enveloping him. The Dark God cult had emerged in recent years from Tunin village. Its doctrine centered on the sacrificial offering of blood and life to appease the malevolent deity. It was said that attracting the attention of this Dark God could even grant one immortality. Yashihira had always dismissed such notions with scorn, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the cult. Yet, witnessing the grim fate of his comrade and contemplating the tenets of this dark faith, a foreboding premonition flickered within him. Then it must be done. With a newfound resolve, Yashihira turned to the Yukinin team and proclaimed, "Hey, Yukinin village, let us join forces. Otherwise, we shall all fall victim to that wretched Shu." Without hesitation, Maegishi Kyuji nodded in agreement. He was not oblivious to the dire circumstances. The only chance for survival lay in uniting against this formidable foe. Moreover, it was 4 against 1, and they held a significant advantage. Thus, the 4 of them launched their coordinated assault on Shu. Observing their movements, Shu remained unfazed, raising his knife high above his head. Unbeknownst to them, a triangular magic array had materialized beneath his feet, while simultaneously, his form transformed into an unsettling blend of black and white, emanating an aura of dread. Behold the might of the dark god. With a fervent cry, the frenzied cultivator plunged the small dagger deep into his own chest. Gongcheng Jusi halted in his tracks, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding scene before him. What are you doing? Confusion clouded his expression as Ji Ping, on the opposite side, suddenly froze, his momentum dissipating. Feeling an agonizing pain in his chest, blood began to seep from his heart. He lifted his gaze towards Xiao, murmuring, Is this the power of the dark god? Without awaiting a response, his head drooped, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The three watched in bewilderment as Ji Ping fell inexplicably, and just as their confusion peaked, a horrifying spectacle transpired. To their astonishment, the seemingly lifeless Xiao opened his eyes once more, extracted the dagger from his body, and erupted into laughter, gazing at himself with satisfaction. The dark god truly favors me. I have now received the dark goddess' blessing and attained immortality. As a tribute to the dark god, you shall offer your lives as well. In the midst of Xiao's ecstatic revelry over his newfound gift, the unfolding events caught the attention of Zhang Feng and his companions, who were observing from a distance. A deity, a god exists in this world? Zhang Feng pondered in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. Zhang Feng, upon arriving just in time to witness his teammates engaging in conflict, opted for caution to avoid any unforeseen setbacks. He decided to remain concealed and observe, gathering intelligence before intervening. It was during this observation that he overheard a revelation of monumental significance, akin to a deep-sea bombshell dropped into his consciousness. Since his arrival in this world, all the knowledge he had acquired pointed to the existence of only one extraordinary power, that of the ninja. As for deities, his understanding mirrored the tales from a prosperous nation in his previous life, filled with legends of gods like Susanoo and Amaterasu. Yet, these were merely stories recounted by his mother during his childhood, and he had never imagined their manifestation in reality. However, reality proved to be quite fantastical. Although he could not ascertain which deity was being referenced, the notion that it could bestow upon someone an alleged immortality suggested a power far beyond his current comprehension. Simultaneously, his companions, Shuo Mo and Orochimaru, wore expressions of astonishment, clearly learning of the existence of deities for the first time. This immortal being appears formidable. Zhang Feng, what shall we do? Shuo Mo inquired, his curiosity evident. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Feng reached a decision. Shuo Mo, you will engage that individual. Among the three of us, you excel in physical combat. Test the waters. If you sense defeat, inform us immediately. However, there seems to be a peculiar aspect to the enemy's curse technique. Zhang Feng articulated his strategy, drawing inspiration from films he had seen in his past life where cultists were invincible within their drawn circles. The presence of a similar array beneath their adversaries' feet sparked an idea in Zhang Feng's mind. Could it be that this individual's curse technique was only effective within that circle? To uncover the truth, a trial was in order. Should the opponent display any inclination to return to the array rather than initiate an attack, the outcome would be evident. I understand. I shall proceed at once. Shuo Mo exclaimed, eager to confront this immortal foe. Yet Zhang Feng halted him once more. Wait, he called, still harboring reservations. After a moment's thought, he added, Orochimaru, you will observe the battle from the shadows. If you notice any inclination from the opponent to harm themselves with their own weapon, interrupt them immediately with your ninjutsu. Orochimaru nodded, casting a glance towards Shuo Mo, signaling his agreement. Shuo Mo understood and accepted the counsel offered by Zhang Feng and Orochimaru. Though he was somewhat combative, he was no fool who would recklessly gamble their life against an enemy. Of course, in extraordinary circumstances, he would consider it. As he looked at his two friends, Shuo Mo felt a warmth in his heart. Very well, you shall confront that immortal being. After resolving the matter, ascertain which scroll he possesses. As for the trio from the Snow Ninja Village, leave them to me. The two nodded in agreement to Saika's allocation. Oh, feeble insects, offer your lives to our Lord of Evil. With a maniacal grin, Shio raised the scythe in his hand and hurled it towards the three. Miyagishi Kyoshi gazed helplessly at the incoming scythe, which threatened to bisect him, yet his heart remained tranquil. Though it is somewhat regrettable to lose my life in this manner, I have done my utmost. Alas, my dream shall ultimately remain unfulfilled. With his eyes wide open, Miyagishi Kyoshi braced himself for the inevitable. However, at that very moment, a resounding clash of metal echoed, and a figure, one that Miyagishi Kyoshi recognized all too well, appeared before him. Saika, smiling as he beheld the scythe mere inches away, exclaimed, "Hey, you from the Hidden Soup Village, I apologize for interrupting your battle. But it is time for a change of opponents." With a swift motion of his right hand, he sent the scythe flying away with his kunai. Upon seeing the individual who had thwarted his attack, Sho's excitement intensified. "It's you. What, do you wish to challenge me? Very well. Surely our Lord of Evil would take delight in having you as a sacrifice." Recognizing the renowned genius from Konoha, Sho's heart soared with exhilaration, and he eagerly anticipated their clash. No, no, no. Saika waved his hands dismissively, pointing to another direction. "That one over there is your true opponent." Following Saika's indication, Sho turned to see Hatake Tsukumo, gently polishing his short blade, the glint of lightning dancing along its edge, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. With eyes gleaming with battle intent, Tsukumo gradually assumed a combat stance. "So it is you, the prodigy of the Hatake clan. It appears you too are a worthy offering for our Lord of Evil." "Ha ha. What incredible fortune. I never expected to encounter two of Konoha's greatest talents on the same day. Your blood shall surely be esteemed by our Lord." At this moment, Sho's mind was entirely consumed by madness, rendering even the most basic logical thought impossible. A singular voice echoed within him. "Eliminate Saika and Hatake Tsukumo, and offer their blood as a sacrifice to our Lord of Evil." Driven entirely by bloodlust, Sho launched his assault on Tsukumo. Simultaneously, the trio, recently saved by Saika, found themselves breathing heavily, half kneeling on the ground, their legs trembling. They survived. They truly survived. How fortunate they are. In the wake of their narrow escape, the three began to truly appreciate the value of life. While Miyagishi Kyoshi pondered, a shadow gradually loomed over him. Looking up, he discovered Saika had appeared before him, half squatting and amiably patting his shoulder. "My friend, do you now comprehend the difficulty of this assessment? This is not a challenge for those of your caliber. It would be wise to concede sooner rather than later." Zhang Feng's words were imbued with sincerity. In his view, among these teams, none possessed even the strength of a Chunin. Their participation was akin to offering themselves as mere fodder. The very prospect of surviving the assessment was questionable. Should fortune favor them and they encountered a benevolent opponent, they might prevail and seize the opponent's scroll. However, if they faced someone harboring murderous intent, their luck would surely falter, and it would not be long before they faced their doom on this very day next year. Fortunately, Zhang Feng and his companions belonged to the former group. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Gongxing Jiusi nodded in agreement. Yet upon catching sight of Zhang Feng's inscrutable smile, a sudden enlightenment struck him. He promptly declared, "You are absolutely right, Zhang Fengkuan. Our strength is indeed insufficient. We shall not progress further in this assessment. It is prudent that we withdraw at this juncture, since we have resolved to retreat. As a token of our gratitude for your life-saving assistance, we have no other means of recompense. This is our scroll. We entrust it to you, Zhang Fengkuan, hoping it may prove beneficial to you." His companions, visibly shaken, hurriedly nodded in concurrence. Accepting the scroll handed over, Zhang Feng offered a look of appreciation. "Your decision is most commendable. I shall gladly accept the scroll. Please inform the examiner of your withdrawal post-haste. The ensuing battles will likely be intense, beyond your capacity to engage. It would be wise to enjoy a few days in Konoha." Gongcheng Jiusi, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement. After expressing his gratitude to Zhang Feng once more, the trio supported each other as they departed from the battlefield. After walking for over half an hour, the three arrived at an uninhabited clearing. Once they had ensured their surroundings were clear, Gongcheng Jiusi finally ignited the distress signal in his hand. Shortly thereafter, members of the Umbu arrived to escort the trio to safety. As they journeyed away, Gongxing Jiusi's mind was filled with thoughts of Zhang Feng. Overwhelming gratitude swelling within him. "Zhang Fengkuan, your life-saving grace shall not be forgotten." Once Gongcheng Jiusi and his companions had departed, Zhang Feng redirected his attention back to the battlefield. At this moment, Chimu Tsukumo and Shio were engaged in a fierce struggle. As soon as the clash began, Tsukumo realized that his strength fell short compared to his opponent, prompting a swift change in tactics. Having previously witnessed Zhang Feng's might, Tsukumo felt that his adversary's power posed no significant threat, especially when compared to Tsunade's prowess, allowing him to maneuver with ease. As Tsukumo initiated his assault, fierce flashes of blade light streaked through the air, while Shio's scythe failed to connect with Tsukumo, who steadily pressed closer, asserting dominance. To Tsukumo's surprise, despite Shio's evident agitation and desire to engage him, he hesitated, unwilling to step beyond the confines of the formation beneath his feet. This realization instilled a sense of confidence in Tsukumo. It appeared Zhang Feng's conjecture had been correct. The formation indeed harbored some flaw. With this insight, Tsukumo devised a plan. Meanwhile, Xiao, consumed by rage, wildly swung the chains in his hands, his gaze fixated on Tsukumo's figure. Damn it! How is this guy so fast? I can't land a hit on him. Am I destined to lose? As a thought flickered in the depths of his mind, a yearning to flee began to stir within him. Yet, in an instant, a fervent emotion surged through Xiao's consciousness, overwhelming him. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and a murderous intent seized his reason, extinguishing any thoughts of escape. At that moment, all Xiao could contemplate was dismembering Shuomo and using his blood to offer a sacrificial tribute to the malevolent deity. In the chaos of his thoughts, his scythe swung with less precision than usual, becoming increasingly erratic. In a fleeting moment, Shuomo's gaze sharpened, detecting a flaw in his opponent's defense. With a forceful thrust, he parried Xiao's scythe, seizing the opportunity as Xiao left himself wide open. Shuomo unleashed his signature blade technique. In an instant, a flash of steel sliced through the air, and Shuomo's form transformed into a swift arrow, hurtling towards Xiao with alarming speed. To Shuomo's astonishment, however, Xiao's reaction was entirely unexpected. Rather than instinctively dodging, Xiao remained rooted in place, brimming with excitement, as if eagerly awaiting Shuomo's advance. Something felt amiss. A sudden tightening in his chest alerted Shuomo, prompting him to halt and pivot towards a different direction. He swiftly retrieved a kunai from his tool pouch, the end affixed with an explosive tag, and hurled it towards Xiao. Witnessing this, Xiao's initial excitement froze into shock. Cursing under his breath, he wasted no time in evading the imminent explosion. Boom! A violent detonation engulfed the ground where Xiao had stood, naturally obliterating the array that had previously been inscribed there. In that moment, Xiao's frustration boiled over. He had not anticipated that Shuomo would deviate from conventional tactics. Typically, when confronted with such an opening, one would rush in recklessly, yet here was Shuomo casting explosive tags instead. Were explosive tags not costly? Who employed physical techniques so economically? As Shuomo closed in for the attack, Xiao was jolted from his stupor by the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. Reason returned with a rush. As Shuomo's strike approached, Xiao had already devised a counter. His plan was to endure the blow, even if it left him grievously wounded, in order to obtain Shuomo's blood. After all, he possessed the gift of immortality. No matter how Shuomo struck, it could not claim his life. However, acquiring Shuomo's blood would alter everything. Through it, Xiao could wield the dark art of curse killing, inflicting his own wounds upon Shuomo in a twisted synchrony. At that moment, leveraging the advantage of his immortal body, Xiao believed he could successfully slay Shuo Mao, akin to how he had previously cursed and killed Ji Ping. Understanding this, Xiao's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Shuo Mao's arrival. However, all of his fanciful dreams were obliterated by the explosive talisman Shuo Mao had conjured. Without the support of the magical formation, Xiao was incapable of employing his curse-killing technique. In drawing the formation required time, his opponent was no fool and would not wait for him to finish before attacking, as Xiao had anticipated. Once he stepped out of the formation's range, Shuo Mao wasted no time and launched his next assault. This time, free from the constraints of the formation, Shuo Mao unleashed his full strength. In an instant, he moved with a familiar technique that exhibited an entirely different ferocity than before. His speed surged to several times greater than earlier, transforming his entire being into a streak of lightning, arriving before Xiao in the blink of an eye. With a swift flash, a piercing blade of light cut through the air. A few meters behind Xiao, Shuo Mao gradually materialized. Xiao stood before an expanse of emptiness. His mouth agape, confusion etched across his face. What had just transpired? Had he been struck? Why was there no sensation? Just as he turned to investigate, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced through him. From his waist, a shallow crimson scar began to emerge. The wound widened, spreading across his torso, and soon, a spray of blood erupted as Xiao's upper body slowly crumpled backward to the ground. It was only upon falling that the grim reality dawned upon him. He had been cleaved in two by Shuo Mao's earlier strike. With a sigh of relief, Shuo Mao sheathed his blade and turned away. "Well done, Shuo Mao," Zhang Feng remarked, approaching the two figures lying on the ground. As he gazed at the severed bodies, he surprisingly felt no discomfort, despite never having taken a life before. Perhaps this individual was unlike ordinary people, he mused. This should be fine. Without the formation, this fellow should no longer possess his immortality. Yet, Zhang Feng was soon met with a rude awakening. Ah, that hurts. Damn it, Xiao Mao, just you wait. Zhang Feng was bewildered. How is he still alive? Could it be that he truly possesses an immortal body? Intrigued, Zhang Feng crouched down, studying his opponent with curiosity. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared silently beside Zhang Feng, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao's two severed halves, sending shivers down Xiao's spine. Noticing Orochimaru's unusual demeanor, Zhang Feng inquired curiously, "What is it, Orochimaru? Are you also intrigued?" Orochimaru did not respond, but continued to stare at Xiao's divided form. After a lengthy pause, he unconsciously licked his lips. "Zhang Feng, let's not kill this fellow from the hidden soup village. It would be such a waste. We could utilize him to explore the mysteries of immortality." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement. The wondrous nature of immortality had just been witnessed. A body cleaved in two yet still able to leap about. How utterly astonishing. Should Zhang Feng unravel the mysteries of immortality, he might very well become an indestructible entity. Much like Xiao, the mere thought filled him with a tinge of excitement. The three, united in their resolve, disregarded Xiao's wishes and commenced their actions. Orochimaru, with deft precision, severed Xiao's body into numerous fragments, interring them around the land. Zhang Feng and the others intended to return after the current assessment concluded to search for the remains. Once this matter was settled, Zhang Feng finally recalled his primary objective. After a diligent search, he discovered the scroll belonging to the Tsunade village squat on the lifeless body of Jipping. Now, coupled with the scroll from the Shuangnan village, we possess two scrolls. The question remains whether these contain what we seek. Zhang Feng retrieved the scrolls, opening them simultaneously. Shomo and Orochimaru leaned in for a closer inspection. This is the human scroll, and this is the celestial scroll. Alas, it seems they do not contain what we require. Zhang Feng remarked with a hint of disappointment. Despite not acquiring the scroll they desired, the trio remained unfazed. After all, their current gains were serendipitous. And Zhang Feng had not anticipated obtaining a scroll so swiftly. Furthermore, the acquisition of the specimen from Tsunade village, embodying immortality, was already a remarkable feat. Such rare materials are indeed a rarity in the shinobi world. Encountering one today was a stroke of fortune, and it was unreasonable to ask for more. Zhang Feng had already contemplated how to proceed with this invaluable material. He intended to present a portion of it to his grandfather, Tobirama, believing that with his profound knowledge, he would surely uncover some insights. While Zhang Feng and Orochimaru shared a keen interest in researching this material, their current knowledge base was still insufficient, particularly in the realm of human physiology. After deliberation, they decided to spend the ensuing years accumulating knowledge, and when they felt adequately prepared, they would delve into the study of immortality. Zhang Feng was also intrigued by Xiao's curse technique and planned to inquire with Shinji Tobirama, hoping to glean the method for mastering this technique from Xiao. Although Zhang Feng could not inflict harm upon enemies through self-mutilation as Xiao did, it did not imply that the technique lacked utility. Not to mention, with Xiao's immortality now in Zhang Feng's possession, should he apply this technique to Xiao and another individual, the damage inflicted upon Xiao would be entirely transferred to the other party, thus allowing Zhang Feng to manipulate that person's fate. If this technique lacked distance limitations, it could even facilitate silent assassinations from miles away, leaving the victim oblivious to their demise, merely a cold case left unresolved. As this notion flashed through his mind, Zhang Feng felt a jolt of realization. It seems that the combination of immortality and cursed assassination techniques is far more terrifying than one could ever imagine. Had the cultivator mastered such a devious strategy from the outset, he would undoubtedly have been invincible from the very beginning. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng devised a plan in his mind. The fewer people who know about his immortality, the better. It is a strategically significant trump card. Having reached this resolution, Zhang Feng shared his thoughts with Xiao Mao and Orochimaru. Xiao Mao, Orochimaru, it would be prudent for us to keep this matter under wraps. The secret of immortality will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many. If anyone inquires, we shall maintain a unified front. Stating that the individual in question was obliterated by an explosive tag, and nothing else was discovered. The two listened intently, their expressions grave. Both were exceptionally gifted geniuses and had clearly grasped the crux of the situation. Nodding solemnly, they indicated their commitment to keeping this secret. With this matter temporarily settled, the trio began to deliberate their next course of action. Zhang Feng had recently conceived a different idea. Xiao Mao, Orochimaru, what do you think about proceeding in this manner? The two turned to him, intrigued. Zhang Feng then articulated his straightforward notion, since their imminent objective was to locate the final Earth Scroll. It would necessitate seizing it from other teams, which would inevitably consume a considerable amount of time in searching for them. This, without doubt, was an inefficient approach. Moreover, Zhang Feng preferred to take the path of least resistance. He did not wish to spend the majority of his time in pursuit of others. Thus, he proposed a more ingenious solution. Rather than expending time seeking out other teams, they would head directly to the ultimate location of the assessment, the Tower of Death. There, they could lie in wait at a crucial juncture. Whenever another team sought passage through this point, it would indicate that they had gathered the scrolls. At that juncture, they could simply seize the opportunity to ambush them, thus saving considerable effort. Furthermore, the likelihood of encountering teams from the hidden mist village would be significantly higher. Should they pass by, Zhang Feng would have no qualms about appropriating their scrolls and sending them home as a bonus. He vividly recalled the earlier confrontation with these three teams before the competition. The vindictive Zhang Feng would not easily let them off the hook. As for whether he could prevail in a confrontation, Zhang Feng possessed unwavering confidence in the strength of his own team. After conveying his thoughts to the others, Shuo Mao and Orochimaru immediately expressed their agreement. They were not the type to squander time. Zhang Feng's proposal was evidently far more efficient. Rendering unnecessary the time wasted in searching for others, lying in wait was undoubtedly a more time-efficient strategy. However, Zhang Feng's subsequent remarks left both of them utterly speechless. In that case, once we reach our destination, I shall set traps using my shadow clones to lure others in. This time, success is assured. Clearly, Zhang Feng remained troubled by the previous failure of his traps. Though the two were reluctant, they did not voice any objections and nodded in agreement. With the plan established, the trio ceased their hesitation, quickly tidying up before promptly setting off towards the vicinity of the Tower of Death. Meanwhile, near the Tower of Death, a secret discussion was underway on the path to their ultimate destination. Ryota, are we truly capable of achieving this? I am rather apprehensive. A man adorned with the forehead protector of the grass ninja village expressed his unease, cautiously addressing the stern-faced individual in front of him. Ryota cast a disdainful glance at his companion. You coward! I cannot fathom how our village ever deemed you worthy to participate in this assessment. Is it merely a matter of setting a few traps? What could possibly go wrong? But what if we encounter a formidable team like that of the Leaf Village? If they discover us, won't we be doomed? Ryota regarded his companion with an expression akin to that of an imbecile. Fool, when the time comes, we simply deny it. Do you think the traps bear our names? If we face an overwhelming opponent, we will just claim to have seen someone fall into a trap and rush to assist. Truly, you are a simpleton. You cannot even grasp such a basic strategy. Upon hearing Ryota's words, his two teammates were struck with enlightenment, gazing at their captain with admiration. Now it makes sense. Ryota, you are indeed clever. If our opponents are weak, we shall seize the opportunity to take their scrolls and pass the assessment. If they are strong, we can assert that we were merely there to help. Surely, they would hesitate to attack us. It was a splendid plan that afforded them the best of both worlds. Ryota, brimming with pride, erupted into hearty laughter. Of course, do you not recognize who I am? I am the greatest genius of the Grass Ninja Village. Such simple strategies are but trifles for me. Hearing Ryota's self-praise, his companions wisely offered their flattery in return. The three then settled comfortably in the grass, awaiting the arrival of others. On this critical path, three figures gradually emerged from the forest. Leading the trio was a man bearing a massive scythe and donning the forehead protector of the Soup Ninja Village, striding forward with an air of arrogance. The two individuals following him remained composed, wielding shurikens and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Indeed, it was the trio from the Soup Ninja Village. From their hiding place in the grass, Ryota spotted them from a distance, his spirits soaring. Here they come. Look, it's the fellows from the Soup Ninja Village. The other two, upon seeing their approach, displayed expressions of excitement. Excellent. Ryota, shall we strike now? Ryota contemplated for a moment, then his expression turned serious as he declared. They are but mere ninjas from the Soup Ninja Village. We, the Grass Ninjas, have no reason to fear them. Let it be decided, attack. With Ryota's command. The two comrades ceased their hesitation and swiftly activated the traps. As chakra surged through them, the explosive tags concealed along the sides of the path were ignited, bursting into flames. At this moment, the leading ninja from Tangren Village, striding along the main road, had evidently sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned around, only to behold the explosive tag engulfed in flames. His countenance instantly darkened, and before he could utter a single exclamation, he was consumed by the ensuing explosion. A fierce blaze erupted, illuminating the vicinity for dozens of meters. The towering trees surrounding the area were swiftly reduced to charred remnants. Observing from above, one could see a vast crater forming, spreading outward from the center. After a considerable time, the thick smoke finally began to dissipate. Gazing towards the spot where the three ninjas from Tangren village had once stood, Ryota addressed his companions. You too. Quickly check if they carried any scrolls that we might need. If any of them are still alive, you know what to do. A murderous intent flickered across his face, sending chills down the spines of his comrades. They nodded in understanding and promptly set off towards the epicenter of the explosion to search. However, to their bewilderment, no matter how diligently they searched, they could not uncover even the slightest trace of the three ninjas from Tangren village, not a scrap of clothing nor any remnants, as if they had never existed at all. They relayed their findings to Ryota, who, being the prodigy of Kusagaku, immediately grasped the situation. Fools. We've been deceived. They must still be alive. We need to leave before they arrive. With that, he swiftly turned and hastened to escape. Yet, it was already too late. Run? Where do you think you're going? A voice, tinged with a foreboding tone, resonated from above the trio. Ryota's heart sank, and he instinctively looked up. To his dismay, he recognized the familiar face, which extinguished any hope of escape. It was over. How could it be him? The speaker was the captain of the Konoha team, reputed for their elite CHNine prowess, Tamake's Masafumi. Faced with such a formidable presence, Ryota, a mere genin, realized he had no chance of resistance. A single encounter could lead to their swift demise. Understanding this grim reality, Ryota quickly altered his demeanor, donning a sycophantic smile. Oh, it is an honor to encounter you here, Lord Masafumi. We merely rushed over upon witnessing the explosion, hoping to offer assistance. Since you seem to be unharmed, we shall take our leave. Masafumi tilted his head, observing Ryota's performance with quiet amusement. After listening to his explanation, he chuckled softly. Huh? You were quite amusing. Quick to react and adept at shifting blame. But alas, your ruse is merely remnants of my past endeavors. If you seek to deceive me, you still have much to learn. Upon hearing Zheng Feng's words, Liang Tai's heart began to sink gradually, his smile becoming increasingly forced. Master Zheng Feng, I truly do not comprehend the meaning behind your words. Zheng Feng leaped forward, a cryptic smile dancing upon his lips as he looked at him. Your acting is passable. It's just a pity that your companions seem rather inept. Give it up. Be obedient and hand over everything I desire. And I assure you I shall not lay a hand on you. Liang Tai cast a sidelong glance behind him, only to find his teammates trembling in fear, their eyes darting around in a manner that conveyed their guilt, resembling a scene of there is nothing to see here. Curse these incompetent allies. Liang Tai cursed inwardly, realizing that escape was no longer an option. With a bitter smile upon his face, he addressed Zheng Feng, Master Zheng Feng. We concede. Here is our scroll. Please accept it. He promptly presented his team's scroll, and upon receiving and unrolling it, Zheng Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. The doppelganger he had intended to use for deception had been thwarted in the same manner, and Zheng Feng, feeling somewhat vexed, had planned to give these three from Konoha a good reprimanding. However, given their compliance and the fact that their scroll was precisely the Earth scroll he desperately needed, Zheng Feng's mood brightened considerably, leading him to abandon any thoughts of aggression. With a beaming smile, Zheng Feng began to pat Liang Tai's shoulder repeatedly. Excellent. It seems you possess great insight. Now, I have a few questions for you. If your answers satisfy me, I may consider letting you go. Liang Tai, now anxious, nodded in agreement without daring to utter another word. Zheng Feng then inquired about the movements of the other four major ninja village teams. When he learned that they had all gathered their scrolls and entered the Tower of Death a day prior, Zheng Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Noticing Zheng Feng's unsettling demeanor, Liang Tai cautiously ventured, Master Zheng Feng, can we leave now? Observing Liang Tai's respectful demeanor, Zheng Feng's mind began to formulate a plan. His smile widened as he embraced Liang Tai's neck, cheerfully inquiring, by the way, what is your name, brother? Master, I am called Liang Tai. Ah, Liang Tai, splendid. I have a small favor to ask of you, but fret not, I shall not let you run this errand for free. If you fulfill my request, the rewards shall be plentiful. Liang Tai's expression stiffened slightly, yet he dared not voice his concerns and could only agree, all the while plotting to seize the opportunity to escape. Zheng Feng, noticing his apprehension, quickly added, this task is quite simple. You need not lift a finger. Just help me relay a message to the other teams. If you assist me with this, I guarantee your passage through this round of assessments. What do you think? Will you accept this proposition? Hearing this, Liang Tai's eyes sparkled with hope, and he eagerly agreed. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Simply conveying a message could secure their advancement to the next round. To decline would be sheer folly. Upon receiving Liang Tai's consent, Zheng Feng lowered his head and conveyed the message he wished to share. As he spoke, Liang Tai's expression gradually morphed into one of peculiar intrigue, ultimately casting an odd glance in his direction. "Are you truly asking me to articulate this, Lord Zheng Feng?" he inquired. "Indeed, simply relay the message, and I shall handle the subsequent matters," Zheng Feng replied with unwavering confidence. With that, Liang Tai chose to refrain from further discussion, nodding before departing with his companions. As the trio from Liang Tai departed, an expression of anticipation surfaced on Zheng Feng's visage. Following their exit, Xua Hao and Orochimaru emerged from the tree Zheng Feng had just ascended, approaching Zheng Feng. Xua Hao, mistaking his distracted demeanor for lingering disappointment over the earlier clone incident, offered words of consolation. "Fear not, Zheng Feng. Although we did not succeed this time, at least we have secured the Earth Scroll. With this, we can pass the assessment. We need not invest further time searching for additional scrolls, thus saving us considerable time." Orochimaru concurred, acknowledging that while their plans had deviated somewhat, they had not anticipated acquiring the scroll in such a brief time frame. Initially, they had surmised it would take at least a day or two to achieve their goal, so accomplishing it upon arrival significantly lessened their workload. Upon obtaining the Earth Scroll, Shuhao promptly suggested proceeding to the Tower of Death. However, Zheng Feng continued to express his dissent. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he proceeded to relay the information he had just gathered from Liang Tai. "Shuhao, Orochimaru, do you realize that teams from the other 4 great ninja villages, aside from Konoha, have already passed this assessment? This implies that there are currently no adversaries left in the Forest of Death." In light of this revelation, he queried, "Under such circumstances, do you not wish to consider alternative strategies?" "Alternative strategies?" The two regarded him with perplexed expressions, uncertain of his intent. Zheng Feng unveiled a mischievous smile and eloquently proposed, "Have you not contemplated eliminating all remaining teams from the competition?" "What?" Upon hearing Zheng Feng's audacious notion, their eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at him in disbelief. They had not anticipated such a radical idea to eliminate all remaining competitors. It was crucial to note that aside from the teams from the 5 great ninja villages, nearly 20 other teams were participating in this round of assessments. While some had indeed been eliminated over the past few days, there still remained over 10 teams, amounting to approximately 30 individuals. It was not that Xua Hao and the others lacked confidence in dealing with these 30 opponents. With their current strength, confronting 30 lower-ranked ninjas posed some challenges. Yet it was not insurmountable. The true dilemma, however, lay elsewhere. These 30 individuals were not mere training dummies. They possessed the ability to evade and flee. If they were aware of their disadvantage, they would not foolishly remain within reach of Zheng Feng's attacks, but would likely disperse at once, escaping his grasp. At that time, even if Zheng Feng and his companions were exceptionally swift, it was inconceivable for them to simultaneously intercept dozens of fleeing individuals. Ultimately, achieving the complete annihilation of the group seemed an insurmountable task. While defeating these adversaries might not pose a significant challenge, the notion of eliminating them all appeared utterly unattainable. Even the combined efforts of the 3 would likely fall short. After hearing their concerns, Zheng Feng, however, exhibited no trace of anxiety, instead donning a mysterious smile. "I understand your apprehensions, but there's no need for you to worry. I shall handle these individuals on my own." With confidence radiating from him, he patted his chest, exuding an air of assuredness. Curiosity piqued, Orochimaru could not help but interject, "Zheng Feng, to confront so many at once, mere speed is insufficient. No matter how swift you are, you cannot prevent their escape. Unless you possess the capability to simultaneously strike all of them at this juncture." Realization dawned on Orochimaru, his expression transforming into one of understanding. "So that is it." Shaw Mo, too, grasped Orochimaru's implication with remarkable speed. "Could it be that you possess a jutsu capable of defeating more than 30 individuals at once? If true, the area of effect of such a technique must be prodigious." Noticing the intrigued gazes from both men, Zheng Feng ceased to maintain any suspense and nodded affirmatively to their conjectures. Shaw Mo involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Zheng Feng's implication was unmistakable. He indeed possessed such a jutsu. Provided he could satisfy the 2 conditions he mentioned earlier, the power of this technique would be truly extraordinary. To simultaneously target so many, the range of this jutsu would need to span at least 100 meters. Defeating a mere genin necessitates a minimum of C-rank jutsu. And to vanquish 30 foes simultaneously would imply unleashing over 30 C-rank techniques concurrently. The amalgamation of these factors escalates the complexity exponentially, potentially surpassing the difficulty of B-rank jutsu, making it conceivable for it to even reach the A-rank category. Such a wide-ranging attack jutsu was rare even among those from ninja clans. Shuaimo had only heard of a few, all of which were notoriously difficult to master and demanded a substantial amount of chakra to execute. What astonished Shuaimo the most was that if Zhang Feng truly commanded an A-rank jutsu, it would signify a monumental advancement. Mastery of an A-rank jutsu represents a significant leap towards the realm of Jonin. In the rigid hierarchy of ninjas, the ascent of a ninja is governed by stringent evaluative criteria. To attain the rank of Genin, one must proficiently master the three body techniques, with physical prowess meeting the requisite standards. In Konoha, over 80,000 individuals have reached the Genin stage. The criteria to ascend to Chunin are even more demanding. A Chunin must learn at least 3 C-rank jutsu and 1 B-rank jutsu, alongside a more advanced mastery of body techniques and requisite physical attributes. Moreover, if one can qualify as a competent medical ninja, they may also be granted Chunin status. Those capable of achieving this in Konoha number over 10,000. Lastly, we arrive at the final rank of the ninja hierarchy, the Genin. To attain the status of Genin, the most fundamental requirement is to master at least 1 A-rank ninjutsu, alongside rigorous standards in physical prowess and other disciplines. The combat capabilities at this stage exhibit the widest variance, establishing it as the pinnacle of strength within the ninja world. According to Shuaimo's knowledge, a Genin can typically contend with approximately 10 Nin simultaneously, while the number of Genin they can handle is virtually limitless, rendering them an invaluable asset in any ninja village. Even Konoha, the foremost ninja village in the realm, boasts fewer than 1,000 Genin. This underscores the formidable challenge of becoming a Genin. Zhang Feng has evidently taken a significant stride toward this lofty goal. With his exceptional talent and the cell enhancement techniques he has been practicing, Shuaimo is confident that within a few years, as Zhang Feng's physical attributes continue to elevate, he will naturally meet the Genin standards. At that time, it is likely that Zhang Feng will still be in his pre-graduation phase. Imagine a 12-year-old Genin. What a marvel! The mere thought of such a possibility fills Shuaimo with astonishment. While he is indeed impressed by Zhang Feng's prowess, Shuaimo is not one to concede easily. Observing Orochimaru, it is clear that he shares a similar sentiment. If Zhang Feng is so assured, does he intend for those 3 from Kusagakure to draw the remaining teams to him? I am curious about what message Zhang Feng has conveyed to prompt others to seek him out. Meeting their inquisitive gazes, Zhang Feng chuckled. It's simple. I told them I possess several complete sets of the heaven, earth, and man scrolls. If they can defeat me, I will bestow these scrolls upon them. But don't we only have 1 set? A voice interjected. Fool. Just create a few counterfeit sets. It's merely for show, not a genuine offer. Shuaimo was left speechless. As a day passed, thanks to Liang Tai and his companion's tireless promotion, all existing teams became aware of this news. How infuriating. Zhang Feng is far too arrogant, challenging all of us at once. This is an utter disregard for our capabilities. One individual exclaimed vehemently, his face flushed with anger. At this moment, someone nearby voiced concerns. Do you think Zhang Feng is doing this intentionally? Luring us to a designated location only to launch a surprise attack, thus eliminating us effortlessly? That seems unlikely, another replied. After all, he is a genius ninja from Konoha and would not resort to such underhanded tactics, for it would tarnish Konoha's reputation. Upon hearing this rationale, the others nodded in agreement. Even if Zhang Feng is someone who would stop at nothing to secure victory, he must also consider the repercussions of his actions. Unless he plans to defect from Konoha immediately after this assessment, he would undoubtedly be scorned by everyone in Konoha. As for defection, a person of sound intellect would never choose such a path. Being a genius of Konoha with a promising future, why would he jeopardize everything by defecting elsewhere? It is a choice that any rational individual would not make. Thus, the notion that Zhang Feng is deliberately setting a trap can be dismissed. Only one possibility remains. Zhang Feng truly intends to face them all single-handedly. Should they succeed in defeating him, they would claim all the scrolls in his possession and consequently pass the examination with ease. To them, this seemed far from a daunting task. Zhang Feng's prowess had circulated widely in recent times. They were well aware that he possessed the strength of a Chunin. Yet, what of it? Their ranks consisted of nearly 40 individuals. No matter how formidable Zhang Feng might be, could he possibly overcome the combined might of 40 Genin? Such an achievement was beyond the capacity of a mere Chunin. Unless, of course, Zhang Feng had ascended to Jonin level. However, that notion was implausible. After all, how old could he be? Merely a first-year student, his attainment of Chunin status was already a remarkable feat, a rarity in the ninja world. As for Jonin, that was a dream too far-fetched to entertain. It is essential to recognize that outside the 5 great ninja villages, Jonin are regarded as the pinnacle of strength in the smaller villages, with each village housing fewer than 100 Jonin. In comparison to the population of each village, they are exceedingly scarce, akin to the rarity of a panda. Generally speaking, the tribulations one must endure to attain Jonin status are exponentially greater than those faced by a Genin advancing to Chunin, making it seem an insurmountable challenge in the eyes of the average person, which accounts for the exceedingly low number of Jonin. And a 7-year-old Jonin? The crowd could not help but stifle a laugh. How could such a thing be possible? Even the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not have reached Jonin heights at such a tender age. If Zheng Feng truly achieved this, it would imply he had surpassed those 2 legends, an utterly ludicrous notion. With that thought dismissed, their course of action became evident. The leader, adorned with the headband of the Rain Village, cast a fierce glance at Liu Tai, who had just delivered the message, and commanded, "Go tell Zheng Feng that we accept his challenge. We shall arrive punctually tomorrow, and we hope he will not go back on his word." As a member of the Rain Village, Guo Chuan spoke with conviction. Thanks to the efforts of several generations, the Rain Village had emerged as the foremost among the ninja villages beneath the 5 great ones, its strength subtly approaching that of the major villages. Were it not for the Rain Country's location at the crossroads of the Fire and Wind Countries, coupled with the incessant rainfall that plagued its citizens, hampering its national strength compared to the larger nations, it might have already ascended to the status of the 6th great ninja village. With such might and his unparalleled strength among the genin, Guo Chuan was regarded as the leader of the impending duel with Zheng Feng. After weighing the pros and cons, the group, convinced that they could not possibly lose, decided to accept Zheng Feng's challenge and prepare to meet the following day at the designated location for their battle. As they watched Liu Tai and his companions depart, a smirk played upon Guo Chuan's lips. "Zheng Feng, tomorrow you shall taste the bitter fruit of arrogance. To think you could challenge us all alone. How audacious." A day later, in the early morning, Zheng Feng stood with his arms crossed, patiently awaiting the arrival of his opponents. Although Shuang Mao held confidence in Zheng Feng, he remained somewhat perplexed. "Zheng Feng, I still don't quite understand. Even if you can eliminate them all, is it really necessary? Why do you wish to do this?" Zheng Feng fell silent for a moment before explaining to the two. "Sai, my actions are ultimately for their own good. As you know, their abilities are certainly no match for the other 4 major ninja villages. The upcoming assessments will inevitably involve one-on-one battles, much like what we experienced before. At that point, we cannot guarantee that they won't encounter ruthless opponents. When faced with such adversaries, their very survival could be at stake. Rather than allowing that to happen, it is far better for me to eliminate them now, sparing them the worry of how to survive against others in the future. At the very least, I can ensure their safety, can I?" Perhaps Zheng Feng's reasoning was not entirely in line with the ninja ethos, but the thought of those mere children, no older than 10, beginning to slaughter one another was unbearable for him. Even though he knew he could not prevent such a situation, he could at least delay its occurrence for now. Upon hearing Zheng Feng's explanation, the two responded differently. Shuang Mao's gaze softened as he regarded Zheng Feng, feeling a deep agreement with his thoughts. Meanwhile, Orochimaru still found it somewhat perplexing, yet as his friend, he unconditionally supported Zheng Feng's decision. Zheng Feng smiled, about to say something more, when suddenly, a swift sound of wind rushed towards him from a short distance away, culminating in a flurry of figures landing on the ground nearby. Over 30 individuals encircled Zheng Feng, all wielding kunai and staring at him with grave expressions. Amidst the crowd, one person stepped forward, adorned with the forehead protector of the Rain Village. His skin appeared somewhat pale from years of living in the land of rain. His elongated face bore a fierce expression, and he was none other than Guo Chuan, the leader chosen by these individuals. Standing before Zheng Feng, Guo Chuan looked at him with disdain and said, "So you are Zheng Feng, the renowned genius of Konoha? You claimed you would challenge all of us alone, correct? Well, here we are. Are you ready?" In response, Zheng Feng retrieved all the scrolls from Shuang Mao and Orochimaru and placed them before Guo Chuan. "These are my stakes. If you win, all these scrolls will belong to you." Guo Chuan's eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at the scrolls in Zheng Feng's hands. Perhaps it was merely a matter of luck, but over the past few days, Guo Chuan had managed to seize several scrolls from other teams, yet he lacked the final one to successfully pass the assessment. Zheng Feng, however, possessed several complete sets of scrolls, and should he triumph in this battle, those scrolls would fall into his possession, thus ensuring his passage through the assessment. With fervent anticipation in his gaze, Guichuan could no longer contain himself. "Since we are all set, let us begin." Hearing his eagerness, Zheng Feng did not refute him. He nodded in agreement and turned to signal Shuangmao and Orochimaru. The two exchanged glances and immediately rose to their feet, stopping only after walking 100 meters away as per Zheng Feng's instructions. At this moment, a vast area surrounding Zheng Feng had been completely encircled by the crowd. Zheng Feng began to feel a surge of excitement, unable to restrain his desire to test his ninjutsu. Observing the eager gazes fixed upon him, he smiled and said, "What are you waiting for? We can commence." On the other side, Guichuan's face twisted into a snarl as he glared at Zheng Feng, suddenly waving his hand and roaring, "Everyone, attack!" Meanwhile, within the Death Tower, several teams that had already passed the assessment remained at their posts, though their reactions varied. Guiding Xinyue's expression fluctuated between dark and light as he occasionally glanced towards the Yunin team, a flicker of anger in his eyes. How could those cloud ninjas not be aligned with Konoha? Wasn't there a supposed alliance between Konoha and Yunin? What was happening now? At that moment, Guiding Xinyue felt a deep sense of regret. Had he known that Yi Wuxiang had not joined Zheng Feng, they would not have underestimated their chances against Konoha, opting instead to gather scrolls to pass the evaluation. Yet now that they were inside the Death Tower, it was futile to reconsider. They could only watch as Konoha's team progressed smoothly. This thought filled Guiding Xinyue with resentment. What initially seemed like a prime opportunity to target Konoha had been thwarted by the Cloud Ninjas, intensifying his disdain for them. Beside him, Guiding Xiaoya, who had long since joined him, remained with half-closed eyes, betraying no signs of emotion. "Calm down, Xinyue. This is merely a minor setback. Besides, if Konoha were to be eliminated so easily, how would you showcase your prowess? Just defeat them in a straightforward manner." Upon hearing this, Guiding Xinyue ceased his inner turmoil and restored his previous pride. "I understand. In the upcoming matches, I shall personally ensure the departure of Konoha and those Yunin scoundrels." Seeing his younger brother's confidence, Guiding Xiaoya smiled in satisfaction. He was well aware of Guiding Xinyue's talent, which rivaled that of the current Mizukage. At just 11 years old, he had already achieved the strength of an elite Seichnin and had garnered the favor of the reigning Mizukage, becoming his sole disciple. What was even more astonishing was that Guiding Xinyue was the first ninja since the creation of the 7 ninja swords to possess an affinity for all the swords, meaning he could wield their formidable powers. Consequently, he was recognized by the Mizukage as the future captain of the 7 ninja swords. Following the conclusion of this exchange event, Guiding Xinyue would officially graduate and join the newly formed 7 ninja swords team, wielding one of the swords and possessing the summoning scrolls for all of them. The 7 ninja swords were regarded by the Mizukage as the next generation's elite force and were expected to lead the future Umbu of Kirigakure. As the leader of the 7, Guiding Xinyue was seen as the heir to the next Mizukage, his talent and potential certified by the higher-ups of Kirigakure, undeniably the foremost among his peers. Regarding the prowess of the Hozuki clan Xinyue, everyone harbored great confidence, even when faced with the formidable new generation of the ninja world. Hozuki Xiaoye remained assured that Xinyue would vanquish all adversaries and ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of champions, thereby bringing renown to the hidden Mist Village. Nearby, Yi Wuxiang sensed the scrutiny from the Mist Ninjas and, upon reflection, discerned their intent, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. He had not anticipated that they would cease their pursuit of Zheng Feng in the Forest of Death. Initially curious about how Zheng Feng would contend with Hozuki Xinyue, he now found it peculiar that, apart from Zheng Feng, all other teams from the 4 major ninja villages had successfully passed the assessment, leaving the Konoha team unscathed. This left Yi Wuxiang perplexed. He had thought that the moment they entered the Forest of Death, they would target Konoha, expecting some intriguing developments, yet nothing transpired, and they simply abandoned the endeavor. Were Yi Wuxiang aware that their withdrawal was due to his influence, it would surely evoke an interesting reaction. Meanwhile, from the Sand Ninja's perspective, Chiyo glared at Wei Min with evident fury and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Were you not supposed to form an alliance against Konoha? Why have you all returned here? What of Konoha? Will we merely stand by and watch them succeed?" Chiyo had long held a disdain for Orochimaru, constantly plotting his downfall. Yet Wei Min's current demeanor left her deeply disappointed. Wei Min, feeling helpless, recognized that even if he wished to continue opposing Konoha, he was hindered by the lack of cooperation from the other 2 factions. Hozuki Xinyue, aligning with Yi Wuxiang on Konoha's side, presumed that both teams would act in concert, leading to the decision to forego their targeting. Observing that the Mist had retreated, the Rock Ninja promptly withdrew from the alliance. Consequently, only the sand remained, and Wei Min found himself powerless. The three of them were no match for the combined forces of Konoha and the Cloud Ninja. They ultimately had to concede defeat. Looking towards the Cloud Ninja, who had already passed the assessment, Wei Min noted that Konoha was still lurking in some corner of the Forest of Death, a far cry from any semblance of an alliance. Had they known that the teams were not acting in unison, they would have surely collaborated with others to eliminate Konoha from the competition, never allowing them the chance to succeed. Regrettably, it was now beyond their control. Wei Min held no illusions about Zhang Feng's team passing the assessment. The remaining individuals lacked even the strength of a Nin, and there was no way they could impede Zhang Feng's progress. Even a united front would be futile. Given that Konoha's ranks comprised Nin level ninjas, it seemed they would have to confront them in the next round of assessments. Chiyo, upon hearing Wei Min's words, though seething with rage, could only nod in resignation. They had indeed been fortunate this time. Wei Min, should you encounter Konoha in the forthcoming matches, you must exert your utmost effort, particularly against that Orochimaru. As she uttered his name, a flicker of murderous intent unconsciously glimmered in Chiyo's eyes. Wei Min perceptibly sensed this, casting a surprised glance at Chiyo, yet he refrained from elaborating, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Some words in Konoha are best left unspoken. Although the reasons behind Orochimaru's actions remain unclear, Wei Min has resolved in his heart that should he encounter the opponent in the upcoming matches, he shall strike with great force. For Wei Min, who harbors ambitions for the position of the next Kazekage, securing Chiyo's support is of paramount importance. He would not hesitate to offend Konoha in pursuit of this goal. On the side of the rock shinobi, the airborne Inoki was palpably agitated. He was furiously admonishing the two companions of Ji, questioning their foolishness in preventing Ji from dueling with Xingfeng. Inoki's ire is justified, in his eyes. The Forest of Death is the most suitable arena for Ji to demonstrate his prowess. If Ji were to unleash his full potential, even if Xingfeng and his companions are all Chunin, they would likely meet a devastating fate. Furthermore, due to the vast and intricate terrain of the Forest of Death, even if someone from Konoha sensed the impending danger, they would be unable to reach them in time, making this a golden opportunity to eliminate the Konoha team. Inoki, well aware of Ji's capabilities, brimmed with confidence. Yet, all of this was thwarted by these two incompetent allies. Their decision to abandon the alliance against Konoha and drag Ji away, ceasing their offensive, resulted in the loss of such a promising opportunity. Inoki felt an urge to strangle them. Observing the two trembling under his furious shout, Ji, with a heavy heart, intervened, saying, "Enough. Do not berate them any longer. It's merely Konoha, isn't it? In the next round, I shall defeat them all. Your words are not aligned with my intentions. Alas, it seems we are left with no choice. What a pity to have missed such a splendid chance." The realization of this loss caused Inoki's heart to convulse. What a magnificent opportunity it was to annihilate the next generation of Konoha. Now it was lost. Who knows if such a chance will present itself again? Next time they meet, the saplings of Konoha may have already grown into towering trees. Inoki's thoughts swirled. For a moment, silence enveloped the arena. Nearby, Shumo and Orochimaru stood quietly, observing the unfolding battle. Zhengfeng's speed was astonishing. No one else could keep pace with him. At this rate, before they could even engage seriously, they might find themselves overwhelmed. While you may have a point, Zhengfeng will not allow the battle to grow dull. Wait and see, he will soon make his move. In the center of their gaze, in a state of open gate, Zhengfeng, whose speed had surpassed that of his peers by 2 levels, casually evaded the barrage of attacks. The countless shurikens and kunai hurtling toward him appeared to move in slow motion, their trajectories crystal clear. With a slight shift of his body, he deftly avoided an attack that was mere inches away, then leaped, reappearing on the opposite side. The crowd besieging him, upon witnessing the scene, had no choice but to redirect their assault and launch another attack. However, this approach soon began to wear on Zhang Feng's patience. Finally, after evading a barrage of shurikens one last time, he leapt to a nearby tree. "Wait, everyone," he called out, interrupting their onslaught. As they momentarily fell silent, he continued, "How about we change things up? I propose this. I will stand right there, and you may attack me with whatever you desire, be it shurikens or ninjutsu. I will not evade. You may unleash your attacks upon me for a duration of 5 minutes. If you manage to break through my defenses within that time, I shall concede defeat. However, should I prevail, you must surrender all your scrolls to me. What say you? Are you bold enough to take this wager?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's proposition, the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Their expressions were understandable, after all. No one had ever dared to be so audacious as to refuse to dodge and prepare to withstand the collective onslaught of their attacks. Despite the evident disparity in strength between Jinin and Chunin, one thing remained clear: they were all mere mortals. No matter how formidable one's prowess, their physical defenses would not significantly enhance, and a knife would inflict the same fate upon anyone it pierced. As ninjas, they possessed skills far surpassing mere blades. The destructive potential of their ninjutsu was vastly greater than that of a simple dagger. Typically, whether Jinin, Chunin, or even Jonin, the instinctive response to an opponent's ninjutsu was to evade. No one had ever considered braving such an assault head-on. Zhang Feng's audacity was indeed an eye-opener for them. Though they could not fathom the source of Zhang Feng's confidence, Goichuan seized the opportunity and readily agreed. All right, you said it. Since you wish to test your mettle, we won't hold back. Don't blame us if you perish. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Rest assured, the proctor has stated that in the forest of death, fate determines life and death. If I truly cannot withstand this, it merely indicates my own limitations. At this proclamation, the previously furious crowd's expression shifted, and they regarded Zhang Feng with a hint of admiration. Goichuan's gaze also bore a newfound seriousness towards Zhang Feng. What resolute determination. With that said, I shall refrain from further words. We accept this wager. Begin. With a command, Goichuan was the first to strike. He launched dozens of kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, toward Zhang Feng. Following this barrage, countless shurikens and sunbon followed, creating a veritable rain of projectiles that enveloped Zhang Feng in an instant. Boom! The violent explosion erupted, and a massive fireball engulfed Zhang Feng's position, causing nearby trees to crumble and shatter, leaving the ground in utter disarray. How will it unfold? Under such an assault, can you remain unscathed, Zhang Feng? Narrowing his eyes and gazing towards the epicenter of the explosion, Goichuan felt a surge of satisfaction. However, his amusement was short-lived. As the smoke gradually dissipated and Zhang Feng's figure emerged, the onlookers were taken aback by his appearance. What is this? Zhang Feng was enveloped in a thick layer of rocky armor, encasing him entirely. The azure armor glimmered subtly with metallic luster, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. The earlier attacks merely darkened its hue slightly. Not a single fragment of rock had been dislodged. In the distance, Shuamao and his companion were equally astonished by the sight. Such exaggerated defensive prowess. To withstand so many explosive tags without a scratch is simply akin to a turtle's shell. It appeared that this was one of Zhang Feng's hidden trump cards. One could hardly fathom what kind of assault would be required to shatter such rocky armor. At that moment, encased within the rocky armor, Zhang Feng finally spoke. Hey, are you all dumbfounded? Don't just stand there. Continue your assault. I wish to see the limits of my ninjutsu's defense. The onlookers recognized the provocation in Zhang Feng's words, their faces flushing with indignation. Without further hesitation, they began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash their ninjutsu. Subsequently, dozens of uniquely characteristic ninjutsu gathered and surged towards Zhang Feng. Fireballs, water bullets, and earth spikes of various attributes swiftly approached him, raining down heavily upon his form. Simultaneously, Zhang Feng was struck by a barrage of dozens of C-rank ninjutsu, the immense kinetic energy propelling him backward involuntarily. Yet, due to the substantial weight of his rocky armor, he only flew back a few meters before coming to a halt. Thud! He crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater, and under the tense gaze of the crowd, Zhang Feng slowly rose once more. At this moment, the armor adorning him had turned entirely blackened. Even more thrilling for the onlookers was that certain areas of the rocky armor had developed faint cracks due to the concentrated assault, with fragments occasionally falling away. This revelation invigorated them. It turned out that Zhang Feng's armor was not invulnerable. Its defensive capabilities had limits. If they could land a few more strikes, it would surely crumble. Victory would then be theirs. However, their exhilaration was short-lived, as the subsequent scene plunged them into despair. Glancing down at the damaged areas of his armor, Zhang Feng chuckled softly. Oh, it seems your attacks are not without merit. You managed to inflict damage upon my rocky armor. But if you think that my armor only possesses this level of resilience, you are sorely mistaken. With that, Zhang Feng focused his thoughts, channeling chakra from within to the surface of his rocky armor. Before the naked eye, the damaged areas of the rock armor began to heal rapidly, the cracks swiftly disappearing. And even the charred surface gradually lost its color, restoring its former azure luster. Witnessing Zhang Feng's rock armor revert to its original state in just a few seconds, the expressions of the onlookers became rigid with disbelief. This is a joke. How could it recover so quickly? What do our previous attacks even amount to? This fellow is hardly human. How could we possibly breach such formidable defenses? We are surely doomed in this battle. Retreat. We are no match for this individual. There is no sense in engaging in futile combat. Finally, Gui Chuan's words jolted everyone into realization. Indeed, in the current situation, they were undeniably outmatched. This wager was undoubtedly a failure for them. Since that is the case, what are we waiting for? Are we to wait for Zhang Feng to eliminate us all? Understanding this, the group ceased their hesitation and promptly turned to flee. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng was instantly filled with frustration. Stop right there. You lot are utterly untrustworthy. Did we not agree that the loser would surrender their scrolls? However, at that moment, no one paid heed to Zhang Feng's protests. They understood all too well that if they relinquished their scrolls, their chances in this assessment would be completely dashed, and they would likely be forced to return home, severing all ties with the forthcoming events. Observing the crowd flee with great speed, Zhang Feng could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly began to hand sign, and in a mere 2 seconds, he completed the necessary seals. Slamming his hands onto the ground, a massive surge of chakra poured forth. Simultaneously, within the hearts of both the fleeing individuals and the distant observers, Shuo Mo and Orochimaru, an acute sense of crisis surged forth. Within a 100-meter radius of Zhang Feng, the ground gradually became enveloped in a layer of orange-red hue. Finally, countless orange-red beams erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping everyone within the vicinity. Boom! In an instant, a multitude of flames surged into the sky, reaching for the clouds. The scorching heat wreaked havoc upon the earth, and in a heartbeat, the terrain surrounding Zhang Feng was transformed into a charred wasteland. As the flames subsided, Zhang Feng slowly rose to his feet, shedding his rock armor, admiring the spectacle created by the fiery column. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had intentionally minimized the chakra expenditure during the activation, reducing the power of this inferno by a factor of 3. Otherwise, those who had just fled would not still be standing before him, though they remained alive. The damage inflicted by the flames was not to be dismissed. Moreover, due to the indiscriminate coverage of the vast area, everyone present, aside from Zhang Feng, sustained varying degrees of burns, writhing on the ground in agony. Observing the unfolding scene from a distance, Shuo Mo and Orochimaru approached Zhang Feng, astonished by the sight before them. Is this the ninjutsu you spoke of, Zhang Feng? The power is indeed remarkable. Orochimaru, with keen perception, sensed the underlying issue. Glancing at the injuries of those around him, coming to a realization. It seems you have not exerted your full strength, have you? Otherwise, given the formidable power of that ninjutsu, they would not have survived. Zhang Feng shrugged. What else could be done? I bear no grudge against them. And there is no need to resort to lethal force. Moreover, if I were to eliminate them all, wouldn't that incite enmity from so many ninja villages? I refuse to engage in such folly. The two understood. If it were merely a small village like the Soup Ninja Village, it would be a different matter. Annihilating them would likely go unnoticed. However, this situation was distinct, involving over a dozen small teams. Should they all be wiped out here, it would undoubtedly implicate Zhang Feng and his companions. After all, among all the competing teams, aside from the other 4 major ninja villages, only Konoha possessed the capability to carry out such an act. Given that the remaining teams had all passed their assessments, it left Konoha as the sole suspect. Realizing this, Zhang Feng altered his perspective. Since his intention in seizing their scrolls was for their benefit, he certainly did not wish to cultivate animosity. It seemed he needed to devise a means to foster a closer relationship. With a glint of inspiration, Zhang Feng bit his fingertip and formed a summoning seal. Boom! A plume of white smoke dissipated, revealing a slug the size of a small house. Lord Zhang Feng, what brings you to summon me? Inquired the slug with a gentle voice. Slug, please divide yourself into several dozen clones and assist me in healing them, Zhang Feng requested. Certainly. The slug's form began to split, and one by one, smaller slugs took shape, attaching themselves to the wounded individuals, their bodies emanating a green glow. Zhang Feng formed additional seals, producing numerous shadow clones, which he dispatched to employ healing techniques in conjunction with the slug's aid. Under the combined treatment of Zhang Feng and the slug, within mere minutes, those who had suffered burns began to recover, their pain dissipating entirely. Lord Zhang Feng, I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to the slug, Zhang Feng approached the group. Upon seeing his figure, Gui Chuan's expression was complex. Just moments ago, they were irreconcilable foes, eager to see each other vanquished, yet now Zhang Feng's actions left them perplexed. Why do you wish to save us? Are we not your adversaries? Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Zhang Feng chuckled softly. Huh, haven't you already lost to me? According to our agreement, your scrolls now belong to me. Without the scrolls, you would face elimination, which means we are no longer rivals, are we? Gui Chuan's face flushed with anger as he glared at Zhang Feng. I know we are no match for you, but you cannot humiliate us like this. Zhang Feng waved his hand, looking sincerely at Gui Chuan. You have misunderstood. My intention in eliminating you is entirely for your own good. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Zhang Feng quickly clarified, you see, even if you manage to gather the scrolls and pass this round of assessments, you will still have to face battles ahead. Do you truly believe you can prevail against the teams from the other 4 major ninja villages? The group collectively shook their heads. They possess a degree of self-awareness. After all, the 5 great ninja villages each harbor the prowess of Nin-level fighters, while they remain mere genin, incapable of contending with such formidable opponents. Particularly after recently experiencing the formidable abilities of Zhang Feng, their trepidation towards Nin has only intensified. If a mere 7-year-old like Zhang Feng is already so terrifying at the Nin level, then how much more formidable must those older and more seasoned individuals be? They could hardly withstand a single move from Zhang Feng. Facing others would surely spell an even more dismal fate. Observing the expressions on their faces, Zhang Feng pressed on with his persuasion. If this is the case, why continue participating in the competition? Would it not be more prudent to be eliminated in this round? Consider that you are currently among a dozen teams facing elimination, and you have been bested by Konoha, thus sparing you the embarrassment of losing face. More importantly, should you advance to the next round, your fortune may not be so favorable. Seeing the confusion etched on their faces, Zhang Feng patiently elucidated. Think about it. While the other 4 major teams are undeniably powerful, their temperaments remain uncertain. If you encounter some hot-headed individuals who fight to the death in subsequent matches, will you still be able to stand here speaking with me? It is likely that you would be torn to shreds. I just recalled that the white-haired man from the Mist team belongs to the Kagaya clan, notorious for producing bloodthirsty ninjas. If we were to cross paths with him, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, I have heard that the Sand team boasts a puppeteer. Anyone skilled in puppetry is also adept at concocting poisons. Engaging him in battle could leave us unaware of our poisoning until it is too late. And then there are the burly warriors from the Cloud Village. I have heard that they are battle maniacs. Should we confront them, it remains uncertain whether they would hold back once their adrenaline kicks in. Upon hearing these remarks emerge from the crowd, Zhang Feng felt a surge of amusement. It appeared that they had frightened themselves without his need for persuasion, and he sensed that he might gain several new allies. Gui Chuan's expression grew increasingly grave as he reflected on what Zhang Feng and the others had articulated. Indeed, why would I willingly seek out suffering? Is it not better to be eliminated in this manner? Must I truly engage in a life-and-death struggle with the elite of the 5 great ninja villages? Recognizing the disparity in strength between the 2 sides, Gui Chuan wisely chose to follow his instincts. Zhang Feng had anticipated this very outcome. Thus, after gathering all the scrolls, he refrained from passing the assessment directly, instead seeking to prevent his companions from heading towards certain doom. He even expended chakra to heal them after inflicting injuries. Disregarding the potential risks of encountering formidable foes in future matches, gratitude filled the faces of those who turned to Zhang Feng. So that is it, Zhang Feng. Your reluctance to pass the assessment directly and the rules you established were all to deter us from advancing to the next round. I never realized how much you cared for our well-being. We are truly grateful. With that, Gui Chuan bowed deeply to Zhang Feng. Upon hearing Gui Chuan's sentiments, the others also began to express their appreciation, their gazes toward Zhang Feng now brimming with gratitude. At last, Zhang Feng, having gathered all the scrolls, watched as everyone departed. Glancing back with sincere expressions and a palpable sense of reluctance, bidding farewell with a wave, they agreed to dine together after the assessment. When Zhang Feng turned around, he was met with the peculiar gazes of 2 individuals. Shuomo awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, giving Zhang Feng a thumbs up. Orochimaru remained composed, accustomed to such antics, and casually remarked, not bad in terms of acting. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Tower of Death, the gatekeeper approached them with a stern demeanor, stating, "Please present your credentials to enter." Zhang Feng retrieved the 3 scrolls from his pocket and handed them over. After a brief inspection, the gatekeeper's expression softened, and he smiled at Zhang Feng, saying, "The scrolls are in order. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. However, you arrived a bit late. The teams from the other 4 great ninja villages have already entered. You were just a step behind." In response to the gatekeeper's jest, Zheng Feng remained unfazed. Rest assured, I allowed them to go ahead. There will be plenty of opportunities to compete later, and I shall eliminate them all. The final champion will undoubtedly be from Konoha. Haha, we shall see how you perform. Do your best. Now, you may enter. I need to await the arrival of other teams. With a hearty laugh and a pat on Zheng Feng's shoulder, the gatekeeper gestured for the trio to proceed, preparing to welcome the next successful team. Zheng Feng smiled and produced another sealed scroll, handing it to the gatekeeper. No need to wait. The remaining scrolls are all here. Instinctively taking the scroll, the gatekeeper's eyes widened as he heard Zheng Feng's words. Inside the Tower of Death. Those patiently awaiting the results heard the sound of footsteps approaching and turned to see the source. Zheng Feng and his companions strolled towards them, looking relaxed and unscathed. Upon seeing them, expressions of disappointment flickered across some faces, while others brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Zheng Feng took in the varied gazes, beaming as he approached the Yunin. Reaching Nighthawk's side, Zheng Feng smiled and remarked, It seems your team is indeed the fastest. You arrived long before us. Quite impressive. Nighthawk squinted slightly, studying Zheng Feng with an inscrutable tone. Well, we had to hurry. We are not like you, Zheng Feng, who deliberately delayed for a few days. Waiting for others to gather before making a move, right? Recognizing that Nighthawk was aware of his intentions, Zheng Feng did not hide it, responding candidly, Indeed. That was my original plan, but I did not expect your efficiency to be so high, finishing quickly and leaving without waiting for me. I was looking forward to a friendly exchange among the 5 great ninja villages to witness each other's techniques. What a pity. It seems I shall have to wait for the next round to experience it. Zheng Feng's voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear the challenge in his words, prompting immediate reactions from all. Z, with a fiery temperament, immediately sprang forth, pointing at ZHNGFing with a fierce determination etched upon his face. ZHNGFing. I haven't had the chance to face you before, but in the upcoming matches, you'd best not falter, for I shall personally ensure your elimination. Hey. ZHNGFing is my preordained opponent, so could you kindly step back? Z had scarcely finished speaking when Gu Diingshi Nyu, with a leisurely tone, interjected. His gaze remained fixed on ZHNGFing, and upon receiving ZHNGFing's attention, Gu Diingshi Nyu flashed a grin, revealing his menacingly sharp teeth. Gu Diingshi Nyu, what is your intent? Z's countenance was suffused with anger as he regarded Gu Diingshi Nyu. Nothing of consequence. Merely requesting that you show some respect to your seniors. Wait until your elder has finished before making your move, all right, junior? Seeing Gu Diingshi Nyu adopt such an attitude despite being merely a year older, Z could no longer contain his fury. A fiery glint igniting in his eyes as he prepared to strike. DYM, quick-witted and agile, seized hold of Z just as he was about to charge, urging, Do not act rashly, Z. This is not the time for you to intervene. After the next round, you may proceed as you wish, and I shall not interfere. On the sidelines, Gu Diingshi Ou also extended a hand to dissuade him. Although he did not believe Z stood a chance against Gu Diingshi Nyu, he held a deep-seated respect for DYM and wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Meanwhile, on the other side, I observed the unfolding drama, her anxiety palpable as she turned to the composed WMN. WMN, both Wuyin and Yinin have declared their positions. Are you not going to say anything? WMN remained unfazed, his expression devoid of any turmoil. There is no need for words. When the time comes, the outcome will reveal itself. His tone radiated unwavering confidence. Casting his gaze toward ZHNGFing, WMN felt a burgeoning intrigue for this renowned young prodigy. Just then, as the atmosphere thickened with silence, a figure gradually emerged before the audience. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all again. With a wave directed at the stands, Qianshou's HGN greeted the assembly with a friendly smile. Upon the arrival of this individual, all present, save for the trio of ZHNGFing, fell silent, their expressions turning grave and cautious. Lord ZHGN, what brings you here? The assessment has yet to conclude. Has it not? DYM bowed his head slightly, respectfully inquiring. Huh? Not finished? That cannot be right. I just received word that ZHNGFing has eliminated the remaining teams. Those present now are the last standing. The crowd was left aghast, their mouths agape in disbelief. DYM involuntarily turned to glance at ZHNGFing, his eyes wide with incredulity. Lord ZHGN, are you suggesting that ZHNGFing and his team have dispatched all the other squads? Upon receiving a confirming nod from ZHGN, Dym's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He was acutely aware of the strength of the other teams. They were undeniably no match for Zhngjfing and his companions. However, a lack of strength did not preclude the possibility of retreat. So how could they have willingly walked into elimination? Unable to comprehend how Zheng Feng had managed the daunting task of Dan Yimou, a newfound respect for him and his companions surged within. After all, the unknown equates to danger, a universal principle in the realm of ninjas. Upon hearing tales of Zheng Feng's remarkable feats, the reactions of the crowd varied widely. Yu Wushang and Zi gazed at Zheng Feng with fervor, seemingly more eager for a confrontation with him. Conversely, Guizhang Xianwei and Weimin exhibited a tinge of wariness, their eyes reflecting a cautious regard for Zheng Feng. Senju Hashirama regarded Zheng Feng with evident satisfaction. Everything Zheng Feng accomplished in the Death Forest had not escaped the watchful eyes of both Hashirama and Tobarama. Given their deep concern for this promising junior, it was inconceivable for them to ignore him. The moment Zheng Feng entered the Death Forest, every action he took was perceived by Tobarama and subsequently conveyed to Hashirama. Both were acutely aware of Zheng Feng's endeavors. Therefore, Hashirama's and Tobarama's approval of Zheng Feng's performance only deepened. Possessing formidable strength while being considerate of others, exhibiting both courage and strategy, along with a heart full of compassion, Zheng Feng's conduct brought great comfort to Hashirama, who found himself increasingly pleased with him. Tobarama shared this sentiment. While he recognized the extraordinary talents displayed by Zheng Feng, it was his character that Tobarama admired most. Despite his immense power, Zheng Feng maintained a cautious demeanor and was sincerely devoted to his friends. His ability to forge alliances with other teams through just a few words showcased his strategic acumen, which resonated well with Tobarama. Although he displayed impulsiveness in certain aspects, his youth afforded him the opportunity for growth. Reflecting on Zheng Feng's unwavering confidence in facing multiple foes, Tobarama couldn't help but chuckle softly. To him, Zheng Feng embodied a blend of himself and his elder brother. Although his combative nature bore shadows of Uchiha Madara, it hardly constituted a flaw. Furthermore, considering Zheng Feng's companions, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Shikumo, all prodigiously talented individuals, Tobarama felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The new sprouts of Konoha were thriving, and in just a few years, they would mature into towering trees capable of safeguarding the village. Both brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, held unwavering confidence in this prospect. As the trials in the Death Forest drew to a close, the teams that successfully passed included the Cloud Ninja Team, the Mist Ninja Team, the Rock Ninja Team, the Sand Ninja Team, and the Konoha Team. First and foremost, congratulations were in order for their advancement in this round of assessments. However, there would be no respite as the third round of trials was set to commence immediately. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd's gaze instinctively shifted towards Zheng Feng. Surprise rippled through their hearts. While the impending next round posed no challenge for them, as they had enjoyed 2 days of rest and were in optimal condition, it was decidedly less equitable for Zheng Feng and his companions, who had only just completed their trials to reach the Death Tower and had undoubtedly endured battles, resulting in a degree of weariness. Such regulations undeniably placed them at a disadvantage. Hashirama was acutely aware of this disparity. However, he possesses unwavering confidence in Zheng Feng. After enduring extensive training in cellular enhancement techniques, Zheng Feng's chakra reserves have far surpassed those of his peers, elevating him to the realm of elite shinobi. Although he had previously engaged in battle, the toll it took was not insurmountable for him. Moreover, with Shuang Miao and Orochimaru remaining untouched, their condition remained relatively intact, thus ensuring no adverse effects on the forthcoming competition, which was a source of comfort for the brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama. This strategy, while seemingly unfair to Zheng Feng, bore its own advantages. It led others to underestimate the true capabilities of Zheng Feng and his comrades, creating an opportunity for them to emerge victorious without raising doubts about the integrity of Konoha's hosting of the event. After all, this exchange was organized by Konoha, and any grievances or accusations of bias could undermine the very purpose of the gathering. Hashirama and Tobarama aimed to showcase Konoha's strength to quell the ambitions of other ninja villages seeking conflict. If this strength were to be perceived as unfairly attained, it would inadvertently provide grounds for dissent among the other villages, an outcome that Hashirama and Tobarama were keen to avoid. The reactions of the other teams from the 4 major ninja villages aligned with their expectations. Given Konoha's decisions, it would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation, especially since they had not instigated it. This was the prevailing attitude among the leaders of the 4 major villages. However, for Yi Wushang and his companions, the situation was somewhat disconcerting. Despite their differing personalities, as contemporaries of exceptional talent, their confidence in their own abilities was deeply ingrained. And they believed that even at the pinnacle of power, they could triumph over Zhang Feng and his team. Yet, it was evident that they were the ones at a disadvantage in this scenario, leading to a sense of dissatisfaction among them. Nonetheless, under the leadership's endorsement, they could do little more than silently hope to avoid encountering Konoha's squad in the upcoming matches. They aspired to defeat a fully capable Konoha team, rather than one in its current compromised state. Subsequently, Hashirama began to announce the rules for the next round of competition. This exchange event comprised 4 rounds. The first focused on the ability to memorize and relay information, while the second assessed skills in gathering and safeguarding intelligence, both of which are vital responsibilities for a shinobi, requiring significant teamwork. The latter 2 rounds would not involve team competitions but would instead select individuals based on their inherent abilities. After all, a ninja's foremost priority remains their strength. Whether in intelligence gathering or assassination, power is paramount and a prerequisite for accomplishing missions. The anticipation among the teams for the forthcoming rounds was palpable. As the first exchange conference in the ninja world, this event features the next generation of elite competitors from various ninja villages, many of whom are viewed as potential successors to the role of Hokage. It is a preliminary clash of the pinnacle forces of each village, underscoring its significance. The excitement surrounding this grand event has long permeated the major ninja villages, with great hopes and expectations placed upon their respective representatives. They are acutely aware of the stakes involved. The initial rounds of competition have yet to reveal the true extent of each participant's abilities, but from this round onward, the outcomes of the matches will be indisputably apparent. This marks the first direct confrontation among the 5 great ninja villages, a collision of the core figures of the next generation that will undoubtedly have far-reaching implications. Particularly, the importance of the ultimate champion is unprecedented, as it represents the first formal challenge from the 4 major villages to the current preeminence of Konoha in the ninja world. Should the champion emerge from a village other than Konoha, it would signify that the strength of Konoha's next generation has been surpassed by other villages. Moreover, the rumors surrounding the imminent end of the life of the legendary ninja Senja Hashirama only serve to amplify the ambitions of the other villages. The dissatisfaction with Konoha's dominance over the most resource-rich territory in the ninja world has been simmering among the other villages for some time. After more than a decade of development, the strength of each ninja village has seen a remarkable enhancement. Should they perceive even the slightest sign of decline in Konoha, war would become inevitable. This understanding has not escaped the notice of Noki and his peers, which is why they attach such immense importance to this exchange conference, instructing their respective teams to compete fiercely for the championship. Unbeknownst to them, Saika and his companions await the scheduling of matches in quiet anticipation. The 3rd round will see opponents drawn at random from the audience, with those chosen summoned to the center of the arena to commence battle. From this stage of evaluation, all combat will be meticulously recorded, and upon conclusion, the footage will be compiled into a video for sale in the audiovisual stores of the various ninja villages. Upon hearing this, the participants exchanged glances, but Saika's eyes sparkled with excitement. It appears that Grandfather Tobarama has indeed taken my suggestion to heart. Quite astute, indeed. This idea was originally proposed by Saika, although he may not fully grasp the significance of this competition for Konoha. His proposal perfectly maximizes the influence of this exchange conference while also promising substantial financial gain, which Tobarama wholeheartedly supports. While it is customary for ninjas to guard their strength and intelligence as closely held secrets, the immense attention on this exchange event means that Saika and his peers' matches will inevitably be scrutinized and investigated by other villages. Any leaks are merely a matter of time. Rather than resist, it would be more advantageous to embrace transparency. This approach not only showcases Konoha's magnanimity, but also reflects its unwavering confidence in its strength. Furthermore, as the competitors are still students yet to graduate, their abilities have not reached their zenith, rendering the footage time-sensitive and of limited reference value for the future. Understanding this point, others also set their minds at ease. However, they had indeed learned from Konoha's strategy, a tactic that not only yielded profits but also showcased their magnanimity, which opened their eyes wide, leading them to secretly resolve to promote it upon their return. In the future, they could occasionally host competitions themselves, which would prove to be a lucrative endeavor. Unfortunately, at this moment, Saika was completely unaware that his knowledge had been appropriated. He leaned leisurely against the wall, awaiting the results of the first match's draw. After announcing the rules, Hashirama said no more and raised his hand in a gesture. Instantly, the large screen behind him illuminated. and the names of the participants began to flicker. The first match was set, Sand Ninja, Women vs. Cloud Ninja, show. Upon hearing this announcement, Women, who was part of the Sand Ninja team, was momentarily taken aback as he looked up at the screen. The first match is me. It seems I am quite fortunate. He then turned to face the Cloud Ninja team. Women had gathered some intelligence on Sho. Although Sho was one of the participants from the Cloud Ninja, he possessed the strength of a Chunin. However, according to the information, he was the weakest among the three from the Cloud. It was noted that Sho was the only one among them not particularly skilled in physical techniques. His forte lay in lightning release ninjutsu, which was indeed a formidable power. If he were to face others, his chances of victory would be considerable. Alas, Women was a master of wind release, which conveniently countered lightning release. This time, Sho had truly encountered his nemesis, a fact he was well aware of. Beside him, Yasho's expression turned grim. It's that Women guy. How infuriating. He has to face him in the first match. As the representative of the Sand Ninja, Yasho was acutely aware of Women's strength. He was a genuine elite Chunin whose prowess was not far from his own. The difficulty for Sho to overcome his opponent was indeed monumental. Not to mention that Women's wind release countered Sho's lightning release. Aware of Sho's slim chances, Yasho quietly advised, do not worry. If it feels wrong, simply forfeit. A flash of Women's calm face crossed Yasho's mind, and a tinge of unease flickered within him. Sho, in the ensuing battle. You must pay close attention to that Women fellow. I sense he is quite dangerous. Sho nodded gravely in response. As the strongest among them, Yasho's words held great weight, elevating his concern for Women to a higher level. The two approached the center of the arena. Hashirama stood before them, gazing at both, and softly inquired, Are you prepared? Upon receiving their nods, Hashirama promptly declared the match commenced. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the battle between the two officially began. Women regarded Sho with a calm demeanor. You should know, you are not my match. Surrender now, or the consequences may be unpredictable. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashed in the corner of Women's eye. A chill ran down Shung's spine, as the seemingly placid woman before him transformed abruptly. It was akin to a lion awakening, imbued with an aura that was both captivating and formidable. It was as if Woman had been cloaked in a guise, now revealing his true nature. Yet, as a valiant member of the Cloud Ninja, Shing would not concede without a fight. With a fierce determination, he gazed at his opponent and proclaimed, The ninjas of the Cloud will not yield so easily. Woman, I've heard you are the foremost genius of the Sand Ninja. I have long desired to test your strength. With that, he assumed a battle-ready stance. Unperturbed by this challenge, Woman allowed his arms to drop slowly, emanating a regal presence. If that is the case, let us proceed. Show me the might of the Cloud Ninja. As you wish, Shing declared, no longer hesitating. He leaped back, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, lightning flow wave. As his words echoed, Shing's hands crackled with electric light, unleashing two bolts of lightning that surged toward Woman like twin serpents of thunder. In a moment that left onlookers in disbelief, Woman chose not to evade the impending attack, standing resolutely as the lightning struck him. As the serpents of lightning approached, they enveloped Woman in a blinding flash, illuminating the scene. This reckless fool, he dares to take a lightning release head-on, exclaimed Ryoji, his voice tinged with disbelief. Knight Wushang maintained a stoic expression, his gaze sharpening with concern. He will not fall so easily. Witness, this is merely the beginning. Indeed, as the brilliance of the lightning began to fade, Woman reemerged, unscathed before the crowd. How is this possible? Shang's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. He was acutely aware of the power of the lightning release, which no ordinary body could withstand. Yet, Woman's resilience led Shang to question whether he was made of steel. Without uttering a word, Woman gestured for Shang to continue. Come. Unleash your lightning release once more. Let me behold your strength. Anger flickered across Shing's face as he gritted his teeth, preparing to form seals again. Very well. I shall demonstrate the true might of the lightning release. This time, I do not believe you can endure it. After a lengthy 3 seconds of forming seals, nearly 20 hand signs were completed. Throughout Shing's preparations, Woman remained composed and untroubled, showing no inclination to thwart his adversary. Observing Woman's unwavering confidence, Zhang Feng's interest peaked. He scrutinized the scene for a moment before realization dawned upon him. So that is it. Woman seems to possess a defensive ninjutsu. His resilience appears quite formidable. Zhang Feng marveled, intrigued by Woman's unexpected defensive prowess, wondering how it would measure against his own earth armor. Upon further observation, if the ensuing lightning technique can be defended against, then this ninjutsu shall undoubtedly ascend to an A-rank classification. Zheng Feng's assessment is indeed substantiated. According to the principle that the longer the preparation time, the greater the power of the ninjutsu, this upcoming technique's potency shall reach, at least B rank. Should Wei Min truly withstand this technique, it will unequivocally confirm that this defensive ninjutsu is of A rank quality. At last, Sheng has concluded his preparations. With the final hand seal completed, his ninjutsu is finally ready. Lightning release, lightning dragon clash. Behind Sheng, a bolt of lightning gradually coalesces, ultimately taking the form of a dragon, which spirals above his head, baring its fangs and claws as it gazes forward. This is the mightiest ninjutsu in my arsenal. Let us see if you can withstand it. Witnessing the dragon's formidable presence, Wei Min's demeanor lost its tranquility. He is well aware of the destructive capability of a B-rank ninjutsu, even with the armor of sand. He cannot guarantee his safety. It seems I have underestimated my opponent. Though feeling somewhat overconfident, Wei Min remains resolute in his decision, preparing to endure this assault without a hint of retreat. At last, the lightning dragon descends, enveloping Wei Min in a terrifying surge of electricity. This lightning technique, formed from the majority of Sheng's chakra, unleashes an overwhelming heat, piercing through Wei Min's defenses. With a cry of anguish, a horrifying scene unfolds. As time progresses, Wei Min's visage begins to melt away, transforming him into something akin to a wax figure, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Good heavens! What is this? Shuang Ma observes the scene, his expression grave. It appears as though iron is melting. Now I understand. This fool's defensive ninjutsu is composed of iron. At last, the lightning dissipates, gradually fading away. As Wei Min's exterior melts, his true form is revealed. With a forceful shake, the iron sand encasing him falls away, crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Gazing at the remnants of iron sand that have melted into a heap beneath him, Wei Min reveals a look of admiration. Truly impressive power. It seems I have underestimated you after all. Before him stands Sheng, devoid of any injuries, and a profound sense of defeat washes over his face. How is this possible? This is my strongest technique, yet it fails to inflict any harm upon you? Wei Min slowly extends his right hand, and from his palm, a small tornado of iron sand begins to take shape. Now it is my turn to attack. Magnet release, iron sand tornado. As the words leave his lips, the small tornado in Wei Min's hand suddenly shoots forth, rapidly expanding upon contact with the ground. In mere seconds, it evolves into a 3-meter-tall black tornado. The black whirlwind wreaks havoc in the arena, generating a tremendous pulling force. Wherever it passes, utter disorder ensues, as the once smooth terrain becomes riddled with craters. The tornado swiftly approaches Sheng. Feeling his body being pulled by the tornado, Sheng's movements gradually slowed, rendering him unable to escape the range of his opponent's attack, which he was already ill-equipped to evade. Resolutely, Sheng began to form hand signs once more, intending to withstand the incoming assault with lightning release. Lightning release, lightning barrier. This technique, utilized by Ryoji to defend against Jiraiya's attack, is one of the few defensive ninjutsu within the realm of lightning release. However, this technique is classified as B rank, with its defensive power capable of increasing in proportion to the chakra input. When confronted by Jiraiya's explosive clones, Ryoji had managed to emerge unscathed thanks to this very technique, showcasing its extraordinary defensive capabilities. With the chakra within him dwindling, Sheng gritted his teeth, determined to expend the last remnants of his chakra on the lightning barrier, hoping to withstand the onslaught of the sand-iron tornado. At this moment, Sheng understood that he could not defeat the man before him. Yet, as a ninja of the Cloud Village, surrendering without a fight was not in their nature. He could not concede without even facing a single attack. At the very least, he must endure this strike. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn. Great, it's over. Sheng is practically walking into the lion's den. Outside the arena, Masakes watched this scene unfold, covering his forehead in disbelief, shaking his head with a sigh. This was undoubtedly the consequence of ignorance. How could one not know that metal conducts electricity? Using lightning as a defense was akin to throwing oneself directly into the line of fire. As he had anticipated, when the black tornado reached Sheng, it made contact with the lightning barrier, triggering an immediate reaction. Zzz. The tornado emitted a series of piercing crackles. The moment it encountered the lightning, countless particles of sand iron seemed to awaken, shifting from black to a vibrant blue-white hue. Ultimately, the entire tornado was enveloped in the colors of lightning, with streams of electricity erupting within, striking the ground with fervor. Witnessing the charred black marks scorched into the earth by the electric blasts, Sheng was left in a state of shock. He could never have imagined that his lightning barrier not only failed to defend against the attack, but also served to amplify it. Empowered by the lightning, Wyman's sand iron had donned an electrifying cloak, enhancing its potency. Upon observing this transformation, Wyman's eyes lit up with realization. It turned out that his sand iron could undergo such a metamorphosis. It seemed he would need to learn some lightning release techniques in the future. Just as Wyman contemplated refining the intricacies of his sand iron, the tornado, now radiating a blue-white brilliance, had completely enveloped Shing, devoid of chakra to support him. Shing was powerless to escape, left to watch helplessly as the tornado consumed him. Upon contact, multitudes of sand iron mixed with electricity cascaded upon him, and in an instant, Shing's body was charred to a deep black. Fortunately, as a lightning-affiliated ninja, he possessed some resistance to electricity. Otherwise, this singular strike could have claimed his life. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Once the lightning dissipated, countless tiny particles of sand iron were inadvertently inhaled by Shing, adhering to his blood vessels and organs within. As the possessor of the magnet-release bloodline, if Waman so desired, he could effortlessly manipulate the iron sand within Shing's body, causing his demise with but a fleeting thought. Observing the fallen Shing, now reduced to a mere charred husk, Waman narrowed his eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, relinquished the notion of taking his life. This was not due to indecisiveness, rather, as a prodigy of the new generation of cloud shinobi. Shing's worth far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Should he choose to end Shing's life here, even with the current circumstances in Konoha, the cloud shinobi would be unable to voice any objections. However, once the exchange meeting concluded, it was not beyond reason to fear an ambush from the cloud shinobi. Even if Chiyo could withstand Darik, and Waman could hold off Yora without harm, his two companions would stand no chance against the Ch-Nin level or G. If they were to be besieged, their situation would turn perilous. With this thought, Waman suppressed his murderous intent and prepared to conclude the match. Lord Hashirama, may I declare this match as my victory? Hashirama glanced at the motionless Shung and nodded in agreement, proclaiming, the victor of this match is Suna Shinobi Waman. With the result announced, Waman returned to the stands, his expression serene as he rejoined the Suna team. On the cloud shinobi side, upon hearing the outcome, Darik anxiously leaped from the stands to Shung's side. His heart sank at the sight of Shung's grievous state. Was there still hope for him? Leave this child to me, a voice whispered in Darik's ear. Looking up, Darik's expression tightened, and he respectfully inquired, Lord Hashirama, do you have a way to save this child? Fortunately, although the injuries appeared grave, they were primarily superficial and not difficult to treat. The iron sand within his body posed a challenge. If not removed, it could inflict irreversible damage. However, due to Shung's unconsciousness, the amount of iron sand he inhaled was minimal, and it should not take long to extract. Hearing this, Darik shot a glance towards the Suna shinobi, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Without uttering another word, he sincerely thanked Hashirama, who then instructed his aides to take Shing to the hospital. Witnessing Shung's condition from the stands, Zhengfeng was equally astonished. This is the power of the bloodline limit. Magnet release, how formidable. Zhengfeng gazed enviously at Waman's magnet release technique. The ability to manipulate iron sand freely showcased its defensive capabilities earlier, rivaling that of Zhengfeng's rock armor. Its offensive power was equally daunting. The capacity to infiltrate the human body through minute particles rendered it nearly indefensible, embodying both attack and defense. It could be said that with his magnet release alone, Waman had already crossed the threshold into elite Ch-Nin status. Should his chakra and physical prowess advance further, attaining J-Nin would be a mere formality. It seems yet another formidable adversary has emerged, Zhengfeng mused inwardly, his curiosity regarding the bloodline limit intensifying. The existence of magnetic release as a bloodline limit was entirely unfamiliar to Zhengfeng. With his remarkably prodigious memory, he had never encountered any mention of magnetic release in his extensive knowledge base, which evidently defied logic. Could it be that this magnetic release was a creation of Wayman himself? The notion flickered through his mind, leaving Zhengfeng momentarily speechless. A self-created bloodline limit? How could one achieve such a feat? He recalled that only his grandfather Hashirama possessed the wood release. Was there perhaps a hidden secret to it? Witnessing the formidable power of Wayman's magnetic release, a thought began to burgeon within Zhengfeng. If someone could indeed create their own bloodline limit, then surely he could do the same, especially given the remarkable talent that even Hashirama would find astonishing. As long as he could uncover the secret, the creation of his own bloodline limit should not be an insurmountable challenge. If he were to succeed, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his strength. Perhaps then, he could finally engage in a spar with his grandfather Hashirama. With this hopeful aspiration in mind, Zhang Feng resolved to inquire with Hashirama after the competition, eager to learn how he had mastered the wood release. As Zhang Feng delved into his contemplations, the second match was ushered in. The large screen whirred to life once more, revealing the contenders for the upcoming battle. Rock Ninja, Z, Mist Ninja, Mizuki Tetsu stepped forward. Upon hearing this announcement, both participants reacted promptly. A glimmer of battle intent shone on Z's face as she leaped from the stands into the arena. At last, it was my turn to showcase my prowess. Come forth from the hidden mist, let me demonstrate my formidable skills. On the other side, Mizuki Tetsu descended the stands with an impassive expression, silently positioning himself opposite Z, awaiting the commencement of the match. Observing the two competitors enter the arena, Hashirama nodded approvingly and officially declared the match to begin. Hardly had his words settled in the air when Mizuki Tetsu launched his assault. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, appearing directly in front of Z. Brandishing 3 razor-sharp kunai, he aimed directly at her, intent on inflicting grievous wounds. Fortunately, Z's physical prowess was commendable. She quickly evaded his advance, executing a swift maneuver that sent Mizuki Tetsu sprawling backward. Drawing a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, Z seized the initiative to counterattack. Do you wish to test physical skills? I shall engage you thoroughly. With a fierce resolve igniting in her eyes, Z commenced a fierce exchange of martial arts with her opponent. Mizuki Tetsu remained unperturbed, responding with calm composure. For the next 5 minutes, the two engaged in a relentless display of physical prowess, their kunai and weapons slicing through the air, leaving trails of glimmering light in their wake, a breathtaking spectacle. The spectators at the sidelines were spellbound, their admiration for the skillful display of martial arts evident. Such techniques were undeniably of genuine nin caliber. While they may not rival the specialized prowess of individuals like Tsukumo, they were certainly capable of holding their own in a battle among nin. Observing the clash, Zhang Feng pondered deeply, assessing the unfolding confrontation. It appears that their level of physical prowess is quite comparable to mine. Given this observation, it seems that martial arts are not their forte. The true contest of ninjutsu is about to commence. As Zhang Feng had anticipated, after their final clash, the two retreated to either side, pausing the battle. Casually discarding her kunai, the intensity of Z's battle spirit intensified. A worthy opponent indeed. Since we are evenly matched in physical combat, I shall not hold back any longer. My expertise lies in ninjutsu, Mizuki Tetsu, should you possess no other means. Defeat is inevitable. In response to Z's provocation, Mizuki Tetsu remained silent, simply returning his 1,000 books while beginning to form hand seals. At that moment, his demeanor conveyed his intent. If you wish to compete in ninjutsu, then let the challenge commence. Witnessing this, Z's excitement surged. Without further ado, she swiftly began to form seals, clearly eager for a fair confrontation. Almost simultaneously, both completed their hand seals, and together they shouted, Earth Release, Earth Spike, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon erupted from Mizuki Tetsu's mouth, hurtling directly towards Z. Concurrently, the ground beneath Mizuki Tetsu transformed, and within moments, numerous spikes emerged, thrusting towards him. Their attacks reached each other in unison. Without hesitation, both leapt, evading one another's assaults. Observing her attack fail, Z once again formed seals mid-air, launching a new offensive before touching the ground. Earth Release, Rock Iron Cannon Technique. She expelled small stones rapidly, resembling bullets, aimed squarely at Mizuki Tetsu. Noticing this, Mizuki Tetsu maintained his impassive demeanor, his hands forming seals with astonishing speed, as if he had entered a heightened state. Witnessing Z's hands moving in a blur, her eyes widened in alarm. Such rapid hand seals. Observing her own speed of 1 seal per second, she realized the disparity was significant. There existed a qualitative difference between them. While hand speed can certainly be improved through diligent practice, achieving the pinnacle akin to Senja Hashirama's 12 seals per second hinges crucially on innate talent. This talent pertains to physical attributes. Dexterity of the fingers and flexibility of the bones are paramount, and such gifts vary from person to person. In this regard, Z acknowledged her inferiority. Moreover, as both were on the brink of graduation, their physical development had nearly reached maturity, indicating that Z had lost any potential to surpass him in speed. Despite this realization, Z felt no trepidation. Instead, her fighting spirit surged. What if his hand seals were faster? As long as my ninjutsu is powerful enough and my chakra exceeds yours, ultimately, your defenses will be rendered futile against my techniques. And in terms of chakra, Ze held absolute confidence. As the attack from purple approached Mizuki Tetsu, his ninjutsu finally took shape. Water style, water barrier. A shield of water materialized before Mizuki Tetsu, absorbing countless stones that fell helplessly to the ground under its formidable defense. Seizing the moment, Mizuki Tetsu formed seals once more, his hands creating afterimages as he unleashed another ninjutsu within mere seconds. Water style, water burst wave. With a forceful expulsion, torrents of water surged forth, carrying an unmatched momentum towards purple. Witnessing such a vast volume of water, purple felt no doubt that a direct hit would inflict severe injury. Without hesitation, just as the water approached, purple's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Surrounded by four walls, the water began to spread outward after its formation, ultimately creating a small swamp that reached knee-deep. The arena was now entirely enveloped by Mizuki Tetsu's water style. As the surface of the water gradually settled, a transformation occurred beneath. With the ground twisting and contorting, purple's form slowly emerged from below, appearing unscathed before the spectators. Observing this scene, Orochimaru in the stands could not help but marvel. Such quick reflexes. In Orochimaru's eyes, purple's response was nothing short of textbook perfection. A mere earth escape had allowed her to evade a seemingly overwhelming assault, expending far less chakra than anticipated, an undeniable triumph in resource management. Clearly, purple's combat intelligence was not to be underestimated. On the battlefield, witnessing purple's counter, Mizuki Tetsu's expression shifted, a glimmer of admiration emerging in his gaze. He finally spoke to his opponent, acknowledging, "You are a worthy adversary. I recognize your strength. As a mark of respect, I shall now unleash my true power. I hope you do not disappoint me." In response, Purple's smile widened, and without hesitation, she declared, "Then let me show you what I can do. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed." Observing her confident demeanor, Mizuki Tetsu nodded slowly, his hands coming together in prayer. "Then allow me to unveil our clan's ancestral bloodline limit. Ice style, world of ice." With these words, a profound silence fell over the arena. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed intently into the arena. To his surprise, another bloodline limit had emerged, ice release. Could it be a technique that allowed one to manipulate ice at will? That would be akin to Kazan from One Piece. The thought of Kazan's formidable powers altered Zhang Feng's previously unwavering confidence. If this ice release could indeed freeze the ocean in an instant, then its might would be nothing short of extraordinary. Even with his utmost effort in fire release, he would likely stand no chance against it. Furthermore, fire release is inherently susceptible to water, let alone a force as potent as ice. The potential damage inflicted by his flames upon such an adversary was uncertain at best. Truly, these elite geniuses from the various ninja villages possess astonishing prowess. With unwavering focus, Zhang Feng dared not relax for a moment. He needed to observe the battle with utmost diligence, gathering ample intelligence to prepare for his own impending confrontation. Already, he had formed a notion regarding the outcome of this clash. Zhang Feng had previously witnessed the devastating power of bloodline limits, a force that belonged to an entirely different realm. Faced with the ice release wielder, Mizuki Chihiro, Zhang Feng had entirely lost hope for Xi's victory, regardless of her being the strongest among the rock ninjas. If Mizuki Chihiro was already this formidable, what might be the capabilities of the Mist Ninja Squad leader, Kirigakure's Suigetsu? Could he possibly surpass Mizuki Chihiro, who possessed ice release? Surely, he couldn't also be blessed with a bloodline limit. As this absurd thought crossed his mind, Zhang Feng's gaze towards the Mist Ninja grew increasingly grave. At that moment, as Mizuki Chihiro unleashed his ice release, a profound transformation enveloped the battlefield. With the emergence of the icy domain, chakra of ice release surged from within Mizuki Chihiro, cascading onto the water's surface beneath him. In an instant, the water was cloaked in a layer of white. An astonishing chill erupted, and within mere moments, the once small marshland had been transformed into a pristine realm of ice. As the ice threatened to engulf his ankles, Ji nimbly leaped upward, narrowly evading the fate of being ensnared by the encroaching frost. However, Mizuki Chihiro would not allow his opponent to escape unscathed. Again, he formed hand seals, and with the activation of his bloodline limit, the intricate sequence of seals was no longer necessary. With just a few swift gestures, the ice release ninjutsu took shape. Ice release, ice spear. As the words left his lips, the once pristine ice surface began to morph. Numerous icy spikes, emanating an ominous chill, erupted from the ice, hurtling toward Ji. who found herself suspended in midair with nowhere to evade. In a desperate attempt to evade the impending onslaught, Ji twisted her body, barely avoiding a fatal strike, but still suffered injuries from the piercing ice. Thud. Losing her balance, Ji crashed heavily onto the ice, creating a shallow crater as blood flowed from her wounds, quickly staining the ice beneath her a vivid crimson. Witnessing her unsteady rise, Zhang Feng shook his head in despair. There was no hope left. At this moment, the situation for Zihong had deteriorated into a predicament, making the prospect of continuing the battle appear futile. It seemed inevitable that defeat was merely a matter of time. However, Zhang Feng was equally perplexed. This Zihong seemed to possess only the abilities of an ordinary chunin. Why would the rock shinobi dispatch such a mediocre individual as their captain, accompanied by two subordinates of merely jin in rank? This level of strength hardly reflected that of the 5 great shinobi villages. As Zhang Feng pondered these inconsistencies, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. Despite the injuries adorning her body, Zihong exhibited no signs of despair. Instead, her excitement intensified. To his astonishment, she revealed her bloodline limit. Who would have thought she possessed such a trump card? Mizuki Tetsu, you truly are a commendable opponent. Yet, if you believe victory is already yours, you are celebrating prematurely. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of my bloodline limit. With that declaration, Zihong clasped her hands together, and a unique chakra began to surge within her. Almost instantaneously, a remarkable transformation took place upon her body. An overwhelming heat radiated from her being, and a molten lava exterior enveloped her, adorned with numerous black speckles, resembling a humanoid magma entity. The lava released chakra mode. As the words left her lips, Zihong was entirely shrouded in molten rock, an unprecedented temperature manifesting on her surface, swiftly melting the ice beneath her feet and converting it into wisps of white vapor. Her injuries had completely healed, and as she gazed at the astonished Mizuki Tetsu, she declared with fervor, "The warm-up is over. This is where the real battle begins." Mizuki Tetsu, let me witness the true might of your ice release. Upon witnessing Zihong's new form, Mizuki Tetsu was taken aback. Who would have thought you two were a wielder of a bloodline limit? No wonder you exude such confidence. Lava release, indeed, a powerful bloodline limit. However, my ice release shall not be outdone. Allow me to showcase the true might of the ice release. With that, Mizuki Tetsu assumed a stance, manipulating the ice beneath him to launch an assault. Ice release, ice flow river. The pristine ice shattered instantly, countless ice crystals coalescing to form a torrent that surged toward Zihong with formidable ferocity. In response to this overwhelming attack, Zihong formed hand seals and then unleashed lava release, lava flow river. A river of molten rock surged forth, meeting the advancing ice flow head-on. Upon their collision, the two opposing elements reacted violently. The intense heat of the lava instantaneously melted and vaporized the ice crystals, filling the arena with a thick white mist. The chill emanating from the ice flow river countered the lava's heat, causing it to cool and solidify into massive black clumps that fell to the ground. In mere seconds, the clash of ninjutsu transformed the battlefield into a canvas of darkness. As the white mist enveloped the air, the audience fell into a profound silence once more. Another bloodline limit had revealed itself. When did bloodline limits become so devalued? How could there be so many? Witnessing the clash between the two, particularly after Ji employed her lava release, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a pang of envy, a profound, unsettling kind of envy. In merely 2 short skirmishes, 3 distinct bloodline limits had already manifested, with the mist, sand, and rock ninja all showcasing their prowess. Only the cloud ninja and Konoha remained conspicuously absent. Zhang Feng was acutely aware of Konoha's predicament. It was a place devoid of any bloodline limit wielders. As for the cloud ninja, observing Yi Wushang's baffled expression, it seemed unlikely they had anything to offer either. Did this imply they had already been outperformed? Having witnessed the might of bloodline limits firsthand, Zhang Feng found himself in a quandary. Initially, he had thought that with his unique techniques and chakra superiority, securing first place would be a mere formality. Yet, now it appeared he had been overly optimistic. Not to mention, facing the ice release of Mizuki or Ji's lava release left him feeling utterly unconfident. Ice release was an absolute counter to his fire release, while the extreme heat of lava release rendered his flames utterly ineffective. As for earth release, his strongest techniques were defensive in nature. How could he possibly secure victory under such circumstances? Should he rely on merely exhausting his opponent's chakra? Such a victory would be utterly undignified. No, I must devise a plan. If only I could procure some special chakra related to bloodline limits for research. As he watched the ongoing battle, an idea sparked in Zheng Feng's mind. Meanwhile, the standoff between the two continued. As time passed, Mizuki began to feel the strain. Sensing the rapid depletion of his chakra, the supply of his ice crystal river gradually waned. And soon the lava river gained the upper hand. His body involuntarily retreated, yet Mizuki gritted his teeth, striving to extract every ounce of chakra within him to conjure more ice crystals, managing just barely to fend off his opponent's assault. Damn, what is the deal with this guy's chakra? There's no sign of exhaustion whatsoever. If this continues, my chakra will be completely depleted. Mizuki found himself perplexed. As a wielder of a bloodline limit, although ice release was immensely powerful, it correspondingly consumed chakra at an exponential rate. Despite his chakra reservoir being far beyond that of an average person, there were still limits. Typically, engaging in battle with ice release would only allow him to last half an hour before his chakra reserves ran dry. Now, in a fierce exchange of powerful techniques, the consumption was even greater, and within just a few minutes, he felt the onset of fatigue. Logically, if his chakra was nearing depletion, his opponent should be in a similar state, especially since both were bloodline limit users. The disparity in chakra levels shouldn't be too vast. Yet, what puzzled him was that after such an extended exchange of powerful techniques, she showed no signs of strain, maintaining an air of effortless control, her chakra output remaining consistent and unwavering. If Mizuki's chakra could be likened to that of an elite chunin, then Ji's chakra had undoubtedly reached the level of a jonin, and given her seemingly unexerted state, it was entirely possible she surpassed even that. In this manner, a significant disparity in chakra reserves emerged between the two individuals, serving as the final straw that tipped the scales against them. Observing the opponent's impending collapse, a flicker of admiration ignited within Z's heart. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. If relying solely on his chakra, he was nearly on par with Mizuki Tetsu. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. Within Z's body resided a formidable ally. Thank you, my companion. Z silently expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. I, too, have not engaged in a serious battle for quite some time. It's the perfect opportunity to warm up. A deep, resonant voice emanated from within Z, gazing inward. He beheld an unfathomable abyss, where a magnificent giant ape, adorned with crimson fur and a fearsome visage, remained in tranquil repose. Its four colossal tails swayed languidly, exuding an aura of contentment, albeit somewhat disrupted by the iron chains that bound it. At this moment, an immense surge of chakra flowed forth from the giant ape, fueling Z's combat prowess. Thanks to this veritable reservoir of chakra, Z exhibited no signs of fatigue even after extensive utilization of his lava release technique. Despite his admiration for Mizuki Tetsu's tenacity, Z had no intention of prolonging the confrontation any further. He resolved to unleash his full strength to secure a definitive victory. With a low growl, Z began to undergo a transformation as the chakra from the giant ape coursed through him. Enveloped in the lava release chakra mode, a mysterious and potent crimson aura gradually enveloped his form. Witnessing this spectacle, Hashirama, who had been observing the duel, exhibited a look of puzzlement. This chakra felt strangely familiar. It dawned on him that it was indeed the chakra of a tailed beast. Clearly, Z had begun to master the power of the tailed beast. What a remarkable young man. However, this development posed a grave danger for his allies, as overcoming Z, the Jinchuriki, would prove to be no trivial task. Hashirama cast a worried glance in the direction of Seek. Following the donning of the tailed beast cloak, Z's power ascended to unprecedented heights, surpassing the threshold of a CH Nin and reaching the realm of a J Nin. As he felt the overwhelming strength surging within him, Z knew he could not afford to hesitate. He unleashed a full-scale assault with the lava release technique. Though this mode augmented his power, the tailed beast cloak's corrosive nature was formidable. Should he fail to conclude the battle swiftly, his rationality would gradually erode, ultimately reducing him to an irrational beast with no hope of recovery. Based on his current condition, Z could only sustain the tailed beast cloak for a mere 3 minutes. With a mindset geared toward a swift resolution, he launched his attack. A tremendous amount of chakra transformed into molten lava, causing the previously modest river of lava to swell exponentially, overwhelming Mizuki Tetsu's icy defenses and converting them into a vast expanse of steam. Feeling the chakra completely depleted, Mizuki Tetsu could only watch helplessly as the molten lava surged towards him, lacking the strength to evade. Am I to perish here? Such bitterness. Despair had enveloped Mizuki Tetsu's heart. As he lay defenseless before the impending doom, Ji, despite any desire to halt the attack, found it too late to retract. Helplessly witnessing his assault gradually engulfing Mizuki Tetsu. In that critical moment, an unexpected movement occurred in the stance. A swift sound sliced through the air, and suddenly, a figure emanating a green glow burst forth, transforming into an arrow that darted towards the arena. Just as the lava was about to reach Mizuki Tetsu, this figure finally arrived before him. With a swift grasp, they sprinted away, vanishing from the spot in an instant. When the two reappeared, they stood behind Ji. All right. It's over. You won this match. Just as Ji pondered the whereabouts of the figure, a voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he was met with Zheng Feng, who had inexplicably entered the arena, glowing green, holding the exhausted Mizuki Tetsu, and smiling at him. When did he arrive? This guy is incredibly fast. Startled by Zheng Feng's displayed speed, Ji's face showed a hint of surprise, soon replaced by excitement. With a fierce determination, he looked at Zheng Feng, yearning for a match, yet understanding that this was not the time for conflict. He relinquished the thought. As he willed it, the cloak of the tailed beast gradually receded, and his body returned to its original state, clearly indicating his intention to refrain from further combat. Observing Ji's demeanor, Zheng Feng smiled at him, then left the exhausted Mizuki Tetsu behind and returned to the stance. The battle concluded with Hashirama's announcement. Rock Ninja, Ji wins. Both combatants returned to their respective teams. Facing the victorious Ji, Noki rarely bestowed a smile, showering him with praise. On the Miss Ninja's side, however, in light of Mizuki Tetsu's defeat, Hozuki Xiaoye remained indifferent, merely instructing him to recuperate before turning away. His teammates, Hozuki Xianyue, clearly dissatisfied with his failure, offered a few perfunctory words of consolation before lapsing into silence, while another teammate seemed solely focused on battle, showing no concern for his companion's plight. Mizuki Tetsu had long grown accustomed to their attitudes, remaining silent and standing still, casually glancing towards the direction of Konoha. He observed Zheng Feng engaging in jovial conversation with his teammates, radiating an aura of harmony. Fixating on Zheng Feng, Mizuki Tetsu etched that visage deeply into his memory. The next match commenced. This time, it was finally Orochimaru's turn to take the stage, facing a ninja from the Sand Village. Zheng Feng was not surprised by the outcome of this battle. Orochimaru was acutely aware of his own prowess. He was, after all, a genuine Seichnin. Conversely, his opponent, based on prior intelligence, was merely a genin. This disparity in strength left Masaki baffled at the prospect of Orochimaru's defeat, unless, of course, the adversary possessed a bloodline limit like several before him. However, the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly slim. Once the combat commenced, the opponent's true capabilities were swiftly revealed. After a brief exchange of tentative moves, the adversary decisively unveiled his hidden card, the puppet technique. As the opponent's form began to disintegrate, revealing the true body concealed within the puppet, Masaki was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his opponent was a puppeteer. Given the solitary nature he had exhibited earlier, it was hardly conceivable. To everyone's astonishment, he had managed to conceal his true self within the puppet, successfully deceiving the onlookers. Just as the two engaged in close combat, the adversary unexpectedly executed his technique, shattering the puppet into dozens of fragments. The sharp tips of the shards glistened with lethal purple poison, and under the deft manipulation of his hands, they surged towards Orochimaru in a surprise attack. Caught off guard, Orochimaru was struck. However, before he could revel in his victory, he watched as Orochimaru transformed into a cloud of smoke, dissipating before him. While the opponent pondered the sudden disappearance of Orochimaru, a familiar voice echoed from beneath him, Earth-style, a heart-severing technique. Hands erupted from the ground, seizing the opponent's ankles with a vice-like grip. With a powerful tug, he was abruptly pulled into the earth. Orochimaru gradually emerged from the ground, observing his adversary, who was now only a head above the surface. In the process of being drawn underground, the opponent had been rendered unconscious, his eyes tightly shut, leaving him entirely devoid of the opportunity to resist. The entire sequence was executed with precision and alacrity. Within a mere minute, the clash had reached its conclusion. Witnessing this, Hashirama wasted no time in declaring the outcome. Orochimaru is the victor. Upon hearing the verdict, Orochimaru swiftly returned to the spectators' stand, joining Masaki and the others. The audience, having witnessed Orochimaru's rapid triumph, exhibited a myriad of expressions. Clearly, his performance had captivated their attention. The seamless execution of his techniques, his calm and rational combat intellect, coupled with his adept application of ninjutsu, coalesced to form a nearly flawless ninja. Though Orochimaru's strength was not the pinnacle, his composure and sagacity were essential qualities of an exceptional ninja. It was evident that he possessed these traits, marking him as a natural-born ninja prodigy. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at this fact. With Orochimaru's auspicious start, Masaki beamed and gave a thumbs up. Well done. Shikumo also approached with congratulations. Orochimaru chuckled, shaking his head. I was fortunate. This opponent was relatively standard. However, you must remain vigilant. Should you encounter a ninja with a bloodline limit, it will surely be a grueling battle. Upon hearing this, both Masaki and Shikumo wore expressions of solemnity. The potency of the bloodline limit was vividly demonstrated in the initial two battles, leaving a profound impression on all present, instilling a sense of uncertainty regarding their ability to conquer such formidable opponents. Neither Masaki nor Shikumo were exceptions to this sentiment. However, there was little they could do but hope that fortune would favor them and that they would not be matched against an adversary possessing a bloodline limit. Lava release? What an impressive lineage. I wonder if I could master it. It seems I must seize an opportunity to inquire with Grandfather Hashirama. Unconsciously placing a hand over his chest, Masaki found himself lost in thought. Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake versus Cloud Ninja, Ruchi. Soon, a voice captured Masaki's attention. Looking down, he noticed that the large screen had revealed the upcoming matchups. Upon seeing his name, Tsukumo turned to his teammate and smiled. Masaki, Orochimaru, I'm off. Victory in this battle shall surely belong to Konoha. From the direction of the Cloud Ninja, upon seeing his opponent, Ruji appeared somewhat exhilarated. Tsukumo Hatake, you seem to be a worthy adversary. Observing Ruji's departing figure, Yaoshan remained silent, his demeanor serious as he scrutinized the two combatants preparing to engage. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Tsukumo, Yaoshan's heart sank. This battle could prove perilous for Ruji. Inside the arena, the two stood facing each other. As the match commenced, Ruji, brimming with fighting spirit, addressed Tsukumo. Tsukumo, I've long heard of your reputation. They say you are Konoha's strongest aside from Masaki, and I am eager to test your mettle. Let us see if the tales of your prowess hold true. Ruji was well aware of Tsukumo's past, having defeated Jiraiya with apparent ease. Having fought against Jiraiya himself, Ruji was acutely aware of his strength, considering him a formidable rival. The fact that such an opponent could not endure long against Tsukumo only heightened Ruji's curiosity. Moreover, given that Tsukumo excelled in taijutsu, the two were perfectly matched in their combat styles. As a master of physical techniques, Ruji relished the visceral nature of close-quarters combat, making Tsukumo an ideal opponent for him. Now fully immersed in battle, Tsukumo had shed his usual gentleness, silently drawing the short blade from behind. A chilling aura emanated from him. His cold gaze fixed unwaveringly upon his foe. Observing Tsukumo assume an aggressive stance, Ruji ceased his banter and prepared to strike. Receive my technique. Thunder slash. The earth beneath them shattered into fragments as Ruji's figure vanished, darting towards Tsukumo like lightning. With his right hand raised high, forming a blade-like gesture, arcs of electricity crackled at the edge of his hand, propelled by an overwhelming force as he slashed towards Tsukumo. Whoosh! Just as the blade approached, Tsukumo vanished from sight, narrowly evading Ruji's assault. Rip! Reappearing to the side, Tsukumo wielded his short blade, the edges enveloped in a blue-white glow of lightning. His formidable control allowing him to infuse the lightning chakra onto the white fang, bestowing it with unparalleled penetrative power. In an instant, the familiar techniques remained, yet their potency had diverged drastically from before. After enduring a period of arduous training, Shuo Mao's swordsmanship had once again been fortified. During the 3 days of rigorous practice in the Death Forest, under the guidance of Zheng Feng, Shuo Mao had further refined his control over chakra, rendering his strength incomparable to what it once was. Sensing the unmatched aura emanating from Shuo Mao, Longji instinctively retreated without a second thought. Having been reprimanded by Tsunade once, Longji was no longer as reckless as he had been. Dodging had become a reflexive response in the face of danger. This was a lesson he had learned at the cost of severe injury. Such a lesson had evidently saved his life. As Longji evaded, a massive black stone loomed behind him, ravaged by Ji's lava release. The magma had solidified upon cooling, endowing the stone with a formidable hardness. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, when Shuo Mao reappeared, he was already behind the colossal boulder. The lightning coursing along the blade of his white-toothed sword gradually dissipated, and the immense stone, struck by Shuo Mao's slash, began to crack slowly down the middle, revealing an impeccably smooth surface within. Witnessing the ease with which this towering stone was cleaved in two, Longji could not help but feel a surge of relief. Thank goodness I dodged swiftly. Reflecting on that recent strike, cold sweat trickled down his spine. Such swift swordsmanship. I couldn't even discern his movements. And that level of chakra control. Capable of condensing lightning chakra to such an extent. Truly a formidable adversary. At that moment, Longji's regard for Shuo Mao reached unprecedented heights. Among all the opponents he had faced, many were adept in sword techniques. Yet he had never encountered anyone who could merge lightning release with swordsmanship to such a degree. Though it was merely a single strike, the murderous intent it embodied was unparalleled, instilling in him a sensation akin to descending into hell. A chill coursed through his body. Coupled with the opponent's astonishing speed, evading the blade became an even more daunting task. Had it not been for his body's instinctive reaction moments ago, escaping would have been nearly impossible. And the blade was not merely swift. Thanks to the highly concentrated lightning release enhancement, it possessed extraordinary penetrative power, exponentially amplifying its lethality. This could be gleaned from the massive stone that had been sliced in two, within what appeared to be a simple stroke. Shuo Mao's mastery of body techniques left Longji in awe. It was a chasm he could not hope to bridge. Realizing this, Longji refused to concede defeat. As a member of the Cloud Ninja, he naturally bore his pride. To surrender so easily was not the way of the Cloud Ninja. Even in death, he would defend the honor of his clan. Fixating his gaze on Shuo Mao, Longji steeled his resolve. His chakra began to boil within him, and in an instant, his body was enveloped in a dense surge of lightning. The tumultuous energy coursed across his form, gradually molding into what appeared to be a suit of armor. The lightning armor flickered erratically, appearing highly unstable, with bolts of electricity intermittently leaping restlessly, incessantly inflicting harm upon Longji's body. Observing Longji's form rapidly drenched in blood from the erratic electrical surges, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Knight Wushang in the stands turned pale. Stop, Longji. This technique is beyond your current capabilities. If you continue, your body will not withstand it. Witnessing Longji's movements, Knight Wushang quickly grasped his intentions. The technique Longji was employing was one he had personally taught him, a secret art created by the first raikage of the Cloud Shinobi, the lightning release chakra mode. By harnessing immense chakra control, the user condenses lightning chakra, enveloping themselves in a protective armor that bestows formidable defense. Due to the stimulating effects of lightning release on the human body, one's physical attributes significantly enhance under its influence. Coupled with the protection of the lightning armor, the practitioner can recklessly charge forward, unleashing tremendous impact and destruction. However, despite its overwhelming power, the difficulty of mastering this secret art is exceedingly high. Among the new generation of Cloud Shinobi, only Knight Wushang has fully mastered it. Although Longji and Sheng had studied under Knight Wushang, their innate talents were limited, leaving them severely deficient in wielding the lightning release chakra mode. Longji's current predicament exemplified this. By forcibly controlling the chakra to coalesce into the lightning armor, the uncontrollable chakra began to inflict harm upon his body, with the restless lightning chakra wreaking havoc within him. Enduring excruciating pain, Longji gritted his teeth, biting down so hard that his gums bled. The beads of sweat on his forehead evaporated into the air before they could even fall. Ignoring Knight Wushang's warnings, Longji fixated on Shikumo with fervent determination, declaring slowly, "Shikumo, this is my final trump card. Let us settle this once and for all. The Cloud Shinobi shall not concede so easily." Sensing Longji's resolute gaze, Shikumo remained silent, bending slightly as he assumed an offensive stance. A piercing sound emanated from his blade as brilliant arcs of lightning began to shimmer, radiating a blinding light even more intense than before. Bolts of lightning flickered beneath his feet, scorching the ground to a charred black. At this moment, Shikumo had infused his leg muscles with lightning chakra, further enhancing his speed. Noticing the grave expression on Shikumo's face, it was evident that Longji's abnormal state had instilled a sense of danger within him. A hint of respect flickered in his eyes, yet he acted without hesitation, launching his attack. At this juncture, Shikumo unleashed his full power, a testament to the utmost respect he could afford such an opponent. With a swift motion, his body vanished in an instant. Soon after, a dazzling bolt of lightning streaked through the air, akin to a genuine flash of lightning, darting towards Longji with unparalleled ferocity. Upon witnessing Shuo Mao's assault, Longji gritted his teeth against the pain and summoned his strength to counterattack. Under the influence of the lightning chakra, his body surged with a terrifying enhancement. At that moment, Longji's speed had increased nearly threefold. Encased in the protective armor of lightning, he resembled a cannonball, hurtling with an unstoppable momentum directly towards the bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, the two forces, concentrated to the utmost, collided violently. Countless arcs of lightning scattered in all directions, reducing the earth to a charred wasteland. In the eye of the storm, two figures finally emerged. Shuamao and Longji passed each other, standing back to back. The white Fang sword in Shuamao's hand flickered with erratic lightning, resembling a dying ember. Portions of his clothing had been pierced by the lightning, and a charred fist imprint marred his chest. A trickle of blood escaped his lips as he gazed down at his wounds. Turning to face the unmoving figure, Shuamao couldn't help but show a glimmer of admiration. What a tenacious spirit. Longji, you are a formidable opponent. Shuamao's words were heartfelt. In that recent clash, his blade had indeed breached Longji's defenses, striking him directly. However, just as Shuamao believed victory was assured, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Severely injured, Longji forcibly activated the lightning chakra mode, enveloping his hands. One hand gripped the dagger embedded in his chest to prevent Shuamao from withdrawing it, while the other swung powerfully towards Shuamao. Unprepared for such a maneuver, Shuamao found himself unable to evade in time, left to witness the impending strike. Fortunately, due to his grave injuries, as Longji's fist connected with Shuamao, his body succumbed to the dual trauma of the knife wound and the lightning chakra, plunging him into unconsciousness, thus allowing Shuamao to narrowly escape disaster. At that moment, Longji was unable to respond to Shuamao's words. Observing the deep, bone-visible wound on Longji's chest and the charred remnants of his body, Shuamao felt a profound respect for his opponent's unwavering resolve. Even in the face of severe injury, he was willing to risk annihilation alongside me. Such admirable tenacity. As he watched Longji being carried away in a state of severe injury, Shuamao was filled with deep reflections. Meanwhile, as Shuamao returned to the stands, Yi Wuxiang clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. He had witnessed their battle in its entirety. Although Longji had been defeated, Yi Wuxiang perceived it as a testament to their raw strength. The fact that Longji could inflict damage upon Shuamao under such dire circumstances was indeed astonishing. However, this left Yi Wuxiang as the sole remaining member of the Yunren team, casting a bleak shadow over their lineup compared to the others. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Wuxiang's expression grew more solemn. Just as the battle between Shuamao and Longji concluded, he finally heard his name called. With a huff, he exerted force beneath him, leaping high into the air like a heavy artillery shell, crashing down upon the arena with a resounding boom. With a thunderous roar, a massive pit materialized, scattering countless fragments of rock in a breathtaking display of force. Standing with arms crossed, Knight Wuxiang's dark skin and imposing physique lent him an aura of formidable strength. Who dares to challenge me? His deep voice resonated with unmatched authority, causing the newly arrived rock ninja to pause in apprehension. Swallowing nervously, he approached Knight Wuxiang, trembling with evident anxiety. Although he too possessed a robust build, the palpable tension surrounding him was unmistakable, prompting a frown from Noki in the stands. Observing his own village's participant and then the elite from other villages, Noki could not help but lament the inadequacy of this generation of rock ninjas. Left with only one Jinchuriki to uphold their honor, it was truly a lamentable situation. The realization that, apart from Suki, the vast Iwagakure had failed to produce a single prodigy struck him hard. Among the soon-to-graduate students, the strongest were these two timid individuals. Comparatively, not only did they fall short against Konoha, but even the Sand Ninjas surpassed them significantly. Witnessing the stark disparity of this new generation ignited a sense of urgency within Noki. Following this exchange event, he resolved to return and implement rigorous educational reforms, determined to uncover at least one genius from the expansive Iwagakure. Despite Suki's remarkable prowess, as a Jinchuriki, Noki felt uneasy allowing him to roam freely, relegating him to a role of mere intimidation. To take proactive measures, the leadership of a talented ninja like Saika was essential. With various thoughts swirling in his mind, Noki had already shifted his focus away from the current battle's outcome. Apart from Suki, he had anticipated the failures of the other two and had mentally prepared for it. As predicted, the moment the battle commenced, the pent-up fury of Knight Wuxiang erupted without restraint. Unleashing the lightning release chakra mode, he donned a tangible armor of lightning, its bolts dancing obediently under his formidable control, a stark contrast to the chaos previously witnessed on Longji. Enhanced by the lightning release, Knight Wuxiang's speed surged dramatically. rivaling even Saika in the 8th gate state, placing him on an entirely different level from the others. In a breathtaking display of velocity, Knight Wushang, encased in his lightning armor, shattered the air with an explosive sound, and in an instant, his fist descended upon his opponent. Without time to react, the forceful blow struck the adversary's chest. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and the opponent was sent hurtling backward for dozens of meters, crashing into the wall with such force that it created a deep crater before finally coming to a halt. As the thick dust settled, the opponent reappeared, a mere shadow of his former self. The upper half of his clothing lay in tatters, revealing a chest that had caved in several inches, with all ribs shattered. Blood pouring from his mouth as he fell into unconsciousness. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated the remnants of life within him. Reclaiming his fist, the lightning armor gradually dissipated. Observing the sheer might of his strike, Yi Wushang let out a heavy sigh, feeling a significant portion of his frustration lift. After his victory was announced, he returned to the stands in silence. The sight of the IWA shinobi's dire state elicited varied expressions from the audience. The faces of Wei Min and Gue Dangxian were noticeably grave, clearly astonished by Yi Wushang's earlier blow. In their eyes, Yi Wushang's tenacity was unparalleled among the crowd. Strong in power, yet equally swift. Coupled with his seemingly formidable armor, he left them with little room to retaliate. What good did it do to possess a bloodline limit if one could not even land a hit at such speeds? Even if one could strike, breaching his defenses was another matter entirely. Moreover, Yi Wushang specialized in taijutsu, which undoubtedly endowed him with extraordinary stamina. Engaging in a war of attrition would be exceedingly unfavorable for them. Contemplating these matters, both men found themselves in a state of vexation. Truly a formidable opponent. On the other side, witnessing Yi Wushang's performance ignited a flicker of rage in Zi's expression, clearly incensed by the injury inflicted upon his comrade. As a member of the IWA Shinobi, Zi held a significant regard for his companions, which was the very reason why he had once chosen to spare two subordinates of lower rank from targeting Zheng Feng. Now, seeing his ally grievously wounded, Zi silently resolved. Yi Wushang, just you wait. Meanwhile, it was Zheng Feng's first time witnessing Yi Wushang in action, and he too was taken aback by the opponent's speed. Such velocity rivaled his own in the 8th gate state, and when combined with formidable strength and defense, it appeared utterly flawless. However, Zheng Feng remained confident. Although Yi Wushang was powerful, he still fell within the realm of his capabilities. Zheng Feng possessed similar strengths, heightening his anticipation for their eventual clash. As Yi Wushang concluded his battle, the next fight invigorated Zheng Feng's spirits. Noticing Gue Dangxian stepping into the arena, Zheng Feng observed with keen curiosity. Having already encountered the strongest individuals from the other ninja villages, he was eager to see what Gue Dangxian would showcase. His expectations were met. In the ensuing moments, as Gue Dangxian faced the IWA shinobi's attacks, his form instantaneously transformed into a stream of water, deftly evading the onslaught. Zheng Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, is this elemental transformation? Such a jutsu exists. He was truly enlightened. Witnessing the various attacks against Gue Dangxian's water transformation technique yield no effect only intensified Zheng Feng's intrigue, igniting a fervent desire to study this technique. At that moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to engage with the opponent, yearning for close observation to uncover the secrets of this water transformation. Should he master such a technique, his survival capabilities would undoubtedly receive a monumental enhancement. As Zheng Feng remained fully absorbed in his observations, the battle in the arena had already drawn to a close. After exhausting all his efforts, the rock ninja found himself utterly drained of chakra, devoid of any strength to resist. At that moment, he beheld the calm approach of Hozuki Ketsuki, who transformed into water. Water release, great water arm technique. In an instant, Ketsuki's right arm swelled with muscle, and with newfound strength, he delivered a powerful punch, sending his opponent crashing into the wall behind him. It was almost a mirror image of the previous encounter, with the rock ninja sustaining injuries strikingly similar to those of his predecessor. Witnessing the plight of his teammate ignited a fierce anger within Z, and his gaze towards Hozuki Ketsuki turned decidedly hostile, returning to the stands with an air of nonchalance. Ketsuki, noticing Z's glare, responded with an amused nod and a broad smile that concealed no trace of mockery. Such strength, and yet they dare to compete? Truly a bunch of inept fools. Ketsuki held the two rock ninjas in utter disdain. The expression on Ketsuki's face incited Z's fury further. Had it not been for Noki's intervention, he might have been compelled to challenge Ketsuki to a duel on the spot. Meanwhile, Zheng Feng observed with keen interest, eager to see if a spontaneous melee would unfold between the two. On the large screen below, the results of the next round of battles were unveiled. Konoha Zheng Feng vs Kirigakure Kagaya Yashiro. Upon hearing his name, Zheng Feng paused momentarily, then let out a soft chuckle. Finally, it's my turn. This must be the final round. It seems I am destined to take the stage last. With a light leap, he descended from the stands, entering the arena. On the opposite side, upon seeing the results, Kagaya Yashiro trembled with exhilaration, an ecstatic laugh escaping her lips. Aha! Now it's my turn to fight. Indu Zheng Feng. What a worthy opponent. Watch as I tear him apart. In the name of Kagaya. Hozuki Ketsuki shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. It appeared that he would not need to intervene. Watching the retreating figure with white hair, Ketsuki felt at ease. He was well aware of Kagaya Yashiro's capabilities. Though she was slightly inferior to him, her bloodline limit made her a formidable adversary. In terms of pure taijutsu, Ketsuki had yet to encounter a peer who could rival Kagaya Yashiro. Even the previously formidable Yuru no Uremi fell short compared to her, and to Ketsuki. Zheng Feng seemed inferior even to Yuru no Uremi. Thus, he felt no cause for concern. Ketsuki held a favorable view of his two teammates in this exchange event, as both possessed bloodline limits, naturally granting them an edge over other ninjas. Although he was quite dissatisfied with Mizunoyuki Tetsu's defeat, he could reluctantly accept it given that the opponent also possessed a bloodline limit. However, Zheng Feng, based on the intelligence gathered, was merely an ordinary civilian ninja, distinctly lacking in any bloodline limit. While rumored to possess the strength of an elite chunin, Ketsuki believed he still fell short when compared to bloodline ninjas. Kagaya Yashiro gracefully leaped into the arena, descending as lightly as a willow catkin, and approached Zheng Feng. Observing her recent display of skill, Zheng Feng felt a sense of clarity wash over him. So you are Zheng Feng, the strongest in Konoha? I hope you can bring me some amusement. Upon hearing the boastful words from his opponent, Zheng Feng did not hold back. Come on, no need for courtesy. Show me your skills. With that, Zheng Feng waved his hand, urging his opponent to attack swiftly. Witnessing Zheng Feng's actions, Kagaya Yayoi revealed a sinister smile, her fervor for battle unmistakable in her eyes. With a hearty laugh, she pointed her fingers at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng found himself perplexed. Wasn't this person a taijutsu ninja? Why was she not engaging him in close combat? What was this peculiar posture? Just as Zheng Feng pondered, the scene that unfolded before him left him utterly dumbfounded. No way. Another bloodline limit. Before Zheng Feng, the tips of Kagaya Yayoi's fingers began to morph ten-finger pierce. Pale bone spikes erupted from her fingertips, detaching from her body like bullets aimed at Zheng Feng. The sharp spikes sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as they pierced into Zheng Feng's body. Thud! A wooden stake, riddled with bone spikes, collapsed, and Zheng Feng had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a voice emerged from behind Kagaya Yayoi. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a flurry of hand movements, Zheng Feng completed the hand seals in less than a second, a speed that made the onlooker's eyes widen in astonishment. The swiftness of his hand seals was utterly remarkable. A colossal fireball, towering 5 meters high, erupted forth, its fiery orange flames seemingly igniting the air itself, delivering a terrifying heat that struck true. The massive flames ignited, raising the temperature within the enclosed Death Tower several degrees, sending waves of heat even to the spectators above. Yu Wushang stood with arms crossed, his expression grave. This temperature was beyond that of ordinary flames. The potency of this individual's fire release was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Guizhong Xuanyue's complexion shifted dramatically, revealing a tumult of emotions. If it were mere flames, his water release could still counter it, but at Zheng Feng's level, the dynamic of their elemental relationship would be reversed. If he attempted to confront Zheng Feng with his water transformation technique, he would likely be evaporated in an instant by that fire release. At that moment, Guizhong Xuanyue could no longer afford to underestimate Zheng Feng. Given the latter's exceptional fire release, its power rivaled that of certain bloodline limits, effectively countering his own water techniques. This meant that in the face of Zheng Feng, Guizhong Xuanyue would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Realizing this, Guizhong Xuanyue's expression grew increasingly grim. Observing his opponent engulfed in flames, Zheng Feng remained vigilant. After all, she was a bloodline ninja, and one could never be too cautious. To be safe, Zhang Feng decisively opened the 8 gates. With the first gate unlocked, his chakras surged, doubling in strength and enhancing his speed. Feeling the chakra within him ebb and flow with newfound control, Zhang Feng wasted no time and began forming hand seals once more. Thud! Waves of azure smoke dispersed as Zhang Feng conjured numerous shadow clones, scattering them around the flames. Just as he prepared to unleash another great fireball attack, a hazy figure surged forth from within the inferno. Upon glimpsing the form of his adversary, Zhang Feng gasped in astonishment. Was this still a human? At that moment, Kagaya Yayoi had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her body was enveloped by bones protruding from within, interwoven in a ghastly display that formed a suit of skeletal armor upon her surface. Even Zhang Feng's great fireball only managed to scorch the exterior of this armor, leaving it unable to penetrate and reach her true form. It was then that he comprehended the nature of her bloodline limit. She possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate her bones at will, allowing them to break through her skin and serve as weapons in combat. The hardness of these bones appeared to surpass that of ordinary steel weapons, rendering her bloodline limit both offensively and defensively formidable, a natural fit for a taijutsu ninja. Moreover, the sheer volume of bones she could generate without sustaining any injury indicated an impressive regenerative capability, one that even Zhang Feng found himself in awe of. Perhaps only after his cell enhancement technique reached its pinnacle could he hope to attain such an extraordinary self-healing power. Tsuki no Mai. With a fierce cry, Kagaya Yayoi's palms sprouted 2 white bone spikes that transformed into bone swords, swinging toward Zhang Feng. Eager to test her prowess, Zhang Feng charged forth, armed with kunai to engage her in battle. Initially, he believed that, based on his own mastery of taijutsu, he could at least hold his ground. However, he soon realized the depths of his folly. Within just a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage, as he felt the relentless onslaught of her attacks. Akin to a tempest, Zhang Feng was filled with regret. He had not anticipated that her taijutsu would be so exquisitely refined. Her combat techniques incessantly targeted his vital points, each move imbued with lethal intent, as if she were born solely for the art of carnage. Coming to terms with the fact that he was no match for her in taijutsu, Zhang Feng decisively retreated, leveraging his newfound speed to create distance. Concealed among his numerous clones, he began to ponder his next course of action. This adversary's bloodline limit seemed expressly designed for taijutsu. Coupled with her remarkable combat skills, it was evident that defeating her through mere physical prowess would be an insurmountable challenge. Zhang Feng contemplated employing a strategy similar to his previous encounter with Shuomo, relying solely on the activation of the 3rd gate, capitalizing on his speed to counter her. However, Kagaya Yayoi's bloodline limit bestowed upon her formidable defensive capabilities. And with her ability to freely manipulate her bones, Zhang Feng was loath to risk a close encounter where he might be pierced by her suddenly emerging bone spikes. Engaging in a battle of taijutsu against such an opponent was undoubtedly unwise. It appeared that he would have to rely on ninjutsu. Zhang Feng's mind was already formulating a plan. After the previous skirmish, he recognized that he was no match for her in physical combat. Therefore, he intended to adopt a different strategy moving forward. Although her ability to generate bones was immensely powerful, it must also possess corresponding weaknesses. Zhang Feng observed that throughout the battle, she had exclusively employed taijutsu, never once resorting to ninjutsu. Did this imply something significant? Was it possible that she lacked the ability to perform ninjutsu? Upon contemplating this, Zhang Feng swiftly devised a strategy. Everyone, disperse and unleash fire techniques. Having issued his command, Zhang Feng immediately retreated, his hands moving rapidly to form seals once more. Subsequently, a colossal fireball erupted forth with a resounding roar. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous clones nearly completed their seals simultaneously. Within the blink of an eye, dozens of massive fireballs surged towards Kagaya Miya. Zhang Feng's ninjutsu enveloped the area from all directions, leaving Kagaya Miya with no avenue of escape. Faced with this predicament, he gritted his teeth, channeling the full power of his skeletal lineage. Thickening the bone armor on his body, he then chose a direction and propelled himself forward, evidently intent on forcibly breaking through the encirclement of ninjutsu. He collided directly with the oncoming fireballs, and the deafening explosions reverberated throughout the arena, a torrent of heat rolling in once again. Yet, this was not the end. Subsequent fireballs cascaded in succession, joining the conflagration before him. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions lit up the vast arena, flames soaring high into the sky. The concentrated inferno enveloped a significant portion of the arena, compelling Zhang Feng and his clones to retreat to the periphery for safety. Before him loomed a towering inferno. Several meters high, its vibrant orange exterior concealing searing temperatures within. The air surrounding the flames warped under the intense heat, as if merely gazing upon it would result in searing burns. At that moment, Kagayamiya found himself at the very heart of the flames. If Zhang Feng's assumption held true, that his opponent possessed no ninjutsu, then he would have to endure it with his body. Yet, Zhang Feng pondered who could withstand such extreme temperatures solely through physical fortitude. Nevertheless, this was not sufficient. Feeling a twinge of unease, Zhang Feng formed seals once more. Fire style, accelerating technique. This was a minor ninjutsu he had devised while practicing the transformation of fire attributes, designed solely to modify the initially expelled fireball into a continuous stream of flame, to compensate for the interruption caused by insufficient lung capacity. Zhang Feng had tailored this technique to be executed through his hands, allowing for unbroken output while enabling directional and angular adjustments, remarkably convenient indeed. Employing this technique, Zhang Feng and his numerous clones continuously fueled the flames before them, preventing the fire from extinguishing naturally, as long as his chakra was sufficient. This technique could be unleashed without end. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the great fire blazed for over 10 minutes, sustained by Zhang Feng's relentless support before it gradually began to wane. At this sight, the spectators' gazes towards Zhang Feng shifted, filled with a newfound intensity. This individual's chakra was astonishingly formidable. Could he truly maintain such prolonged ninjutsu without fatigue? From the Sand Ninja's perspective, Wei Min regarded Zhang Feng with a look of profound astonishment. To him, Zhang Feng's chakra seemed almost otherworldly, even in his current state. He would likely concede in terms of chakra capacity. However, as a member of the Bloodline Ninja, his chakra was inherently elevated above that of ordinary individuals, lest he be unable to sustain the consumption of magnetic techniques. However, it was truly perplexing for Zhang Feng, as a mere civilian ninja, to possess such an exaggerated amount of chakra. On the other hand, the expression on Ghost Lantern Xinyue's face grew increasingly grim. The sheer potency of the fire release was already formidable, and coupled with such a chakra reserve, Zhang Feng resembled a walking arsenal of ninjutsu. Moreover, considering the speed he had previously displayed while rescuing Mizuki, Ghost Lantern Xinyue was astonished to find himself feeling somewhat at a loss against Zhang Feng, a sensation he had never experienced before. With a shadowed gaze, he began contemplating a strategy. Knight Wushang maintained his usual demeanor. Having witnessed Zhang Feng's prowess, his fighting spirit intensified, and he was eager to engage in battle with Zhang Feng. This young man's chakra was indeed extraordinary, were it not for the absence of any tailed beast's aura emanating from him. Knight Wushang might have assumed he was also a Jinchuriki. Within Z's body, having established a preliminary trust, the Four Tails could now perceive the external world through Z's eyes. Upon observing Zhang Feng's display, it too was taken aback by his remarkable chakra. However, when it came to fire release, Z felt no need for concern. The power of lava release surpassed that of fire release. Even that earlier little brat who wielded ice release could perfectly counter his fire techniques. Z's thoughts mirrored this sentiment. And upon witnessing Zhang Feng's fire release, a sense of disappointment washed over him. If this was all there was to it, then the encounter promised little excitement. Gazing at Zhang Feng's silhouette, Z silently pondered. As the great fire gradually extinguished, Zhang Feng's curiosity was piqued. Having expended nearly half of his chakra to conjure the flames, he truly doubted anyone could withstand them. In the heart of the blaze stood a charred wall, approximately 2 meters high. Under the relentless scorching of the intense flames, the wall had been nearly obliterated. Its surface was riddled with numerous fine cracks, appearing precariously unstable. Zhang Feng tentatively hurled a shuriken at the wall. As expected, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds, the towering wall promptly collapsed. With a glimmer of anticipation, Zhang Feng looked on, only to be met with disappointment. There was nothing inside. No one. How could this be? Had the opponent been reduced to ashes? Just as this thought emerged, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath Zhang Feng's feet. Early fern dance. Pale bone spines suddenly erupted from the earth, swiftly thrusting towards Zhang Feng. Simultaneously, identical bone spines attacked his myriad shadow clones. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng leaped back onto the wall, chakra adhering to his feet as he firmly balanced himself atop it. However, his shadow clones lacked his reflexes and were swiftly pierced, dissipating into white mist. Gazing at the forest of bone spines below, Zhang Feng fell into contemplation. How had this fellow escaped? Could he have used earth release? That shouldn't be possible. Perplexed, Zhang Feng cast his gaze once more at the center of the collapsed wall. As the bone spikes scattered around, Remnants of the area were cleared, revealing an entrance that had been previously obscured. With this revelation, Zhang Feng began to comprehend the situation. This individual had tunneled their way to freedom. Recognizing the opponent's strategy, Zhang Feng could not help but admire Kagayamiya's response. A new thought then surged forth, this bloodshed. It seems quite effective for excavation. As Zhang Feng's mind raced, the ground beneath him erupted with a deafening crack. In an instant, Kagayamiya, wielding a colossal spiral bone spike, burst forth, lunging fiercely towards Zhang Feng. The iron wire flower dance. The spiral bone spike resembled a gigantic drill, its ivory-like structure radiating a jade-like quality, instantly conveying its formidable hardness. With terrifying penetrating power, it pierced Zhang Feng's chest, simultaneously breaching the wall behind him, sending a cascade of debris tumbling down. Seeing the success of this strike, a smile crept onto Kagayamiya's face, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. After enduring Zhang Feng's fire release, she had expended a considerable amount of chakra to erect a formidable bone wall. Yet, even that could not withstand the searing heat of Zhang Feng's flames, which threatened to turn her into ash. In a moment of desperation, Kagayamiya had to take a risk, employing the yet unmastered early fern dance, commanding her body to sprout numerous bone spikes that plunged into the earth, swiftly creating an escape route. Subsequently, she controlled the bone spikes to eliminate Zhang Feng's clone. Upon discerning the location of Zhang Feng's true form, Kagayamiya poured every ounce of her chakra into her ultimate attack, the iron wire flower dance, ultimately determining the outcome of the battle. However, before she could revel in her triumph, the situation shifted once again. With a sly smile directed at her opponent, Zhang Feng's visage began to melt away, his entire being transforming into soil, collapsing helplessly to the ground. A clay clone. This individual could actually manipulate earth. Kagayamiya, taken aback by Zhang Feng's ruse, sought to evade once more, but her chakra reserves were utterly depleted, greatly diminishing her speed and leaving her unable to counter Zhang Feng's assault. Beneath her, amidst a thicket of bone spikes, one suddenly emitted white smoke before vanishing. Zhang Feng reappeared before the onlookers, just moments prior, as Kagayamiya initiated her early fern dance. Zhang Feng had already devised a countermeasure. He had first created a clay clone to act in his stead, while his true form transformed into a bone spike, seamlessly blending into the surroundings, effectively deceiving all present. Zhang Feng had his reasons for employing a clay clone. After all, the tactile sensation of shadow clones during an attack felt distinctly different. To induce complacency in his opponent, a tangible clay clone proved to be a far superior choice. And indeed, Kagayamiya had fallen for the ruse with ease. To be cautious, Zhang Feng refrained from engaging in close combat and began to weave hand seals once more. Earth release, earth spike. Suddenly, sharp stone spikes erupted from the wall before Kagayamiya, driving straight towards his chest. With a resounding crack, the stone spikes shattered into two pieces. In the wake of this impact, Kagayamiya spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground, his eyes glazing over as he lost consciousness. Exposed to the air was a white bone armor covering his chest. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng immediately understood. The reason the previous stone spikes failed to pierce through his body was likely due to the protection offered by this armor. Although this seemed somewhat reckless, his nature was unexpectedly cautious. This revelation shifted Zhang Feng's perception of Kagayamiya. However, this realization bore no consequence. With the opponent now unconscious, the battle came to an end. Zhang Feng declared the match concluded with a triumphant voice, and looking at Zhang Feng, the smile on Hashirama's face was unrestrained. Hashirama had observed Zhang Feng's performance throughout the fight and could not be more pleased with him. Calm, rational, astonishingly quick to react, skillfully utilizing ninjutsu, and demonstrating remarkable combat intelligence, such performance epitomized the pinnacle of what a ninja could achieve. Under the same conditions, even Hashirama himself would not have fared better. As Zhang Feng returned to the stands and glanced at the list in his hand, Hashirama spoke solemnly. There remains one final contestant yet to compete. I will draw from the victorious participants, and if this contestant prevails, they will advance to the next round. Only one participant from the Sand Ninja remained untested. Aware of the collective gaze upon him, this lower-ranked ninja possessed enough self-awareness to decisively raise his hand in forfeiture. It was absurd to think he could triumph over those who had already won. Each one of them was a nin, and how could a mere Jinin hope to succeed? Wouldn't that be a disgrace? Realizing this, he chose to forego the match without hesitation. Hashirama, seeing this, was unsurprised. At this point, the third round of assessments had concluded entirely. After 7 battles, the victors had been determined. Sand Ninja, Waimon, Rock Ninja, Z, Mist Ninja, Ghost Lantern Xianwei, Cloud Ninja. Yi Wushang, Leaf Village, Orochimaru, Leaf Village, Hataki Sakumo, Leaf Village, Duanmu Zhengfeng. Among the 7 victors, aside from the 4 strongest from the major ninja villages, the others had been eliminated. The fact that all representatives from Konoha had passed undoubtedly drew the attention of everyone present. Though the other contestants harbored resentment over Konoha's 3 successful participants, having witnessed all the matches, they had no grounds for complaint. Aside from Orochimaru's fortunate encounter with a lower-ranked opponent, the other 2 faced formidable adversaries. Not to mention Kagaya Mayoi, who battled Zhengfeng. His prowess as a wielder of the corpse bone path was evident to all, placing him among the elite competitors. The confrontation between RG and Kiki Sakumo was no less impressive, although not as formidable as Kagaya Yayoi. His mastery of lightning release chakra mode left the onlookers in awe. Coupled with his remarkable willpower, he garnered immense respect from the crowd. They had little to contest, resigned to the notion that they would face off against the 3 in the next round. At this moment, the proctor, Hashirama, once again made his announcement. The current round of assessments had concluded, and the final round would take place in 2 weeks. During this interval, the participants who secured a spot in the finals would have their accommodation and travel expenses fully covered by Konoha. Furthermore, I shall escort everyone to the venue for the finals tomorrow. This arena will boast seating for 20,000 spectators. Konoha will broadcast the details of the finals across the entire shinobi world, inviting all interested parties to attend. This splendid idea originated from Masaharu. If the aim was to host a grand event, a coliseum capable of accommodating such a vast audience was undoubtedly essential. Moreover, once established, the ticket prices for those wishing to witness the spectacle would yield astronomical profits. To this end, Masaharu elaborated on the concepts of general admission and VIP seating to Tobarama, highlighting the stark contrast in ticket pricing between the two. One must not underestimate the affluent individuals of any era. Their willingness to invest in such experiences far exceeded common expectations. Upon hearing Masaharu's proposal, Tobarama's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he readily concurred. His keen insight allowed him to recognize the immense revenue this arena could generate for Konoha. The previous venue, which could accommodate only 1,000 or 2,000, had been mentally dismissed. This was a clash among the next generation of prodigies within the shinobi world, and given their talents and potential, they would undoubtedly become influential figures in the years to come. Who would not be intrigued by a duel between such future luminaries? Once this news was disseminated, a multitude of spectators would surely converge. In response to Hashirama's words, the assembly expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement. Although 2 weeks might seem a considerable stretch, it provided ample time for the injured to recuperate before attending the culminating event. Moreover, the participants had gleaned information about one another during this round, necessitating time for contemplation regarding their forthcoming strategies, which offered them no detriment. With that, Hashirama announced the disbandment of the assembly, informing everyone that they would be contacted regarding the finals location the following day before departing. Exchanging glances, the group dispersed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Masaharu and his companions made their way homeward. That evening, unable to contain his excitement, Masaharu knocked on the door of the Senja residence. A groggy Tsunade rubbed her eyes and opened the door. Upon recognizing Masaharu, she instantly perked up, joyfully approaching him. Her rosy cheeks glowed with a charming hue, rendering her particularly enchanting. "Masaharu, what brings you to my home at such a late hour?" she inquired, her demeanor slightly bashful as she fidgeted with her clothing, appearing somewhat flustered. At this moment, Zhengfeng, preoccupied with his thoughts, evidently overlooked a particular detail and promptly expressed his intent. "Tsunade, is grandfather Hashirama home? I have something to discuss with him." Tsunade's petite face instantly fell, her expression darkening as she glared at him. Great-grandfather is asleep in his room. After uttering this, she disregarded him entirely and turned to leave. "Wait, Tsunade. Please take me to meet grandfather Hashirama." In the Senju estate, within Hashirama's chamber, the newly awakened couple was roused by Tsunade's call. Upon learning that Zhengfeng had arrived, they stifled their drowsiness and invited him inside. Observing Tsunade's irritated departure, Zhengfeng scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong with Tsunade? Did something happen today to upset her? Not at all. She even visited the casino today and had a splendid time. Hashirama appeared equally perplexed. Only the observant Uzumaki Mido discerned the situation and, casting a disapproving glance at the bewildered Zhengfeng, remarked, "Zhengfeng, you two have been apart for so long, and Tsunade has been eager to see you." Now that you're here without seeking her out first, it's no wonder she is upset. You should go find her and apologize." Upon hearing Mito's explanation, Zhang Feng's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him, and he sheepishly scratched his head. "I apologize, Mito. I was in a rush to find Grandfather Hashirama and momentarily forgot." Intrigued by his words, Hashirama looked at him and inquired, "Zhang Feng, what is it you wish to discuss with me?" Zhang Feng then elaborated on his purpose. After witnessing the might of the Kekkei Genkai, he had developed a curiosity about such powers. Particularly, he felt a sense of uncertainty regarding opponents like Shi, who wielded the lava release that countered his fire release. This prompted Zhang Feng to embark on a study of Kekkei Genkai, hoping to develop his own within the next fortnight to stand against them. His visit was to seek Hashirama's insights on how he awakened his wood release and the essence of Kekkei Genkai. Understanding this, combined with a certain item in Jinfeng's possession, would bolster his confidence in achieving success. After listening to Zhang Feng's ambitions, Hashirama's gaze reflected astonishment. This young man, at such a tender age, harbored such aspirations? Reflecting on his own youth, he remembered being engrossed in the rudimentary practices of water and earth release, scarcely recalling what a Kekkei Genkai even resembled. Though the training was arduous, he mused that he had not reached Zhang Feng's level of determination to immediately delve into the study of Kekkei Genkai right after completing assessments was a level of diligence he had never possessed. With this thought, Hashirama's expression softened as he regarded Zhang Feng. After a moment of contemplation, he began to share his perspective on Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai typically arises from the fusion of two distinct chakra natures. For instance, my wood release is a synthesis of water and earth techniques. Once a Kekkei Genkai is manifested, this unique ability becomes ingrained in your bloodline, thereby being inherited by your descendants. However, there are exceptions. Certain unique bloodline limits have diverse formation processes. For instance, the magnetic release you witnessed today, as well as the corpse bone pulse, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, all represent special phenomena. To this day, there is little basis for understanding how these bloodlines were formed, so there is no need for you, Zhang Feng, to concern yourself with this matter. Now that you wish to develop your own bloodline, you should focus on the first method, merging two types of chakra to give birth to a new chakra attribute. The purple bloodline you observed today appears promising. Its properties seem to relate to both fire and earth attributes. It just so happens that you excel in these two forms of ninjutsu, yet regrettably, you lack the chakra for the lava release to study, which would serve as a beneficial reference for you. After meticulously explaining the information regarding bloodline limits, Hashirama then began to share his experiences awakening the wood release. Zhang Feng, however, found himself utterly perplexed by Hashirama's explanations, as he could not comprehend them at all. According to Hashirama, he awakened his wood release at the age of 15. At that time, he was diligently training and, during his practice of ninjutsu, inadvertently fused two techniques, thus forming the wood release. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without a hint of obstruction. Even now, Hashirama does not understand how it occurred. The wood release simply manifested within him naturally. Over the years, he has attempted to guide other members of the Senju clan, including his direct descendants, but none have succeeded in awakening the wood release. After hearing Hashirama's account, Zhang Feng felt utterly helpless. The experience he shared was as good as saying nothing at all. Awakening what is hailed as the foremost wood release in the ninja world under such ignorance, Zhang Feng could only conclude that Hashirama was extraordinarily fortunate. Nonetheless, this revelation was of little assistance to him. Fortunately, he had a plan in reserve. He retrieved a pre-prepared scroll from his bosom and presented it to Hashirama. Mito, observing the scroll, gazed at it with curiosity. A sealing scroll. What have you sealed within it, Zhang Feng? With a grin, Zhang Feng did not conceal the scroll's origins and shared the story with both of them. During the earlier battle between Mizuki and Murasaki, upon witnessing the lava release for the first time, Zhang Feng had made a resolute decision. This item is fated to be mine. He was immensely envious of Murasaki's lava release, feeling an instinctive connection to this bloodline limit. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a particular anime he had watched in his previous life. Was this not akin to the magma fruit of that world? Contemplating the destructive power demonstrated by that fruit in that realm, Zhang Feng felt an insatiable eagerness. If only I could possess the lava bloodline, what a magnificent scene that would be. It is no exaggeration to say that upon first witnessing this bloodline, Zhang Feng had already envisioned an array of techniques in his mind. Thus, just as Mizuki was about to be engulfed by the lava release, the impatient Zhang Feng seized the opportunity to enter the fray, decisively opening the 8 gates and rushing forward to rescue him. Subsequently, he brought Mizuki to safety behind Murasaki. Taking advantage of the moment when others were distracted, he executed a sealing technique with one hand, capturing a portion of the opponent's chakra and sealing it within a scroll he carried. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on Mizuki Tetsu, who had narrowly escaped death. And thus, Saika's actions went unnoticed. After hearing Saika's account, the two were left utterly speechless, staring at him in astonishment. After a long pause, Hashirama slowly raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. Now that we have a sample, things will be much easier. Saika unsealed the scroll, releasing the chakra contained within. Observing the deep crimson chakra in Saika's hand, Mito examined it curiously. This chakra belongs to the Four Tails. I can sense its presence. At that moment, the Nine Tails, which had been resting within Mito, seemed to sense something and abruptly awoke. Hearing the Nine Tails' words, Mito exclaimed in surprise, "Are you saying this is the chakra of the Four Tails?" Hashirama was equally astonished by Mito's revelation. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled, "Oh right. I remember seeing this lad utilizing tailed beast chakra, but I didn't pay much attention and forgot about it." He shot a disapproving glance at his companion. "Fool. Weren't you the one who personally captured the tailed beast? How could you not notice this?" In response, Hashirama could only offer an awkward smile. Gazing at the chakra in his hand, Saika felt a sense of wonder. So, Purple is a Jinchuriki? No wonder he possesses such an abundance of chakra. Reflecting on Purple's previous displays, Saika finally grasped the situation. It was likely that his ability to wield lava release stemmed from the Four Tails. I remember during my battle with the Four Tails, he seemed to utilize lava release. Hashirama gradually recalled, his expression one of realization. What? Upon hearing this, Saika's heart sank with envy. This fellow was exceedingly fortunate. With the assistance of a tailed beast, it meant an inexhaustible supply of chakra, along with the bonus of a Kekkei Genkai. What a stroke of luck. Noticing Saika's covetous expression, Mito understood his thoughts immediately. She lightly tapped his forehead, admonishing him. Stop dwelling on useless thoughts. Instead, focus on studying the chakra in your hands. Relying on a tailed beast is less dependable than cultivating your own strength. Rubbing his forehead, Saika gradually adjusted his mindset upon hearing Mito's reprimand. Grandma Mito is right. While becoming a Jinchuriki is indeed a shortcut, it remains an external force. If that power were to fail or vanish one day, he would be left vulnerable, a reality he found hard to accept. Contemplating Purple's situation. If he were to lose the aid of the tailed beast, his lava release would also fade, leaving his strength in question. If Purple, with the tailed beast's support, possessed the prowess of an elite Chunin or even a Jonin, without it, he might only measure up to an average Chunin. Although he was considered above average among Saika and the others, he would still fall short compared to the most exceptional geniuses like Saika. Understanding this, Zheng Feng felt no envy. Holding the chakra in his hands, he resolved to diligently study its composition in order to uncover the mysteries of lava release. Yet, he remained at a loss regarding how to conduct his analysis. Therefore, Zheng Feng sought counsel from the two companions. Upon hearing his dilemma, both displayed expressions of concern. Mito had little expertise in this area and could not offer assistance, while Hashirama was even less adept at chakra research and was utterly perplexed by the matter. In a moment of inspiration, Hashirama recalled a certain individual. Indeed, he could consult Tobarama, who had always shown a keen interest in research. And surely he would possess the answers Zheng Feng sought. Subsequently, Hashirama instructed Mito to rest and led Zheng Feng to Tobarama's chamber. At that moment, Tobarama had just returned home, weary from his official duties, and was about to enjoy a well-deserved respite when Hashirama burst through the door. Intrigued by Hashirama's account, Tobarama gestured for Zheng Feng to present the chakra for closer examination. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Tobarama shook his head. I have little understanding of bloodline limits, so I fear I may not be of much help. Just as Zheng Feng felt a wave of disappointment, Tobarama spoke again. However, there is another approach. You could use this chakra as a reference and study the fusion of fire and earth attributes. At the very least, that would provide you with a direction. After a brief pause, Tobarama continued, this time with a tone of consolation. Yet, Zheng Feng, do not become too fixated on bloodline limits. I too attempted this in the past, but no matter what I did, I could not awaken it. The success of developing a bloodline limit often hinges on luck, and those who achieve it are exceedingly rare. Tobarama's words resonated deeply with him. Throughout his decades as a ninja, aside from clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, who were naturally endowed with bloodline limits, there were scarcely any who could develop them solely through their own efforts. While it may appear that many possess bloodline limits at exchange meetings, abilities like Mizuki's Ice Release and Kagaya's Shikatsumiyaku are akin to the Sharingan, relying on hereditary lineage for transmission. As for Ji, his Lava Release was derived from the Four Tails. If one were to truly rely on their own capabilities to develop a bloodline limit, it might only be the case of that Sand Ninja, women. It is known that this group comprises the pinnacle of genius within the ninja world, with only women successfully developing his own bloodline limit, illustrating the formidable challenge involved. Zheng Feng acknowledged Tobarama's advice verbally, yet resolutely made up his mind internally. The Lava Release bloodline was his goal. Wasn't it merely a matter of chakra fusion? He would not shy away from failure. If one attempt failed, he would try again, and if two failed, he would persist until he succeeded. Regardless of the challenges, he refused to believe he could not unlock the secrets of Lava Release. Resolute, he planned to commence his training after observing the finals the following day. As he rose to bid farewell, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to halt in his tracks. Amidst the awkwardness, the two exchanged a fleeting smile before quietly approaching Tsunade's chamber. Inside, she cradled a plush bear, nearly her height, pouting in irritation as she fiercely struck it with her fists. That foolish Shinfeng. It's been so long, yet he hasn't come to find me. Just wait until I turn you into a pig's head. Seething in solitude, she glared at the toy, a birthday gift from Shinfeng a few months prior, her anger flaring anew as she delivered 2 more punches to the bear. Thud, thud, thud. Outside, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Who is it? Tsunade, it's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, a smile instinctively graced Tsunade's lips, only to be replaced by a frown as she recalled something. What do you want? Thanks to the reminder from Uzumaki Mido, Shinfeng had anticipated Tsunade's reaction. Unfazed, he had already devised a plan. Clearing his throat, he explained, well, tomorrow happens to be Shuma's birthday, and I was pondering what to gift him. After some thought, I realized he has yet to visit a casino. How about we go together tomorrow after I return? At this, Tsunade's eyes sparkled, her anger dissipating significantly. She sprang up to open the door, her cheeks flushed with excitement. A casino? Are you serious, Shinfeng? He nodded with a smile. He was well aware of Tsunade's penchant for such activities, although her youthful indulgence in drinking and gambling might be deemed inappropriate. He had grown accustomed to it over the past year. To cheer her up, appealing to her interests was undoubtedly a wise approach. As for Shuma's birthday, that was merely a fabrication to provide a plausible excuse to entice Tsunade out. Given her prideful nature, she would likely refuse a direct invitation. Using Shoma as a diversion was a clever tactic. After confirming the time, Shinfeng departed from Tsunade's residence. Upon returning home, Tsunade's earlier joy faded into calmness as she reflected on Shinfeng's clumsy performance, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. That fool. The following day, Shinfeng was roused early by a series of knocks. Shinfeng, Lord Hashirama is waiting for you at the village's main gate. The voice jolted him awake, reminding him that today was the day to inspect the duel grounds. He hurriedly donned his attire and washed his face before stepping out of his home. Upon arrival, he found that everyone else had already gathered, their eyes casting discontented glances in his direction. Maintaining his composure, Shinfeng displayed no reaction. It was not his fault they had arrived early, nor was he late. There was nothing to feel embarrassed about. Seeing that everyone was assembled, Hashirama, who had arrived at some point, nodded to the group. Since we're all here, let us proceed. With that, he took the lead, striding confidently ahead. Without dissent, they followed suit, and after more than half an hour of walking, Hashirama came to a halt at the foot of a great mountain, 10 miles from Konoha. Raising his gaze to the towering peak before him, which spanned over 100 miles and soared several hundred meters high, he was struck by a sense of grandeur. This was the highest mountain near Konoha, its barren slopes devoid of vegetation, leaving no trace of life to survive in this desolate expanse. Nodding in satisfaction, Hashirama turned to the group and declared, "We have arrived. This will be the venue for the finals in 2 weeks." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, falling into a moment of silence. After a while, Anoki could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Lord Hashirama, there is nothing here. Where's the venue for the finals?" Even among the crowd, Kazekage's expression mirrored that of confusion. As the proponent of this suggestion, he had not inquired further after Hashirama adopted his idea, yet he found himself bewildered by the current circumstances. Did Hashirama perhaps misremember this place as a competition venue? All that was here was a towering mountain. Were they truly expected to compete atop it? What of the audience? What about ticket sales? Would Konoha forfeit its income? A flurry of questions surged through Kazakage's mind, leaving him perplexed by the situation. Noticing the collective bewilderment, Hashirama broke into a smile, but his demeanor transformed in an instant. The gentle aura he exuded vanished, replaced by a formidable presence unlike anything Kazakage had ever encountered. His long hair seemed to sway without the whisper of wind. And an overwhelming force, akin to a vast ocean, pressed down upon everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. I apologize, everyone, but the village has limited space and cannot accommodate such a large area. Thus, I must personally construct the venue for the finals. Before they could fully comprehend his words, Hashirama had already taken action. Wood release, wooden man technique. With a clap of his hands, an unimaginable surge of chakra erupted from within him, flooding into the ground. Crack, crack. The earth began to tremble, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it collapsed. Soon, a colossal wooden head emerged from the depths below, followed by its shoulders, body, and legs. As the earth ceased its quaking, a towering wooden figure, hundreds of meters tall, rose majestically from the ground. In awe, they all gazed upward, their eyes fixated on the forehead of the wooden giant. There stood Senja Hashirama. Witnessing this monumental wooden figure, akin to a mountain, stirred a tempest of emotions within the onlookers. This was their first encounter with the true form of the legendary wood release, hailed as the mightiest in the ninja world. Although they had seen Hashirama utilize wood release for construction prior to the assessment, its full power had yet to be unveiled. Now, they finally beheld the genuine might of wood release. Despite having heard of its renown, the scene before them left them utterly speechless. This was the strength of the god of ninja. Indeed, he is truly the man who quelled the chaos of the world. Feeling the suffocating aura emanating from him, the crowd fell momentarily silent, including Zhengfeng. This was his first encounter with the formidable power of Hashirama. Although he had often heard tales of the god of ninjas and his incredible strength, those accounts were mere hearsay. Witnessing it firsthand left Zhengfeng utterly astounded. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the mountainous wooden figure standing before them, Hashirama gazed upon the towering peak, his chakra surging anew. In the hands of the wooden giant, a wooden long sword gradually materialized. Gripping the sword tightly, a wooden dragon, several meters long, dangled from the hilt, silently roaring with an indescribable sense of oppression. Raising the long sword high, Hashirama aimed it at the mountain peak and swung down with great force. The sword fell, though crafted entirely of wood. Its hardness was unexpectedly resilient. The blade sliced through the air and cleaved directly into the mountainside. A thunderous roar echoed as the blade passed. The mountain began to crumble at its base, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Countless boulders plummeted to the ground, creating deep craters beneath the wooden giant's feet, prompting the crowd to hastily evade the rain of falling rocks. With the mountaintop split asunder by the wooden figure, the once towering peak, originally several hundred meters high, had been reduced to about 20 meters. A vast expanse of flat land now lay exposed, spanning several dozen miles, rivaling nearly 1/10 of the area of Konoha. Gazing at the severed mountain, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Their astonishment had transformed into sheer terror. With a single strike, the mountain had been cleaved in two. What unimaginable power was this? Surely, even the legendary sage of six paths paled in comparison. The gathered individuals were undeniably awestruck by Hashirama's prowess. The feats of legend, shattering mountains and parting seas, had manifested before their very eyes, leaving them in a daze, unable to contain their emotions. Although they were some of the most gifted individuals in their respective villages, destined to become elite jonin or even Hokage, none could claim the ability to match Hashirama's level of power. Such strength had transcended even that of the Kage. For the first time, they truly grasped the weight of the title god of ninjas that Hashirama bore, signifying an invincible force. As they stared in rapt attention, Hashirama moved once more. He leapt from the wooden figure to the mountaintop and unleashed another grand technique. Wood release, the birth of the forest. Countless trees erupted from the earth, rapidly covering the mountaintop in under a minute. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a thought, Hashirama commanded the trees to transform. Under his control, the myriad trees entwined and twisted, gradually coalescing into a magnificent structure. The edifice occupies a substantial portion of the mountaintop, exuding an extraordinary grandeur, towering nearly 30 meters. Its interior is designed to resemble the dueling arena of the Hidden Leaf Village, with an extensive array of seats that can accommodate approximately 50,000 spectators. At the heart of this arena lies an expanse of land, measuring a kilometer in both length and width, serving as the battleground for competitors, ample enough for them to unleash their full potential. The entire structure is constructed from the wood style of the Senju clan, possessing an extraordinarily robust quality. Impervious even to conventional steel, thereby exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities. Standing before the entrance of this final arena, which he had meticulously crafted, Hashirama clapped his hands with satisfaction. This should suffice. As the crowd gathered at the summit beheld Hashirama's masterpiece, their astonishment was palpable. However, having recovered from their initial shock, they found themselves more receptive to the spectacle before them. After a brief moment of awe, they began to scrutinize the surroundings. Upon entering the arena and observing the densely packed seats, one individual could not help but inquire, with so many seats, how many people can this hold? Hashirama, smiling, replied, "Not too many, just around 50,000. The revelation of this figure elicited yet another wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Yet, as seasoned ninjas, they could not fully grasp the significance behind the number. Even Masayuki, who had anticipated this development, was left in awe upon witnessing the scale of the arena for the first time. It was also his first encounter with the considerable economic impact of ninjutsu. The ability to construct a venue capable of holding 50,000 individuals in less than a day was an unprecedented feat in Masayuki's experience. Although this remarkable speed was largely attributable to Hashirama's extraordinary prowess in the unique properties of wood-style construction, Masayuki discerned an alternative path within this phenomenon. Perhaps ninjutsu could extend beyond mere combat, yielding unexpected benefits in the realm of everyday life. This thought flickered through his mind, yet he chose not to delve deeper. At present, the paramount focus remained on enhancing his own strength. In a world where power reigns supreme, lacking the requisite strength may well render survival a formidable challenge. Masayuki was already mentally prepared for the dangers that lay ahead as a ninja. To live safely and securely, becoming the strongest was undoubtedly the most reliable strategy. After touring the venue, the group departed, each with their own contemplations, particularly the leaders of the various ninja villages, whose expressions were especially grave. As the heads of their respective villages sent to Konoha, they bore not only the responsibility of looking after their participants, but also the task of gathering intelligence on the hidden leaf. Following 3 rounds of assessments, the performance of the Konoha team had garnered their serious attention. As the only team to remain entirely uneliminated, the exceptional talents of Masayuki and his companions had undoubtedly marked them for consideration. If the original intentions held true, Masayuki and his team would soon find themselves on the assassination list of the major ninja villages, though such actions would only commence after the passing of Hashirama Senju. The news of Hashirama's grave illness has been circulating fervently in recent years. Although he continues to live well, the uncertainty regarding his remaining strength leaves many feeling uneasy. However, this issue has become evidently clear. After witnessing Hashirama's seemingly invincible prowess, their perspective shifted dramatically. Previous intentions to target Konoha were immediately abandoned, and they no longer dared to act against individuals like Masaki. As for the rumors of Hashirama's illness, they inwardly berated the source of such gossip. Who has ever seen someone in critical condition exhibiting such strength? Surely, this is preposterous. Could it be that the one spreading these rumors aims to incite conflict between us and Konoha? A sudden doubt arose within the minds of Inoki and others. With a sense of vigilance, they promptly relayed the gathered intelligence back to their villages. Alongside this, news of Konoha hosting the finals also spread. Upon receiving the information, the higher-ups of various villages were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the nearly deceased god of shinobi still possessed such capabilities. Yet the information was indeed conveyed by their own ninja, rendering its credibility unquestionable. The 4 great ninja villages unanimously adopted a cautious approach, halting their initial plans against Konoha, and the previously tense atmosphere in the ninja world gradually settled. Konoha, under the guardianship of the god of shinobi, remained an entity they could not provoke. Amidst the growing concerns of the upper echelons, an alternative piece of news began to circulate within the village. Hey, have you heard? Our village's genius ninja, Waman, is set to participate in the final round. Of course, I've heard. Waman is competing in Konoha's event, a clash among the strongest newcomers in the entire ninja world. Only 7 participants have reached the finals, and Waman is one of them. I heard this exchange event is open to the whole ninja world, featuring students who haven't yet graduated from school. What is so exciting about their battles? Oh, but you don't know. The single combat matches from this exchange event have already been recorded and are being sold at the video store. I've watched it, and let me tell you, it's far beyond what you might expect. Their strength is quite astonishing. Indeed, I also bought that tape, and Waman's prowess is truly remarkable. He's undoubtedly our Suna's #1 genius. Of course, Woman possesses the magnet-release bloodline limit. His strength far surpasses that of ordinary Chunin. And he is not much weaker than Jonin. Is it really as thrilling as you say? I must go see for myself. Such conversations spread among the various ninja villages. Many villagers, upon hearing their discussions, expressed great interest and promptly flocked to the video store to purchase the recordings. In just a few days. When Tobirama received the orders returning from various villages, his expression changed dramatically. As he gazed at the figures on the orders, his hands trembled with an unusual excitement. To his surprise, Tobirama did not anticipate that after considering Masafumi's suggestions and adopting a trial-and-error approach to implement this plan in other ninja villages, the results would be so astonishing. In less than a week, he amassed a staggering profit of 1 billion ryo. This amount equated to the annual military funding allocated to Konoha by the Land of Fire. Remarkably, he achieved this figure in a mere span of days. By the established pricing, with each video cassette selling for 500 ryo, it follows that approximately 200,000 had purchased the recordings, nearly half of Konoha's population. However, contemplating the myriad of ninja villages within the shinobi world, their combined populace undoubtedly far exceeds that of Konoha, rendering 200,000 a rather insignificant number in comparison. Upon this realization, Tobirama found himself reassured that the figure of 1 billion ryo was not as exaggerated as he initially thought. Moreover, the shinobi world comprises more than just ninja villages. These villages are merely segments of their respective nations. Consequently, the total population within the shinobi realm must be considerably larger. If such a profit could be garnered from just 200,000 individuals, what might the earnings be if the videos were sold to an even broader audience? At that juncture, military expenses would become a non-issue, as the profits alone would suffice to cover Konoha's expenditures. A sudden thought jolted Tobirama, prompting him to suppress it forcefully and redirect his focus to another document. This was a proposal concerning the establishment of a new venue for the finals in Konoha. This arena could accommodate 50,000 spectators. If Masafumi's assertions were correct, charging admission for those wishing to attend the matches could yield substantial profits. Tobirama envisioned that the finals could not possibly conclude in a single day. It would be far more sensible to extend the event over several days. The first day would determine the top 4 competitors, the second day the top 2, and finally, the third day would crown the champion. Such an arrangement would be the most rational. If the matches could span 3 days, not only would there be ticket revenues to consider, but the influx of spectators would also necessitate dining and lodging. This would lead to additional economic benefits for Konoha. With these thoughts in mind, Tobirama felt invigorated. On the very day he reviewed the proposed arena, Masafumi brought a puzzled Shimada Tsunade's residence. Tsunade had evidently been waiting for some time, upon Masafumi's arrival. She cheerfully guided the two to a casino she frequented. Quickly, there's an open spot over there, Masafumi. Let us head there. As they entered, Tsunade, spotting a recently vacated table nearby, eagerly pulled Masafumi along. Taking her seat confidently, she retrieved a stack of bills from her pocket and boldly declared, "I'm going all in." Masafumi and Shima were momentarily dumbfounded by Tsunade's audacity. Although Masafumi had never been to such a venue, his time spent with Tsunade had imparted a basic understanding of the gambling mechanics at play, with the game only just commencing. Tsunade's decision to wager all her money at once was decidedly imprudent. "Tsunade, it's only the first round. Isn't this a bit too impulsive?" Beside her, Jung Feng cautiously offered a reminder. Yet, the ever-enthusiastic Tsunade, absorbed in the thrill of the gambling table, appeared to disregard his words, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. Jung Feng, you have no idea how skilled I am at gambling. I will surely win this round." Seeing Tsunade's unwavering confidence, Jung Feng, who had never witnessed her gambling prowess, took her words at face value and chose not to argue further. The two stood on either side of Tsunade, eyes wide with anticipation for her performance. Although this was their first visit to such a place, Shuamao, having been enlightened by Jung Feng on the way, was mentally prepared. To support his friend, Shuamao had reluctantly acknowledged that it was indeed his birthday today. At last, under the curious gazes of the two, the dealer revealed the outcome. 1, 2, 3, a 6-point loss. Bang. What? How is this possible? It shouldn't be a loss, Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement turning to disbelief as she slammed her fist onto the table, murmuring in frustration. Jung Feng and Sha Mao fell into a heavy silence as they watched the cash on the table vanish in an instant. "Hey, Jung Feng, you have money on you, right? Quickly lend me some. I'll repay you when I win the next round," Jung Feng replied. "Why do I have a terrible feeling about this?" He hesitated, then took out his wallet and handed over a few bills. Although he noticed the fierce glint in Tsunade's eyes, he refrained from admonishing her, silently praying that she had merely had an off moment. However, Zhang Feng's prayers went unanswered. In less than a minute, Tsunade, once again losing all her money, clenched her fists in anger as she watched the bills slip away from her grasp. Pouting defiantly, she turned back to Zhang Feng, understanding her unspoken plea. Zhang Feng promptly handed her more cash. Tsunade, pleased with his compliance, once again plunged into the game. Yet, within 10 seconds, she was back, extending her hand for more. Suppressing his anguish, Zhang Feng continued to provide funds. Thus began his nightmare. Throughout the ensuing 20 rounds of gambling, Tsunade honorably set a record of consecutive losses, completely draining Zhang Feng's wallet. When Tsunade's gaze shifted back to him once more, Zhang Feng, feeling helpless, cast a pleading look at Shuamao. Shuamao, fully aware of Tsunade's unfortunate luck, did not hesitate to offer up his wallet, having already foreseen the fate of his finances. As expected, after another 20 rounds, Tsunade remained unchanged, losing everything once again. Now, the trio found themselves utterly broke. Witnessing Tsunade, red-eyed from her losses, contemplating borrowing from the dealer, Zhang Feng and Shuamao were quick to drag her away in alarm. Once they finally calmed her down, Tsunade felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she realized she had squandered all of Zhang Feng's and Shuamao's money. "I'm so sorry, Shuamao. I will repay you quickly for the money I borrowed." Upon hearing this, Shuamao gently shook his head. "No need to mention it. Consider it a treat from me for a day out. Repayment is unnecessary." Initially, Tsunade was troubled by how to repay her debts. She feared the scolding she would receive from her family if they discovered her gambling habits. However, upon hearing Shikumo's words, her worries dissipated. As for the money she owed to Zhang Feng, she had long since forgotten about it. With her mind at ease, Tsunade thumped her chest and immediately declared her intention to treat the two to a lavish meal. Zhang Feng, however, expressed his skepticism. Tsunade, didn't you say you were out of money? How are we going to have a feast?" Casting Zhang Feng a sidelong glance, Tsunade confidently replied, "Need you even ask? We can simply go to your house for barbecue." Zhang Feng. After the trio finished their meal, it was already afternoon. Once Tsunade was safely home, the impatient Zhang Feng wasted no time and set off for the back mountains of Konoha. Arriving at the familiar training ground, he noted that nearly a year had passed, and this place had become his personal sanctuary for practice. Generally, few dared to disturb him here, and this tranquil environment was precisely what Zhang Feng sought. Finding an empty space, he sat cross-legged and retrieved a sealing scroll from his robe. Gazing at the deep crimson chakra emanating from the scroll, he inhaled deeply. His first attempt was about to commence. With his eyes tightly shut, he cautiously manipulated the chakra within him, skillfully separating several strands under his formidable control, subsequently transforming them into the elemental attributes of fire and earth. This step posed no challenge for Zhang Feng, and in a brief span of time, he successfully achieved the separation. The subsequent phase, however, was of utmost importance. With heightened concentration, he meticulously guided the two distinct chakra types closer together. Just as they were on the verge of contact, Zhang Feng's expression abruptly shifted. As if confronting a formidable adversary, the moment the two disparate chakra types touched, they violently rebelled against one another. The tumultuous chakra surged wildly within Zhang Feng's body before erupting in a fierce explosion. PFF. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled instantly. Realizing the state of his body, he could only manage a wry smile. He had underestimated the situation. Zhang Feng had presumed that with his chakra manipulation skills, he could maintain control even if things went awry. However, reality often defied expectations. The ferocity of the two conflicting chakra types far exceeded his control, inflicting damage upon his body. Acknowledging his impatience, Zhang Feng gradually calmed himself. After employing the healing technique, combined with his remarkable regenerative abilities, he swiftly returned to his original state. Yet, he refrained from attempting the process again. This time, he resolved not to engage directly. Instead, he summoned dozens of shadow clones, intending for them to undertake the experiment in his stead. In his view, as long as he determined the correct ratio of the two chakra types and proceeded to fuse them, the reaction would not be as violent as before. At that point, he would have taken the first successful step. This endeavor required extensive experimentation, and each trial carried significant risks of injury. Thus, utilizing shadow clones was undoubtedly the more prudent approach. This method was conceived by Zhang Feng himself. Although he harbored doubts about its reliability, he had no alternative but to pursue this path. How he wished he could glean insights from Wei Min on the development of magnetic release. Yet, such confidential matters were hardly likely to be divulged to him. Rather than clinging to such thoughts, it would be far more prudent to steadfastly forge his own way. Abandoning his daydreams, Zhang Feng dedicated himself wholly to the exploration of bloodline techniques. As he immersed himself in his rigorous training, time seemed to fly by. Soon, a week had elapsed. In the quiet of the hills behind Konoha, Zhang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the numerous clones meditating before him. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he anxiously awaited a breakthrough. Suddenly, one of the clones opened its eyes, and a look of alarm crossed its face. Oh no! Barely had the exclamation escaped his lips when a tremendous explosion erupted, and the clone vanished in an instant. This was merely the beginning. As if a chain reaction had been ignited. Following the first explosion, clone after clone opened their eyes, their expressions betraying sheer terror. Before they too disappeared in a series of blasts. With each explosion, the vanishing clones returned to the original, burdened with the memories and sensations of their demise. And an agonizing pain coursed through Zhang Feng's body, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he trembled slightly under the intense pain, his eyes reddening, reflecting his despondency. Another failure. A week had passed, yet he had made no progress whatsoever. Recalling the inhuman torment he had endured over the past week, a flicker of dread crossed his mind. The suffering was beyond what any ordinary person could withstand, and he had faced this agony hundreds of times each day. He had reached the limits of his endurance. Even though much time remained after each session, the relentless pain and fatigue constantly urged him to cease his endeavors, lest his body succumb to collapse. Despite this, Zhang Feng had attempted hundreds, if not thousands, of trials within that week. To his dismay, no matter how he adjusted the ratios, he could not achieve the desired effect. At last, he grasped the formidable challenge of developing a bloodline limit. Reflecting on Wei Min's mastery of magnetic release, a sense of confusion washed over him. In terms of talent, Zhang Feng, at merely 7 years of age, was on the cusp of becoming a jonin. Indisputably the foremost among his peers. Even among geniuses, there were distinctions in aptitude, and Wei Min's talent appeared to pale in comparison to Zhang Feng's. Yet, he had managed to unlock a bloodline limit. This reality was a significant blow to Zhang Feng's usual confidence. Had there been even a modicum of progress, it would have been bearable, but after a week of trials, he found himself thwarted at the very first step. The moment the two types of chakra made contact, a violent reaction ensued, leading to failure. Thus, after so many attempts, Zhang Feng had not made a single stride forward, which left him feeling rather disheartened. Was it possible that he lacked the aptitude for this? The thought briefly flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly banished. This bloodline was his utmost desire, and he would never abandon it. In a state of vexation, Zhang Feng grasped his hair, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the scroll resting before him. Compelled by an unseen force, he extended his hand and extracted a portion of chakra from it. Observing the deep crimson chakra in his palm, Zhang Feng succumbed to contemplation. This chakra appeared distinctly different from the ordinary variety. Could it possess unique attributes akin to that generated by cellular enhancement techniques? As this thought illuminated his mind, a wild idea surged forth. If he were to absorb this chakra into his body, could he not discern its properties through the reactions of his own physique? However, he was acutely aware of the considerable risks entailed in such an endeavor. Should he perhaps allow others to test it first? The notion of human experimentation crossed his mind, but he soon dismissed it. This was not due to any moral scruples regarding such practices, but rather because Zhang Feng recognized that his physical condition was far from typical. His extraordinary regenerative abilities were not something the average person could claim. Moreover, his exceptional strength and speed indicated that his bodily responses would deviate significantly from those of a normal individual. Consequently, the reactions of an ordinary person bore little relevance to his own, thus nullifying the purpose of human experimentation and compelling him to contemplate an alternative approach, conducting the experiment on himself. Due to the necessity of a physical presence, his clones proved ineffective in assisting him, thereby augmenting the inherent risks of this experiment. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Feng resolved to proceed with the attempt. Despite the dangers, if he could indeed analyze the characteristics contained within this chakra, it would greatly aid his research on lava release techniques. Additionally, his formidable regenerative powers instilled him with a measure of confidence, emboldening his resolve to take the plunge. However, to exercise caution, Zhang Feng only extracted a slender strand of chakra, gradually placing it within his mouth. Upon swallowing the chakra, a violent transformation ensued in his lower abdomen. As if he were engulfed in molten lava, the chakra radiated an intense heat, threatening to incinerate his very being. It felt akin to being trapped within a furnace. Zhang Feng's lips rapidly dried, and his once smooth skin began to dehydrate, shrinking swiftly like parched tree bark. This was a clear indication that the moisture within his body was on the verge of being evaporated. Enduring the agony, he swiftly mobilized the chakra within him to combat this invasive force. Should he allow this situation to persist, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a desiccated corpse. At this moment, regret flooded Zhang Feng's heart. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly innocuous strand of chakra could wield such destructive power. The sensation was reminiscent of standing on the brink of a volcanic crater, as if the searing heat sought to vaporize him entirely, leaving no room for resistance. Under Zhang Feng's relentless assault, the chakra appeared to gain a will of its own, swirling within his body, inflicting unending agony that made him wish for relief from his suffering. After expending a considerable amount of chakra, the last remnants of it, devoid of any supporting force, ultimately dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Observing his own wretched state, his body devoid of vitality, he felt an overwhelming lethargy. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Feng concluded that his endeavors for the day must come to an end. Healing his injuries took precedence. He then rose and slowly made his way home. Upon arriving, he replenished his body's lost fluids and retreated to his bedroom to commence his healing process. At that juncture, his remarkable regenerative abilities began to manifest. Coupled with the application of healing techniques, within a mere half hour, Zhang Feng's body returned to its former condition. Clenching his fist gently, he felt vitality coursing through him once more, and he finally exhaled with relief. It seemed that he had escaped unscathed. However, his joy was short-lived as he recalled the earlier trials of the day, leaving him with a lingering sense of defeat. Was it truly so challenging to adapt to a mere strand of chakra? Was this method fundamentally flawed? Should he attempt it once more? Just as this thought surfaced, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Reminiscing about his previous agonies, Zhang Feng hastily dismissed the notion. The torment he had endured was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Akin to bathing in molten lava, with every fiber of his being screaming in agony. Even for someone like Zhang Feng, accustomed to training with shadow clones, such suffering was intolerable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Let those who wish to use this method carry on. If I do so again, I shall be a fool. Zhang Feng swore vehemently within himself. Yet, he could not have anticipated how swiftly fate would deliver a slap to his face. Early the following morning, Zhang Feng awoke to the call of his biological clock and ventured out once more. Arriving at the familiar hills behind his home, he inhaled deeply. Summoning dozens of shadow clones, he resolved to resume his research. This time, he was wary of consuming that molten chakra again. The torment from the previous day lingered vividly in his mind. With no alternative methods at hand, Zhang Feng had no choice but to revert to his previous experimentation. Perhaps, by sheer serendipity, he might stumble upon success. Embracing this thought, Zhang Feng commenced his training anew. However, it was not long before the familiar sound of explosions echoed once again. Boom! The force of the blast tousled his hair. With a grim expression, he scarcely had time to lament before a wave of elation surged through him as memories relayed from his clones returned. Within those recollections, he discerned a promising trend. As the chakra of the fire and earth elements were summoned and merged, he could distinctly sense the two types of chakra beginning to intertwine under his adept control. Although the fusion was still quite subtle, it undoubtedly represented a significant advancement compared to his previous attempts. This discovery ignited a thrill within Zhang Feng. To validate the accuracy of his hypothesis, he decided to wait and observe the feedback from his other clones. Soon, as more clones detonated in succession, a wave of pain enveloped him. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Zhang Feng began to sift through the memories of his clones. To his astonishment, the feedback from the other clones was identical to that of the first, which left Zhang Feng with no doubt about its significance. It appeared that the hope for the melting escape bloodline had rekindled. With a precise goal in mind, Zhang Feng felt invigorated. He swiftly formed seals and created dozens of shadow clones, determined to persevere and expedite the fusion of the two chakra types. However, the results of this latest experiment left him profoundly disappointed. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the memories from the clones flooded back, bringing news that plunged Zhang Feng into confusion once more. How could this be? Why was it ineffective again? Puzzled, He scratched his head and sat cross-legged on the ground, stroking his chin in contemplation. Reflecting on the progress made today and recalling yesterday's experiment, a sudden thought surged into his mind. Could it be related to that attempt from the previous day? Was it possible that the method of consuming that chakra truly held merit? After some consideration, Zheng Feng resolved to try once more. Although yesterday's experience had been far from pleasant, he was willing to exert himself for the sake of attaining the bloodline limit. Carefully extracting that fragment of chakra once again, he gritted his teeth and resolutely absorbed a portion into his body. The familiar searing sensation enveloped him. As if he were immersed in lava, the intense heat permeating every inch of his flesh, eliciting anguished cries from Zheng Feng. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But despite the relentless pain, it seemed slightly more bearable than the torment of the previous day. Perhaps his body had begun to adapt. Focusing intently, he summoned his chakra to launch an assault against it. After some time and considerable sacrifice, he finally eradicated it entirely. Though his body was utterly exhausted, Zheng Feng steeled himself to observe the internal workings of his physique. He needed to ascertain whether his thoughts were mere delusions. Was today's progress indeed linked to the consumption of that fragment of chakra? Under his scrutiny, he distinctly felt that as the fragment of chakra was obliterated, every cell in his body began to emit a magnetic pull, drawing the dissipated chakra into countless fine threads that subsequently merged into the cells. At this revelation, Zheng Feng was overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Was it possible that his cells had consumed this fragment of chakra? Could this be the reason for his progress today? After studying medical ninjutsu, Zheng Feng had become quite familiar with the human body. Yet, he had never encountered the notion of a body capable of absorbing external chakra. Although he had long sensed that his body was unique since childhood, the peculiarities now manifesting exceeded any understanding he possessed. Despite lingering doubts, this transformation seemed undeniably advantageous. This was further validated in the following hour. Once his body had fully recovered, Zheng Feng eagerly created clones once more to conduct experiments, and the results aligned perfectly with his expectations. He could distinctly sense that the progress of merging the two types of chakra had advanced slightly once again, further validating Zheng Feng's notion. To his astonishment, this method truly proved effective. Recognizing this, Zheng Feng promptly resolved to absorb and assimilate the chakra within the scroll before continuing his training, eager to witness the ensuing transformations. Although the searing pain akin to being scorched by fierce flames during the consumption process was quite unbearable, Zheng Feng was determined to persevere for the sake of attaining the elusive lava release. Gazing at the crimson glow emanating from the chakra before him, he gritted his teeth and extended his hand once more. A week swiftly elapsed. In the familiar training grounds of the Konoha Back Mountains, Zheng Feng tightly closed his eyes, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Finally, upon reopening his eyes and sensing the changes within his body, a joyful smile broke forth. He had successfully absorbed the last remnants of chakra, and now it was time to test the results. After a week of relentless consumption, the chakra in Zheng Feng's hand had been fully digested. Perhaps due to his body gradually adapting, he felt the excruciating pain diminish day by day, and by today, it had become entirely bearable. During this period, as his body assimilated the chakra, Zheng Feng could distinctly perceive the changes occurring within him. Most notably, his physical recovery had significantly improved. Previously, after enduring the torment of that chakra, it would take nearly an hour of healing using the healing technique to restore himself. However, now, without employing the technique, he found he could recover fully in less than an hour, an improvement of over twofold in his recovery rate. Delighted by this realization, Zheng Feng understood that his endurance had been substantially enhanced, granting him a considerable advantage against equally matched adversaries. Yet, this transformation was not what thrilled Zheng Feng the most. As his body absorbed the chakra, his own chakra had also experienced a notable increase, approximately by 30%. Though it may seem modest, it was all relative. Given that Zheng Feng had already attained the chakra volume of a high-ranking ninja, an additional 30% was quite extraordinary. This was nearly the amount of chakra required to unleash his full power in the flame pillar technique. Such a change left Zheng Feng exhilarated. Now, he was eager to discover the extent of chakra fusion he could achieve. With this thought in mind, Zheng Feng hesitated no longer and summoned a clone to commence his experiment anew. This time, the duration his clone could maintain was significantly prolonged, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The familiar sound of an explosion echoed, and memories from the clone surged into his mind. After a moment of introspection, Zheng Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he still fell short. although he could now distinctly sense signs of fusion between the two types of chakra. This degree was far from sufficient to successfully merge into lava release chakra. In Jingfeng's estimation, he would require approximately 10 times the amount of chakra as before to achieve success. It appeared that he would have to devise a strategy involving Z to make further progress, although the development of lava release was not successfully achieved before the finals. Upon learning that Ji was a Jinchuriki, Zhang Feng had devised a strategy to counter Ji, who possessed the lava release. As the days of Jingfeng's training passed, changes gradually unfolded within Konoha. After 2 weeks of publicity, news about the final match had already spread throughout the entire ninja world. During this period, the sales of the recorded assessments featuring Zhang Feng and his companions skyrocketed. Countless individuals who had witnessed their matches developed a profound interest in the finals. Upon learning that Konoha was selling tickets for the final match, many were drawn to this prospect. Citizens from various ninja villages, small nations, and large countries set forth on their journey to Konoha. Due to their affluent lifestyles, these individuals often lacked entertainment options, and this competition had successfully piqued their interest. Following this period of promotion, Zhang Feng and his companions became exceedingly well known throughout the ninja world. They were regarded as geniuses standing at the pinnacle of a ninja realm, destined to become high-ranking figures in their respective villages. The anticipation of a showdown among such future luminaries was undeniably thrilling for all. Consequently, on the eve of the finals, the influx of people into Konoha surged exponentially. The village's inns and lodgings were fully booked, with some individuals resorting to purchasing tents to set up near the competition venue, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to buy tickets on the day of the finals. Witnessing this phenomenon, Tobarama could not help but smile. According to the reports, the number of travelers arriving in Konoha during this period had reached nearly 100,000. Such an influx promised substantial profits. To his knowledge, the sales figures of Konoha's shops had collectively surged by almost 100 million ryo in just a few days. This did not even account for the ticket sales. Tobarama marveled at the wealth present in the ninja world. What delighted him the most was that many who arrived in Konoha, upon witnessing its bustling prosperity, began to contemplate settling there. These individuals were affluent, with numerous connections to commerce, and their decision to reside in Konoha would undoubtedly bring further benefits to the village. Glancing at the time, he noted that there was only 1 hour left until the tickets for the finals would go on sale. Tobarama regarded this with great importance. Fully aware of the significance of this sale, if all proceeded smoothly, Konoha would amass a profit of 100 million ryo solely from ticket sales. Moreover, 3 matches were to be held for the finals. Consequently, combined with the sales from Konoha's shops, the village could anticipate nearly 600 million ryo in revenue within 3 days. This was nearly equivalent to a year's worth of military funding, achieved in just 3 days. Yet, all hinged upon the forthcoming sales performance. Contemplating this, Tobarama felt an unusual sense of anxiety. As time gradually passed, the day of ticket sales finally arrived. In Konoha's commercial district, a vast storefront slowly opened its doors. The sign above gleamed with the words ticket sales. In gratitude for the suggestions put forth by Zhang Feng, Tobarama decided to entrust the management of the finals ticket sales to Zhang Feng's family. Not only that, but in addition to the management responsibilities, Tobarama also decided to share 10% of the ticket profits with them. This decision was not made lightly. After witnessing Zhang Feng's keen economic acumen, Tobarama had already begun to form ideas. Merely proposing 2 suggestions had yielded nearly 2 billion in profits for Konoha, an astonishing return that left him in awe. He began to look forward to what intriguing ideas Zhang Feng might propose in the future, potentially leading Konoha to further wealth. However, it was clearly not Tobarama's style to have Zhang Feng contribute without recompense. Coupled with Zhang Feng's relationship with Tsunade, this ultimately led Tobarama to decide to collaborate with the Endo family. Naturally, Yuko Takakura, who was responsible for all business activities of the Endo family, readily agreed to this. She promptly purchased the largest store on the commercial street to sell the tickets. After several days of renovation, the grand opening day had finally arrived. The moment the doors swung open, a throng of eager customers surged in, filling the spacious store to capacity. "Boss, I want 2 tickets. I need 3. The ones for the VIP section. Don't fight me for them. I want 5. People waved their cash excitedly, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. As the crowd clamored, some ill-tempered individuals even resorted to violence, creating chaos. Yuko Takakura, ever vigilant, had anticipated this scenario. With a request for assistance from the Umbu ninjas stationed nearby, she swiftly ordered the arrest of the troublemakers, instantly restoring order. Following Yuko's direction, the crowd began to queue orderly, purchasing tickets in turn. Inside the spacious store, all 20 ticket windows operated at full capacity, with the staff tirelessly attending to customers. Remarkably, within just an hour, all the tickets were sold out. Inside the Hokage building, Tobirama, who had been waiting patiently, finally received the news. A relieved smile graced his face upon learning that the tickets had been completely sold out. He rose and gazed out the window towards the direction of the finals venue, lost in thought. Now it's up to you, Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, having concluded his training, Zhang Feng arrived at his family's barbecue restaurant. As soon as he opened the door, the familiar sounds of laughter greeted him. Zhang Feng, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. Jiraiya joyfully approached and enveloped Zhang Feng in a warm embrace. The table before him was already filled with friends. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Shikamaru, and many others had gathered, all smiling and urging him to take a seat. Settling beside Tsunade, the gathering officially commenced. This marked the first reunion of Zhang Feng with his companions since the conclusion of the third round of examinations. For the past 2 weeks, Zhang Feng had been utterly absorbed in his research on developing his bloodline limit, returning home late each night, leaving no time even for a moment's respite. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's demeanor, his companions were filled with concern. After deliberation, they resolved to host a gathering the day before the competition, allowing Zhang Feng to unwind. Naturally, Zhang Feng would not decline their kind offer. Zhang Feng, have you heard? Today's ticket sales were absolutely explosive. Within just an hour, every ticket was snatched up. It's unfortunate we couldn't secure any. Otherwise, we could have supported you in person. Upon hearing Jichang's words, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He produced the tickets, which he had prepared in advance, and waved them at the group, saying, "Fear not. How could I forget your tickets? Don't forget who runs that ticket shop. I had my mother set aside tickets for all of you." The group erupted in joyous exclamations upon hearing Zhang Feng's words. As they received the tickets from him and glanced at their details, Jiraiya instinctively gasped, "These are VIP seats. How much did this cost?" Striving to feign indifference, Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Not much, just a little over 200,000. The group gasped in awe upon hearing this. "You, my friend, your family is quite wealthy now. At this rate, will you not become the richest in Konoha?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's somewhat envious tone, Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Observing Zhang Feng's exuberance, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and playfully smacked his head. "You fool, what are you so proud of?" Zhang Feng, rubbing his head, looked at Tsunade helplessly, unable to find the words. "I am magnanimous and will not hold it against you." After enjoying a hearty meal, the group waved their goodbyes. Zhang Feng escorted Tsunade back home. At the moment she stepped inside, Tsunade turned to Zhang Feng, her cheeks flushed. Do your best in tomorrow's match." Without waiting for Zhang Feng's response, she swiftly turned and dashed into her home. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Received. The next day, near the finals venue, 10 miles outside of Konoha, a throng of people had already gathered. Looking up, a colossal structure stood majestically atop the mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in awe. "Is this the finals venue? It looks so magnificent." A nearby villager from Konoha proudly puffed out his chest and declared, "Indeed, this was personally crafted by Lord Hashirama, who severed the mountain peak and constructed it using his wood-release technique. It's only natural for it to reach such grandeur." Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished and inquired in disbelief, "Are you serious? This was built by the god of ninjas himself? One person achieved such a feat. It's too incredible. Do you know why Lord Hashirama is called the god of ninjas? Achieving this level of mastery is to be expected, with newfound understanding of the Colosseum's origins." The crowd's gaze towards it transformed. This was their first encounter with the true strength of the god of ninjas. To cleave a mountain peak single-handedly, was this a realm attainable by mere mortals? A sense of shock and awe spread across the faces of the crowd, as many began to entertain various thoughts. After witnessing the prowess of Hashirama Senju, a profound sense of security naturally arose concerning Konoha. With such a formidable protector in place, it seemed evident that this was undoubtedly the safest haven in the ninja world. The prospect of settling here offered a guarantee of personal safety. Although the current ninja world appeared tranquil, numerous latent dangers still lurked in various regions. In areas neglected by the ninja villages, countless bandits roamed the hills like ravenous hyenas, greedily eyeing the wealth in people's hands, with wealthy merchants being their primary targets. Consequently, a considerable number of individuals lived in constant dread, fearing that their fortunes might be snatched away. However, after witnessing the strength of Konoha, the desire to settle within its borders began to take root in their minds. Amidst the swirling thoughts of the crowd, a sudden commotion erupted from the mountaintop. Turning their gaze, they beheld a squad of ninjas clad in green vests that had mysteriously appeared on the summit. These were 10 ninjas skilled in earth techniques, handpicked by Tobirama from the elite J-nin ranks. Under the leadership of their captain, they began to form hand seals. Gradually, the ground before them began to tremble, and steps emerged from the mountaintop, extending downwards. In less than a minute, a broad staircase leading directly to the summit unfurled at the foot of the mountain, right before the awaiting crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match will commence in 1 hour. You may now enter using your tickets, after which designated personnel will guide you to your seats. A voice resonated from the mountaintop, amplified by a speaker, reaching every ear in attendance. The crowd, momentarily taken aback, promptly followed the instructions and ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the summit, they were greeted by the staff prepared to assist them at the entrance to the final arena. Under the imposing presence of over 10 J-nin nearby, the crowd maintained an orderly silence, and within just half an hour, everyone had entered the venue. Jiraiya and his companions made their way inside, locating their designated seats according to their tickets. They found themselves in the front row of the audience, the closest seats to the competitors, allowing them to closely observe the battles that would unfold. Just as Tsunade settled into her seat, a familiar voice resonated beside her. Tsunade. She turned in surprise, her eyes widening. Uncle Chunsui, are you here to watch Zhengfeng compete? Where's Aunt Yuko? Why didn't she come? Besides Tsunade. Endo Chunsui smiled and explained, Yuko didn't want to see Zhengfeng get hurt, so she chose not to attend. He then glanced around, marveling. There are so many people here. I never imagined such a crowd would come to watch Zhengfeng and the others compete. It's truly astonishing. Reflecting on Zhengfeng's transformation over the past year, Chunsui couldn't help but sigh. He watched intently as Zhengfeng gradually blossomed into the foremost genius of Konoha over the past year. He was all too aware of the dedication Zhengfeng had invested. Now is the moment for reaping the rewards of that labor. As a father, Chunsui felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his child's remarkable achievements. Yet, juxtaposed with this pride, he began to feel a sense of powerlessness as Zhengfeng's rapid growth unfolded before him. The pace of Zhengfeng's advancement was astonishingly swift. In just 1 year, he had elevated his abilities from that of an ordinary individual to nearly the level of a J-nin. A truly astonishing transformation. At this point, Chunsui realized he could no longer provide assistance. He could only allow Zhengfeng the freedom to determine his own future path. Remarkably, Zhengfeng was merely 7 years old. Reflecting on this, Chunsui couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy, releasing a long sigh. His child had grown up, no longer in need of parental care. Below in the audience, Zhengfeng and his companions had already arrived and settled into their respective waiting rooms, quietly anticipating the commencement of the competition. In the center of the arena, a massive screen hung overhead. With a flicker, the screen gradually illuminated. Soon, a familiar face appeared on the large display. Hello everyone. I am Senju Hashirama. The moment his voice echoed, the venue erupted into a cacophony of excitement. How could they not have heard of the legendary god of ninjas? Finally witnessing him in person sparked a wave of curiosity among all present, their gazes fixed on the screen. As the chief examiner for this final match, I shall announce the rules of the competition. The duel will span 3 days. On the first day, victors will be determined from the 7 participants. The second day will yield the top 2 contenders, while the final day will host the ultimate showdown to ascertain the champion. Today's match will be decided by drawing lots. The victors will automatically advance to tomorrow's bout. Given the number of participants, the last contender will compete for the final spot among those who have lost in the first 3 rounds. There will be no restrictions on the upcoming matches. Participants may utilize any form of taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu as they see fit. The matches will be unbounded by time and will only conclude when one side concedes or perishes. The arena fell into a profound silence as they listened intently to Hashirama's words. Upon absorbing the rules, solemn expressions spread across the faces of all present. According to these stipulations, the competition bore no constraints on lethal force. It would only cease when one party voluntarily surrendered. This was undeniably a cruel set of regulations. After all, the oldest participants were merely 12 years old, with the youngest, like Zhengfeng and Orochimaru, only 7. At such tender ages, they were still carefree children, far removed from the notion of such brutal conflict. However, a considerable segment of the audience displayed a glimmer of excitement upon hearing the rules. They eagerly anticipated the onset of battle, indifferent to the participants, their sole focus fixated on the prospect of bloodshed, a reality they had long since accepted. Moreover, this is a battle between the most exceptional geniuses of the ninja world, and they have every reason not to miss it. Following the explanation of the rules, the grand screen officially commenced the drawing of lots. As the names gradually ceased their movements, the final list emerged into the spectators' view. In the first match of this round, it was Rock Ninja, Z Purple versus Leaf Village, Orochimaru. At that moment, the audience erupted into discussions once again. I support Z. I have watched his battle footage, and he possesses a bloodline limit. How could that Orochimaru possibly defeat him? A man, clearly from another village, exclaimed without concealing his support for Z. This assertion evidently ignited the ire of the nearby Leaf villagers. With a fierce glare, one retorted indignantly, "You underestimate Orochimaru. He is a genius from our Leaf village. How could he possibly lose?" Yet, despite his words, it was apparent that he had also seen the footage of his opponent's battles, and thus his confidence seemed somewhat lacking. After all, Z's lava release is indeed formidable. It can suppress another bloodline limit, and he is among the strongest competitors. It would be exceedingly difficult for Orochimaru, who is merely of Chunin rank, to triumph over him. The opposing supporter, perceiving his wavering confidence, scoffed disdainfully, "Orochimaru? He only advanced by luck after defeating a mere genin. Among these 7 competitors, his strength is likely the weakest. How could he possibly win against Z?" Hearing this, the Leaf supporters could no longer tolerate it and immediately engaged in a heated exchange. This area quickly descended into chaos. This scene was merely a microcosm of the audience. Most present had viewed the footage and had a general understanding of both competitors' abilities. In their estimation, Z's odds of victory far surpassed those of Orochimaru. After all, the might of the bloodline limits is already deeply entrenched in public consciousness. In this regard, Saika in the waiting room shared the same perspective. Turning to Orochimaru, Saika directly advised, "Your chances in this match are slim. If you sense a mismatch, it would be wise to concede immediately." Saika was well aware of Orochimaru's character. He possessed absolute calmness and rationality, so he was not concerned that his directness would provoke a negative reaction. Orochimaru nodded lightly and smiled at the two, saying, "I understand. But I still wish to test my opponent's strength. If I feel outmatched, I will concede." He then stood up and left under Saika and Shoma's watchful gaze. Meanwhile, in the Rock Ninja's waiting room, Z's expression bore disappointment. He had hoped his opponent would not be Orochimaru, whose strength he was also aware of. Although not insignificant, he was certainly no match for Z. Z was filled with confidence. As the two exited the waiting room and slowly approached the vast dueling arena, the previously contentious voices in the audience began to dissipate. Observing the two figures below, after a moment of silence, a chorus of encouragement erupted in unison. "Z, go for it. You are the hope of our Wagakure. Bring home the championship. Orochimaru, persevere. We shall forever stand by your side." Amidst the resounding cheers echoing in his ears, Orochimaru remained unfazed, quietly observing his opponent. "The melting release, is it? I have longed to witness it. I shall not disappoint you." Though slightly shorter than Orochimaru, the aura emanating from the purple figure was unexpectedly formidable. The surface of his body gradually became enshrouded in magma, with terrifying heat radiating outward, scorching the ground beneath into a charred black. With a low, resonant voice, the purple figure addressed Orochimaru. "You still have time to concede. If I unleash my melting release attack, your survival is uncertain." Drawing a kunai and adopting an offensive stance, Orochimaru's demeanor spoke volumes, despite his silence. Witnessing this, the purple figure ceased further words. Chakra surged within him as he re-entered the melting release chakra mode. "In that case, I shall not hold back." Melting release, technique of scorching river lava. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully expelled a torrent of magma projectiles, which swiftly hurtled toward Orochimaru. Remaining composed, Orochimaru deftly evaded the onslaught. Observing Orochimaru's agility, the purple figure couldn't help but admire him inwardly. "Such nimble prowess, yet evading my assault will not be so effortless." As chakra surged, the frequency of the magma projectiles increased dramatically, their numbers multiplying like raindrops pelting down upon Orochimaru. Given this intensity, there was no way Orochimaru could escape unscathed. Nevertheless, his expression remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of any sign of panic. With rapid hand seals, just as the attack was set to descend, Orochimaru unleashed his jutsu. Wind release, wind wall. A violent gust erupted, materializing an invisible wall approximately 3 meters high before him. This technique was inspired by the earth barrier. conceived by Orochimaru in response to the absence of a corresponding defensive ninjutsu for wind release, and it was a specially developed B-rank technique. This jutsu harnessed the chaotic nature of wind, characterized by its formidable cutting power. Upon forming the wind wall, it became imbued with hundreds of chaotic, swirling wind blades. As the attack approached, these blades would gradually shred the incoming assault to pieces, much like a blender, though regarded as a defensive technique. Its essence lay in countering the enemy's offense with an offensive approach, a concept that captivated all present. In the lounge, upon witnessing Orochimaru's technique, Saika's eyes sparkled with interest. This technique is quite impressive. It seems exceptionally suitable for us, don't you think, Shikumo? Shikumo nodded in agreement with Saika's assessment. Specializing in swordsmanship, his physical prowess was formidable. However, his defensive capabilities had always been a weakness. Furthermore, as a dual-element ninja of wind and lightning, aside from the robust defense provided by the lightning release chakra mode, he possessed few defensive ninjutsu. This technique, however, was something Shikumo could not learn from the Cloud Ninja. As for the wind release, all techniques were predominantly offensive, rendering them unnecessary for Shikumo, who focused on swordsmanship. With the emergence of this ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru, it undoubtedly opened a new avenue for Shikumo to enhance his defensive capabilities. The reason Janfeng desired to learn this technique was that he perceived a multitude of possibilities within it. Intrigued, he contemplated the idea of experimenting with it. Following the invocation of the wind wall, the magma bomb attack arrived as anticipated. Upon their initial contact, a bizarre scene unfolded. It appeared as though the magma bomb was being consumed by the wind wall, gradually dissipating until only a few scattered fragments managed to breach the barrier, gently descending to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted in astonishment. Did I see that correctly? Such a formidable attack was effortlessly thwarted? I had said that Orochimaru was exceptionally powerful. He is indeed a genius of our Konoha. Could it be that Orochimaru truly stands a chance against G? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and at that moment, observing Orochimaru's ninjutsu, a flicker of battle intent finally crossed G's face. Remarkable ninjutsu. Did you develop this on your own? As expected of Konoha's prodigy, I acknowledge your prowess. You now possess the qualifications to be my adversary. Orochimaru, however, remained silent, channeling his chakra to launch another assault. Wind release, wind blade. Countless slender blades of wind were expelled, hurtling toward G. Rather than confronting them head-on, G nimbly leaped aside, evading Orochimaru's attack. Yet, he was unprepared for the unexpected. As Orochimaru shifted his head, the wind blades altered their trajectory, soaring toward G in midair. With no means of support in the air, G could only watch helplessly as the wind blades approached. Hiss! The wind blades collided with his body, unleashing a devastating cutting force. Observing this, the spectators gasped in amazement. It struck so effortlessly. Could Orochimaru be on the verge of victory? Is this the legendary bloodstained ninja? This seems rather feeble. It cannot be this straightforward. G would not succumb so easily. Just wait. G's true strength has yet to be revealed. As this was discussed, the scene once again shifted. G's body gradually turned a deep crimson, the magma on his surface seemingly coming to life, swirling around him. The wind blade struck his molten armor, merely causing a few ripples before falling silent. Thud. Safely landing on the ground, G showed no signs of injury, causing Orochimaru's expression to grow increasingly grave. He found himself troubled by G's magma armor, for the wind blades were the most potent attack technique within Orochimaru's arsenal. Yet they failed to inflict any harm, dimming his hopes of defeating his opponent. Only if G's chakra were insufficient to sustain the molten armor would Orochimaru have a chance. However, observing G's composed demeanor, Orochimaru felt a sense of uncertainty. It appeared he would have to endure. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, Orochimaru engaged in close combat. Despite undergoing cell enhancement training, which had significantly elevated Orochimaru's chakra levels to a commendable degree, he still found himself among the upper echelons of the Chunin. However, with his chakra, he could only sustain the release of B-rank ninjutsu 4 or 5 times at most. Having already unleashed it twice, he now found himself with scarcely half of his chakra remaining. Orochimaru understood that if he could not deplete his opponent's chakra before his own was exhausted, the prospects of victory would be exceedingly bleak. To conserve chakra to the greatest extent possible, Orochimaru was compelled to employ the body replacement technique repeatedly to evade his opponent's attacks. To the spectators, it appeared that Orochimaru was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Ji, reduced to mere evasion. This spectacle elicited cheers from many who had anticipated Ji's triumph, exclaiming, "See, I told you Ji is the strongest. Orochimaru is no match for him. It seems victory will soon be determined. Orochimaru is on the verge of losing. Have you all gone blind? This is called strategy. Do you understand strategy? Orochimaru will undoubtedly retaliate." At this moment, someone could no longer bear it and stood up to confront the opposing crowd, plunging the scene back into chaos. On the stage, after witnessing his repeated attacks deftly dodged by Orochimaru, a flicker of anger finally crossed Ji's face. "Hey, Orochimaru, how long are you going to keep dodging? Can you face me directly?" Ignoring Ji's challenge, Orochimaru swiftly drew a shuriken and hurled it towards him. Despite Orochimaru's unparalleled throwing skills, he was rendered helpless against Ji's lava release. The intense heat emanating from Ji's technique was formidable. The steel shuriken would melt into a puddle of molten iron upon mere contact with Ji, losing all semblance of its offensive capability. Thus, Orochimaru's exquisite throwing technique found no opportunity to manifest. Is this the power of a bloodline limit? How troublesome. Orochimaru lamented inwardly. With the support of the lava release, Ji's defenses were nearly impeccable. All of Orochimaru's strategies fell flat before him. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to retreat in a disheveled manner, entirely bereft of the ability to counterattack. Watching the shuriken collide with his body, Orochimaru harbored no thoughts of evasion. In mere moments, the shuriken was reduced to molten iron by the intense heat. She could no longer endure the game of cat and mouse with Orochimaru. He began to form hand seals, chakra swirling around him. A deep crimson chakra cloak gradually enveloped Ji, and soon, a tail composed of chakra began to extend from him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Upon observing Ji's transformation, Orochimaru halted in his tracks. This state was indelibly etched in his memory. During his duel with Mizuki Tetsu, Ji had decisively triumphed over Tetsu's ice release in this very form, securing his ultimate victory. According to Masakes, in this state, Ji's abilities had reached the level of a Jonin, a feat Orochimaru knew he could not contend with. Yet, despite this realization, Orochimaru was far from willing to concede defeat. With a serious expression and unwavering focus, Orochimaru concentrated his spirit. Lava release, magma world. This technique was inspired by Mizuki's earlier move, and given the vastness of the duel arena, Orochimaru had ample space to evade. In such a scenario, this expansive ninjutsu was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. A torrent of four-tailed chakra surged into his body, continuously transforming into lava chakra to fuel this ninjutsu. Instantly, searing magma began to erupt around him, spreading outward upon contact with the ground. With a burst of chakra beneath his feet, he rushed toward Orochimaru. Seeing the relentless flow of magma erupting from his opponent, Orochimaru swiftly retreated without a moment's hesitation. However, as the lava pressed forward, the space available for Orochimaru to evade steadily diminished, until he ultimately found himself at the edge of the arena, with nowhere left to escape. Damn it! How can he have so much chakra? Even Psyche pales in comparison. As his adversary advanced steadily, Orochimaru gritted his teeth, preparing for a final stand. Wind wall. Once again, he unleashed the wind wall, this time controlled to a height of only about 2 meters, closely hugging the ground and effectively blocking the advancing lava. Seeing this, Orochimaru's heart steadied slightly. Without further hesitation, he summoned all his chakra to sustain the wind wall. Then, using every ounce of his energy, he propelled the wind wall laterally toward the approaching purple figure. This was a moment of inspiration for Orochimaru. If the wind wall operated on the principle of offense against offense, then merely being a passive defense was undoubtedly a disadvantage. By taking the initiative, leveraging the wind wall's formidable cutting power, he could inflict significant damage upon his opponent. Yet, to allow the wind wall to move freely required an extraordinary level of chakra control. However, for Orochimaru, this presented no challenge. Under his command, the wind wall surged rapidly toward the purple figure, devouring all lava in its path, which vanished under the wind's powerful slicing force. Witnessing this scene, excitement surged anew on the purple figure's face. Clearly, this maneuver had garnered his attention. Without delay, he rapidly summoned the external flow of lava to surge toward the wind wall. Initially, the lava was successfully blocked by the wind wall's formidable defenses. However, this favorable situation was short-lived. The impact of the lava far exceeded that of the wind wall. And with the ample chakra supporting the purple figure, the wind wall was gradually overwhelmed and consumed by the relentless tide of lava, dissipating into nothingness. Seeing this unfold, Orochimaru wasted no time and immediately conceded, "I admit defeat." As his words echoed, a wooden wall suddenly emerged from the ground before him, enveloping his figure. The surging magma rushed toward the wooden barrier, but what happened next left the purple figure wide-eyed in astonishment. At the moment of impact, the wooden wall stood unscathed, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Beneath it, the magma seemed to have its very essence absorbed. The once fiery orange liquid rapidly cooled and ultimately transformed into lifeless black stones that collapsed onto the ground. As the initiator of the ninjutsu, Z could distinctly sense the chakra that once clung to the lava had vanished. Devoid of chakra's support, the lava could no longer maintain its form, succumbing to the cooling process. Witnessing this scene, the foretails within Z trembled as painful memories resurfaced in his mind. Z, it was Senju Hashirama who intervened. From here on, I can no longer assist you. Your fate lies in your own hands. Without waiting for Z to respond, the foretails swiftly retracted its chakra, retreating into Z's being. Paralyzed with fear, restored to its original state, Z could not help but internally chastise the foretails for its lack of loyalty. Fortunately, the battle had concluded. Otherwise, he might have been ensnared by the foretails' actions in an unforeseen manner. The wooden wall gently descended to the ground, and at that moment, Hashirama's voice resonated once more through the large screen. Rock Ninja, Z emerges victorious. Upon hearing the result, a chorus of cheers erupted from the spectators. See, I told you. Z is the strongest. How could that Orochimaru possibly rival him? But I think Orochimaru was quite formidable. Did you see his last technique? It was incredibly imaginative. So what? He still couldn't defeat Z. Haha, just consider how young Orochimaru is. If he were of the same age as Z, who knows who would triumph? Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had initially praised Z, fell into a contemplative silence. They were not fools. They had witnessed Orochimaru's performance and acknowledged that he truly deserved the title of Konoha's genius. Like Zheng Feng, as the youngest participant in this exchange event, Orochimaru's prowess was evident to all. Although he faced defeat in this competition, no one doubted his talent and strength. Given time, they believed Orochimaru would undoubtedly rise to become one of the elite powerhouses in the ninja world. Alas, this was not yet his moment to shine. As Orochimaru stepped back into the lounge, Zheng Feng and Shuo Mao, who had been waiting, approached him eagerly. Upon reaching Orochimaru's side, Zheng Feng immediately struck him lightly on the chest. Well done. That wind wall technique was quite innovative. Let us explore it together sometime, as I have some ideas regarding this ninjutsu. Shuo Mao quickly added, count me in. I also wish to learn this technique to bolster my defenses. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded. No problem. I will teach you after the competition concludes. Then, turning his gaze to Zheng Feng, a hint of curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He was well aware of Zheng Feng's talent for developing ninjutsu and readily agreed to his proposal. With Zheng Feng's assistance, he believed this technique could undergo further refinement. The three then engaged in a discussion about the recent battle. That Z is quite a tough opponent. His lava release is exceptionally troublesome, seamlessly combining offense and defense, making it difficult to find any flaws. Shuomo furrowed his brow, beginning to contemplate strategies. Not only that, but his chakra reserves were truly astonishing. I felt that even Zheng Feng could not compare. Orochimaru nodded, then recalled something and spoke to the two. Upon hearing this, Shuomo readily agreed. Indeed, the vast arena could be enveloped by his ninjutsu, and he showed no signs of fatigue. This individual's chakra was indeed remarkable. I have a way to deal with him. At that moment, Zheng Feng suddenly chuckled, a mysterious expression crossing his face as he addressed the two. The curiosity of both Shuomo and Orochimaru was piqued, and they turned to Zheng Feng, inquiring, what method? Zheng Feng, feigning mystery, shook his head and refrained from revealing the true nature of Z. I can only tell you that the most crucial technique to counter him is the sealing technique. Beyond that, I cannot divulge much, as it is classified information. Zheng Feng found himself in a bind, for the information regarding Jinchuriki was known to only a select few. Had it not been for Zheng Feng's prior encounters with Uzumaki Mido and Z, he too would likely be in the dark at this moment. Upon hearing Zheng Feng's words, the two wisely refrained from probing further. As ninjas, they understood the importance of discretion and respected Zheng Feng's need for confidentiality. The rationale behind the sealing technique stemmed from Zheng Feng's experience with the Nine Tails within Uzumaki Mido. The essence of a Jinchuriki's existence lies in capturing tailed beasts and sealing them within a ninja, while this process demands a certain caliber of ninja. The sealing technique remains paramount. This elucidates why the Uzumaki clan became the bane of tailed beasts. Moreover, Zheng Feng possessed a formidable foundation in sealing techniques. Although he could not yet seal or suppress tailed beasts as freely as Uzumaki Mido, his current level of sealing technique sufficed to restrain the chakra of the tailed beast. The operation was quite simple. A 5-element seal would suffice. By severing the connection between Z and the tailed beast within him, Z's melting release would become unusable without the support of the tailed beast's chakra, forcing him to rely solely on his physical prowess in battle. At that point, Zheng Feng believed defeating him would be considerably easier. However, Zheng Feng's ambitions extended beyond this. He was still keenly focused on obtaining the melting release chakra from Z for his own cultivation. Therefore, if the two were to clash, simply utilizing the 5-element seal would prove insufficient. He would first need to devise a strategy to handle close combat before he had the opportunity to acquire the chakra from Z. Furthermore, this process must remain undetected, otherwise, he would invite suspicion regarding his intentions. Zheng Feng had no intention of publicly disclosing his physical condition. After all, absorbing other chakra to enhance his own, thereby granting him the ability to wield the melting release bloodline limit, was undeniably sinister. Although the absorption process was not particularly pleasant, those who yearn for power seldom mind a modicum of pain. Should others uncover this secret, Zheng Feng could envision his grim fate, a perpetual existence of assassination attempts, never finding peace, even in Konoha. Who knows if there are those in the Hidden Leaf Village who covet the unique nature of his body, perhaps even abducting him under the cover of night to conduct experiments in a laboratory? Zheng Feng does not believe that such individuals do not exist within the village. Understanding this, Zheng Feng has made a firm resolution. Until he has truly become powerful, this secret will remain locked away in the depths of his heart. In the Rock Ninja's lounge, upon returning, Z was immediately met with a barrage of questions from Noki. Z, why didn't you unleash your full strength from the outset? You must realize that Orochimaru is not your match. Naka's anger was justified. In his view, the fact that all of Konoha's participants had advanced to the final round was a testament to their talent and potential. If this trend continues, when the new generation rises, Konoha will undoubtedly reclaim its rightful title as the foremost ninja village. Even the absence of Senja Hashirama would not alter this outcome. This was something Noki could not accept. Therefore, the best course of action was to strike ruthlessly against Konoha's participants in the tournament. After all, the rules were clear, as long as the opponent did not concede. The battle could continue until one side met their demise. From Naka's perspective, the previous battle presented an excellent opportunity. If Z had exerted his full power from the beginning, Orochimaru would likely not have been inclined to concede so easily, thus providing the perfect moment to eliminate him, even if it were not possible to kill him. Inflicting severe injuries that would end his ninja career would suffice for Noki. Yet, Z chose not to act in this manner. To Noki, this was a result of Z's excessive confidence, thus squandering a golden opportunity. Faced with Naka's inquiries, Z responded with a hint of impatience. Enough. I have no desire to engage in such unscrupulous tactics. The joy lies in relishing the battle. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. I will return tomorrow. With that, Z stood up, uninterested in hearing more of Naka's lectures, and made his way towards the exit, disregarding the continuation of the battle. For a considerable time, Z had grown weary of Naka's admonitions. Remaining would only subject his ears to further torment. Thus, for the sake of his mental and emotional well-being, he decisively chose to distance himself from Noki. As he watched Z depart, Naka's eyes widened in fury, appearing utterly enraged. That brat! If it weren't for your status, I would have obliterated you with my dust release. Despite the burning hatred within him, Noki refrained from pursuing Z. After all, every upcoming battle was of paramount importance. This was a crucial moment for gathering intelligence, and he would not miss it for anything. The large screen outside began to flicker once more. Before long, the list for the second battle was unveiled. In the second match, Konoha's Hatake Tsukumo faced Tsunade's Temari. Inside the lounge, upon seeing his name, Tsukumo did not hesitate. After exchanging brief greetings with the others, he rose and made his way outside. Observing Tsukumo's departing figure, Orochimaru's expression grew serious. Zheng Feng, do you think Tsukumo will win this time? It's difficult, came the reply. Zheng Feng shook his head disapprovingly, harboring little optimism regarding the situation. After all, Wei Min was endowed with a bloodline limit as well, and his magnetic release was particularly effective against Shuo Mao. Noticing that Orochimaru seemed somewhat perplexed, Zheng Feng began to elucidate his thoughts. Wei Min's magnetic release exhibited control over iron sand, yet fundamentally, it was still a manipulation of the iron element. While Shuo Mao excelled in swordsmanship, with his blade forged from steel. Although Zhang Feng was uncertain whether Wei Min could exert complete control, it was certainly plausible that he could impact Shuan Mao's White Fang technique. In the realm of ninja combat, even the slightest misstep could be magnified in the opponent's eyes, revealing vulnerabilities that could ultimately lead to defeat. As the foremost geniuses of Konoha and the Sand Village, it was reasonable to assume that Shuan Mao and Wei Min possessed comparable combat awareness. If Wei Min were to discover a weakness, Shuan Mao's position could become perilous indeed. Upon comprehending Zhang Feng's explanation, Orochimaru finally grasped the implications. So, in essence, Wei Min's magnetic release could very well be the nemesis of all iron-based weaponry. If one were to wield kunai or shuriken against him, it could result in a fatal counterattack without any forewarning. Zhang Feng, however, remained uncertain. Having only witnessed Wei Min employ his magnetic release once, with many details still shrouded in mystery, it was likely that this battle would reveal more intelligence about Wei Min to Shuan Mao. Should Zhang Feng's suspicions prove correct, and Wei Min indeed possessed the ability to control all steel, he would seek an opportunity during their confrontation to absorb the opponent's chakra. Such an ability would be exceedingly advantageous. Consider this. Every ninja invariably carries some form of weaponry, be it kunai or shuriken. If one could manipulate these weapons, a sudden ambush could be executed while the adversary remained unsuspecting, significantly increasing the likelihood of victory. In one-on-one combat, this capability might not be overtly apparent. Yet in the midst of a battle involving thousands of ninjas, the resulting chaos would be exponentially more terrifying. The sudden loss of one's weapon, or even being turned against by one's own armament, could incite monumental disorder. It could very well determine the outcome of a war. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Feng cast his gaze toward the arena, observing intently. At that moment, Shuan Mao and Wei Min had both arrived at the dueling grounds. The onlookers could not help but exclaim at the sight of the two. Both were exceptionally handsome. Although the Hitaki clan was sparsely populated, its members were all strikingly attractive. As the heir of the Hitaki clan's next generation, Shuan Mao embodied all the virtues of his lineage, having been a paragon of handsomeness from a young age, even deemed the campus heartthrob. Conversely, although Wei Min hailed from the arid Sand Village, he had not inherited the rugged features typical of the Sand Ninjas. Instead, he had grown into a remarkably handsome figure, accentuated by his flowing deep blue hair, which further enhanced his charismatic aura. The combination of formidable strength and striking appearance piqued the interest of the gathered crowd. The audience was exceptionally lively, with an overwhelming chorus of cheers resonating throughout the venue, the fervor surpassing that of the previous match by an immeasurable margin. Among these jubilant voices, female spectators constituted the vast majority. Go Waimon Shikuo. Regardless of who emerges victorious, I shall support you both, they exclaimed. Indeed, indeed. However, do refrain from engaging too fiercely. Injuries would mar the spectacle. Observing the two combatants in the arena, their expressions were tinged with concern. They were not particularly invested in the ninja's duel, yet any injury that might detract from their enjoyment of the handsome fighters would be regrettable. In light of such sentiments, the two competitors chose to disregard the distractions. Waimon, upon witnessing Shikuo draw his blade and assume an offensive stance, spoke with a measured tone. Kiki Shikuo, I have witnessed your prowess, and it is undeniably formidable. Nevertheless, overcoming me remains an impossibility. You would do well to concede. The outcome is already predetermined. Silently resolute, Shikuo, now fully engaged in battle, remained composed, wielding his white fang and exuding an intense, unyielding aura. Realizing this, Waimon understood Shikuo's response. Very well then. Let us determine superiority upon the field. Although he believed Shikuo's strength to be inferior to his own, it was significantly greater than that of his previous opponent. He dared not underestimate him. Without hesitation, Waimon unleashed his magnetic release. Magnetic release, iron sand rain. A vast quantity of iron sand materialized, transforming into slender needles that cascaded towards Shikuo like a torrential downpour. As Shikuo's eyes narrowed, he observed the rapidly approaching storm of iron sand and instinctively prepared to evade. However, at that moment, countless grains of iron sand emanated a magnetic force, disrupting Shikuo's movements and causing him to miss the opportunity to dodge. Without a second thought, Shikuo swung his blade to block the onslaught. White fang sliced through the air, manifesting an ethereal barrier that repelled the deluge of iron sand. Yet, this defense was only temporary. Although Shikuo had trained in physical techniques since childhood, the exertion demanded by such a maneuver would soon deplete his stamina. Meanwhile, as a bloodline ninja, Wei Min's chakra reserves far exceeded those of a typical ninja, leaving uncertainty about how long his technique could be sustained. Should they continue to clash head-on? Shikuo would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Instinctively, Shikuo contemplated employing lightning release to counter the assault. Just as he was about to make a move, a realization struck him, prompting him to halt. He recalled the fight between Waimon and his previous opponent. Utilizing lightning release would not aid him. Rather, it would amplify the potency of Weimon's technique. In such a scenario, the lightning could easily turn against him, exacerbating his predicament. It seemed that the use of lightning release was out of the question. What other means could he devise to extricate himself from this dilemma? Contemplating this, Shikuo felt a pang of frustration. He had devoted himself to the fusion of lightning release and swordsmanship from a young age, with lightning release rendered ineffective. The efficacy of his sword techniques would undoubtedly diminish significantly, given that Weimon's abilities already surpassed his own. The inability to utilize lightning release would only serve to magnify their disparity. At this critical juncture, under the immense pressure, an unprecedented idea suddenly surged within Shuang Mao's mind. I possess both lightning and wind chakra. Since I cannot utilize lightning, what if I employ wind instead? Although I had never attempted this before, hesitation was not an option in such dire circumstances. I shall give it a try. Otherwise, I would not endure much longer. With a determined thought, the chakra within my body began to transform its nature. Drawing on my previous experience with lightning, I concentrated fully on controlling the newly formed wind chakra, allowing it to flow from my arm and gradually envelop the blade of the white fang. Buzz! A white radiance slowly emerged along the blade. A sound reminiscent of buzzing bees resonated, and then an astonishing scene unfolded. Whoosh! As the white fang was wielded, the wind chakra that clung to the blade met the oncoming rain of sand and iron. The sharp edge sliced through effortlessly, severing the sand and iron into two, rendering them powerless as they fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Weimin furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. His intuition soon proved correct. Upon realizing the presence of wind chakra, the resistance encountered while fending off the sand and iron attacks diminished significantly. With just a gentle swing, countless grains of sand and iron were effortlessly cleaved apart. Seeing his moment of inspiration yield such results, Shuang Mao could not help but exhale in relief, his heart brimming with joy. It was the first time he realized the terrifying cutting power of combining wind chakra with swordsmanship, capable of easily bisecting even the incredibly hard sand and iron. This characteristic undoubtedly proved to be a perfect match for sword techniques. It seemed he had strayed down the wrong path until now. With this revelation, Shuang Mao resolved to dedicate the majority of his training time to the integration of swordsmanship and wind chakra. For only with ultimate destructive power could he achieve his true aspirations. Though lightning chakra possessed great destructive potential, it evidently did not complement his sword techniques. A new idea regarding the use of lightning began to take shape in his mind. After comprehending this new technique, Shuang Mao felt a surge of confidence regarding the battle ahead. Infusing chakra into the blade, he swung it forcefully. The wind chakra that had previously adhered to the white fang abruptly detached, cleaving forward with tremendous force. In that moment of separation, the slender white light suddenly expanded, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade of white energy, propelled forward by a fierce gale. The violent airflow swept countless grains of sand and iron into the sky, and everything in the path of the blade was sliced in two, causing the once torrential downpour of sand and iron to dissipate entirely. The momentum of the blade remained undiminished, and even after shattering this ninjutsu, it did not wane, shrinking to a size still imbued with sharpness as it rushed toward Wei Min. With narrowed eyes, Wei Min finally reacted just in time as the blade approached. He narrowly evaded it. The blade sliced past him, lacking sufficient chakra to sustain its flight, and after traversing several dozen meters, it gradually dissipated into the air. Slowly turning around, Shuang Mao gazed at the poised figure of Wei Min, who held his blade at the ready, and for the first time, a profound gravity adorned Wei Min's expression. Having witnessed the formidable power of that strike, Shuang Mao's threat level in Wei Min's mind had escalated yet again, now reaching the same echelon as that of Zhang Feng and his companions. This signified that, in Wei Min's perception, Shuang Mao had achieved the prowess of an elite Nin. The reason was quite straightforward. The recent technique he unleashed, the sand-iron rain, was undeniably a B-rank ninjutsu. And coupled with the unique characteristics of his bloodline limit, it rendered this jutsu significantly more potent than the average technique. Remarkably, Shuang Mao had managed to dismantle such a formidable technique with a single strike, and even retained the capacity to launch further assaults. This level of swordsmanship was sufficient to command Wei Min's respect. Yet, it was precisely this realization that ignited the flames of combat within Wei Min. As one of the highest caliber geniuses in the ninja realm, he had not encountered an adversary capable of engaging him in a fair duel for quite some time. And the current Shuo Mao undeniably fulfilled his expectations. Filled with martial fervor, Wei Min regarded Shuo Mao, envisioning the impending battles with formidable opponents such as Zheng Feng. His heart surged with enthusiasm. This exchange meeting had proven to be fortuitous. Shuo Mao, you are indeed a formidable foe. I acknowledge your strength. In return, I shall unleash my full might against you. Are you prepared? Observing Wei Min's exuberant countenance, Shuo Mao found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated that this technique would deplete so much of his energy. That previous strike was a spontaneous flash of inspiration, and while its power was immense, it had consumed nearly half of Shuo Mao's chakra, placing him at a distinct disadvantage for the ensuing battle. Although he began training his chakra control half a month ago, he still fell short of the standards required for cellular enhancement, which resulted in minimal growth in his chakra reserves. Were he to succeed in mastering the cellular enhancement technique, the issue of insufficient chakra would be alleviated. It seemed he must now strive to minimize chakra expenditure. As thoughts flickered through his mind, gripping his white fang tightly, Shuo Mao surged forward towards Wei Min. If he could close the distance and engage in close-quarters combat, the chakra consumption would significantly diminish. And close combat was indeed Shuo Mao's forte. He was confident that if he could press in on his opponent, he would have the opportunity to subdue him, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. Wei Min was acutely aware of Shuo Mao's advantages. Observing Shuo Mao's movements, he wasted no time in manipulating the sand iron for defense. Magnet release, wall of sand iron. A dark wall of sand iron abruptly manifested before Wei Min, obstructing Shuo Mao's advance. Facing Wei Min's defense, Shuo Mao's expression remained unchanged. He showed no intention of halting. Instead, he accelerated once more, charging towards the sand iron wall. The blade of white fang shimmered with a white light of wind release, and a resonant hum filled the air once again. Raising white fang high, he swung down with tremendous force. The blade cleaved effortlessly through the resilient sand iron, creating a gaping hole large enough for a person to pass through. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuo Mao charged towards the cave entrance, his blade gleaming with a radiant white light as he swung it towards the gate behind the sand iron wall. The previous strike had consumed half of his chakra, leaving him capable of unleashing only one more attack of that caliber. Aware of the precious opportunity at hand, Shuo Mao understood that this was his best chance to close the distance. Should his opponent realize that the sand iron could not withstand his assault, future attempts to engage would be exceedingly difficult. There was but one opportunity. Thus, without a tinge of hesitation, Shuo Mao pressed forward. Having expended a significant portion of his chakra, and finally stood before his adversary. Faced with Shuo Mao's terrifying strike, Wei Min's eyes widened in alarm. Almost instinctively, he attempted to evade Shuo Mao's attack by retreating. However, in such a brief moment, Wei Min clearly could not react in time. He merely retreated a short distance before Shuo Mao's blade struck him with tremendous force. With a sharp sound, the sand iron armor covering Wei Min was instantly breached, revealing his vulnerable form beneath. A surge of crimson splattered outward, with droplets of blood staining Shuo Mao's cheek, lending him an even fiercer appearance. Wei Min had sustained an injury from Shuo Mao's strike. Fortunately, thanks to the protective sand iron, his wounds were merely superficial. A shallow cut marred his chest, blood trickling forth slowly. Seeing this, Shuo Mao felt no hesitation and continued to swing his blade forward, eager to seize the moment and claim victory. However, he was already a step too late. As a fellow prodigy of the ninja world, Wei Min's combat awareness was not inferior to Shuo Mao's. The instant he was injured, Wei Min had already begun to react. The sand iron that enveloped him suddenly surged, swiftly transforming into a black pillar that charged violently towards Shuo Mao. Caught off guard, Shuo Mao could only raise his blade in defense. Clang! The sound of impact echoed. Shuo Mao was sent flying by this unexpected strike, finally halting several dozen meters away from Wei Min. Regaining his footing and gazing at the distant figure of Wei Min, Shuo Mao felt a weight settle in his heart. The distance between them had once again widened, signifying that he could no longer engage in close combat. This was undoubtedly a disadvantageous position for him. Moreover, with the chakra within Shuo Mao nearly depleted, the prospect of launching a surprise attack akin to before had diminished significantly. Wei Min, now on guard, would not afford him such an opportunity again. At that moment, as they distanced themselves from each other, The scales of victory began to tip once more. Aware of his disadvantageous situation, Shuang Mao remained composed, his expression as calm as ever. He understood that the more anxious he became, the more unfavorable the situation would become. Only by maintaining his composure could he hope to discover a glimmer of opportunity for a turnaround. Even in such dire circumstances, Shuang Mao's ability to remain composed was commendable. He was undeniably a natural-born warrior. Although Shuang Mao's performance was indeed remarkable, it was unfortunate that on this battlefield, he was not the only innate warrior present. Gazing quietly at the figure across from him, the deep blue hair of Wyman danced in the absence of wind, exuding an aura as formidable as that of a lion. He had just acknowledged his own carelessness. Had he known earlier the sharpness of his opponent's swordsmanship, he would not have been so audacious as to allow the other to approach him. Understanding this now, Wyman hesitated no longer and immediately unleashed his long-concealed trump card. With hands forming seals, countless grains of iron sand converged. Magnet release, wings of iron sand. Behind Wyman, the iron sand slowly coalesced, ultimately taking the shape of a colossal pair of wings. The howling wind stirred up a whirlwind of dust, and the obsidian wings began to flap. Under the force of this powerful wind, Wyman's body gradually lifted off the ground, eventually hovering in midair. Upon seeing Wyman in the sky, even Shuang Mao, with his resilient mental fortitude, could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. This fellow can actually fly. Not only Shuang Mao, but countless spectators in the audience gasped in awe at the moment Wyman ascended. Am I seeing this correctly? He can truly fly. How can we fight against this? At such a height, Shuang Mao is utterly unable to strike. Yet, it is not entirely hopeless. If he can unleash that sword energy as before, he might still land a hit. In the lounge, however, Zheng Feng was less optimistic. I never expected Wyman would possess the ability to fly. It seems Shuang Mao is on the brink of defeat. Orochimaru concurred. Although Shuang Mao's previous strike was immensely powerful, the chakra consumption must have been considerable. Given Shuang Mao's chakra reserves, he should be nearing depletion. Both were acutely aware of Shuang Mao's predicament. Insufficient chakra was his most significant challenge at present. Under normal circumstances, due to his age limitations, a lack of chakra would always be Shuang Mao's weakness. However, after training in the cell enhancement technique, this issue could be resolved. Unfortunately, Shuang Mao had yet to successfully master the technique, leaving his endurance as his Achilles heel. Coupled with the fact that his opponent had acquired the ability to fly, which granted far greater agility than Shuang Mao, the chance for a comeback seemed exceedingly slim. They both recognized this and felt a twinge of regret for Shuang Mao. Had he begun practicing the cell enhancement technique earlier, he might have had a sliver of hope against Wyman at this moment, but now it was too late. The ensuing events transpired just as the two had anticipated. Facing Wyman, who dominated the aerial battleground, countless grains of iron sand began to rain down upon Shuang Mao under Wyman's command. In the midst of this torrential assault, Shuang Mao could only awkwardly wield his sword in defense. Without ample chakra to support him, he could no longer deliver the powerful strike he had earlier. Realizing the hope of victory was exceedingly bleak, Shuang Mao ceased hesitating. All of his chakra began to converge. With a sword energy that was nearly half the size of his previous one, he dispersed the iron sand before him. Swiftly retreating to a safe distance, he decisively raised his hand to signal, "I concede." Upon hearing Shuang Mao's words, Wyman halted his intent to continue the assault. As the memories of the previous matches lingered vividly, Wyman understood that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not breach the protective barrier of that godly ninja. Thus, he refrained from further confrontation and gently descended to the ground, approaching Shuang Mao's side. "You are remarkably strong. At your age, you might not have lost to me." Upon hearing this, a hint of a forced smile appeared on Shuang Mao's face. A loss is simply a loss. We in Konoha do not make excuses. Wyman's expression shifted to one of respect. "In that case, I shall refrain from saying more. I look forward to our next encounter." "No problem. Next time." "I certainly want to be defeated." After exchanging pleasantries, the two turned and walked towards their respective resting areas. As the battle concluded, discussions erupted among the spectators outside. Tsunade, seated in the front row, pouted in displeasure upon witnessing Shuang Mao's defeat. How frustrating. Both Orochimaru and Shuang Mao lost. Are those two truly that formidable? Jiraiya, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Orochimaru and the others are exceptionally strong. It's surprising they were not able to overcome those two. He marveled at the impressive prowess displayed by the ninjas from other villages. This was his first encounter with their combat skills, and their terrifying strength left him astounded, abruptly awakening him from his inflated sense of superiority after his own progress. It seems my abilities are not as remarkable as I thought. If I were to participate, I would likely fare even worse than Orochimaru. Having finally come to terms with reality, the initial complacency in his heart tightened once more. I can no longer afford to be idle. I must diligently train to avoid being left behind. Otherwise, the gap between us will only widen. Similar sentiments echoed among his companions who had arrived with him. Upon witnessing the pinnacle of their generation's strength, a sense of urgency surged within them, compelling them to remain vigilant. Observing the expressions of Tsunade and her companions, Junsui slowly revealed a smile. He lifted the sake he carried, taking a gentle sip, feeling a sense of comfort. It seems the new generation of Konoha is thriving. Just as he relished this thought, Tsunade's voice pierced through. Uncle Junsui, do you have any more of that sake? Junsui, taken aback by her unwavering gaze fixed on his bottle, couldn't help but place a hand on his forehead. Zhengfeng, it appears your days ahead may not be easy. He silently mourned for his beloved son. In the resting room, upon Shuo Mao's return, Zhengfeng and the others swiftly approached him. After exchanging light punches, Zhengfeng gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Shuo Mao. That move was truly spectacular. Is it a newly developed technique? Shuo Mao chuckled and shook his head, beginning to explain to the curious pair. Upon learning that Shuo Mao had devised the move on the spot, both of them couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, despite the perilous nature of the moment, your gains are substantial. Coupled with the enhancement from the cellular reinforcement technique, your strength will undoubtedly soar. Upon reflection, Zhengfeng could not help but marvel at the extraordinary talents of his two friends. It had merely been a fortnight since the last assessment, yet their prowess had ascended to new heights. Now, Orochimaru, having developed the wind wall technique, stood on the cusp of elite Jonin status, and it seemed only a matter of time before he would break through. As for Shuo Mao, his mastery of swordsmanship, enhanced by his understanding of wind release, had propelled him to the level of elite Jonin, placing him on equal footing with Zhengfeng and the others. Although his chakra reserves remained a significant limitation, hindering his endurance, Shuo Mao's swordsmanship was undeniably formidable, ranking among the best, if not the very best. Thus, one could argue that there were both gains and losses to consider. Contemplating this, Zhengfeng felt a surge of happiness for them, yet simultaneously, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. Witnessing his friend's remarkable progress instilled a certain pressure in his heart. As the embodiment of the Scroll King, how could Zhengfeng allow others to surpass him? I must obtain your chakra, he silently resolved. As the list on the large screen solidified once more, it read, Konoha, Duanmu Zhengfeng vs. Kirigakure, Hozuki Tsukuyami. Upon hearing his name, Zhengfeng was jolted back to reality. Ah, it's my turn? He exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the displayed names before joy overtook him. He had long anticipated a match against Hozuki Tsukuyami, whose water transformation technique had lingered in Zhengfeng's memory. Now, with an opportunity for close combat, he would not let it slip away. Everyone, I shall take my leave. Await news of my triumphant return. With a wave to his friends, Zhengfeng strode confidently onto the field. Observing his departure, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Since he has spoken so confidently, let us await his good news. Once Zhengfeng claims victory, we shall train together and discuss the development of wind release. They chatted casually, harboring no concerns about Zhengfeng's battle. In their hearts, he was the strongest contender of the tournament, and victory was surely destined for Konoha. Upon arrival at the arena, Hozuki Tsukuyami was already waiting. As Zhengfeng approached, a flicker of apprehension crossed Tsukuyami's mind. He vividly recalled Zhengfeng's fire release techniques, which, like Shi's lava release, were particularly effective against his own abilities. Thus, he dared not underestimate either of these two. Despite his inner trepidation, he maintained an outward demeanor of arrogance, letting out a rather jarring laugh. His clan's distinctive sharp teeth on display, creating a fearsome visage. What misfortune, to encounter me as your opponent right from the start. You may have had a chance to advance, but now it seems your journey ends here. In response to this provocation, Zhengfeng merely smiled serenely, ready to engage in a verbal spar. Ah, is that not the little lackey of Mizuno Yukitetsu? I never imagined you would make it to the finals. It seems that Mizuki Tetsu has suffered an unjust defeat. Upon hearing Saika's words, Kaido Hozuki's expression instantly darkened. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at Saika, a flicker of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Saika, undeterred by the tension, feigned helplessness and shrugged, explaining, Can't you see? He is the heir of the ice release bloodline. Ice can freeze water, thus completely countering your water release. Given his superior strength, shouldn't he be your captain? After stating this, he looked at Kaido with feigned sincerity, as if seeking an answer. In truth, Saika was speaking without regard for the truth. Those with keen eyes had already discerned who the real captain of the Mist Shinobi was during the previous assessments, and Saika's words undoubtedly ignited Kaido's fury. Witnessing Saika's innocent expression, Kaido was seething with rage. The murderous intent in his eyes was now laid bare. Very well, Yurumi Saika. You have successfully provoked my wrath. I shall show you who truly possesses the greatest strength among the Mist Shinobi. Without allowing Saika to respond, Kaido launched an immediate attack. Water release, water whip. His right hand coalesced into a long, whip-like stream of water, which he swung forcefully towards Saika. Saika did not flinch. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of movements, crafting hand signs in a mere second. Fire release, fire rain needles. Countless tiny flames shot forth from his mouth, cascading like a torrential downpour towards Kaido. This technique was inspired by Saika's observations of the battle with Wei Min. He found such wide-ranging offensive ninjutsu to be exceedingly practical and thus employed it without reservation. Within just a few minutes, he had developed his own version of the fire release technique, although it lacked the hardness of magnet release. The unique high temperature of fire release held its own merits. If struck by such fiery needles, while they would not cause penetrating wounds, the intense heat would inflict burns on the body, resulting in both physical and psychological damage. Moreover, this damage would be persistent, even after the flames were extinguished. The inflicted wounds would continue to ache, impairing one's senses and judgment in battle, akin to a persistent affliction that is hard to eradicate. To develop such a powerful technique, rivaling the difficulty of B-rank ninjutsu in such a short time, required not only a profound understanding of fire release, but also an extraordinary level of chakra control. Saika possessed both of these crucial attributes. This illustrates the wisdom behind his decision to focus on chakra control after extensive and relentless training. The formidable nature of this practice was finally beginning to reveal itself. Countless fiery raindrops surged forward, first colliding with Kaido's water whip. Hiss! Upon their initial contact, a violent reaction ensued. Under the overwhelming heat of Saika's fire release, the fearsome temperature instantly vaporized the water whip, transforming it into a cloud of white steam that scattered in all directions. After evaporating Kaido's attack, the torrent of flames surged forward, unrelenting, like a rainstorm descending upon him. As the moonlight flickered, Gue Dingxianyu instinctively wished to evade with a water transformation technique, yet he halted mid-motion, sensing an impending attack. With a swift motion of his right arm, he detached it entirely, transforming it into a torrent that surged towards the fiery rain before him. Witnessing such a maneuver, Zhang Feng was initially taken aback, but his intrigue deepened. What kind of physique is this? Could it be that his entire being is composed of water? If that were the case, it would rival other bloodline limits in power. Or perhaps the Gue Ding clan's ability to fully transform into water is an embodiment of a bloodline limit itself? With this thought, Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, as a sudden idea ignited within him. Turning his gaze back to Gue Dingxianyu, Zhang Feng's look intensified. The torrent born from Gue Dingxianyu's severed arm was immense, extinguishing Zhang Feng's fiery rain before continuing its assault towards him. With a splashing sound, a stream of water surged forth from the severed shoulder, solidifying and reshaping to regenerate the arm at the original site of dismemberment. Clenching his fist, Gue Dingxianyu beamed with satisfaction at his restored right hand. The water transformation, an innate gift of the Gue Ding lineage, endowed him with countless extraordinary abilities. Not only could he transform his entire body into water, but he could also achieve localized transformations in various body parts. And those with greater talent could even separate portions of their form to execute water-based attacks. Remarkably, any bodily loss could be replenished by channeling chakra to generate fresh streams of water. In a certain sense, such a physique could be deemed immortal. Moreover, the water transformation provided effective defense against various physical assaults, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. However, this technique was not without its corresponding flaws. Fire was its nemesis. Should he be scorched by flames post-transformation, it would lead to genuine demise, leaving no opportunity for recovery. Additionally, lightning posed a considerable counter, as the electric charge could disrupt the water's flow, rendering the transformation incomplete. While its damage was not as severe as that of fire, it remained one of the formidable adversaries to the water transformation technique. Despite these shortcomings, the water transformation was undeniably a powerful secret art, often presenting insurmountable challenges in most scenarios. Unfortunately, during this decisive battle, three individuals possessed the means to counteract this technique. Zheng Feng's formidable fire release, Zi's molten release, and Di Wushan's lightning release. In their presence, Gui Dangxianyu dared not recklessly employ his water transformation against them. Yet, in the previous instance, the technique had proven remarkably effective. Having successfully thwarted Zheng Feng's assault, Gui Dangxianyu pressed forward, launching a counterattack. Water release, explosive water wave. A colossal torrent erupted from his mouth, surging forth with the ferocity of a small lake, hurtling towards Zheng Feng with overwhelming force. In a preemptive move, Hozuki Mitsuki resolved to utilize an immense flow of water to envelop the entire arena, thereby creating a terrain advantageous for the use of water techniques. As for the concern that the deluge might overflow into the spectator stands, Hozuki Mitsuki felt no apprehension. After all, prior to the commencement of the match, it had been made clear that the entire arena was ensconced within a sealing technique, ensuring that the battle within could not affect the outside world. This provided him with the perfect conditions to transform the battleground into a lake using his water techniques. Upon witnessing this, Saika could not help but curse under his breath, fully grasping the opponent's intentions. Yet, confronted with such a terrifying volume of water, Saika found himself unable to evaporate it with fire techniques at that moment, unless he resorted to the strategy he had employed against Kagaya Is, where he had summoned numerous clones to unleash fire techniques simultaneously. However, within the limited time available, Saika had no opportunity to prepare such a tactic and could only watch helplessly as the water surged towards him. The audience outside gasped in shock as they beheld Saika being engulfed by the torrent unleashed by Hozuki Mitsuki. Surely not. Is Saika truly defeated just like that? And he is supposed to be the top genius of Konoha? I doubt it. What are you saying? Don't jump to conclusions before the outcome is decided. Saika 1T falls so easily. Then what hope does he have for a comeback? The entire arena is submerged in water, and Hozuki Mitsuki has the geographical advantage. Even if Saika is unharmed, what can he do to counter his opponent? This debate raged among the spectators, while in the front row, Saika's companions remained remarkably composed. Observing their demeanor, the newcomer, Junsui, felt a twinge of surprise. Aren't you all worried? That attack from the opponent is quite formidable. Not at all, Uncle Junsui. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. This level of challenge is nothing for Saika to handle. Indeed, and that guy promised me he would win the championship. If he fails, just wait until I get my hands on him. Tsunade declared, shaking her small fist with a huff. Seeing Tsunade and the others display such faith in Saika, Junsui felt a measure of his own anxiety dissipate. He turned his gaze back to the arena, silently cheering for his exceptional son. At that moment, the entire battleground was shrouded in floodwaters. Ultimately, when Hozuki Mitsuki ceased his chakra supply, a vast lake, several meters deep, had formed beneath him. Gazing at the lake, which had consumed nearly half of his chakra, Hozuki Mitsuki smiled with satisfaction. In his view, the effort was worthwhile. The presence of water would undoubtedly enhance his water technique significantly. Moreover, with an additional source of water, he would no longer need to expend chakra to generate it, greatly conserving his resources. With his advantages firmly established, Hozuki Mitsuki felt his previous trepidation regarding Saika's fire techniques diminish considerably, considering the current volume of water. Even if Saika possessed extraordinary chakra and could evaporate it all with fire techniques, the chakra required would be nothing short of staggering. At that moment, it was uncertain how much strength would remain to contend with oneself. Contemplating this, Ghost Lantern Xianwei harbored some anticipation that the adversary would indeed focus their energy on countering the lake he had conjured. Standing atop the lake's surface, Ghost Lantern Xianwei brimmed with confidence. However, this confidence was soon shattered. A thunderous rumble reverberated from beneath the earth. The previously tranquil lake began to churn violently. Just as Ghost Lantern Xianwei pondered this anomaly, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. He beheld, to his astonishment, that the once expansive lake's water level was rapidly diminishing, plummeting by half within the span of merely a minute. What was happening? How could my water release vanish inexplicably? Could this be the work of Zheng Feng? How on earth did he achieve this? As confusion enveloped him, the ground beneath provided an answer as the lake approached its bed. Earth release, cracking earth palm. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Feng's figure appeared upon the ground, striking the earth with both hands, a torrent of chakra surging forth. As the ninjutsu was unleashed, the earth fractured instantaneously. Countless fissures sprawling in every direction, unfathomably deep. Under Zheng Feng's command, the terrain shattered like fragile porcelain, erupting into a multitude of cracks. Through these fissures, the water flowed back into the ground as if swallows returning to their nests, swiftly vanishing. In mere moments, the water release, which had consumed a significant amount of Ghost Lantern Xinyue's chakra, dissipated without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Ghost Lantern Xinyue stood agape, utterly dumbfounded. The cracking earth palm was merely a C-rank ninjutsu, whose primary function was to strike the ground and create fissures to entomb foes. Yet, he had never witnessed such an application before. Previously, Ghost Lantern Xinyue had never imagined that the water release, which he deemed insurmountable, could be so easily countered. This C-rank technique, in terms of effectiveness, far surpassed anything he had previously encountered, yet it consumed significantly less chakra. With such minimal expenditure, his water release was rendered futile, undoubtedly resulting in substantial losses for Ghost Lantern Xinyue. His strategies had all come to naught. Victory once again tilted in favor of Zhengfeng. Outside the arena, upon witnessing Zhengfeng's maneuver, Jiraiya's jaw dropped in astonishment. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure and remarked, gazing at Zhengfeng within the arena, "That fellow continues to surprise me with his ingenuity. Who would have thought he possessed such a method to counter his opponent's water release?" Tsunade nodded in agreement, then chuckled. However, with Zhengfeng's approach now revealed, it will undoubtedly become challenging for future water release users to establish a home field advantage. After all, the earth release he employed is relatively easy to learn, being only C-rank, and requires minimal chakra. Even those with lesser talent could master it within a month of practice. Thus, when faced with an opponent proficient in this technique, the predicament of water release users will undoubtedly become quite precarious. Though this ninjutsu would not grant the earth-style ninja an advantage over the water-style ninja, it would no longer affect the latter's penchant for creating vast torrents of water to secure his own dominance. However, those concerns were for another time. In the arena, after the lake created with considerable chakra was effortlessly shattered by Zhengfeng, Gui Dangxianyu's expression soured significantly. Feeling the chakra within him dwindle to less than half, a sense of dread enveloped him. Previously, he had harbored confidence in matching Zhengfeng's chakra, yet following this depletion, his faith had waned. Gui Dangxianyu had already witnessed the exceptional prowess of Zhengfeng's chakra, which was undoubtedly among the highest echelons. Further compounded by the fact that his mastery of fire-style techniques effectively countered Gui Dang's abilities. For the first time, Gui Dangxianyu felt a pang of uncertainty about this battle. All of this stemmed from Zhengfeng's remarkable maneuver. Before this moment, Gui Dangxianyu had never anticipated that someone could so effortlessly unravel his water-style techniques using merely a C-rank ninjutsu. Gazing in Zhengfeng's direction, Gui Dangxianyu could not help but feel an overwhelming wariness. If his previous caution had been prompted by Zhengfeng's fire-style counter, it was now the latter's demonstrated combat intelligence that truly unsettled him. Meanwhile, Zhengfeng was thoroughly pleased with the scene he had orchestrated. Although the chakra consumed to create fissures that blanketed the arena was several times greater than usual, it paled in comparison to the vast amounts of chakra expended by Gui Dangxianyu to generate such colossal volumes of water. Thus, Zhengfeng undoubtedly held the upper hand. Coupled with the advantage his fire-style techniques had over the opponent's water transformation jutsu, Zhengfeng brimmed with confidence. He was certain of victory in this match. With an unwavering sense of assurance, he began to contemplate other matters. Observing his opponent, Zhengfeng's eyes began to glimmer with determination. Without hesitation, he launched his offensive. Fire-style, Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted forth, radiating terrifying heat as it surged toward his adversary. Without a moment's thought, Gui Dangxianyu swiftly evaded. In a bid to minimize chakra expenditure, he resolved to refrain from direct confrontation with Zhengfeng, lest the situation grow increasingly dire for him. Anticipating this choice, Zhengfeng was prepared. With hands forming seals, dozens of clones materialized, each initiating their own assault. Fire-style, Great Fireball technique. A familiar scene unfolded once more. Much like the encounter with Kagayaheim, dozens of enormous fireballs hurtled toward Gui Dangxianyu. Surrounded by attacks from all directions, he found himself devoid of any escape routes and had no choice but to endure. This guy must have an excess of chakra. Cursing inwardly, Gui Dangxianyu reluctantly summoned his water-style defense. Water-style, water barrier. A spherical wall of flowing water swiftly enveloped him. At that moment, Zhengfeng's onslaught arrived as anticipated. Dozens of fireballs struck relentlessly against the defenses, and the moment water made contact with fire, a violent reaction ensued. The terrifying heat instantaneously evaporated the water before it. Yet under the replenishing chakra of Kirigakure's Jinjiu, the water continuously reformed to resist. A thick veil of white steam enveloped the arena, obscuring the spectators' views like a dense fog. Seizing this opportunity, Masaki, in his true form, launched an attack. With hands forming seals, he employed Earth Release to burrow underground, propelling himself towards Jinjiu's direction. Earth Release, decapitation technique. Having finally thwarted the barrage of fireballs, Jinjiu, for precaution, maintained his defenses. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a pair of hands suddenly erupted from the earth beneath him. They tightly grasped his ankles and yanked him downwards, sensing his body plummeting. Jinjiu instinctively activated the water transformation technique in a desperate bid to evade. 5-element ceiling. A deep voice resonated beside him. And then Jinjiu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Emerging from the ground, Masaki held Jinjiu's unconscious body. Placing it on the ground, rubbing his hands together, Masaki officially commenced his plan. However, there were still other preparations to be made. Outside the arena, the spectators, obscured by the mist, anxiously awaited clarity. Clang. The crisp sound of impact echoed within the arena, followed by the emergence of two indistinct figures engaging in a fierce taijutsu duel. Intermittent voices could be heard. Indeed, Jinjiu, you are a powerful adversary. I acknowledge your strength. Bastard, I don't need your acknowledgement. Die. The sound of kunai clashing resonated violently. Finally, as the fog began to dissipate, the duel was brought to a close. Damn. How could I possibly lose? Following that exclamation, one figure collapsed. As the mist lifted, the audience finally beheld the scene within the arena. Masaki stood quietly to one side, with the unconscious Jinjiu lying at his feet. Holding a kunai, damaged from the battle, he cast a lingering glance at the fallen Jinjiu. You are formidable. Yet, unfortunately, you crossed paths with me. With those words, Masaki turned and departed without a backward glance. The outcome of their confrontation was thus concluded. Konohagakure's Masaki emerged victorious. Although the finer details of their battle remained unseen, the stern expression on Masaki's face suggested that an intense clash had indeed transpired before the victor was determined. Gradually, cheers erupted from the crowd, growing louder until they resounded throughout the entire arena. Due to its proximity, many spectators hailed from Konohagakure. Having previously refrained from celebrating after 2 losses, they could no longer contain their excitement upon witnessing Masaki's triumph, erupting into jubilant shouts. Masaki, you are the strongest. The ultimate champion is surely destined to be yours. Indeed, it is no surprise that our esteemed Konoha's top genius, Zhengfeng, possesses extraordinary prowess. I have watched this child grow since he was young, and even then, I knew he would be exceptional. As the audience erupted in waves of cheers, Tsunade's face flushed with excitement. She rose to her feet, joyfully exclaiming, her countenance brimming with pride. Jiraiya was equally exhilarated, enthusiastically boasting to those around him. Zhengfeng is my brother. I have always known he would triumph. Ha ha ha. I knew that the likes of Kirigakure Zenjutsu could never match Zhengfeng. He probably didn't even need to exert half of his strength to defeat him. Observing the elated expressions of Tsunade and the others, Chenshui took a sip of his drink, filled with contentment. Well done, Zhengfeng. Upon returning to the lounge, the two who had been waiting for a considerable time beamed with joy at Zhengfeng's arrival. Congratulations, Zhengfeng. Oh, it's nothing. Zhengfeng waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. That mere ninjutsu is a trivial matter. I am here to claim the championship. Witnessing Zhengfeng's demeanor, the two, well acquainted with his character, exchanged knowing smiles and chose not to respond. As Zhengfeng noticed their lack of reaction, his patience wore thin, prompting him to speak first. Hey, do you think it would kill you to praise me a bit more? After a brief exchange of banter, Zhengfeng finally remembered the pressing matter at hand. Wait. It's not the time to celebrate yet. There is still another match to contend with. The next contestants will be drawn from among you, and if you can win, that would be splendid. Hearing Zhengfeng's words, Shuomo regarded him with a hint of exasperation. Do you really think that's possible? Our next opponent is that fellow Yueshang. Moreover, we have yet to recover our stamina, which diminishes our chances even further. Zhengfeng scratched his head awkwardly. I hadn't considered that. Yueshang is the next one to compete? He is indeed formidable. Reflecting on the previous battle, Zhengfeng's expression grew solemn. Yueshang's mastery of lightning release chakra modes, coupled with his formidable taijutsu skills, potentially even surpassing Shuomo's, rendered him a fearsome adversary. Even disregarding Shuomo and the others' current state of fatigue, the likelihood of victory against Yueshang appeared bleak. Even with Shuomo's recent advancements in strength, in Zhengfeng's mind, Yueshang represented the greatest obstacle to his aspiration of claiming the championship title. While Zidi's lava release is potent, Zhengfeng has devised a strategy to counter it. Similarly, although Weiman's magnet release is competent, it poses no significant challenge for Zhang Feng. Yet, Yu Wushang remains a different story. Facing an opponent who excels in taijutsu and matches his speed is exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, Zhang Feng harbored doubts about whether Yu Wushang possessed any hidden techniques. Should his suspicions prove true, the level of difficulty in confronting him would undoubtedly escalate. Just as Zhang Feng began to feel overwhelmed, the voice of Hashirama resounded once more from the large screen outside. Now, only one contestant remains, the formidable Yi Wushang of the Cloud Ninja. His opponent will be selected at random from among Orochimaru, S.H. Mu, and H. Zuki Suigetsu. Following the previous battles, a period of rest is required before the contest can commence. The final showdown is set to take place in 3 hours. Let the random selection begin. As the announcement concluded, the large screen began to flicker once more. Soon, the list for the ultimate duel was officially revealed. Cloud Ninja. Yi Wushang vs. Leaf Village, Hataki S.H. Mu. In the Leaf Village's resting area, upon hearing the results of the match, both individuals turned to S.H. Mu. Be careful. That Yi Wushang is no easy opponent. Seeing the concerned expressions of his companions, S.H. Mu responded with a carefree smile. Do not worry, I too wish to experience Yi Wushang's prowess. Besides, if I were to fail, it would not be in vain. At least you, Zhang Feng, will gain more insights about him, enabling you to devise strategies to counter him. Although there was some skepticism regarding S.H. Mu's chances of victory, Zhang Feng found little reason to fret over his safety. After all, having previously encountered the Cloud Ninjas, Zhang Feng had a fair understanding of Yi Wushang's character. He was exceptionally skilled in physical combat, with a bold and open fighting style, characterized by a cheerful demeanor and a clear sense of right and wrong, making him a suitable choice for friendship. Beyond these traits, Yi Wushang possessed a shrewd and composed intellect, qualities that are highly conducive to leadership. Considering their relationship, Zhang Feng felt confident that Yi Wushang would not resort to lethal force against S.H. Mu. However, given Yi Wushang's acumen, Zhang Feng was doubtful that he would unleash his full strength. After all, the Leaf Village stands as the preeminent village in the ninja world, with the god of ninjas reigning over the entire realm, and the strength of the Leaf Village at its zenith. To eliminate one of Leaf's future leaders during such a pivotal time would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Leaf, potentially inciting severe retaliation. In light of this possibility, it was highly likely that Yi Wushang would choose to exercise restraint. With this thought, Zhang Feng felt a slight sense of relief. Had Yi Wushang opted for a merciless approach, with his speed and mastery of physical arts, he could decisively defeat S.H. Mu in an instant, given the latter's comparatively frail defense, leaving Zhang Feng doubting S.H. Mu's ability to emerge unscathed. During the ensuing 3 hours, S.H. Mu quietly recovered his strength. At last, when he opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shone within. He had returned to his prime condition. Nodding to his companions, he then rose and made his way toward the arena. Inside, Yi Wushang had already begun his wait. Upon seeing S.H. Mu approach, a faint smile graced his lips. Congratulations, S.H. Mu. Having observed your previous battles, I am aware that you have made significant strides in your abilities. With your formidable swordsmanship, even I must now take you seriously. However, he quickly shifted his tone. Yet, as you stand now, you are still no match for me. Surrender. You have no chance of winning against me. At Yi Wushang's words, S.H. Mu fell into a moment of silence. Knight Wushang certainly comprehended the implications of the words spoken, and he was acutely aware that, despite being an opponent of immense significance to Zhang Feng, his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. However, surrendering without a fight was simply not an option. As a fellow prodigy, Shuomo possessed his own sense of pride, slowly drawing forth his white fangs. An aura of lethal intent re-emerged. Without uttering a word, Shuomo had already re-entered a state of combat. Observing his demeanor, Knight Wushang felt no surprise. As a fellow genius, he understood Shuomo's mindset well. Lightning began to flicker around him, his dark muscles bulging, rendering his physique even more imposing. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. If you refuse to concede, then allow me to experience the true prowess of the Kiki clan's swordsmanship. With that, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. A blue-white flash streaked through the air, swiftly closing the distance to Shuomo. His right hand morphed into a blade-like fist, striking down heavily towards Shuomo. Thunderous power. It was only when the opponent was nearly upon him that Shuomo finally reacted. By then, it was far too late to evade. He could only raise his blade and confront the attack head-on. Boom. Upon contact, the immense force radiating from the clash caused Shuomo's expression to change dramatically. His body was involuntarily propelled backward, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. In this contest of strength, Shlomo undeniably found himself at a distinct disadvantage. What a formidable power! It felt even stronger than Zhang Feng's. It is worth noting that Zhang Feng's physique was inherently extraordinary, his natural strength surpassing that of ordinary men. And after undergoing cellular enhancement training, his power had grown even further. Presently, his strength ranked just below that of Tsunade, who wielded the legendary strength of the monstrous strength technique. While not as exaggerated as Tsunade's might, he could effortlessly shatter large boulders. Yet, Knight Wushang's display surpassed that of Zhang Feng, though it fell short of Tsunade's monstrous strength. Nevertheless, its potency was comparable to an average C-rank ninjutsu. Just as Shlomo was still processing this astonishing revelation in mid-air, Knight Wushang made his move once more. Lightning erupted from his body, and he disappeared again, hurtling toward the airborne Shlomo, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Thunderous power. The formidable blade-like fist struck out again, enveloped in crackling electricity, exuding an aura of tremendous might. Suspended in mid-air, Shlomo found no means to leverage his strength. Yet, his countenance remained calm. He steadily raised his blade in response. This time, he had sufficient time to channel the chakra within him to retaliate. Hiss! A white light once more coiled around the blade, augmenting it with wind release. The sharp essence erupted forth, sweeping toward Knight Wushang's assault. Though he was already aware of the might behind the opponent's attack, Knight Wushang had no intention of evading. The lightning surged around him, gradually forming a suit of armor. The lightning release chakra mode was officially activated. With a fierce shout, he swung his right hand down upon Shlomo's white fangs. Subsequently, the collision of wind release and lightning release ensued. Although Yi Wushang's lightning armor boasted formidable defensive capabilities, the inherent elemental disadvantage gradually allowed Shuangmu's white fang to breach his defenses. The wind release upon the blade, having consumed excessive energy, had dissipated. Nevertheless, white fang remained razor-sharp, relentlessly cleaving towards Yi Wushang's palm. Witnessing this spectacle, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. What was once perceived as an unambiguous contest now transformed into a tense and exhilarating showdown. Had Yi Wushang not been overconfident in choosing to withstand Shuangmu's onslaught, his remarkable speed would surely have precluded such an opportunity for Shuangmu. Yet, he deliberately engaged in a contest of ultimate techniques, culminating in the current predicament. Should Shuangmu's strike prove effective, inflicting injury or even severing Yi Wushang's palm, the ensuing circumstances would undoubtedly favor him. Just as the crowd began to believe Shuangmu's victory was imminent, an unexpected turn of events left them utterly astonished. The keen edge of the blade struck true against Yi Wushang's palm, yet the anticipated outcome of injury failed to materialize. No blood was shed. Instead, Shuangmu's white fang became ensnared in a stalemate with Yi Wushang's hand. Shuangmu was acutely aware of the lethality of his short blade, capable of effortlessly cleaving through rock. Yet, it made no headway against Yi Wushang, prompting Shuangmu to question the very nature of existence. Was this man's flesh forged of steel? Observing Shuangmu's expression, a sinister smile crept across Yi Wushang's face. With a surge of strength, he shattered the equilibrium between them, delivering a crushing blow that sent Shuangmu, along with his blade, crashing to the ground. The earth trembled, dust swirling as Shuangmu's body struck the ground with immense force, fracturing it in countless places. The overwhelming impact reverberated throughout his being. In the wake of such a devastating strike, Shuangmu suffered grievous injuries, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain radiating from his back, his complexion turned ashen as he struggled to rise. Beholding the unscathed Yi Wushang before him, Shuangmu fell into a profound silence. The pain coursing through his body weighed heavily upon him. The strength of Yi Wushang's physique was astonishingly formidable. Such resilience rivaled that of steel. Caught unprepared for the extraordinary defensive capabilities of his opponent, Shuangmu had unwittingly become a casualty of a single, devastating blow. The audience, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence. They could scarcely fathom that the tide of battle had shifted so rapidly. In just a fleeting moment, Shuangmu had sustained catastrophic injuries, and the scale of victory had indisputably tilted in Yi Wushang's favor. Was Yi Wushang even human, to withstand a blade strike without a scratch? Indeed, it was not merely Shuangmu's carelessness. The astonishing defense of Yi Wushang rendered any such oversight moot. Ha, truly deserving of the title of the first genius of Yunrin. Yi Wushang must be the strongest. He is destined to emerge as the ultimate champion of this grand tournament. In the lounge, upon witnessing Shuangmu's injuries, Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened. Knight Wushang possesses an astonishing level of defense. This degree of fortitude is nearly akin to steel. Is this truly the physique of a mere human? Could it be that this individual also possesses a bloodline limit? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Feng's expression towards Knight Wushang subtly shifted. Within the arena, Knight Wushang, who stood with his arms crossed, suddenly felt an unsettling chill on his back, prompting a flicker of confusion. However, he swiftly cast this aside. Turning his attention back to Shuang Mao, Knight Wushang spoke again. You are gravely injured now. Surely you lack the strength to continue battling me? Even so, you still refuse to concede? To be honest, Shuang Mao's ability to pierce through his lightning armor was already sufficient for Knight Wushang to acknowledge his prowess. Throughout all his prior encounters, Knight Wushang had never faced anyone capable of breaching his defenses, yet Shuang Mao had accomplished it. In Knight Wushang's mind, only two individuals could achieve such a feat, the Rock Ninja Z and Zhang Feng. Even with the same magnetic bloodline limit, Wei Min did not warrant his concern. Moreover, Shuang Mao's abilities were even inferior to Wei Min's, making it seemingly impossible for him to achieve this. Yet, Shuang Mao's performance was entirely beyond his expectations. As Shuang Mao's attack shattered his defenses, Knight Wushang's formidable physical resilience was finally laid bare before the world, leaving many in awe. The reason Knight Wushang possessed such terrifying physical defense was not only due to his exceptional natural talent, but also a result of his prolonged training with lightning release. Benefiting from the stimulation lightning release provided, Knight Wushang had begun utilizing it to enhance his physical growth at an early age. His remarkable compatibility with lightning release allowed his body to undergo an extraordinary transformation. With his current level of physical defense, he rivaled the strength of ordinary steel, enabling him to withstand the majority of damage purely through his physique. Thus, he referred to this ability as the strongest shield. After a prolonged silence in response to Knight Wushang's words, Shuang Mao finally spoke. I concede. At this moment, you are indeed stronger than I am. He acknowledged his inferiority with a sense of resignation, yet his eyes sparked with renewed fighting spirit as he continued. However, I have yet to unveil my most powerful technique. Should you withstand this attack, I shall accept my defeat. Shuang Mao felt a twinge of reluctance. He could not accept losing without deploying his ultimate move. To this, Knight Wushang readily agreed. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. The two faced each other, Shuang Mao gripping his white fang tightly as chakra surged violently outward. The razor-sharp wind chakra gradually enveloped the blade, its white radiance growing increasingly brilliant. While a deep hum resonated throughout the arena, intense lightning once more enveloped his form, with the lightning armor reaching its utmost limit. Simultaneously, a vast accumulation of lightning gathered at the edge of his right hand, the blue-white glow piercing through the eyes of onlookers. At last, as the momentum of the two individuals reached its zenith, the final moment arrived. A flash of white light surged forth. The devastating strike of the Chidori dance met the oncoming figure of Yi Wushang head-on. Instantly, the air erupted with a piercing shriek as blue and white intertwined, their blinding brilliance illuminating the arena. However, this stalemate was swiftly shattered. Just as the spectators were entranced, a towering and formidable figure broke through the realm of white light, dispersing it with a single punch, transforming it into countless gentle breezes that vanished into the atmosphere. Upon witnessing Yi Wushang reappear before him unscathed, Shumo's expression darkened. Ultimately, accompanied by the news of Yi Wushang's victory, Shumo silently turned and walked toward the resting area. The final battle concluded, marking the end of the day's competition. The list of the top 4 for tomorrow was subsequently revealed: Z, Wei Min, Zhang Feng, and Yi Wushang. As the competitors exited, the throngs of spectators began to disperse, all heading toward Konoha. After all, tickets for tomorrow's event were about to go on sale, and should they tarry, they risked missing out. Having witnessed these 4 battles, the audience felt their journey was well worth it, their astonishment at Zhang Feng and the others' performances palpable, further igniting anticipation for the morrow. As the crowd gradually dispersed, in the front row by the arena, Tsunade and her companions rose, making their way toward the Konoha resting area. Just as they crossed the threshold, they encountered Orochimaru standing silently outside the door. Hey, Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Where are Zhang Feng and the others? Upon Tsunade's arrival, Orochimaru gestured behind him. Zhang Feng is inside treating Shumo. It's best not to disturb him for now. Hearing this, Tsunade resigned herself to waiting patiently for Zhang Feng to finish his treatment. She was well aware of the situation and refrained from interrupting him indiscriminately. After a while, seeing Zhang Feng and Shumo exit the room, Tsunade approached eagerly. How is it? Shumo is all right, isn't he? Turning to Shumo, Zhang Feng smiled and replied, Fortunately, Shumo had the wit not to engage in a head-on clash with Yi Wushang. otherwise. Recovery wouldn't be so simple. Shumo could only respond with an awkward smile. Nearby, Jiraiya, upon hearing this, punched Shumo lightly in discontent, exclaiming, "You fool. Knowing well you were outmatched, why didn't you concede sooner? That was rather reckless. Had Yu Wushang lost control and struck too hard? We would have been visiting you in the hospital." Feeling the concern in the gazes of his companions, Shumo's heart warmed. He smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry. I'm well aware of my limits. Moreover, this battle wasn't without its gains, was it? At the very least. Zheng Feng now understands the terrifying aspects of Yu Wushang's physical defenses, sparing him the same pitfalls I encountered." Listening intently from the side, Chen Shui looked at Zheng Feng with some worry. "Zheng Feng, are you all right? I've seen Yu Wushang's strength. He is not far from a Jonin. Can you handle it?" As a former Jonin, although Chen Sui's strength had diminished due to a prolonged absence from battle, his keen eyesight remained intact. To him, the current Yu Wushang, with his exquisite body technique and extraordinary physique, had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of Chunin, and it would not be surprising if, with further honing, he ascended to Jonin. This assessment only reflected Yu Wushang's apparent abilities. Should there be any hidden depths, he would undoubtedly possess the combat prowess of a Jonin, unequivocally the strongest among the four. Despite having considerable faith in Zheng Feng, it was important to acknowledge that Zheng Feng was merely 7 years old, a full 5 years younger than the 12-year-old Yu Wushang. Such an age difference would inevitably translate into a significant disparity in strength for top-tier prodigies like them. The fact that Zheng Feng had even reached this point, with a chance to contend with Yu Wushang, struck Chen Sui as nothing short of astonishing. In response to his father's concerns, Zheng Feng appeared rather nonchalant. "Rest easy, father. Tomorrow, you can watch with complete assurance. If I do end up facing Yu Wushang, I shall show him the formidable prowess of my self-created Buddha training method." Hearing Zheng Feng's words, Tsunade and her companions couldn't help but recall the raucous scene of their previous brawls, bursting into laughter. Zheng Feng's confidence eased Chen Sui's worry somewhat. Eventually, the group set off together towards Konoha. Upon returning home, it was already evening. Having just arrived back in Konoha, Zheng Feng excused himself under the pretext of having matters to attend to, while Chen Sui led the others to the ticket office to collect tickets from Taoxiang Yuzi. Settling on his bed and ensuring no one was home, Zheng Feng finally felt at ease. He retrieved a scroll from his pocket, the very one he had seized during his battle with the ghostly Hozuki Ginyu, taking advantage of the latter's momentary incapacitation to employ a sealing technique and extract chakra from him. After extracting Hozuki's chakra, Zheng Feng had dispelled the seal, allowing 2 shadow clones to engage in combat with Hozuki, thus cleverly concealing his true actions. Now, it was evident that Zheng Feng's plan had borne fruit. As he unsealed the scroll and withdrew the azure sphere of chakra, a look of perplexity crossed his face. It appeared no different from ordinary chakra. Was it not a bloodline limit? Regardless, he decided to consume it without further contemplation. With a sense of confusion, Zheng Feng swallowed a portion but felt nothing after waiting for a spell. "What is happening? Why do I feel no change?" he pondered, moving his body to assess any alterations, only to find none. Disheartened, he wondered if he had ingested too little. Resolute, he continued his attempts. Yet, no matter how much he consumed, even going so far as to devour the entirety of the chakra in a fit of frustration, his body betrayed no reaction. This left Zheng Feng deeply disappointed. He had long coveted Hozuki Ginyue's hydration technique, believing that by consuming the opponent's chakra, he could acquire that ability, only to find himself utterly unchanged. Upon reflection, Zheng Feng found himself perplexed. He could distinctly sense that when the chakra enveloped him, every cell in his body seemed to regain an alluring pull, voraciously devouring the chakra. However, what baffled him was the absence of the excruciating pain he had experienced when consuming the lava-release chakra previously. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noted that his own chakra had not increased in any way. This led him to ponder whether the absorption had been futile. Despite his reluctance to concede, Zheng Feng spent quite some time examining his body, ultimately surrendering to the realization that it had indeed yielded no results. Yet, he distinctly felt that his body had absorbed the chakra. Could it be that his body had reached saturation? Contemplating this, Zheng Feng shifted his focus to the upcoming competition. Regardless of which of the 3 opponents he faced, he resolved to seize their chakra for another attempt. Among them, he yearned most for the lava release from Z, as it was the only chakra that elicited a response from his body. If he could acquire a quantity tenfold greater than last time, he would successfully unlock his lava release. Though tenfold may seem substantial, it was but a trifling fraction for Z, who possessed the legendary tailed beast. Despite Z's formidable strength and the support of the tailed beast, making him arguably the strongest among them, it was precisely this that instilled in Zheng Feng a greater confidence in overcoming him. With fervent anticipation to encounter Z, Zheng Feng gradually drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn, Zheng Feng was roused by his well-honed biological clock, rubbing his eyes in a daze. He completed his morning routine and shared breakfast with Chun Sui, who had also risen early. After exchanging greetings with Tao Xiang and Yu Zi, the two of them opened the doors simultaneously and ventured outside of Konoha. Upon reaching the lounge, they found that Shuo Mo and his companion had already been defeated yesterday and were now seated in the audience. With no one to engage in conversation, Zheng Feng, feeling somewhat bored, began to ponder ninjutsu. Having recently observed Shuo Mo's wind release technique, he found himself inspired. Although Zheng Feng lacked proficiency in swordsmanship, the lesson learned from Yi Wuxiang led him to believe that enveloping wind release with a palm blade could yield intriguing results. As Zheng Feng enthusiastically envisioned new ninjutsu, the large screen within the arena flickered to life once more. The familiar voice echoed through the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's semifinals. I trust you have all been eagerly anticipating this moment. Let me first outline the rules for today. The competition would consist of 2 rounds, occurring in the morning and afternoon, and for those feeling peckish during the intermission, provisions would be available for purchase outside the arena. Upon hearing this, murmurs of discontent spread amongst the audience. Many were dissatisfied with the arrangement. In their view, merely 2 contests could easily be completed within a single morning, rendering the additional time unnecessary. Would it not be more advantageous to directly hold the finals in the afternoon match? This perspective was initially shared by Tobarama. However, after considering Masayuki's opinion, Tobarama discerned a lucrative opportunity. By extending the duration and conducting the matches in the morning and afternoon, although the ticket prices remained unchanged, another aspect had escaped his notice. This was the matter of food during the midday break. It is noteworthy that the audience watching the duel numbered a staggering 50,000. Prior to this, it had not been announced that the matches would be divided into morning and afternoon sessions, leaving the spectators unprepared and enduring hunger during the event. In such circumstances, if someone were to provide food, as long as the prices were not exorbitant, it is likely that the majority would be amenable. Selling a lunch for 100 taels, if 50,000 portions were sold, that would yield a profit of 5 million taels. Do not underestimate this figure. Even if it pales in comparison to the previous sales of recordings that amassed over 100 million taels, it still equates to the reward of 5 S-rank missions, achieved in just a few hours. While this figure may not pique Tobarama's interest, it offered him a clearer understanding of Masayuki's commercial acumen. Ultimately, this profitable venture fell to Masayuki's family, who, with their roots in the food industry, navigated this business with ease. After promoting Masayuki, Hashirama refrained from further comment. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, the tournament commenced. The drawing of lots began. As the announcement concluded, the large screen flickered to life once more, rapidly unveiling the new roster. In the first match, Sand Ninja, Waimon vs. Cloud Ninja, Yuashang. Upon hearing this, Masayuki was jolted into awareness. Lifting his gaze to the screen, he was momentarily taken aback before a look of elation spread across his face. This match was between Yuashang and Waimon, which meant he would soon face off against Murasaki. The thought filled Masayuki's expression with delight, clearly brimming with anticipation for the upcoming duel. Meanwhile, on the arena, the moment they saw the lineup, both combatants made their way to the stage. Observing Yuashang with his arms crossed and an air of confidence, Waimon felt a weight settle in his heart. He had witnessed Shumo's battle with Yuashang, whose astonishing speed and defense were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Although Yuashang's proficiency in lightning release could enhance his magnetic release, this was contingent upon his attacks landing successfully. Waimon had no confidence in withstanding Yuashang's speed. Noticing Wayman's apprehensive demeanor, Yuashang remained unfazed and coolly remarked, "You are no match for me, concede." Yuashang possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. While Wayman's magnetic release was formidable and somewhat countered his lightning release, true combat could not be determined by that factor alone. Without delving into other matters, the mere aspect of speed places Yuashang several tiers above his opponent. In light of such a disparity, even the mightiest magnetic techniques of his adversary face uncertainty in their ability to strike him. Furthermore, the opponent's magnetic assault is rather monotonous in its approach. While formidable, it fundamentally relies on the transformation of sand and iron for its offensive, a tactic that is easily countered by a swift opponent. This stands in stark contrast to Z's molten release, which inflicts harm through the sheer intensity of its heat. Such devastation is far more terrifying than magnetic techniques. Should molten rock drench him, even with Yi Wuxiang's formidable defenses, he harbors no confidence in surviving the searing onslaught of molten steel. Even the slightest contact would result in persistent damage, significantly impacting subsequent battles. Moreover, with Zi's overwhelming chakra, his molten release could potentially engulf the entire arena. Under such relentless assault, no matter how swift Yi Wuxiang may be, evading the adversary's strikes would prove exceedingly difficult. In comparison, Wei Min appears considerably easier to confront. Contemplating the adversary that Zhang Feng would face later in the afternoon, Yi Wuxiang could not help but sigh, feeling a twinge of pity for Zhang Feng. Despite Yi Wuxiang's condescension, Wei Min maintained a grave expression. Yet, a spark of combativeness ignited within him, evidently incited by his opponent's demeanor. "Am I truly your match? We shall see once we engage in combat," Wei Min declared. "Yi Wuxiang, I acknowledge your formidable prowess, but I am curious to see how you shall contend with my next move." As his words fell, the activation of his bloodline limit resulted in countless grains of sand and iron coalescing around him. Magnet release, wings of sand and iron. A pair of wings, crafted from sand and iron, materialized behind him. With a powerful flap, Wei Min soared into the air, surveying his opponent from his elevated vantage point, his confidence restored. "Now that I possess the advantage of the skies, what will you do next, Yi Wuxiang?" As the final syllable escaped his lips, the wings unfurled, releasing a multitude of slender sand and iron needles, transforming into a torrential downpour directed at Yi Wuxiang. Faced with the ominous rain of sand and iron descending upon him, Yi Wuxiang remained unfazed, arms crossed, displaying no sign of movement. With a brilliant flash, the radiance of lightning enveloped him as his lightning armor manifested once more. Upon the needles' descent, as they made contact with him, they were instantly electrified, radiating blue and white arcs of electricity. Witnessing this, Wei Min felt a surge of exhilaration. Empowered by the lightning, his magnetic techniques escalated to a new level of potency. Such an attack shall surely breach your defenses. Fully aware that his lightning would amplify the strength of Wei Min's magnetic techniques, Yi Wuxiang's decision to employ lightning was indeed audacious. "Allow me to demonstrate the might of my sand and iron." Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, the ensuing spectacle plunged Wei Min into astonishment. Under his command, the lightning-enhanced sand and iron needles surged toward Yi Wuxiang with relentless fury. In the face of a renewed and intensified assault, Yi Wuxiang's expression remained utterly unchanged. With his arms crossed, he quietly awaited the impending attack. Just as Wei Min brimmed with confidence, the two forces finally collided. Hiss! The lightning crackling upon the surface of the sand iron resonated with the lightning release enveloping Yi Wuxiang's body. Then, amidst Wei Min's anticipation, the sand iron pierced through the defenses of the lightning armor, lunging toward Yi Wuxiang's form. Just as Wei Min believed this strike would be effective, the subsequent scene caused his eyes to widen in alarm. Yi Wuxiang finally uncrossed his arms, reaching out to grasp the sand iron needle that had descended upon him. "Humph! Merely a piece of scrap metal. Did you truly think it could challenge my lightning release? Now, let me demonstrate the true might of lightning release." With a sudden roar, torrents of lightning surged from his hand, enveloping the sand iron in a blue-white glow. Then, to Wei Min's astonishment, the once solid sand iron gradually transformed into a puddle of molten metal, helplessly flowing to the ground. The moment the sand iron melted, Wei Min's magnetic release lost its efficacy. Ultimately, the magnetic release could only manipulate the sand iron. Facing the sand iron that had been liquefied by Yi Wuxiang's gathered lightning, his control had evidently faltered. With a grim expression, he gazed at his opponent, his former confidence evaporated without a trace. He could hardly fathom that the lightning release, which he had believed to be an ally, possessed such an effect, capable of altering the properties of sand iron through the intense heat generated by the lightning, thus stripping him of control. Yet achieving such extreme temperatures was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. It necessitated an extraordinary mastery of lightning release, a standard that Yi Wuxiang undoubtedly met. As lightning flickered, the lightning armor upon his body had coalesced into a substantial form. Faced with the onslaught of sand iron rain, the two elements barely made contact before being transformed into molten metal under Yi Wuxiang's highly concentrated lightning. Gazing upwards, he felt assured that his opponent's attack could not harm him, yet he too could not reach his adversary. Only if the opponent depleted their chakra and descended to the ground would Yi Wuxiang have the opportunity to defeat him. However, this method of victory was not what Yi Wuxiang desired. He sought a straightforward and overwhelming triumph over his foe. Winning through a battle of attrition, in his view, was merely a cunning tactic. A thought sparked in his mind, and he conceived a plan. Looking at Wei Min suspended in midair, Yi Wuxiang confidently declared, "Do not presume that flying makes you formidable. My next attack will not be so easily thwarted." Wei Min's expression grew grave. He would not overlook Yi Wuxiang's provocation and felt an acute sense of vigilance. Raising both hands, under Wei Min's astonished gaze, Yi Wuxiang executed his first hand seal. Upon completing the seal, he bellowed fiercely, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." What? Yi Wuxiang can also perform water release. Wei Min had not anticipated this move. But even more astonishing revelations awaited him. The water dragon behind him surged violently towards the airborne gate, its ferocious jaws snapping and claws outstretched, emanating an overwhelming aura. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Night Wound began to form seals once more, unleashing another ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning stream. This technique, previously employed by Victory against Gate, was now wielded by Night Wound with even greater potency. Two colossal arcs of lightning erupted from his hands, racing towards the water dragon. Upon their convergence, a flawless fusion occurred. Enveloped in crackling electricity, the water dragon appeared even more majestic as it emitted a resonant roar, hurtling towards Gate in the sky. The amalgamation of water release and lightning release triggered an astonishing chemical reaction. Originally classified as a B-rank technique, the water dragon, now augmented by lightning, surged to an A-rank intensity. Should Gate choose to withstand it head-on, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. His eyes narrowed sharply. Without hesitation, Gate flapped his wings rapidly to evade. However, due to the considerable surface area of his wings, although his body successfully dodged, one wing was struck directly by the water dragon. With a resounding crash, a large hole was torn through the massive sandiron wing, the lightning coursing through the water dragon. As an excellent conductor, swiftly spread towards Gate's body. Caught off guard, Gate was instantaneously struck by the electricity, his body convulsing uncontrollably, rendering him unable to manage his wings, which suddenly plummeted from the skies. Just as he descended to within 10 meters of the ground, Gate regained his senses, realizing that if he continued to fall, his body would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. He summoned all his strength to envelop himself within his wings, preparing for a heavy impact with the earth. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed upon impact, encasing Gate's body within a spherical shell of sandiron wings, lying motionless within. Observing this scene, Night Wound stood still, refraining from further action, patiently awaiting the outcome. After a prolonged silence, the dark sphere finally ruptured, revealing Gate within. After the onslaught of lightning release, Gate appeared rather disheveled. The might of Night Wound's lightning far exceeded his expectations. His sandiron armor could not provide complete protection. Consequently, after breaching this layer of defense, Gate sustained minor injuries. This individual, with merely a standard lightning release, possessed a power greater than Victory's ultimate techniques. Furthermore, his adeptness in water release ninjutsu, when combined with lightning release, allowed for the execution of formidable combination techniques. Such prowess was far from that of an ordinary taijutsu ninja. Astonishment filled Gate's heart at Night Wound's strength. However, he would not concede defeat so easily, aware that relying on the advantage of flight to wear down his opponent was somewhat unscrupulous. He set such thoughts aside for the sake of victory. The championship of this tournament would provide immense assistance in his quest to contend for the title of Wind Shadow. And thus, he was determined to secure victory by any means necessary. The sandiron began to coalesce behind him once more. The speed of Yi Wuxiang far surpassed that of Wei Min, who dared not underestimate the situation. Observing his opponent's movements, Yeshin sneered with disdain. "Huh? Are you such a coward that you lack the courage to confront me directly? Very well, I shall not indulge you any longer. Prepare to witness my most formidable attack." With that, he slowly raised his right hand, bringing his thumb towards the palm, fingers aligned, as bolts of lightning surged into his hand. The blinding radiance of lightning erupted, enveloping his right hand in a cacophony of thunderous sound. This technique, inspired by witnessing Shuang Mao's ultimate move, harnessed his body as a weapon. Enhanced by the transformation of lightning nature, culminating in the most powerful ninjutsu. I named it Hell Stab. You are fortunate to be the first to experience this assault. If you still possess any courage, brace yourself for this next strike. Upon hearing Yi Wuxiang's arrogant proclamation, Wei Min's expression darkened. As a fellow top-tier genius, he could not endure such contempt. Driven by fierce pride, Wei Min abandoned his prior intentions and resolved to engage his opponent head-on. "Do you think I fear you?" Very well. I shall meet your attack head-on. Magnetic release, triangular prism. Though the name may sound unremarkable, its might was truly astonishing. Exhausting every ounce of chakra, countless iron sand particles converged around him, ultimately forming a colossal triangular prism extending several dozen meters before him. The tip of the prism glimmered with a chilling light, and combined with the inherent hardness of the iron sand, it bestowed tremendous penetrating power. Gazing at his ultimate attack, Wei Min smiled confidently. Faced with such an onslaught, even against an opponent like Yu Shang, he believed he could pierce through entirely. Prepare to meet your end, Yu Shang.